Chapter 131 Alive. Although Ginglong had no way out, he did not dare to delay and went straight into the woods, using his perception ability to the fullest and moving slowly forward step by step, not missing any corner. This kind of large-scale search really consumed Ginglong's mind. In just a moment, Ginglong was already sweating profusely, sitting on the ground panting. This can't go on like this. Xiaolong and the others don't know how long they can hold on. I must lead the fight quickly. Ginglong was worried about the safety of Xiaolong and the others. He looked around at the scene around him, trying to find a breakthrough. However, what makes Ginglong feel a little depressed is that the current environment, no matter how much he explores, is only green grass and flowers. And there is nothing special. The most important thing is that the appearance of the fairy grass is also something passed down from word of mouth among the blind wolf group. And no one has really come into contact with it. In the final analysis, the Wolf King has not appeared for many years, and the blind wolf is also a little anxious. So he spends his own money to save it. Otherwise, Xiaolang would also end up exploding to death. After thinking about it, Ginglong was not idle at all, and he continued to move towards the woods. Just when Ginglong felt a little tired and wanted to rest for a while, his feet suddenly slipped and he fell to the ground. After several rolls, Ginglong actually fell into a hole. Fortunately, the Ginglong cultivator's physique was good, so the huge gap in the cave did not cause any harm to him. Ginglong stood up and looked around, and saw that there were steps here. Above the steps was a stone door the size of a giant wolf, with a gap on the side. It was obvious that someone had visited it. Ginglong didn't dare to be careless, so he used his sensory abilities and probed into the stone door. It's a pity that there is something strange inside the stone gate. Ginglong tried his best but failed to break through the stone. He had no way of knowing what was going on inside the stone gate. It's your grandpa's. Forget it. Give it a try and see what's inside. Curiosity took over, and Ginglong had a feeling that the fairy grass might be in the cave. He no longer hesitated. Holding the evolution dagger in his hand, carefully passed through the crack in the door and entered the cave. The originally dark cave. After Ginglong entered, there was a bang and countless firelights appeared, instantly illuminating the cave. Aiko! After Ginglong got used to the light in the cave, he saw a sarcophagus in front of him, with the top cover half open. Under the dim light of candles, the dark sarcophagus opened its mouth like a beast, waiting for the arrival of prey. Ginglong didn't dare to get close to the sarcophagus. He always had a feeling there was something inside the sarcophagus, staring at him. Just when Ginglong wanted to exit the cave, there was a clang behind him, and the thick stone door closed directly, cutting off Ginglong's retreat. Your grandpa's. Damn it! Although Ginglong was not afraid of anything after practicing, he still couldn't accept this startled performance. He turned around and looked at the stone door. It was tightly closed, and there was no possibility of opening it. An inexplicable impetuous emotion emerged, and Ginglong desperately slapped the stone door. But the stone door did not move at all. You're too noisy! A dull sound suddenly came out in the messy space, which seemed particularly cautious in this silent space. Ginglong turned around and saw that there was no one in the cave. Only the candles were swaying in the wind. Ginglong didn't dare to move. He stood close to the wall, his eyes looking back and forth, wanting to know where the speaker was. What are you looking at? Get out of here! The dull sound rang out again, and Ginglong was sure that the sound came from inside the sarcophagus. He glanced inside the sarcophagus and saw that it was still dark, and he couldn't see anything. Ginglong gritted his teeth and thought to himself that since it could speak, it must be a living thing. Anyway, it couldn't get out, so he fought with it. With this idea, Ginglong immediately started taking action. He held the evolved dagger in his hand and cautiously moved towards the sarcophagus. 1 step, 2 steps, and he was about to reach the sarcophagus. With a bang, the top of the sarcophagus flew up, and a dark figure jumped out from the sarcophagus and attacked Ginglong. Fiery red flower formation. Ginglong was already prepared and launched the defensive formation directly. Watching the black shadow hit the formation, it was ejected directly. Ginglong had an idea in his mind. It seemed that the other party was not a powerful character. In this way, Ginglong was not too scared. He removed the fire red flower formation and quickly ran towards the black shadow. Asshole! Get out of here! When the black shadow saw Ginglong running over, he panicked a little and scolded Ginglong directly, wanting Ginglong to leave. However, such action strengthened Ginglong's determination. That black shadow is definitely not a powerful person. Otherwise, he would not be given the chance to get close to him. While talking, Ginlong arrived in front of the black shadow. He didn't say much. He stretched out his evolutionary dagger and aimed at the black shadow's body to attack. There was a sound of rags being cut, and Ginlong watched his dagger sink into the black shadow's body. But he did not feel it at all. Ginlong took out the evolution dagger and saw that there was nothing on the dagger. Ginlong was a little depressed and didn't know what this guy was. Asshole. You dare to attack me. Let's see how I deal with you. The dull voice sounded again, and Ginlong looked at the black figure and stood up directly, attacking him. The Ginlong quickly took a few steps back and distanced himself from the black shadow. As soon as the black shadow saw Ginlong retreating, it naturally followed up. After entering the range of the light, Ginlong could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. I saw that its whole body was slender, and its body turned out to be evolved from grass leaves. The torso that attacked him was also a slender leaf, and the hole on the guy's body was exactly where Ginlong had just attacked. At this time, clear water was seeping out, falling to the ground drop by drop. Ginlong looked at the guy's features and directly connected them with the fairy grass that Blind Wolf mentioned. But the Blind Wolf didn't say that the fairy grass was a living thing. Ginlong was a little confused about the situation, and he didn't dare to act rashly. If the guy on the other side was the fairy grass, and he killed it himself, then all the hard work would be in vain. The black shadow had no intention of letting Ginlong go. It rushed to Ginlong and simply ignored the dagger in Ginlong's hand. The fist turned into a blade of grass quickly struck out towards Ginlong. When Ginlong found out that the guy's attack hit him, it was like playing with no harm at all. Ginlong chuckled, and he no longer evaded, and directly stepped forward to pick up the guy from his waist. He took out the rope and tied up the guy in the blink of an eye. Chapter 132, Old Acquaintance. Asshole. Let me go quickly. Do you know who I am? How dare you tie me up? The guy who evolved from plants was not polite at all. While struggling to break free, he screamed and scolded Ginlong. Ginlong naturally ignored the curse. He stepped forward and kicked the plant-evolved guy a few times, causing him to burst into tears and never dare to act rashly again. Okay, now you can talk about what kind of monster you are. But let me remind you, if I find out that you are dishonest, hiding and not telling the truth, then I will kill you. When the plant evolution guy heard Ginlong's words, he panicked a little and immediately swung his body and said, I said, little brother, you don't know? I am a collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and I am born with a special sensitivity to spiritual treasures. If you save my life and take me with you, I guarantee that you will get a lot of benefits. Hearing that the other party had such a use, Ginlong felt happy and secretly thought that he was really lucky to come across such a thing. Thinking of Xiaolong and his group still standing outside, waiting for news about him, Ginlong didn't stop ink. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed the vegetative body and said, Do you know the fairy grass? As long as you take me to find the fairy grass, I will release you immediately. After the vegetable man knew that Ginlong was looking for the fairy grass, he was stunned for a moment, and then said, So you are looking for that thing? I know where it is. Come on. Let's go find the fairy grass. But let's talk about it first. Once you get to the fairy grass, you must keep your word and let me go. Ginlong didn't dare to stay for a moment. He was sure that the vegetable man knew the location of the fairy grass. Ginlong immediately carried the vegetable man on his shoulders, followed the vegetable man's instructions, walked out of the cave, and walked towards the depths of the forest. With the guidance of the vegetative person, Ginlong did not encounter any emergencies along the way. In just half an hour, Ginlong and the others arrived at a pool. Looking at the crystal clear water pool, many unnamed small fish are swimming back and forth at the bottom of the pool. In the center of the pool, a bunch of purple grass with a human-like appearance stood upright. There is no need for introduction by the vegetative person. Ginlong also matches the description of the blind wolf in his memory. The thing in front of me is not the fairy grass. Ginlong threw the vegetable man to the ground, jumped directly into the pool, and strode towards the location of the fairy grass. Seeing Ginlong's appearance, the vegetative man on the side raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Ginlong naturally did not see the reaction of the vegetative man. At this moment, Ginlong only wanted to get the magic grass quickly. Just as Ginlong was about to reach the magic grass, he heard a loud rumble at the bottom of the pool, and a large snake more than a person's length appeared and attacked Ginlong directly. Oh! Ginlong didn't expect that there would be such an episode. He had no time to escape and was bitten on the arm by the snake. A sharp pain hit his heart, and Gunlong screamed, raising his hand to attack the snake's head. The giant snake is not simple at all. It saw Gunlong attacking and pressed its mouth hard. Gunlong was hurt, and the attack was slower. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the giant snake's body rolled up directly and wrapped Gunlong's entire arm. In this way, the Gunlong dragon could not cause any effective attacks except to find ways to escape. Your grandfather. I still don't believe it. But you, the basilisk, can still control me. After a period of entanglement, Gunlong became a little angry. He summoned the evolutionary dagger and stabbed the giant snake with all his strength. Clang! Several metal collision sounds appeared one after another. Gunlong watched as his evolved dagger did not even break the opponent's defense. He was a little speechless and was about to try to attack again. But the giant snake's body continued to increase its strength and wrapped Gunlong's body tightly, making Gunlong unable to move at all. As soon as Gunlong was successfully trapped, the giant snake followed closely and opened its big mouth to bite Gunlong's head. Gunlong, who had no way to defend himself, was helpless at this time and could only watch the giant snake's big mouth getting closer and closer to his head. You evil beast! Stop being so rude! Just when Gunlong's head was swallowed by the giant snake, and the dull feeling of suffocation almost killed Gunlong, a loud voice appeared. Gunlong felt that his head was empty. Fresh air rushed into his face, and the tight feeling on his arms eliminated nothing. Then, there was the sound of giant snakes writhing in the pool, and the sound of sharp weapons hitting each other. Bai Mu. Attack its eyes. That's its weak point. Oh! Let your friend release me. I'll help you. Although his strength is higher than his eyes, there is nothing he can do against this giant snake with strong defense. But in this critical moment, there will be an opportunity. The vegetative man who was lying aside waiting for Gunlong to die immediately jumped up after hearing the sound of Bai Mu. Ah! You know each other? When Gunlong was attacked by the giant snake, he knew that he had fallen into a vegetative trap. If that guy really wanted to help him, he would definitely remind himself that there was a giant snake guarding him. After Bulmu successfully rescued him, Gunlong's first thought was to destroy the vegetative state. But now that the guy who was listening actually knew about Bimu and wanted to help, Gunlong felt like his head was short-circuited, as if he was trying to trick his own people. Green baby, I didn't expect you to grow so big. It's okay. Gunlong releases it quickly. This guy is still useful. When he heard the shouting, he looked sideways, and after seeing the vegetative man, he smiled. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. He immediately called Gunlong to let him go. After all, his strength had not fully recovered yet, so it was still difficult to fight alone. You still call me Green Baby? I've already said that I'm older than you. Forget it. Let's kill this giant snake first. Damn it. This guy has been harassing me for decades, and I can't even return to my original form. The vegetable man had no restraints. He jumped to the center of the pool, turned over and merged with the fairy grass in the center of the pool. The colorful rays of light reflected all around in an instant, and the fairy grass that was originally rooted in the pool rose several feet out of thin air, and no one knew what movements were used. Countless blades of grass appeared in the space, and quickly rushed towards the giant snake. Surrounding it, Baimu, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, saw the opportunity and stabbed the giant snake's eye with his sword. A shrill scream came out, and golden light suddenly appeared on the giant snake. Struggling desperately, seeing that the blades of grass that restrained the giant snake were somewhat loosened, the colorful glow on the fairy grass reappeared, and the blades of grass that bound the giant snake suddenly became dense again. Without stopping, Big Eyes drew out his long sword and aimed at the giant snake's other eye to attack. The giant snake couldn't hold it anymore, and it just belched and fell into the pool. Chapter 133, Bimu's True Body. Hey, are you kidding me? Why didn't you show up earlier? Or I would have killed this little guy of yours. The magic grass twisted its body and slowly walked to the flatfish. It whipped the flatfish with its green leaves to express its dissatisfaction. Haha. It's a long story. How did you, a green kid, become like this? Bai Mu is still very interested in the current appearance of the fairy grass. In his memory, this guy lived an extremely luxurious life. He didn't expect that he is so low-key now, living in such a small place. I'll go. Don't mention it. I don't know which blind guy actually discovered that my leaves can cure diseases. It was okay at first, and I just borrowed a few pieces from time to time. But later, he came to snatch them shamelessly. I had no choice but to separate myself from Yuanshan and find a place like this to hide from. Gunlong listened carefully. When he thought about the purpose of coming here, Gung Long's face turned red, and he became a little embarrassed. The reaction of the fairy grass is particularly sensitive. When it saw Gung Long's appearance, it immediately ran away and looked at Gung Long with a wary expression. Boy, tell the truth. Did you come to ask me for leaves too? Let me tell you. Friendship is friendship. I won't give you this leaf no matter what. You go away quickly. I don't want to see you. In fact, after Gung Long entered the Mecha Star, he felt it. However, the physical weakness did not appear. He took action today because he felt that Gung Long was in danger. Baima knew about looking for fairy grass leaves, but for his former comrade in arms, it was really hard for him to say anything. Seeing Gung Long being a little dumbfounded at the side, Baima thought for a while, walked to the fairy grass, and said with a smile, "Old man, this little guy is the one chosen by my master. He is not a bad-hearted guy. He is here today to help his friends in trouble. Why don't you feel aggrieved and help me? If it doesn't work, I will send you back. Just give us a few old leaves." As soon as Bimu said this, it was a bit difficult to deal with the fairy grass. It doesn't want to disappoint its old friend, but its current situation is really hard to describe. Shen Xianqiao had no choice but to show his true body, pointing at his broken body and saying, "Bai Mu, it's not that I don't want to help you. Look, what has become of me now? If only you had found me a few years earlier, that would be fine. All these years, those two snake demons have been guarding the door and not letting me out. They forced me to provide them with grass leaves. Now I can't make ends meet, and I'm almost dying." Gung Long saw that the body of the fairy grass was indeed incomplete and withered, just like corn stalks that had been dry for a long time. He sighed, really embarrassed to ask the fairy grass. When Baimu saw his old friend looking like this, he gritted his teeth, raised his sword, and cut the crazy snake in the pool into 3 pieces. Hideo? No! As an old friend, Shang Xianko naturally knew what Bimu was going to do. But by the time it shouted out its words, it was already irreversible. Seeing the blood dyeing the pool red instantly, the fairy grass shook his head and sighed. This little crazy snake has the same life as that old guy. You just took its life. Now you have destroyed its body, and it is beyond redemption. I'm afraid the old guy is going crazy, and has to fight you desperately. As soon as Shang Xianko finished speaking, he heard a series of rumbling sounds in the distance. The whole earth shook violently, and countless rubble fell from the sky above his head. Then he saw a mad snake covered with scars, and several wild wolves hanging on its body, rushing towards him quickly with bloodshot eyes. Hack me. Such a big guy has been practicing for at least half a year. Old man, it seems that you have raised it well in the past few years. I haven't eaten anything fishy in these years. It's such a big tonic. Definitely not to be missed. After seeing the giant crazy snake, Bai Mu was inexplicably excited. Not afraid at all. He called Gung Long and the others to hide aside, while he himself wiped the saliva from his mouth and charged directly towards the giant snake. Boom! There was a dull impact, and Big Eyes was knocked back and fell heavily into the pond, causing a splash of water as high as a person. Damn it! I forgot to transform. It's been so many years since such a good prey appeared. I actually forgot my roots. After Thuma cursed, he tore his clothes apart. The entire body suddenly grew larger and tore apart. Huge wings appeared, and after a few vigorous flips, it flew directly into the air. Black light enveloped him, and Big Eye's body began to undergo a huge transformation. Gung Long and his group were stunned as they watched from below. They had never seen such a flounder before. Shen Xianqiao was not surprised at all. He just lay in the pool and laughed. It's been so many years, and this old boy hasn't changed at all. There was a good show today. But the crazy snake is not ordinary. It has already reached the realm of dragon transformation. It depends on who of the two can be better. Gung Long was concerned about Bai Mu's safety. He saw that although Bai Mu had transformed, he only had an extra pair of wings and was taller. The crazy snake on the opposite side was about to occupy the entire cave. Gung Long felt unsure. He looked at the little dragon and the others and rushed in, signaling the little dragon and the others not to act rashly. And he himself quietly came to the fairy grass and asked in a low voice, Is this okay for me? If it's really not okay. There are so many of us, so we can just run away if we are restrained. Well, are you sure you are the one chosen by that old immortal master? Don't you know about the situation of Baima? Gung Long's words really made Shen Xianqiao speechless. Shen Xianqiao rolled his eyes and looked at Gung Long with some embarrassment, obviously not knowing the purpose of the competition. Shen Xianchao then muttered unhappily. Bai Mu is a 10,000-year-old fire snake that has transformed into a dragon. If it appears in its true form, such a small cave won't be enough to fit the root of his tail. Your grandpa's is so powerful. Genlong knew that Baima was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. If Bima returns to his peak state, Genlong will really find it hard to imagine how many people in this world can fight against Bimu. As he said this, Big Eyes and Guangxi collided again. But this time, Big Eyes did insert his palm into the body of the giant snake, firmly attached to the snake. The mad snake was in pain, and it turned its head and bit Big Mu. Unexpectedly, Nabamu's body was quite flexible. He turned over and turned to the side, punching 2 more bloody holes in the crazy snake's body. The blind wolf came slowly because he was injured in the battle. It just happened to see the battle between Big Eyes and Quang Snake, and thought that Quang Snake, which so many of their thugs could not defeat, was suppressed by the man in the air. The blind wolf knew from his companions that the guy was still part of Genglong's group. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. Thanks to Lao Zhanto's presence, Genglong and the others had become friends. Otherwise, if they really fought, they would definitely exterminate the clan. Chapter 134. Saving People. Hey, let me tell you, Bima, are you getting old? You've been fighting such a little goblin for so long. Could it be that you've fallen in love with that guy and are reluctant to do it? Shen Xianchao, who knew Baima's strength very well, watched Genglong struggle for a long time, but still couldn't kill the crazy snake. After fighting back and forth, the space was very messy, and it was difficult to live in it. In order to prevent Bigu from demolishing this place, Shang Xianko immediately warned him, hoping that Bigu could end the battle quickly. Go. 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 What do you know? After such a toss, the energy in that guy's body will be fully exerted, and the volume will reach all parts of the body. If you eat this, it will be the best supplement. Big Mu ignored the fairy grass. He was still dealing with the mad god. That crazy snake has a mind. And it became even more angry when it heard Bima's words. Seeing that it couldn't defeat it, the crazy snake stopped wasting its energy. It turned over and ran towards the outside of the cave, wanting to leave here. Where to go? Big Eyes still had some understanding of this crazy snake that he had a slight brush with. He knew that although the opponent's attack was not very good, his ability to escape was still obvious to all. In order to prevent the duck he got from flying away, Big Eyes turned over and rushed in front of the crazy snake, blocking the way of the crazy snake. When he saw that his retreat was blocked, he knew that he was doomed today. The blood-red light in the crazy snake's eyes shone, and it no longer dodges, directly fighting with Big Eyes again. It's cool. It's so cool. After so many years, we finally meet a similar opponent. Come on. Show off your moves boldly. Let's have a good fight. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and his fatigue was not visible at all. He kept provoking words, hoping that the crazy snake could show some real skills. Crazy Snake had already been injured in the previous battle, coupled with the hard work that Big Eyes is doing now. It is somewhat unable to do what it wants, and is gradually defeated. In the end, the crazy snake simply stopped evading and allowed Billy's attack to hit him. Oh my god. What's the point of this? It's so boring. I'd better take you in. Bimu saw that Guangxi had no intention of resisting, and would not fight back no matter how hard she hit him. He also lost interest, and a red light emitted from his mouth, covering the crazy snake. In the blink of an eye, the crazy snake disappeared directly, and turned into a beam of light, flying into Hiramu's mouth. With the energy supplement from this crazy snake, Big Eyes was greatly shaken. He fell directly to the ground, returned to his human form, and said energetically, "Ha ha ha. It's God's will. I don't have to hide behind my back anymore. It seems like the Mecha Star knew I was coming back and gave me a gift." This was the first time that Genglong saw Big Mu like this. He stuck out his tongue and didn't know what to say. However, Genglong kept the words Nabamu said in his heart. Genglong was very happy to know that Baima could always follow him. "Genglong, you have found the fairy grass." None of them, including the blind wolf, had ever seen the fairy grass. The crazy snakes they saw were killed, and there was no other threat. They immediately ran to Genglong and asked him about the fairy grass. The fairy grass heard someone mention its name nearby, and it turned its head to look this way. After seeing a group of giant wolves, the fairy grass rolled its eyes, shrunk, and was about to dive into the pool. "Ha ha ha. Magic grass? Come out now. You don't have to hide anymore. You are lucky. There are still a few leaves on this crazy snake that have not been absorbed. Gunlong, give them to them. Baiman naturally saw all this, and he took out the things left by the crazy snake after he had just absorbed it. When the giant wolves saw the leaves of the magic grass, they all fell to their knees. As for the blind wolf, he trembled and tears flowed from his rotten eyes. The fairy grass emerged from the pool, and the scene in front of it was really shocking. Seeing those giant wolves greeting holy objects, Shen Xianqiao opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Old man. Saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. It is impossible for you and me to survive and become famous. But if we can help more people, wouldn't it be a good thing? Shen Xianqiao lowered his head when he heard the words. Thoughtfully, it wasn't until the blind wolf was about to leave that the fairy grass raised its head, as if it had made a decision, and said directly, Gunlong, let them wait a moment. We want to save people, but we can't rely on those leaves. The blind wolf, who was about to leave, stopped when he heard the words. He used his perception ability to explore the grass blades in his hands, and found that there was infinite vitality inside. It couldn't help but wonder, could it be that there is some way to this? Shen Xianqiao looked at everyone looking at him. Shen Xianqiao felt a little uncomfortable with the feeling of being taken seriously by others. After a while, it covered its face and said, That's all. I'll go with you and see what the situation is like. The blind wolf didn't know what the fairy grass was doing, but it understood that since the other party spoke, there must be something else that it didn't know. Come to think of it, what I know about the fairy grass is all passed down orally from my ancestors, and I don't know whether it is true or false. Moreover, this is the first case among the ethnic group to use this fairy grass to save someone. The blind wolf didn't say much, and called on the giant wolves to pick up Ginglong and his party, and rushed towards the place where the little wolf was hiding. I'm one of them. You giant wolf clan really know how to enjoy it. You can actually find such a beautiful place. Ginglong and his party came to the giant wolf's habitat, and saw that it was located in the hinterland of a valley, surrounded by lush trees. I don't know why, but there are no snowflakes on those trees. The stream flowing through here is also not frozen, and the sound of rushing water appears in its own way, which is incompatible with the surrounding white snow. Elders, you're finally back. The little wolf is almost dying. Just when everyone was sighing at how different this place was, a giant wolf with a somewhat lame leg limped over. When it arrived, due to its body, it had no time to stop and fell directly to the ground, knocking down everyone. The blind wolf was so focused on the little wolf's safety that he didn't bother to hold him accountable. So he got up and ran deeper into the woods. Ginlong and the others naturally understood that the matter was urgent, endured the pain in their bodies, and ran in the direction the blind wolf left. The group of people finally stopped in front of a stone platform, looking at the stone platform just under the moonlight. On the stone platform, the little wolf was lying there quietly. If he hadn't seen the blood at the corner of Xiaolang's mouth and his chest moving a few times at that time, Gunlong would have thought that Xiaolang had died. Chapter 135 Wolf King. Gunlong, please, let them help quickly. Xiaolang may not be able to withstand it anymore. After the blind wolf explored Xiaolang's body, it became a little anxious and immediately ran to Gunlong's side, signaling Gunlong and the others to help. The fairy grass knew it was time to take action on its own. It watched Ginglong turn his head to look at him, nodded and ran towards where the little wolf was lying. Take out those blades of grass. The fairy grass just explored the body of the little wolf. Without looking back, stretched out his hand, and motioned to the blind wolf to hand over the things. When the blade of grass reaches the hand, purple light shines all over the body of the fairy grass, directly wrapping the blade of grass. Ginlong and the others watched as the blades of grass gradually shrank and melted in the hands of the fairy grass, and finally turned into something like a drop of water. They all felt incredible and stared at the fairy grass, wanting to know what it would do next. There is a conflict among your wolf tribe's auras, so retreat 10 steps away. Gunlong, come here and lift up the little wolf's head. When the onlookers heard the arrangement, no one dared to be careless. They all took a few steps back and distanced themselves from the little wolf. As for Gunlong, then he walked quickly to the little wolf and gently lifted the little wolf's head. When the fairy grass saw that it was ready, it controlled the water dripping to the little wolf's mouth, and poured the water droplets in along the little wolf's mouth. The little wolf, which originally had a weak breath, became filled with purple light after being irrigated by water drops. The entire body also expanded rapidly, and finally stopped when it was the size of Gunlong's calf. Blind Wolf naturally saw the changes in the little wolf, but none of them dared to step forward. They just watched from a distance, for fear of affecting the little wolf. And in the end everything they had done was in vain. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the silent space and struck the little wolf. The little wolf suspended in the air fell to the ground and returned to a calm state. I'll go. It's so troublesome. When the fairy grass saw the little wolf like this, it looked solemn, turned its head and looked at the giant wolf clan waiting in the distance, and said nothing for a long time. Well, if you need anything, you can tell me. If this continues, it will really make me anxious. Gum Long couldn't stand it anymore. He knew that the fairy grass must have a solution. So he shouted directly at the fairy grass, hoping that the fairy grass could come up with some ideas. The fairy grass knew that everyone was in a hurry, so it didn't care. After hesitating for a while, it said, "This little wolf failed to evolve. You must have used extraordinary means to save its life. My juice only helped it strengthen its roots and strengthen its vitality. Now it wants to continue evolving, because it is stained with blood. It must have only with the blessing of your wolf clan's blood." As soon as they heard that they needed blood, the guys standing near the front of the wolf clan immediately bit their legs to bits and let the blood flow down. Oh! Listen to me. You can't do this. What it needs is blood essence. With your current cultivation level, I will try my best to refine it. A wolf only needs a dozen drops of blood essence. If you wanted to satisfy this little guy's evolution, I'm afraid I need at least 10 wolves. As soon as the fairy grass said this, the entire wolf clan was shocked. They looked at each other and could see the hesitation in each other's eyes. It was hard for the blind wolf to say anything at this time. After all, this was a fatal matter. Even if the people of the wolf clan are willing to contribute to the wolf king, sacrificing their lives is a bit unjustifiable. We old immortals have lived long enough. So let us make some contributions to the wolf clan. Just as everyone was looking at each other in bewilderment, a few old giant wolves came out slowly from the depths of the forest, leaning on each other. When they saw that these were all elderly people who had contributed to the wolf clan, the other people of the wolf clan were shocked. There was no one to encourage them, and they all rushed forward one by one, asking to contribute their lives. Okay, you are still very young, and the future of the wolf clan depends on you. So leave this kind of thing to us. Seeing that the scene was a bit chaotic, Xiaolang didn't dare to delay. One of the oldest giant wolves shouted loudly, immediately ran a few steps, hit the tree hard, and died immediately. Having learned from the past, the old wolves behind them no longer delayed. With tears in their eyes, they glanced at the young wolf lying on the stone, turned around, and crashed into the surrounding tree trunks. Ginlong and the others saw it in their eyes, and the wolf clan's righteous spirit really moved them. The fairy grass forced itself to calm down at this time, because it knew that the golden time to refine the blood essence was now, in order to prevent everyone's sacrifices from being in vain. Shen Xianxiao wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, and started working directly to purify and condense the blood of the giant wolf. The little wolf, which had been motionless, stood up on its own after smelling the stench of blood, and walked towards the place where the blood condensed. The little wolf, who was waiting, came to the blood, and saw that the purified blood turned into thin threads, wrapping the little wolf around. With the blessing of this blood, the little wolf's breathing gradually began to become normal. In the end, the little wolf was able to open his eyes, although his body is still so young. At first glance, he actually has a demeanor that looks down on the world. Ouch! As the little wolf raised its head and roared, the entire transformation process ended, and the little wolf completely recovered. It paced back and forth, surveying its people. After waiting to see the fairy grass, the little wolf immediately knelt down on the ground and kept saluting to the fairy grass to express his gratitude. I'll go. It's finally done. But I'm exhausted. Don't disturb me. I want to have a good sleep. When the fairy grass saw that it had finished its work, it yawned, and its whole body sank into the soil. It stopped paying attention to everyone and lowered its head to rest. The blind wolf was worried that someone would disturb the fairy grass and affect its rest. So he called on a few young and strong guys to surround the fairy grass and be responsible for protecting the safety of the fairy grass. As for the others, they all gathered around Little Wolf and kept paying homage to welcome the birth of this new generation of Wolf King. Right. Gunlong? I already understand what you have done for me. To express my gratitude, you will be treated with courtesy by our giant wolf clan for life. As long as you are in need, our giant wolf clan will show up to help immediately. Ginlong still felt very honored to receive the Wolf King's promise. He returned the greeting to the Wolf King to express his gratitude. When the Wolf King saw the old wolf, who had died because of him, tears welled up in the Wolf King's eyes. It took a while before his emotions stabilized. My fellow citizens, the sacrifice of these warriors will not be in vain. I hope you can believe that I will lead everyone out of the gloom and carry forward our wolf clan. Chapter 136, Baimu's hometown. Seeing what happened here, the people of the wolf clan gathered around the Wolf King and poured out their heartfelt words. Gunlong and the others naturally did not stay any longer. Said H. Lo to the Wolf King and left. Because there is someone like Baimu who knows the Mecha Star. Gunlong will naturally not go back to Lao Zhan too. He said H. Lo to the blind wolf and signaled it to convey the news of his departure to Lao Zhan too. With no worries left, Gunlong took Baimu and left here together. As for the fairy grass, it also likes the habitat of the wolf tribe. In addition, because of its outstanding contribution, the wolf clan treated it with great courtesy. So the fairy grass stayed and chose to take root here. Baimu, where are we going? Gunlong followed Baimu and marched all the way through the wind and snow. Looking around, there is nothing different except for the white snow all over the ground and the biting cold wind. Gunlong was having a hard time here, so he couldn't help but ask aloud. Well, this place is not far from where my tribe lives. Let's go there first, and I'll get you something good to use. By the way, the blizzard and cold wind in this space are good for a person's exercise. Let's don't go to the town to use the teleportation array. Just walk over there and train your body. Oh! Gunlong stuffed his hands into his clothes. But now his whole body felt like a hole in ice. No matter how much you try, it's always cold. As for the mecha element, after I used it to resist the cold one after another, as the temperature continued to drop, no matter how I used the healing technique, it was insignificant and had no effect at all. However, what makes Gunlong somewhat gratified is that after this continuous resistance training, the overall strength of his body has increased slightly. And now that he can control the mecha elements in his body, he actually feels smoother than before. Ha! We're almost there. Gunlong, did you see it? When we climb over the mountain in front, we will enter our territory. Gunlong was very happy when he heard that the hard times were finally over. However, when he saw the mountain pointed by Baimu, Gunlong was a little dejected, because the mountain looked far away from here, at least thousands of miles away. But fortunately, Gunlong finally has a goal. He put his hand to his mouth and took a few breaths. After feeling a little warmth, Gunlong immediately put his hand in his arms, fearing that the warmth would be lost again. 1 step. 2 steps. Gunlong didn't know how long he had walked. Now he can restore 1/3 of the mecha elements with just one healing spell. Neither Gunlong nor Big Eyes had expected such rapid progress. The two of them stood on the top of the snow-covered mountain, looking at the thousands of miles of grassland on the other side of the mountain. The completely different scenery, each with a different state of mind. We're finally home. You've been exercising long enough. Come, let me give you a ride. After he finished speaking, a black light appeared all over his body. Gunlong only felt a suction force appear. When he came back to his senses, he saw that he was already in the air. And under him, a black dragon hundreds of meters long was waving its wings as big as its body towards him, flying deep into the grassland. This was the first time that Gunlong saw the true form of Big Eyes. He looked as tall as a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. Only then did Gunlong realize the original words of the fairy grass. Secretly sighing, fortunately, Big Eyes still had some restraint at that time and did not reveal his true form. Otherwise, they will definitely be squeezed to death by Bimu. Pimu just waved his wings twice, and he had already crossed the grassland and arrived in front of a mountain peak. Looking at the buildings on the mountain peak, there are many people. Just when Gunlong wanted to remind Bigu to be careful, he felt that Bigu was very excited underneath him. He swooped over to those buildings and shouted loudly, "Ha! Kids, have you missed me?" Hearing this familiar voice, the people in those buildings became excited. They all ran out of their houses and crowded on the street, waving anything they could hold and shouting loudly, "Okami Himu! It's Lord Himu! Lord Himu is back!" After letting out a dragon roar, he returned to his human form and walked onto the street. After seeing Big Eye, all the people became even crazier, but they were still able to control their emotions. They just shouted from the side and did not swarm up to harass Big Eye. Gunlong followed closely behind the ox, watching people make way for the ox to walk. Gunlong was a little confused. Since the ox was so powerful, how could it be taken down by its master? Gunlong had thought about such a problem before. But now that he had truly experienced it. Ginlong was even more curious. He could not imagine how strong the master of Baimu, the guy who regarded himself as the successor, was. Ginlong was distracted and was squeezed away by the crowd of people coming towards him. And he directly distanced himself from Big Mu. Just when Ginlong was about to take a few steps forward to catch up with Baimu, he felt his eyes darken. After regaining consciousness, Ginlong looked at the street that was originally full of people. At this time, it was indeed empty. He was the only one standing there. I don't know where I went. There is no trace of it. And the whole place is deathly silent. Baimu! Ginlong didn't know what was going on. So he took out the evolutionary dagger. He looked at a giant black wolf suddenly appearing on the street, staring at him with blood-red eyes and baring his teeth as he rushed toward him. Ginlong didn't hesitate, raised his evolutionary dagger, and stabbed the giant wolf in the heart. Ginlong, what are you doing? Just as Ginlong was about to attack the giant wolf, a sudden hand appeared and grabbed its wrist. Ginlong felt his heart empty, and his mind suddenly sobered up. It seems that if Billy hadn't stopped him, the evolution dagger in his hand would have been inserted into his heart. Ginlong was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly put away the evolution dagger. Baimu, I just had a hallucination. It was really scary. If you hadn't taken action in time, I would have died right now. Hallucination? Ginlong looked at Big Eyes, whose face was a little uncertain after hearing his words. He didn't say much and just walked along the road where people got out of the way. As for the people celebrating around them, they all stayed away from Ginlong, who was still in a daze, as if they were avoiding the plague. Ginlong was a little confused as to why. He followed Bigu into the palace at the end of the road and directly asked Bigu what was going on. Thuma was sitting alone on a chair in the center of the palace, with a rare nervous look on his face. After a while, Namamu stood up, smashed the chair with one punch and said, "Asshole. After so many years, you are still unwilling to give in. In this case, you can't blame me. This time, I will kill you with my own hands." Chapter 137 Brother. Baimu. What on earth is going on? As a person on the same front, Ginlong naturally wanted to know the reason for this. What's more, he almost died in front of everyone just now. Judging from his appearance, he definitely knew who did it. Ginlong would naturally not let that guy go. Well, before I was promoted, I was a twin dragon and a snake. And I had a twin brother. That boy was uneducated and idle all day long. But what is enviable is that the boy was extremely talented and basically didn't do anything. With training, your strength will improve. When Baimu talked about this, he could see his admiration for his younger brother. However, Namamu then changed the topic and said with a gloomy face, "My life has always been ordinary, without any ups and downs, until the day when I was going to be promoted to a dragon. Because there was only one spot. That guy was not willing to compete with me. So everything went very smoothly. But just after I got through the ordeal, I was ready to enjoy during the coronation moment. That bastard suddenly came out and sniped me lifelessly. If I hadn't already had the dragon soul, I would have been almost killed by that bastard. This shouldn't be the case. How could he go back on his word when he's so good? Have you ever asked why?" Ginlong always felt that things would not be that simple. And he could not tell what the unspeakable difficulties of Baimu's younger brother were. "Don't mention it. Of course we asked him. That kid was so brazen that he regretted it, and was jealous after seeing me become a dragon. This was because he was trying to compete with me for a spot. But it was done. And he didn't say anything else. But since then, that kid is getting more and more crazy. Often using illusions to control the tribe to kill each other. I later met the master, and had to accompany him to the battle. After being away for so many years, I thought that the boy would calm down and return to his original state after my absence. Now it seems that he is a dog that can never change its nature." Bima clenched his fists as he spoke, obviously very dissatisfied with his younger brother, and wished he could find the guy right now and take care of him. "According to what you said, that guy is really a scourge. Where is he? Let's get rid of him now." Ginlong looked at himself and finished speaking. Bima did not move. He was just about to ask what was going on. But Bima spoke first. "Don't mention it. I don't know where the guy learned the method to erase the racial marks on his body. He disappears every day, and his whereabouts can't be found at all. If it weren't for this, I would have given him away long ago. Catch him and save him from causing harm to the world." Seeing that this was a fool's errand, Ginlong didn't worry about it anymore. He advised Big Mu not to take it too seriously. As long as everyone is on guard and takes action to stop something amiss as soon as they notice something is wrong, there won't be any accidents. There was no better way than Mu. So he had no choice but to let nature take its course, as Ginglong said. After waiting for this to happen, Bilamo finally remembered the main reason why he came here. He called Ginglong to follow him, opened a secret door behind the palace, and the two of them carefully entered the hidden cave. Hack, how come you have such strong mecha power? Ginglong didn't notice anything wrong at first, but when he stepped through a stone gate, he immediately felt the strong power of the mecha crashing towards his body like a wave. Thanks to Ginglong's training on the snowy mountain road, his understanding of the power of this mecha has increased to another level. Therefore, when the power of those mechas rushed over, Ginglong immediately entered the state of breathing, and his body functions ran at high speed to absorb the power of those mechas. Stop! Don't waste time here. The good stuff is still in there. Biga looked back and saw Ginglong stopped. He immediately woke Ginglong up and told him to continue walking forward. Ginglong became more and more frightened as he walked. He found that the further inside he went, the stronger the power of the mechas became. In the end, even if Ginglong didn't need to guide him, the power of the mechas would enter Ginglong's body by itself. Drill. This wonderful feeling made Ginglong feel really comfortable. He was just about to ask Baimo what was going on, and how could there be such a magical place. Another stone door appeared in front of him. Bima called Ginglong to hide aside first, and he stepped forward alone to open the stone door. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the strong power of the mecha in the stone door materialized directly and spread toward the outside, as if it was opening a shackle. Ginglong knew the strength of Biga's body, and saw that Biga's body was covered with long and thin cracks at this time. Ginglong couldn't help but secretly clicked his tongue. If he had been there, he would probably be in a different place now. Okay, come in. After Baima confirmed that the air wave was a little smaller, he called Ginglong over. Oh my god. This is too exaggerated. Ginglong stood at the door and looked inside the stone gate at countless large and small buildings condensed with mecha elements. The most eye-catching thing is the pagoda in the center of the stone chamber. The pagoda is 9 stories high. The body of the pagoda is crystal clear, and an energy ball the size of a fist is suspended inside the pagoda. Even though the energy ball was not big, Ginglong could feel that this little thing was the only energy body with the purest mecha elements that he had ever seen since he started practicing. Ginglong, I gave you that energy ball. I'll give you the Dharma Protector. You can slowly absorb it here. I estimate that the energy is enough for you to settle down and increase your strength to level 6 human armor. There are many capable people in Fawn World, and level 6 is barely enough for you to gain a foothold. Ginglong could not imagine that such a powerful thing was actually given to him by Mu. He suspected that he had heard something wrong and stood there blankly, not daring to move at all. Ha ha ha. You kid. Hurry up and practice for me. When you reach the 6th level of human armor and your mind becomes more determined, my useless brother will no longer be able to affect you. As for this energy ball, the purpose of my collection at that time, the main purpose is to prevent unsuccessful breakthroughs and quickly restore strength. Now it is of no use to me, so feel free to use it. As soon as Bimu said this, Ginglong naturally stopped being polite. He quickly ran to the pagoda, reached out, and took out the energy ball. Feeling the majestic power inside the energy ball, Ginglong chuckled and swallowed the energy ball directly into his stomach. Buzz. That is to say, after Ginglong's movement was completed, a golden halo appeared around his body, directly covering Ginglong. The buildings transformed from mecha elements in the cave collapsed directly and scattered into countless star points, quickly gathering towards Ginglong. Ginglong, who was sitting firmly in it, felt that his whole body was extremely smooth. Originally, he was worried that his body would not be able to bear such a surge of energy. However, when he discovered that during the period of his snow mountain experience, his physique and overall absorption ability had greatly improved, the energy accumulated in the body was being absorbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ginglong calmed down, concentrated his energy, and concentrated on understanding the energy in this mecha element comes from. Chapter 138, Disappearing Figures. Hey, who are you? My younger brother? How is this possible? The fluctuations in the power of the mecha are so powerful. How can you control me to have hallucinations again? Ginglong absorbed it halfway, and his head suddenly shook. Then he saw the scene around him change drastically. A hazy figure stood in front of him, not knowing what he wanted to do. If Ginglong hadn't been able to feel the flow of mecha elements, he would have really thought he was in an illusion. However, what puzzled Ginglong was that he was definitely awake now. But at this time, he was indeed not in the cave just now, but in front of a waterfall, and the disembodied figure was coming and going, wandering, like a ghost. It is not close to him at all. Bai Mu. Can you hear me? Ginglong looked at Big Mu, who was also in this scene, sitting quietly in the distance. Ginglong hurriedly shouted, but Bai Mu didn't respond at all, as if he didn't hear his own voice. Quiet! A low roar appeared. The sound went straight into the heart and resounded throughout the soul. Ginglong actually resonated with it. A rare feeling of palpitations appeared, and his whole body began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing that the other party was so powerful, Ginglong naturally did not dare to move any further. According to Ginglong's estimation, the guy who made the sound was at least close to the 9th level of divine armor. The specific situation, because Ginglong had never seen such a high-level existence, he naturally had no way of predicting it. The physical fitness is so poor, and the power of the mecha is SOSO. Well, dual battle pets. This is not bad. Forget it. It's just you. I have been sleeping here for so many years, and I am a little tired. It's time to go out and exercise. Ginglong listened to the man talking to himself, and then saw the virtual figure coming to him, circling around him several times before stopping. Senior, who are you? This sudden surprise makes me really scared. Ginglong couldn't help it. Curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but ask. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ginglong was a little frightened when he remembered what the guy had just said. He stared at the figure with his eyes, for fear that the guy would blame him and use some powerful means. Silence. Deathly silence. Seeing that the figure did not move at all after he finished speaking, the only sound left in the restless space around him was his rapid breathing due to nervousness. Ginglong felt a little unnatural, and he didn't dare to move. He just sat there quietly, waiting for the man's judgment to come down. Sorry. I just took a nap. I've been used to it for so many years, and I have to take a nap for a while. What were you mumbling just now? The blurred figure circled around Ginglong several times, and the cold feeling made Ginglong feel very uncomfortable. After a while, the figure finally stopped, clinging to Ginglong's back. He leaned close to Ginglong's ear and whispered, Boy, you are lucky to have met me. I couldn't find it even though everyone else was looking for it. Since such a good thing has happened to you, tell me, if you don't give something, how can you be worthy of my heart? After the virtual figure finished speaking, he jumped away. Ginglong could feel that guy staring at him, so he didn't dare to move. After he figured out that guy was waiting for his answer, Ginglong bravely asked, Well, I don't have anything here. Tell me, what do you want? I'll see if I can get it. Upon hearing this, Ginglong was still a little enlightened, and the disembodied figure excitedly turned around in the air several times. After waiting for him to stop, he continued, You already have what I want. That little dragon must be your battle pet. After so many years, I have never met a suitable carrier. I like that little dragon very much. As long as you sacrifice the little dragon to me, I will everything I have can be given to you. When Ginglong heard that he actually wanted Xiaolong's life, he quit. When the stubborn donkey got angry, he jumped up and said regardless of the strength of the other party, You can kill me, but it's absolutely impossible for me to give Xiaolong to you. It was rare that the virtual figure didn't get angry. He circled around Ginglong, and then he spoke again, somewhat to cater to. Young man, don't be so angry. This kind of thing will bring you no loss at all. What's more, for that little dragon, he has the strength he wants to pursue all his life for no reason. Even if he is in Geo, it's time to rest in peace under the underworld. Naturally, Ginglong disagreed with the words of the blurred figure. He jumped up directly. His eyes widened, and he pointed directly at the virtual figure and said, Your grandpa. You are just farting. If you are strong, you are awesome. If you have the ability, you can kill me. You listen to me. I will not agree to your request even if I die. Ginglong's actions completely angered the virtual figure. The figure quickly grew in size, occupying the entire space. Ginglong clearly felt a strong sense of oppression coming from the sky. He couldn't hold on anymore, and was directly pressed to the ground. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of bones compressing and cracking kept coming. Ginglong was already bleeding from all his orifices, and his consciousness was gradually becoming comatose. You brat! Now that you've repented, I can consider a way out. Tell me, do you want to hand over that little dragon? The disembodied figure flew to Ginglong. He glared at Ginglong, and his strength continued to increase. forcing Gunlong to agree. It's a pity that Gunlong still gritted his teeth and refused to let go. The little dragon, who had been hiding in Gunlong's body, naturally saw all of this. It wanted to rush out and fight the virtual figure. But Gunlong had set a seal before the battle began. Without Gunlong's permission, the little dragon could not show up. Ha! Is this all you can do? Grandpa, I feel so good. Come on. Try harder, and let me see how powerful you are. Gunlong was slightly conscious after being stimulated by a burst of severe pain. By this time, he was no longer afraid of the disembodied figure and started scolding him. The virtual figure was stimulated by Gunlong, and he was really angry to the extreme. He just heard a roar in the sky, and the surrounding space began to vibrate. Some weak places clicked, and cracks in the space actually appeared. With the cracks channeled, the pressure on Gunlong's body was slightly reduced. Gunlong saw the opportunity coming, even though he knew that his resistance would be useless against such a being. But Gunlong also wanted to fight. He didn't want the person who wanted to kill him to live so easily. Chapter 139 Dragon Soul. 10 Directions Drums. Gunlong didn't know why he thought of using the Shifang drum. He shouted loudly and sacrificed the big drum. Dong dong dong. The oppressive atmosphere in the space hit the big drum, making bursts of sound. To Gunlong, this sound was nothing. But to the virtual figure, it was indeed very shaken. After all, what bounced off the big drum was his own attack. Asshole. You actually still have the Shifang drum. Ha ha ha. It seems you are really unlucky. I have changed my mind now. Not only do I want to take your pet's life, but I will also take your life. After the virtual figure finished speaking, the black shadow around him rose again, and air waves visible to the naked eye appeared, attacking Gunlong. Gunlong knew that the Shifanga could deflect the opponent's attacks, so he was naturally not afraid. He placed the Shifanga in front of his chest and lifted it with both hands. Boom! Crack! The air wave attacked the Shifang drum. Although part of the attack was deflected away, Gunlong's weak body was also damaged. His leg bone broke directly, and he fell to his knees with a cry of surprise. But his hand still grasped the big drum tightly, because he knew that this was the only thing that could fight the opponent desperately. The phantom figure didn't feel well here either. He was constantly hit by his own attacks, and the illusory traces that were originally there became even thinner. Although he very much wanted to end Gunlong's life immediately, he was still a little wary when he saw the big drum in Gunlong's hands and the silhouette. So he did not continue to attack, but looked for other methods. Ha ha ha. What a bullshit powerful person. It turns out that you are also scared sometimes. Come on. Fight me to the death. Remember this? Even if I die, I will use you as my backer. The virtual figure relaxed a little, and the pressure on Gunlong from the surrounding space suddenly eased. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gunlong stood up leaning on the drum and glared at the disembodied figure. At this time, Gunlong was not afraid at all. In his heart, the disembodied figure was already a corpse. This sudden change in momentum made the disembodied figure watching from a distance feel a little scared. He took a few steps back, but when he reacted and realized that the strength of Gunlong was far inferior to his own, the virtual figure became angry with shame, turned over and rushed in front of Gunlong, and punched Gunlong in the chest. He directly beat Gunlong to the ground. Asshole. You almost fooled me. Go to H.L. now. Gunlong's bones were shattered by the punch just now, and the pain made it impossible for him to move at all. Even the healing technique was used halfway, and he gave up directly, unable to release it at all. I felt a strong sense of oppression coming instantly, this time facing my own head. Gunlong knew that he was going to die, so he smiled, feeling a little calm. In fact, Gunlong had imagined many ways of his own death in his mind, and he had also been afraid of it. I even thought about how I would face it if that moment really came. Today, the doubts in Gunlong's heart were finally solved. He finally understood that all his thoughts were just adding to his troubles. When this day really comes, I feel relaxed all over. Gunlong's eyesight went blank. He saw his parents appearing in front of him. The two of them were standing next to each other. They smiled and called Gunlong over. Mom and Dad. I'm coming. Gunlong felt a violent impact on his head, but this was no longer important to him. Na Gunlong was already beside his parents, enjoying their loving caresses. Damn. I didn't expect that his main direction would be love. This is great. We don't know what love is yet. When he comes, let him teach us. Gunlong was confused and suddenly felt that his body began to fall rapidly. At this moment, he clearly heard a sound ringing around him. as if there were several people surrounding him. Before Ginglong could fully appreciate it, he felt pain all over his body again. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was still lying on the ground. But the bones around his body were completely restored. The pain just now was caused by the rejoining of the bones. The virtual figure was standing aside honestly at this time, and an old man in a dragon robe looked at him with a smile. Seeing that he woke up, the old man said, Young man, your perseverance is quite good. How dare you resist this dragon soul? But having said that, Xiaolong, you are too naughty. You said it was just a test, but I didn't expect that you were so playful that you actually took it seriously. If you accidentally kill this kid, won't you have to stay with me for hundreds more years? It was probably due to the presence of the old man that the evil spirit in the disembodied figure was gone. He followed the old man obediently and muttered with some dissatisfaction. What's wrong with following you? As long as you don't drive me away, I'm willing to stay with you forever. The old man ignored the words of the disembodied figure and stepped forward to help Ginglong up. After looking Ginglong up and down, he nodded with satisfaction and said, Young man, don't be offended. I am the venerable leader of this spiritual snake clan, and I am responsible for helping those who are destined to extradite the dragon soul. Spirit snake? Dragon soul? What kind of mess is this? Ginglong had already understood that everything just now was a test of himself. He didn't have a good temper, and he really didn't understand the situation. So he asked directly, The spirit snake transforms into a dragon and disappears into the clouds without a trace. Among this spirit snake clan, if you reach the ultimate level of cultivation, you will transform into a dragon just like your friend. But if the transformation fails, it can only be scattered and become a dragon soul. Dragon souls also have different levels. They strengthen themselves by absorbing other souls. The one next to you is the 9th level dragon soul. He is now full of cultivation and must find a new carrier to help you cultivate into Mahayana. After that, he will have an extra chance to transform. Let me put it this way. You understand. When he heard that the disembodied figure turned out to be the dragon soul, and that it was still attached to him, Ginglong was a little annoyed. He waved his hand and said, That's all, senior. I don't want your dragon soul anymore. Just those few blows. It almost killed me. If I let it follow me all the time, I might lose my head at any time. In this kind of life, I don't want to. Let's talk it out and see you later. No, we won't see each other forever. You brat. What are you talking about? With your strength, you are still picky. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Dragon Soul was angered by Ginglong's words. He grew bigger and was about to attack Ginglong. Ginglong was not afraid at all. He raised the Shifangu directly and rushed forward immediately. Chapter 140 Fusion. That's enough. Both of you, please be more honest. The old man was really angry this time. He stretched out his hand to separate Ginglong and Dragon Soul. Seeing that neither Ginglong nor the others were willing to give in, the old man sighed, waved his hands and said, Well, I think it's hard for you to reach a tacit understanding. If I really want you to merge, I'm afraid something will happen in the future. Let's forget about today's business, and I'm going to have a rest. Hearing the old man's arrangement, Ginglong and Longhun were very satisfied. They glared at each other and immediately distanced themselves. Just when everyone was about to leave here, many cracks suddenly appeared on the Dragon Soul's body. It was visible to the naked eye that countless souls were flying around in its body, trying to break through the cracks and fly out. No, young man. Come and hold it down for me. When the old man saw the Dragon Soul like this, he frowned and called Ginglong to come forward and help. Although Ginglong wanted to hold down the Dragon Soul, the Dragon Soul had lost its rationality at this time and flew back and forth, constantly hitting the ground. It's a pity that such actions did not help the pain on his body at all, but instead accelerated the expansion of the cracks on his body. Seal up. As the old man uttered one word, Ginglong watched as a barrier appeared on the surface of the Dragon Soul's body, wrapping its entire body. As for the Dragon Soul, it was stronger than before, and its churning was less intense. Ginglong knew that it was time for him to take action. He quickly stepped forward and held down the Dragon Soul to prevent him from messing around anymore. About half an hour passed, and the Dragon Soul gradually became quiet. In the end, the Dragon Soul was finally completely restored. He slowly sat up and expressed his gratitude to Ginglong and the old man. Xiaolong, you've seen it yourself. If you can't find someone to rely on, I'm afraid you will fall apart and disappear. I think you understand this better than anyone else. Furthermore, if you really get there, one day, those evil souls in your body will definitely cause harm to the world. You are kind-hearted, and you were able to stand out in the first place because of your determination to punish evil and eliminate evil. You won't just watch those guys harm the world. Dragon Soul lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking, and did not reply for a long time. Gung Long didn't expect the matter to be so serious. He stood aside and looked at the Dragon Soul that had returned to its shadow form. Gung Long didn't know what to say at this time, so he simply stepped forward and threw one healing spell after another at the Dragon Soul regardless of whether it was there or not. Okay, don't waste the power of the mecha. If the healing technique had worked, I wouldn't be like this now. I am willing to merge with you. What do you think? Dragon Soul didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed to go with Gung Long. That Gung Long was not a grudge-bearing person. After knowing the situation of Dragon Soul, he naturally no longer had any complaints. He nodded directly, indicating that he had no problem. Okay. When the old man saw that Gung Long and Lan Lan were both excited, he shouted H, low several times in succession and grabbed Dragon Soul with one hand and Gung Long with the other. He jumped directly into the air and spun quickly. Gung Long was still a little uncomfortable with such high-speed rotation at first, and felt dizzy. However, as the speed became faster and faster, Gung Long saw that he had reached a state of stillness, and everything around him slowed down. Gung Long knew that this was because the speed was too fast, so he didn't say much and waited for the fusion to begin. Dong dong dong. A series of crashing sounds were heard, and Gung Long watched as the Dragon Soul, under the control of the old man, hit his body again and again. However, I don't know why, but I couldn't break through the barrier after all. As for the Dragon Soul, under the impact again and again, the body gradually faded and was about to disappear. Xiaolong, this won't work. The righteous thoughts in that boy's body are too strong. He is definitely the chosen one. I'm afraid I can only wrong you and not have any consciousness. I can only merge with him in my spiritual body. At this juncture, there was no room for Dragon Soul to think about it. Hearing the old man's words, Dragon Soul nodded immediately, indicating that he had no problem. Gung Long didn't know anything about this, and coupled with the few impacts just now, it really made him feel a little uncomfortable. Gung Long said nothing, just stood there and let Dragon Soul and the others do what they did. Break. The old man uttered another mantra, and Gung Long watched as the Dragon Soul's body broke apart. Countless souls in the body were instantly freed, and they all flew back and forth excitedly, trying to escape from here. Condensation. Just as those souls were about to leave here, the old man appeared again. The souls flying randomly in the air immediately began to shrink and condense together again. But this time, they did not reshape the Dragon Soul, but turned into a black elixir. Swallow it. Gung Long was watching attentively. When he heard the old man's voice, he found that he was able to move. So he turned over and came to the elixir, opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir into his stomach. Hot, burning all over the body. The elixir melted rapidly in Gung Long's body and penetrated into every corner of Gung Long's body. Gung Long felt like there were countless ants crawling inside his body. He was very uncomfortable and really felt like he wanted to die. When the old man saw this, he immediately held down Gung Long, so that Gung Long could not think of doing anything stupid. Fortunately, the heart-wrenching pain of Wan Wanyan was only fleeting. Gung Long had just felt a little more comfortable when an unspeakable pain appeared on his arm. Gung Long felt something crawling on his arm. He tore open his sleeves and saw a dragon-shaped tattoo slowly emerging. Gung Long knew that this was probably almost over. Gung Long gritted his teeth and stared at his arm with his eyes, forcing himself to pay attention to the process of forming the tattoo. This could distract his attention and reduce some pain. It's done. Gung Long's lip had been bitten and blood seeped out. Gung Long breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the old man's words of success. He looked towards the tattoo on his arm, and realized that the tattoo was much more sophisticated than those in his own world. It was like a living creature, and its eyes could be seen moving. Gung Long was very curious, not knowing whether the Dragon Soul's consciousness was still there. So he hurriedly called the Dragon Soul's name into his arm. No need to bother, unless you practice Mahayana and condense the life-returning pill for it. Otherwise, he will always survive like this in this life. Okay, the matter here is over. I still have to go to him. I hope you can treat this Dragon Soul well. Believe me, it will not let you down. After the old man finished speaking, he gave Gung Long a meaningful look and left here without waiting for Ginglong to ask any more questions. Chapter 141 Savage Territory. Ginglong. When Ginglong was awakened by the call, he saw that he was still in the cave, and Big Eyes was looking at him with concern. The mecha elements in the cave are clean, with no trace left at all. Thinking of what happened just now, Ginglong looked at his body. His clothes were in good condition and not damaged. When the sleeves are rolled up, the vivid dragon-shaped tattoo is also missing. Ginglong felt a little strange. Was everything just a dream? Ginglong, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel so dazed? Also, you have absorbed such strong mecha elements. Why don't you have any intention of leveling up? Baimu always felt that something was wrong. Baimu knew the energy contained in that energy ball better than anyone. But now it seems that it is of no use to Ginglong. He directly held Ginglong's arm and examined it carefully. When I discovered that Ginglong was at the 5th level of level 5 magic armor, he was still far from being upgraded. Baimu shook his head and could only think that there were too many good things in Ginglong, and the energy was divided among them. Ginglong had woken up by this time, and he could clearly remember what had just happened. To say that those were just dreams, Ginglong would not believe it. He stood up and carefully examined his body. After making sure that he found nothing else, Ginglong said, Baimu, do you know the dragon soul? I seem to have been possessed by the dragon soul just now. It was clearly on my arm. But why can't I see it now? Just when he was wondering where to find Baimu for Ginglong to absorb energy balls, Baimu was excited when he heard Ginglong's words. He immediately came to Ginglong, grabbed Ginglong's arm, and studied it carefully. Stand up. Ginglong, are you sure you're not dreaming? That dragon soul comes from the same lineage as me. I know its aura very well, but you don't have any sense of it at all. In order to verify that he didn't feel wrong, Bigga directly bit his arm open and dripped a drop of blood on Ginglong's arm. Seeing that the blood was not absorbed by Ginglong, it fell directly to the ground. Bigga was even more sure that his thoughts, pointing to the blood drop, and said, Look, if you really have a dragon soul in your body, then my blood should be able to be absorbed by you. But this is obviously repulsive. If you are not a dragon bloodline, there is no way to communicate with each other. Ginglong, honestly speaking, yes, it's not that I've been pushing you so hard lately that you've had hallucinations. It seems like I'm going to take you to relax. A balance between work and rest is the last word. When Ginglong was told this by Baimu, he really believed that he had just hallucinated. He shook his head to wake himself up. Seeing that there was no point in staying here anymore, Ginglong followed Baimu and walked out. I said, Ginglong, there really isn't much fun here. But if you go west, there are a lot of fun things in the westernmost wilderness. Well, I still have some things to deal with here. So you can go to the wilderness, come to the territory, and have fun there. When my affairs are over, I will go there to find you. And then we will find ways to improve your strength. After Baimu said this, Ginglong really felt a little tired. In addition, he remembered that he came here to look for Xiao Yingying, and he had not taken any specific actions yet. So he took this opportunity to ask around to see if he could get any news. So Ginglong nodded, separated from Baimu, and headed west. Hey, you bastard. You're just going to walk to the wild territory. Do you know how far that guy is? At your speed, you probably won't be able to get there even if you walk for 20 years. Come on. I'll give you a ride. As he spoke, Baimu grabbed Ginglong's collar and flew into the air with a slight jump. He turned left and right, and saw that there happened to be a small town nearby. Baimu smiled and headed directly towards the small town. Shinfei flew over. Not wanting to attract attention, Bigga finally stopped on a remote road outside the town. He casually took out a bag and threw it to Ginglong. I usually don't need these things. I have a little bit of them, so you can make do with them. The teleportation array in the town can lead to any place in the tribe. When you go, just say you are going to the wild territory. Don't mess around with anything else. Say, those guys from the province are cheating on you. A foreigner. After explaining this, Baimu seemed to be in a real emergency, so he jumped up in the air and left here quickly. Ginglong finally had the opportunity to contact the civilization on this continent. He couldn't wait and ran directly towards the town. This small town is not that big. The teleportation array stands in the middle of the street, guarded by a dozen soldiers holding spears and wearing armor. After receiving the fee, people were allowed to pass. Ginglong watched all kinds of characters coming in and out of the teleportation array. Some of them were simply snakes and insect monsters. They uttered human words and flew around everywhere. It was very lively. He found it very interesting. Seeing that there was nothing interesting in the town, He walked directly towards the teleportation array. Stop. Go and register over there. As soon as Gunlong arrived in front of the teleportation array, he was stopped by soldiers. Gunlong looked at the place they pointed to, which was a simple wooden shed, somewhat similar to the waiting room in his own world. He chuckled, then turned and walked towards the wooden shed. Young man, where do you want to go? A Sanlong voice spoke slowly and sleepily. Gunlong looked like an old man with a gray beard, wearing reading glasses, holding a pen in his hand, looking at himself with squinted eyes. Dinglong smiled at the old man. I'm going to the wild territory. Well, one person. Wild territory. Cost 1 gold coin. After living here for a while, Gunlong already had an idea of the currency in this world. When he heard the other party said he needed 1 gold coin, Gunlong curled his lips and took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to the other party. This money was given to him by Yun Yao when he fought against the giant wolf. Speaking of Yun Yao, Gunlong thought that Xiaonizi was pretty good, and he would definitely visit her if he had the chance. As for the money that Baima gave him, Gunlong felt that the wealth should not be exposed. When Baima left, he had packed it and hid it in his pocket. Money can make all the difference. After paying the money, Gunlong was not blocked anymore and was taken directly to the teleportation array. He watched the person in charge of controlling the teleportation array set the destination and received instructions that he could enter. Gunlong stepped into the teleportation array. Hey, come and take a look. The ancient battle album only costs 10 copper coins. Big sale of ancient weapon fragments. 1 gold coin. As soon as Gunlong walked out of the teleportation array, he heard the noise of the market. Seeing the bustling crowd here, just like the wholesale market in his own world, people gathered together to bargain. Gunlong really became interested and strode forward to join in, thinking about shopping for Taobao. Chapter 142 Market Turmoil. Along the way, Gunlong found a few particularly powerful treasures, but they were of no use to him at all. Gunlong was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to leave, a sound of argument came, which caught his attention. Hearing that there was a dispute over the sale of treasures, Gunlong thought that he had nothing to do anyway, so he should join in the fun and maybe learn some methods of identifying treasures. Come on! Come on! Everyone! Please comment. This dog stall owner said that the inner elixirs he sells here are all top grade. As long as you swallow them, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Look! These are just bullshit. They are top grade. Something? Gunlong followed the sound and saw that the stall owner was in tatters. He had not taken a shower for an unknown period of time, and he could smell a fishy smell even from a distance. Besides, almost all the inner elixirs on the stall were covered with dirt and had no luster at all. There's only one that's a little cleaner, and it does look good. Gunlong couldn't help but feel a little confused. He looked at a middle-aged man next to him, who nodded in agreement. He felt that the middle-aged man must be knowledgeable, so he asked the middle-aged man directly, "Uncle, that inner alchemy looks good. What are they struggling with?" As soon as the middle-aged man heard Gunlong's words, he knew that he lacked experience and did not know what he was talking about. He laughed and started preaching directly. "Young man, you still have too little knowledge. The inner alchemy is no better than other things. Just looking at the gorgeous appearance is not enough. If you take a closer look, although the inner alchemy is bright and beautiful, it is flashy, and there is nothing inside. I guess it should be caused by damage during extraction and loss of essence. With such quality, it is worth only 1 gold coin at most. But the stall owner really wants to sell it for 10 gold coins. Isn't this obvious blackmail?" The middle-aged man's preaching voice was not quiet, and everyone around him heard it. When the clamoring customer heard that there were professionals, he felt more confident and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, listen. Everyone who knows the business has said that the maximum is 1 gold coin. That dog stall owner just bullied my wife for not knowing the business. She sold her for 10 gold coins. Now that she has been caught and exposed, she refuses to refund the money. Tell me, should he refund the money? What a black man. This money must be returned. That's right. How can anyone do this kind of business? The inner elixir is no better than others. Hurry up and refund the money, or else we will blow up your business." The customer's emotional speech really had an effect. Seeing that everyone was unanimously supporting him, the customer became even more arrogant. He walked directly to the stall owner, grabbed the stall owner's collar, and shouted angrily, "You bastard! Do you hear me asking you to refund your money? If you don't refund your money, you won't be able to walk out of this market today." The stall owner was also angry at this trouble, and he stood up directly. This stop didn't matter. Everyone realized that the stall owner was more than 2 meters tall. It was probably because of the tattered clothes that no one noticed the stall owner's figure, being glared at by a strong man who was much taller than him. The customer, who was a little arrogant just now, felt a little uncomfortable. However, with so many people watching, face is very important. The customer was heartbroken, suppressed the fear in his heart, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why are you staring? It's your fault first. Give me your money back quickly, and don't leave any ink on me." Gung Long could sense the stall owner's anger. Based on his perception of the mecha element fluctuations near the stall owner, Gung Long discovered that the stall owner was a master. As for his level, he must be higher than himself. Gung Long always felt that it was a bit impossible for a master of such a level to use fake products to fool people. Just when everyone thought that the stall owner was about to break out and beat someone, the stall owner sighed, took out 10 gold coins from his pocket, and threw it to the customer. Before the customer could react, he snatched the inner elixir away. "Come over. Throw it to the ground with a thud. Step on it a few times, and smash the inner alchemy to pieces. Although this inner elixir is inferior, the elemental essence is not bad. Brother, you are going too far." The customer still liked the mecha elements in the inner elixir, but he couldn't bear it and complained directly. "Roll." At this time, the stall owner clenched his fists in anger, making a banging sound. He didn't want to tangle with the customer anymore, so he just started scolding him, worried about his own safety. The customer opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally held back, turned around and left. After the short-lived storm passed, the market returned to calm. Everyone continued to wander around the market, looking for what they needed, as if nothing had happened just now. Gunlong did not leave. He walked forward and squatted down in front of the stall. He picked up an inner elixir and examined it carefully. "Hey, what's going on? The dirt covered outside is so powerful that it can block the power of my own mecha." Gunlong didn't believe in evil, so he picked up another inner elixir and saw the same result. Gunlong became curious and was about to ask. A pair of dirty hands appeared, grabbed Gunlong's arm, and shouted coldly, "These inner elixirs are worth 10 gold coins each. No bargaining. If you want them, pay and take them away. If you don't want them, get out of here." Gung Long had already experienced the stall owner's temper just now, and he was not angry. He chuckled and pulled his hand back. After carefully looking at the inner elixirs on the stall, he was just about to take out the money. A figure suddenly appeared and got in front of him. 10 gold coins each. Right? I want them all. This sudden sound really shocked Gung Long. Although there were not many inner elixirs in the stall, only about 10, but converted into gold coins, there were more than 100 gold coins. Gung Long was a little confused about the person who spent so much money to buy a bunch of inner pills of unknown quality for no reason. He turned his head and looked at the guy. He was dressed in plain clothes, and there was no fluctuation of mecha elements on his body. He must be an ordinary person. Could it be that this guy knew that these inner pills were good things? The stall owner was much more sensible than Gung Long. He stretched out his hand and waved to the man. "Bring the money. Pay the money in one hand and get the goods in the other." This simple sentence stumped the man. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I have no money." "Damn. What the hell are you talking about if you don't have money? You're making fun of me. Get out of here." The stall owner was still angry. He couldn't understand why he was so embarrassed today and encountered such disturbing things in a row. When he saw the stall owner chasing away customers, the man became a little anxious. He blushed and scratched his head. But after searching all over his body, he only found 2 gold coins. Seeing that the stall owner didn't even look at him seriously, he could only stand aside with a sad face, staring at the inner alchemy in a daze. Chapter 143, Lots of Money. Gunlong looked at it for a while, but no one else came to visit the stall. It was almost time to close the stall. Gunlong took out his money bag and looked at it. He gritted his teeth and was ready to fight. "Stall owner, don't worry. I want all of your inner elixirs." The stall owner ignored Gung Long. He had encountered enough troubles today. Thinking that he was probably making fun of himself again, he continued to pack his things without looking back. When Gung Long saw this, he took out his money bag and shook it in front of the stall owner. The gold coins in the bag collide and make a unique and beautiful sound. "Well, are you sure you want them all? We can agree in advance that we will buy it and leave it, regardless of returns or exchanges. This will save you the same trouble as that person just now and come to me for trouble. Ha ha ha. Stall owner. Don't worry. Since I want to buy it, I have already thought about it. Come on. Give me all those inner elixirs. The stall owner saw that it was rare for someone to take advantage of him, so he was naturally willing to trade. After collecting Gung Long's wallet, he directly handed the collected inner elixir to Gung Long, seeing himself become a pauper in an instant. With only a dozen gold coins left on him, Gung Long secretly smacked his tongue, hoping that he was right in making this bet. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of money. Gung Long picked up the bag and glanced at the young man who was still in the corner. Seeing that the guy hesitated to speak, Gung Long chuckled and walked directly away. After making sure that the guy was following him, Gung Long had a plan in mind and deliberately walked towards a place with few people. Hey, Runli. I clearly saw him turning this way just now. The young man chased Gung Long to a dead end, and saw that Gung Long was no longer around. He was very depressed, and didn't know what was going on. Asshole. Tell me, what do you want to do with me? When Gung Long saw that the time had come, he descended from the sky and kicked the young man to the ground. He summoned the evolved dagger and placed it on the young man's neck. Ah, great immortal. Please forgive me. My name is Qian Duo Duo, and I am from the earth. I have no ill intentions in following you. I just know how to remove the dirt on the inner elixir. As long as the inner elixir is not your own, great immortal, you can take care of the dirt yourself. It can't be removed at all. I can help you. Hearing that the other person was also from the earth, Gung Long felt very friendly. He let go of the man, took out an inner elixir, and used the power of the mecha to attack the dirt. Don't tell me. It's exactly what Qian Duo Duo said. But it's of no use at all. Gung Long didn't believe that evil, so he tried hard to break off the dirt with his hands. Unexpectedly, the result was the same. It was still motionless. Hey, Daxian, don't waste your efforts. It was a coincidence that I knew how to remove the dirt. How about we cooperate, and I will help you remove the dirt. You don't need to pay me any fees, as long as you agree to remove the dirt. Just give me the dirt. Gung Long was speechless for Qian Duo's request. However, he was curious about what Qian Duo Duo used the dirt for. So he said directly, I can do as you say, but you have to tell me honestly what you want these things for. When Qian Duo Duo saw that there was something going on, his face flushed with excitement. He was afraid that Gung Long would regret it. So he hurriedly said, what the immortal doesn't know is that there are many people with weird diseases on our planet, and there is no way to cure them. But this filth is indeed a panacea that can cure all diseases. I want these just to make money by selling them. Gung Long was speechless when he heard that Qian Duo Duo had such an idea. After looking at the filthy inner alchemy SHL, Gung Long thought in his mind and told Qian Duo Duo his identity. Forget about you guys from Earth. I'm from Earth too. Our place is so far away from Earth. How can you be sure that you can return to Earth? Oh my God. We are one of our own. Big brother. It's great. I finally met an Earthling. After Qian Duo Duo heard that Gung Long was also from Earth, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, after seeing Gung Long's livid face, Qian Duo Duo continued, Brother, you don't know that every 100 years here, the connection channel between the Earth and here will be opened. By then, won't it be easy for us to leave? I have calculated that there are still 10 years until the next channel opens. As long as I stock up on this stuff now, I will be a rich man when I return to Earth. Gung Long didn't expect that he would know this news by coincidence, whether it was true or false. It finally gave him hope of going back. 10 years is not a long time. But Xiao Yingying has not been found yet. Gung Long thought that after Baima came back, he must use Baima's help to quickly find Xiao Yingying. In that case, you can still try to see if the so-called connection channel exists. Qian Duo Duo and Gung Long chatted about each other. After knowing that Qian Duo Duo was from City A, the two became even more friendly. Gung Long was very curious about how Qian Duo Duo removed the dirt. So he followed Qian Duo Duo to Qian Duo's home. A few big wooden sticks and a tiled roof full of holes constituted Qian Duo's house. Gung Long looked at the mess all around, filled with bottles and jars, all containing powdery things. He had nowhere to go, so he had to stand outside the house. Come on. Give me one first to open your eyes. Gung Long heard this, and took out an inner pill, and threw it to Qian Duo Duo. He watched Qian Duo Duo open his mouth, and bite the dirt on the inner pill. If there were some that he couldn't bite off, he would just lick them with his tongue and wait until they were moist before biting. Gung Long felt a little disgusted, so he stepped forward, patted Qian Duo's head and said, Damn it. Your grandpa. Why are you so disgusting? You can still swallow such a thing. Besides, when we go back, people will know that you made the powder in this way. And no one will dare to ask for this thing from you. It's disgusting. Qian Duoduo seemed to know in advance that Ginglong would react like this. He blocked his clothes. When Ginglong saw a scar on Qian Duoduo's body that could see bones, and was slowly repairing it, Ginglong was very worried. Curious, he pointed at the powder Qian Duoduo spat into the bottle and said, "You want to say that this thing cured your disease?" Qian Duoduo nodded. He was a little tired from chewing, so he sat there to rest. He looked at Ginglong in disbelief. Although he took out a bag and threw it to Ginglong and said, "Brother, look, this is the information I checked at the beginning. I have cancer, and it's in the later stages. Otherwise, I don't want to live anymore. But God opened my eyes and accidentally brought me to this place. And I know the secret of it. Look, I'm in great shape now, and I don't have any problems at all. Do you think this is a good thing?" Ginglong explored Qian Duoduo's body from top to bottom, and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with Qian Duoduo now. Moreover, Ginglong could also feel that the powder that had just melted in his mouth was turning into energy, nourishing Qian Duoduo's body. Ginglong didn't know what was going on. He could only find out what happened after Big Eyes came back. Chapter 144 Little Dragon Soul. Okay. The rest is up to you. I don't understand anything about the inner elixir. Ginglong watched Qian Duoduo quickly finish the inner elixir, put it on the ground, and continued the work below. He saw that the inner elixir was the same as the one he had just asked for his money back. It was not a high-quality inner elixir. Ginglong sighed. It seemed like this thing was really a trap. But thinking about it, Ginglong felt somewhat comforted because he knew there was a way to return to Earth. He stepped forward and picked up the inner elixir, thinking to himself that it was better than nothing. This mecha should absorb a little bit of elements. That is, when Ginglong encountered the inner elixir, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There seems to be something in the inner alchemy that resonates with my body. Without waiting for Ginglong to understand it carefully, he only felt a faint warmth in his arms. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at the looming shadow of a dragon on his arm. Ginglong's mind suddenly jumped, and he realized that he was not dreaming. This dragon, the soul, is within yourself. Qian Duoduo focused on the inner alchemy. And of course, he didn't notice anything unusual about Ginglong. At this time, Ginglong's arms were red, and the dragon's shadow was fully revealed. He turned over and sprang out from his arms, opened his mouth, and swallowed the inner elixir into his stomach. Ginglong watched the dragon shadow finish devouring the inner elixir, and retreated to his arm. It was estimated that due to the nourishment of the inner elixir, the dragon tattoo was slightly clearer. At this time, Ginglong looked carefully, and could actually see it. Wheel hub. Ginglong was very happy. He picked up the inner elixir compiled by Qian Duoduo, and prepared to continue raising dragon souls. What's going on? Could it be that this inner elixir is not to its liking? After waiting for a long time, the dragon soul did not move. Ginglong felt a little strange. He looked up and down the inner alchemy in his hand. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the inner alchemy, Ginglong had no choice. Qian Duoduo happened to have another inner alchemy coming out, so he put it down and replaced it. He held one in his hand. Your grandpa's reaction is happening again. Ginglong watched as the dragon soul began to gather again, preparing to devour the inner elixir. He was sure that there must be something wrong with the inner elixir. He put the inner elixir on the ground without waiting for the dragon soul to appear. After seeing that there was no inner elixir in his hand, the dragon soul calmed down again. Ginglong breathed a sigh of relief. He did not touch the inner elixir, and observed it carefully. Well, it's strange. This inner elixir is no different. Ginglong turned over and over, looking up and down the inner alchemy carefully. But he really couldn't find anything strange about the inner alchemy. In the end, Ginglong couldn't help it anymore. He raised his fist, and smashed the inner elixir into pieces. Watching the mecha elements dissipate in an instant, Ginglong felt even more frustrated because he still didn't find anything. Ouch. What the HL? This thing actually bit me. Ginglong, come here quickly, and help me take it away. Qian Duoduo's shout brought Ginglong back from his thoughts. Seeing Qian Duoduo lying on the ground at this time, howling in pain, Ginglong couldn't move forward and looked where Qian Duoduo pointed. Is this also a dragon soul? Ginglong looked at the place where Qian Duoduo was bitten, and saw a dragon-shaped phantom as thick as his little finger. He immediately thought of dragon souls. You must know that only dragon souls can absorb each other. This little thing appeared after he broke the inner elixir, and the dragon soul was also sensitive to the inner elixir. Presumably it was because there was a small dragon soul hidden in the inner elixir. After confirming what he was thinking, Ginlong stretched out his hand to grab the dragon soul and watched as the dragon soul on his arm appeared directly and swallowed the little dragon soul. Ginlong knew that his guess was good. From this point of view, my purchase of these inner elixirs this time was not a loss-making transaction, but a huge profit. They bought my inner elixir. They have found it. You can give me the money. Before Ginlong could continue to work and search for the remaining inner elixir, a man in black suddenly appeared, followed by the stall owner who had just sold him the inner elixir. Ginlong could feel that the aura of the man in black was extraordinary, and he was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. He signaled Qian Duo to put away the inner elixir, and he strode out to meet the man in black and said, "Senior, I wonder what you want from us." The man in black's entire body was wrapped in black cloth, and his appearance could not be seen at all. Ginlong could feel that the man in black's eyes passed through him, staring directly at the inner elixir in Qian Duo's hand behind him. After a while, the man in black spoke. "Nothing. I just want the inner alchemy in your hand. I heard that you bought it for 10 gold coins each. Let's do this. I will give you 20 gold coins for each inner alchemy, and you sell them all to me." As soon as he saw that the other party was coming for the inner elixir, Ginlong had some concerns in his heart. I guess it must be that the inner elixir that was smashed in the market also contained a dragon soul. This guy discovered it, and now he immediately came to find me. I'm sorry. I won't sell it. After Ginlong knew that the dragon soul was hidden in the inner elixir, he naturally understood its value. What's more, his dragon soul tattoo is gradually becoming clear because of these dragon souls. Ginlong will naturally not be stupid enough to sell these things that are beneficial to him. "Oh, I see you are quite determined. I think you have discovered the secret of the inner elixir. But with your strength, if I want to rob you, do you think you can withstand it?" When the man in black saw that he was too soft, he immediately started to fight hard. The energy ball appeared in his hand, and he took a few steps forward, ready to attack at any time. Although Ginlong was not afraid, he knew that he was no match for the man in black. He looked around and saw that the place he was in was a blind spot, and the only way out was behind the man in black. Ginlong thought for a while, without any defense, and said directly, "If you want to kill me, then you have to see if the person behind me is willing. How do you think I, alone, have the courage to eat so many inner elixirs?" After watching the man in black hear his words, his whole body trembled. His steps stopped, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ginlong knew that his words had an effect. I thought that although the man in black was more powerful than me, he was just an average person in this world. Ginlong was so confident that he didn't take the man in black seriously at all and just laughed and said, "Come on. Kill me and take away those inner elixirs. I advise you. As long as something happens to me, the person behind me will find you within 3 days, leaving you unable to survive or die." When the man in black arrived, he was completely shocked by Ginlong. He thought about it, and felt that it was not worthwhile to offend a powerful person for such a chance thing. So the man in black suppressed his anger, glared at Ginlong, and left here directly. Chapter 145, Danger in the Cave. Your grandpa's stuff. You want to use it to your advantage. You don't want to ask Grandpa what I do, in order to avoid an ambush by that guy. Ginlong put on a show, and started shouting at the top of his voice. After a while, Ginlong felt that the person should have left. He used his sensory abilities to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no breath of the person just now, Ginlong felt relieved. "Qian Duo, please hurry up and get rid of these inner elixirs so that we can leave here. I'm afraid the guy will find help later, and we will end up here today." Qian Duo has lived here for many years. When he heard what Ginlong said, he immediately understood that Ginlong was just bluffing. So he didn't stop even though he had a lot of money. He just grabbed the inner elixir and started cleaning it up. Ginlong didn't dare to be careless. His perception ability was always released. As soon as Qian Duo sorted out the inner elixir, Ginlong would absorb it immediately. After all the inner pills were cleaned, Ginlong looked at the tattoo on his arm, which was now very clear. Just like when he first saw it, he could see the dragon soul's eyeballs moving. Ginlong was so happy. He remembered what Qian Duo said. When he arrived at this mecha planet, he had many such inner pills around him. Ginlong's heart moved. He came directly to Qian Duo and said softly, "Hey, didn't you say there were many inner elixirs like this where you stayed when you first arrived on Mecha Planet? Can you take me there to see if you can?" Maybe we can get more inner elixirs out. No. You can't go there. Listen to me. It's really not a place for people to live. And there are many powerful monsters. Let's just look at our luck and continue looking in the market. Qian Duo was obviously afraid of that place. When he heard what Gunlong said, he shook his head like a rattle, and hurriedly opened his mouth to dissuade Gunlong from going there. Gunlong knew the principle of finding wealth in danger. The more Qian Duo spoke like this, the more he wanted to go there. Besides, Qian Duo is just an ordinary person. In his eyes, anyone with some mecha power is a powerful being. Based on this, Gunlong was very sure that he had to go to that place. When Qian Duo saw that he couldn't defeat Gunlong, he thought for a while, stretched out his fingers and calculated for a while, and then said, "Well, you can let me go. My brother will settle the score. You have to know that I escaped from there with a narrow escape. So, you give me a reward for this trip," Qian Duo said, stretched out his index finger, and gestured towards Gunlong. "What? 10 gold coins. You are too shady. I just asked you to lead the way. Besides, you are not without benefits." It turned out that Gunlong had misunderstood what he meant. He just wanted 1 gold coin. Qian Duo was about to explain when something suddenly occurred to him. He rolled his eyes, stretched out a hand to shake it, and said very firmly, 5 gold coins can't be any less. It's already the price of family affection. When Gunlong heard this number, he felt it was acceptable. He took out his last few gold coins from his pocket. No more. No less. Just 5. And stuffed them directly into Qian Duo's hands. Qian Duo didn't expect that he could get 5 gold coins so easily. You know, he had saved up for more than a year to get the 2 gold coins he had. He was just about to bite the gold coin to confirm whether it was real or not. Gunlong, who couldn't wait any longer, pulled him up and asked him to lead the way. "Okay. This is it. Have you seen the entrance of the cave? If you continue walking 100 or 10 meters, you will see the inner alchemy. Well, I am just an ordinary person, so I won't go in with you. Just go in and take out the inner elixir, and I'll clean it up for you outside." Gunlong tried to persuade Qian Duo a lot along the way, but Qian Duo was indeed very firm, and would not let go at all. Knowing that it was impossible to expect Qian Duo to go in together, Gunlong didn't say much. He told Qian Duo to be careful, and strode towards the cave. "Let me go! Can this be a place for people to stay?" Gunlong hadn't walked a few steps when a stench hit his face. Even though Gunlong had been prepared, he was so disgusted that he couldn't help it and vomited. Not to mention, after all this trouble, Gunlong felt a little used to it. He covered his nose and ran quickly inside. The cave is not long, and we soon arrived at the place Qian Duo said. Seeing that there were indeed a lot of inner elixirs covered in dirt here, Gunlong was overjoyed and took out his pocket to collect them. Gunlong. Gunlong. Just when Gunlong was pretending to be excited, Qian Duo's urgent shout came from behind. Gunlong responded hurriedly and asked what was going on. "Stop it. Let's find a place to hide." Just now the man in black came again, and he brought 20 or 30 helpers with him. Hearing what Qian Duo said, Gunlong was a little panicked. He put his pocket on his body, pulled Qian Duo and ran inside. At this time, the two of them couldn't care less about the unpleasant stench inside the cave, and their minds were occupied with finding a place to hide. It's a pity that the cave becomes emptier the further you go inside. With no place to hide. "Gunlong, come here. I hid here in the beginning." Hearing Qian Duo shout, Gunlong immediately ran over. But when Gunlong came closer, he saw that there was a pool of stagnant water. The water was covered with filth, and the strong stench made people dizzy. He did not want to enter that place to hide. Just as he was about to take Qian Duo to find another place, he heard footsteps approaching in the distance. Gunlong had no choice but to bite the bullet and jump into the puddle with Qian Duo. "Ha! We really caught them. There are so many inner alchemy here. You all should be smarter and take them all away from me. Don't leave anyone behind. In addition, separate a group of people, and we need to find those 2 boys and deal with them quietly to avoid any trouble in the future." After receiving the instructions from the man in black, those guys all performed their duties and started their own work. Gunlong saw that the inner elixir was getting less and less, and he was almost finished pretending to be pretended by those guys. He was a little anxious, and when he was thinking about how to deal with those guys, Qian Duo patted him on the shoulder and motioned for him to move towards look inside. Gunlong looked at the place directed by Qian Duo and found a pair of lantern-sized eyes in the dark cave. staring at those who were collecting inner elixirs. The guy's hiding place is very remote. If Qian Duo hadn't spoken, it wouldn't have been easy to find him. Looking at the evil smile on Qian Duo's face, Gunlong knew that a good show was about to begin. Chapter 146 Lizard Monster. Several accomplices of the men in black were walking towards that place. Gunlong and Qian Duo kept staring there without saying a word. The guys who were waiting came closer and heard a whooshing sound. The monster finally took action and swallowed the two people directly into its stomach. This sudden change really frightened everyone. When the man in black and the others reacted, the monster attacked again, and two more of the man in black's accomplices were killed. Everyone, be careful and retreat quickly. Only then did the man in black see the monster clearly. It turned out to be a lizard monster. It looked like it was at least level 6 human armor. They didn't dare to be careless, so they retreated quickly one by one and gathered together. The lizard monster was also smart. It saw the men in black forming a defensive camp and did not continue to attack. Instead, it squatted aside and stared at the group of men in black, waiting for the men in black to disperse. Brother, there is only one lizard monster. We are afraid of him, so let's fight with him. The group of people waited for a long time and saw that no other monsters appeared again, and they became bolder. You know, the lizard monster just now was better at sudden attacks. They also have masters of level 6 human armor here. If they fight with it, they still have some chance of winning. The man in black thought for a while. He looked around and found no other lizard monsters. He nodded and called for everyone to come forward and surround the lizard monsters. The lizard monster naturally understood the intention of the men in black. Before the encirclement was formed, the lizard monster turned over and attacked in one direction. This time, the men in black and the others were prepared. When they saw the lizard monster attacking, they immediately gathered together and formed a combined attack to repel the lizard monster. Seeing that the lizard monster did not attack again, the man in black waved his hand, and they spread out again and continued to narrow the encirclement. Gunlong saw everything with his eyes and was anxious in his heart. After all, this lizard monster is their only hope now. If the lizard monster is solved by the man in black, then the man in black will naturally continue searching when he has time. In this empty cave, it was only a matter of time before I found myself. Just when Gunlong was thinking about how to help without being discovered, the lizard monster trapped in the center suddenly trembled all over and made a strange sound. Gunlong turned his head and looked at Qian Duo, meaning to ask Qian Duo what was going on. After seeing Qian Duo spreading his hands and saying that he didn't know, Gunlong hummed and looked at the lizard monster attentively, very curious about what the lizard monster would do next. Brother, it's not good. There are suddenly many lizard monsters outside, and they are rushing over here. The man in black didn't know what was going on with the lizard monster, so he warned everyone to be careful. At this moment, another group of people ran back quickly. They looked panicked and shouted loudly before the man in black came to them. Damn it! I'm actually looking for help. Get out of here! The man in black gave the lizard monster a blank look. He did not dare to stay here any longer and immediately called his men to retreat. Boom, boom, boom! Before the men in black and the others could take a few steps, there were noisy sounds in the cave, and then dozens of lizard monsters were seen pouring in like waves. The lizard monsters didn't stop and attack the men in black, because there are too many lizard monsters. They are difficult to attack due to their large size. After the first wave of attacks passed, most of the people on the black-clothed side were killed. Everyone, stop fighting and rush out. The man in black was really scared at this time. His voice was trembling when he spoke, and he waved the weapon in his hand subconsciously. Seeing that there was an opening, he escaped from the battle circle in a flash and ran outside without looking back. When the other companions saw that their eldest brother had escaped, they naturally would not stay here anymore. It's a pity that the lizard monsters immediately blocked the exit after discovering the loopholes in the defense. Now the group had no hope and had to fight to the death and attack the lizard monsters. The battle didn't last long. Under the overwhelming pressure of the lizard monsters, that is, within 3 to 5 minutes, there was no other living person in the cave except Gunlong and Qian Duo. Looking at the scattered body fragments on the battlefield, Qian Duo finally couldn't help it and vomited out. When Gunlong heard Qian Duo's voice, it was too late for him to stop him. The lizard monsters rushed over immediately after hearing the sound and stopped beside the pool. They looked at Gunlong and Qian Duo with malicious eyes, ready to attack at any time. Gunlong, what should we do? Are we going to explain here today? Qian Duo was trembling all over and speaking intermittently. He hid behind Gunlong and did not dare to show his head at all. Don't move. Something is wrong. If they wanted to attack us, they would have done it long ago. Qian Duo. You have to stay calm. Nothing can go wrong. Gunlong looked at the lizard monsters that hadn't launched an attack yet, and thought that there must be something going on. Otherwise, with their strength, killing him and Qian Duo would just be a matter of open mouth. Boom boom boom. Just when everyone was in a stalemate, the strange sound appeared again, and the lizard monsters retreated far away to clear a path. Gunlong saw that it was the sound that summoned the lizard monster in the first place, and it was striding towards him. He secretly thought that there must be something going on, and he would definitely not die today. Humans, why did you break into our forbidden area? A rough voice sounded in Gunlong's mind, and he knew it was the voice of the lizard monster. Gunlong thought briefly, and was ready to speak the truth directly. We come here mainly to find the dragon soul in the inner elixir. Dragon soul? The rough voice was filled with confusion and a little fear, and he shouted these two words in surprise. The other lizard monsters also heard it clearly. They all roared and took a few steps back. Seeing the reaction of the lizard monsters, Gunlong was secretly happy. It seemed that he had made the right bet, because when he obtained the dragon soul, he heard the venerable person say that dragons are supreme, and other low-level monsters can only worship him. This is why Hima can sometimes defeat monsters that are stronger than him. This is the suppression of momentum. With the aura of the dragon, any monster, no matter how strong it is, will only be bullied by him, unless the cultivation levels are too different. The dragon soul on his arm was clearly visible at this time. When the gang of guys didn't launch an attack, Gunlong noticed that they glanced at his arm from time to time, and they were hesitant to attack. This was probably because of the dragon soul's aura. Now seeing that the lizard monsters were indeed afraid of the dragon's aura, Gunlong felt more confident. He was not afraid. He nodded, stood out of the pool, wiped the dirt off his arm, and revealed the tattoo that was transformed from the dragon soul. Chapter 147 Old Man. Okay. Since you are the dependent of dragon soul, I will give you this privilege. However, these inner elixirs are also the energy we rely on for survival. You must bring some to us, and cannot take them all away. The lizard monster waved his hand towards Gunlong, and pointed at a pile of inner elixirs not far away. He understood that Gunlong could only take away those inner elixirs. Gunlong followed the guide, and saw that there was a small mountain pile. The boss of the inner alchemy pile made a rough calculation, and found that there were thousands of them. Gunlong was overjoyed. He nodded quickly, and said that he only wanted the inner alchemy pile there. Just inner elixir. Qian Duo watched Gunlong and the lizard monster reach an agreement. He couldn't wait and ran directly to Niden, his eyes shining, and started cleaning up. After not worrying about being discovered, Qian Duo sorted things out much faster. After a short meeting, I sorted out tin and inner alchemy. Since the dragon soul on Gunlong's side has already taken shape, there is no need to bother. Gunlong's side just strolls around the inner alchemy. Once the inner elixir containing the dragon soul appears, the dragon soul will fly out and swallow the inner elixir. Hey, I've made a lot of money. This batch all have dragon souls. Gunlong watched the dragon soul take off all the inner elixirs. He was very happy. After all, this meant that the dragon soul could grow faster and be used by him sooner. Gunlong, I'm full, and I'm going to sleep. I'll leave the rest of the inner elixir to you. Just as Gunlong watched Qian Duo sort out another batch of inner elixirs, and was about to step forward to investigate again, a voice loomed in Gunlong's mind. Gunlong was extremely excited after knowing that it was the dragon soul that could make sounds. After all, Gunlong had seen the strength of the dragon soul before. Gunlong was naturally very high-spirited when he thought that the dragon soul would soon be used by him. After Qian Duo sorted out more than 30 inner elixirs, he couldn't bear it anymore. He lay down aside, exhaled, and rested. Turning around, he saw that the hill was still high and showed no intention of getting any lower. Qian Duo was having a big problem, and he didn't know how long he was going to get it. After Gunlong communicated with the dragon soul, he knew that the dragon soul no longer needed to devour other dragon souls, because Gunlong's strength was too weak. It was naturally impossible for him to improve further. In order to be able to get this powerful opponent as soon as possible, Gunlong didn't waste any time. Grabbed the prepared inner elixir and absorbed it. You know what? The effect of the inner pill containing the little dragon soul is really amazing. After Gunlong absorbed 10 dragon soul inner pills in a row, the mecha elements in his body expanded rapidly. and it was about to reach the peak state of the 5th level and impact the 6th level. Gunlong naturally had the motivation to fight. Seeing Qian Duo still lying on the ground, he stepped forward and kicked him. I said, "Don't you want to make a lot of money? Now that the opportunity has come, why are you resting? It's a long night and a lot of dreams. Let's clean up and leave as soon as possible." Qian Duo is really tired. He is now a little worried about why he failed to find other ways to clean up. He touched his somewhat loose teeth and looked at the inner elixir all over the floor. With tears in his eyes, he stood up and continued working. Ouch! Just when everything was going according to plan, there was an angry roar outside the cave. And then Gunlong and the others felt locked by a powerful aura, and their entire bodies were unable to move. Which bastard dares to take advantage of my things? You bastards. Just wait for me. I will come and take care of you right away. As for the Monitor Lizard Clan, you are doing a bad job in guarding my things. What crime should you be punished for? The angry voice came from far away. Gunlong was originally thinking about why he was so unlucky. He had just had the opportunity to improve his strength, but he met an expert again. I originally thought that I was going to die here unjustly. After I saw the person rushing towards me clearly, Gunlong felt a little unbelievable. He looked at the person blankly and said, "Bai Mu. Why is it you?" "What? Gunlong? It's you? Oh my god. It turns out that wasn't an illusion. You really have the dragon spirit possessing you." Naturally, Bai Mu saw Gunlong, saw the dragon soul tattoo on Gunlong's arm, and felt the familiar dragon aura. Bai Mu was so excited that he couldn't express it in words, and immediately cancelled the confinement. The lizard monsters heard Hideo's scolding. After all, the difference in strength was too big, and they only rushed to Hideo now. Seeing that Gunlong was still holding the inner elixir in his hand, one of the lizard monsters roared and attacked Gunlong. Big Mu was very angry at the lizard monster's action. He turned around and roared, and the air wave directly overturned the lizard monster. As soon as they saw Baij taking action, the lizard monsters that were ready to move immediately retreated, and no one dared to step forward. "King, I hope you won't be angry. That kid has a dragon soul in his body, and is naturally restrained towards us. That's why we let him stay here. Please give us a chance. Even if we risk the lives of the entire clan, we will give that kid to kill." The lizard monster didn't know the relationship between Gunlong and Big Mu. He was worried that Big Mu would blame them and kill them. So he immediately knelt down on the ground and expressed his loyalty to Big Mu. "Asshole. Kill whatever you want. I prepared this thing just for this kid. Okay. It was just a misunderstanding. You all go back and rest." When Baima heard the words of the lizard monster, his face turned gloomy. He was too embarrassed to say that he had made a mistake just now. He just waved his hand and signaled the lizard tribe to retreat. Only then did the lizard monster realize that the love was one of its own, and its worries were relieved. Knowing that Bigu must have something to talk to the human alone, it hurriedly called on its people to evacuate quickly. "Old lizard, please wait before you leave." The people on the lizard monster's side, who were watching it, were almost gone. Just as it was about to leave, it heard Bimu's call. The old lizard's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the tribesman who stopped in the distance with some reluctance. With tears in his eyes, he waved his hand, signaling the tribesman to leave quickly. "Let's go, old lizard. We have been together for more than 10 years at least. Am I so scary? Here, I got it by chance after I ascended to the dragon. What is recorded on it is the training for promotion of your lizard clan. The way, whether you succeed or not, depends on you." The old lizard caught the bone fragment thrown by Flounder. It saw that there was indeed the key to cultivation on it, so it immediately changed into a human form, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed several times. If Flounder had not come to stop it, the old lizard's head would have been knocked to pieces. "Old man, I have experienced too many things during my time outside. A great change in our world is about to come. You should practice quickly and strive for promotion as soon as possible. After the war that cannot be waited for is coming, we old men will let's fight together." Baimu said this without any secret. After he and Gunlong left, they went to visit some old friends. After knowing that those old guys are still at their original strength, Bigu was a little worried when he thought about how his master had described the future of the Mecha planet to him. So he tried his best to help the old guys improve their strength. As for the cave guarded by the lizard clan, Big Mu also suddenly remembered that there was a dragon soul inner elixir here, which could help Gunlong improve his strength. In addition, there was an old lizard here, so Big Mu rushed over. Episode Chapter 148, The Secret of Filth. By Mu. I have remembered your kindness. You will always be the king of our lizard clan from now on. We will always follow you and be at your disposal. The old lizard showed his true feelings. He grabbed Bimu's hand and made an oath directly. Old man, you are wrong. In the future, the world will be dominated by young people. Did you see that kid? His name is Ginglong. He is still very weak now. But in the near future, he will definitely thrive. I hope that one day, when he needs your help, you can give everything you have to me like you did to me. The old lizard glanced at Gunlong after hearing this. He nodded, walked to Gunlong, grabbed Gunlong's hand, and cut Gunlong's arm with a slight stroke. Before the blood could flow out, the old lizard cut his arm open. The two wounds collided together, and the blood mingled quickly. I, the old lizard, have the courage to make a blood oath here on behalf of the lizard clan. From now on, my lizard clan is willing to return to Ginglong and surrender forever. If there is any violation, humans and gods will punish you. Ginglong didn't expect that with this operation. He would have another army. Looking at Bigu's determined expression and thinking of Bigu's words just now, Ginglong always felt that his trip to the Mecha planet was not accidental, but rather destined. If I had to be more specific, Gunlong felt as if there was an invisible hand pushing behind him, and he was hurriedly lying down so that he could gather more people. This thought just passed by for a moment, and Gunlong didn't think much about it, because Gunlong knew that with his current abilities, even if he knew, it would be of no use. He could not change anything at all. It's better not to think about these things and continue to live happily. After the old lizard finished doing this, he immediately said goodbye and left. After all, he had been stuck in the promotion bottleneck for a long time, and what Bigu brought back was so timely for him. Now he needs to find a place to fully understand these things. After all the lizard monsters had retreated, Bimu stepped forward and looked at the dragon soul tattoo on Gunlong's arm. After a while, he nodded and said, Gunlong, you must hurry up and improve your strength. This dragon soul has reached its current bottleneck. Your strength cannot keep up, so it has no way to improve. Come, let me help you get some inner elixirs. I estimate that the inner elixirs here should be enough for you to upgrade. After Bimu finished speaking, he was about to take the inner pill when he saw Qian Duo using his mouth to clean the dirt on the outside of the inner pill. Bimu's face was uncertain, and he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. He waved his hand, grabbed a dozen inner pills, and shook them vigorously, and the dirt on the inner pills was cleared. Upon seeing this powerful method, Qian Duo immediately stopped. He took out a bag to clean up the dirt that fell on the ground and said, Oh my god! Gunlong, why didn't you bring such an amazing friend here earlier? Look at my front teeth. They're almost knocked out. When Ginglong heard Qian Duo's words, he chuckled and didn't say much. Seeing at a glance that Bigu's face looked a little abnormal, Ginglong came up to Bigu and asked, I said, what's wrong with you? If you have anything to say, just say it. If you keep holding it in like this, sooner or later it will break. Qian Duo had already scanned several bags at this time, and was a little tired. He walked to Gunlong and sat down, glanced at him, and then said, That's right. Tell me. I noticed that you have been looking at me all the time. Do you think I am a good candidate for the job? Let's be frank. I am only interested in money. I am not like you who likes to practice. You should give up this idea as soon as possible. Bimu was not ready to tell the truth at first, but looking at the amount of money, and such stinky money, Bimu couldn't help it. He chuckled, pointed at the dirt on the ground and said, You brat. Listen carefully. Those things you collected were all caused by eating too much and defecating when I was practicing here. Over time, they dried up and became like this. What? Shit! Why does it taste weird in my mouth? You? Halfway through Qian Duo's words, thinking of how hard he had been devouring it, he couldn't help it anymore, and just lay on the ground and vomited. After Bimu told the truth, he no longer had to hold it back, and just burst out laughing. Gunlong was still worried about Qian Duo's thoughts, so he kept enduring it. But when he saw that Qian Duo wanted to clean up Bimu, but the vomit kept flowing out of his mouth, Gunlong stopped hiding it, and started laughing. Gunlong, let me tell you, your friend is going to vomit his stomach out. With the help of Bai Li, Gunlong has absorbed hundreds of inner elixirs. At this time, he is close to the peak state of the 6th level, and is about to upgrade. Looking at Qian Duo still squatting in the corner, spitting out a few mouthfuls from time to time, Bimu was speechless, and didn't know what to say. Hee. You don't know? This guy said that your poop is useful for cancer. And he wants to go back to Earth and sell this stuff to make a fortune. Look! He probably doesn't even want to touch it now. Hearing the teasing words of Gang Yanlong, Xian Duoduo was about to retaliate when his stomach churned, and he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of filth. BB. It seems like I'm going to be promoted. Genlong absorbed a few more inner pills while teasing. He felt that the mecha elements in his body were completely saturated and expanded rapidly. Trying to find a breakthrough. Genlong knew that this was a sign of promotion, and he immediately called Baimu to guard him. Genlong, swallow this pill. The 6th level of human armor is a turning point. It's not as easy to improve as the previous levels. If you don't succeed, it will be difficult to find another chance to break through. Genlong knew that Baimu would never harm him. So he swallowed the pill. He felt the pill melting bit by bit, turning into energy and penetrating into the mecha elements in his body. The mecha elements, which were already a bit messy, expanded even more, and Genlong felt that his whole body was bulging and cracking, as if his body was about to be torn apart. Genlong, gather your mind and guide the mecha elements to condense in your body. Bilyu's scolding was deafening, which gave the blind Genlong the direction. Genlong immediately took a few deep breaths to calm down his mood. After everything stabilized, Genlong looked inside his body and found an easily controllable mecha element, guiding the mecha element back and forth in his body, wandering around, absorbing the mecha elements that were crashing around. Chapter 149 Level 6 Human Armor. Under Genlong's control, the mecha elements gathered more and more, gradually forming a river that collided back and forth in Genlong's body, swallowing up the remaining mecha elements. Genlong controlled the surging mecha elements to circulate in his body. After making sure that nothing else was left out, he controlled the mecha elements to condense in the center of his body, spinning rapidly to form a spherical shape. It's done! Genlong watched as the mecha elements in his body successfully condensed into the shape of an energy ball. And the power of the mecha reached its peak. There seemed to be something trying to break out of the energy ball. Genlong knew that this was the most critical moment. He was on alert, staring at the energy ball carefully, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Crack! A clear sound came from Genlong's body, and even Baimu, who was on guard at the side, heard it clearly. Nabima's face was red, and he was even more nervous than Genlong. His eyes wanted to be glued to Genlong, wanting to know everything about Genlong. Genlong carefully looked at the situation inside his body. He saw a humanoid composed of mecha elements struggling to climb out of the hole in the energy ball. Half of his body was already outside. Genlong was very happy and looked carefully, waiting for the humanoid creature to break through. Wow! A huge sound of water flow appeared, and Genlong looked in the direction where the sound came from. When he saw that there was a river composed of mecha elements that appeared out of thin air, it quickly rushed towards the energy ball and instantly submerged the energy ball. I thought that these mecha elements were also absorbed by the energy ball. But when Genlong saw that the energy ball was submerged, the color of his body became dim, and the humanoid figure that struggled to crawl out was also struggling, looking like a person who couldn't swim. Genlong was a little panicked. He used his consciousness to control the energy ball and wanted to jump out of the river. Unfortunately, the energy ball at this time has lost contact with himself. Is this going to fail? After repeated attempts with no results, Genlong looked at the human form gradually sinking into the river. He didn't know what to say. No. I've been working hard for so long, and I'm just one step away from success. I can't give up. Long Rong is still waiting for me to go back to save my life. The belief and longing for success finally took over his brain, and a small flame suddenly burst out in Genlong's heart. With the support of his belief, the flame turned into a rolling flame, supporting Genlong to keep going. Wake it up for me. After dozens of attempts, Genlong finally connected with the humanoid creature. He gathered enough energy to control the mecha elements to converge towards the humanoid creature. With the support of these mecha elements, the humanoid creature shone brightly. After a roar, it finally broke through the energy ball and floated above it. The humanoid creature has no restraints, and its whole body is filled with colorful lights. The mecha elements covered in colorful light all flew into the air, flying quickly towards the humanoid creature. After all the mecha elements were absorbed, Genlong watched the brilliance outside the humanoid creature fade away, revealing his true appearance. Your grandpa's. It scared me to death. How come this thing is exactly like me? Genlong could feel that he had been promoted to the 6th level of human armor. The little man who looked exactly like himself was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, absorbing the mecha elements that appeared from time to time in his body. The strange feeling of being able to see people who looked like him made Genlong a little uncomfortable. He came out of the interviewing state, turned to look at Bimu's side, and asked, Level 6 human armor is just multiple little people inside the body? This looks too weird. Don't underestimate that little man. It's because of his existence that you can control the mecha elements more easily. When you train that little man to become conscious and grow to be as tall as you, by merging his energy with you, you can directly reach the 9th level of divine armor. At that time, you will be close to the existence of a god. Unless you don't want to live, you won't die at all. When Ginglong heard that it was so powerful, he could feel that the villain in his body would undergo some slight changes after absorbing the mecha elements. Turning his head to see that there were still many inner alchemy in the cave, Ginglong immediately asked Bigu to continue cleaning out the inner alchemy for him. Come on. You can no longer use the inner elixir here. Now you can only use the inner elixir that is higher than your level to be effective. Furthermore, if you want to improve your strength faster, you can only rely on infinite only by experiencing the feeling of death every time and doing your best will you understand the mecha elements more thoroughly and absorb them faster. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Gunlong remembered them firmly. After all, in their world, the recorded 6th level of human armor is the highest level of cultivation. After the 6th level, there is no corresponding training guidance, so you have to explore on your own. Nowadays, it is rare to have someone like Bai Mu to guide him. Ginglong naturally asked for advice humbly, and remembered Bai Mu's words firmly. Bai Mu, but in this peaceful world, where can I go to fight with others to my death? Gunlong really didn't know where he should go to practice. What's more, Gunlong had wandered down here in the past few days, but he had encountered several level 6 human armors, not to mention those powerful guys hiding in the dark. In his current appearance, just like Lang Tu-Ching, he just goes out without caring about anything. Those who are accurate will be killed by people before they show up. So there is no talk of improving their cultivation. Hey, you don't have to worry about this. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Just like this world. This was the reason why I asked you to come to the wild territory in the first place. Xuanlong Town on the border of the territory has a famous mercenary gang. Town! If you go there to take the mission, you can not only hone your combat skills, but also improve your mercenary level after completing the mission. When you become a senior mercenary, you will be qualified to enter the temple. It's a treasure left by the ancient gods. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find the inner elixir of a person who died in the Mahayana realm, and you'll be promoted to the Mahayana realm directly. When Ginglong heard that there was such a thing, his eyes lit up, and he wished he could rush to Xuanlong Town immediately. Bai Mu naturally saw it. He chuckled, patted Gunlong on the shoulder and said, I want to remind you that there are many insidious and cunning people in the mercenary town. Don't believe their words easily. Be careful of them stabbing you in the back. With your current 6th level inner elixir, let me they know you are a dual fighter. And then there will be no time for you to calm down. Gunlong carefully wrote down Bai Mu's words. He had nothing else to do, so he said goodbye to Bai Mu. After confirming the location of Xuanlong Town, Gunlong set off directly. As for Qian Duoduo, who was still vomiting, Bai Mu somehow got along well with him, and took Qian Duoduo away directly. Chapter 150 Mercenary Group. Xuanlong Town is located on the edge of the wild territory, just at the junction of the fire territory and the frozen territory. The terrain is difficult, and there is a mixture of fish and dragons. Anyone with problems in the major territories gathers here. Firstly, the largest mercenary guild of the monster tribe is located here. Secondly, due to its superior geographical location, this place is a standard no man's land. Along the way, Gunlong finally understood the structure of this place based on the information from the memory stone in his mind. Daching. This monster tribe consists of 4 territories in total, in addition to the 3 territories that are already known. Across the endless Black River, there is the last territory, which is also the most mysterious place of the monster tribe. People call it is the divine domain of the monster tribe, since there was too little information about the divine realm in the memory stone. Gunlong could only learn from the tea house that the divine realm was said to be filled with gods who had failed after the ancient war. They were imprisoned there and could not leave. Gunlong didn't know the authenticity of this information, but there is one thing that everyone agrees on. That is, no one who has gone to God's realm has ever seen him come back. This adds to the mysterious atmosphere of the divine realm. At this time, Gunlong knew that the place he was in was the frozen territory. As for the Yun family, he felt pretty awesome at that time. Now that I understand it carefully, I am equivalent to the county magistrate of my own world. Forget it. I'm just a nobody. Yunyao might have forgotten me a long time ago. I'd better go to the mercenary corps to register and upgrade my mercenary level. Gun Long made plans, covered his head with a prepared cloak, and walked towards the mercenary guild hall. The reason for being so cautious was that Gun Long was prepared after knowing the rules of the mercenary guild. It turns out that the promotion of mercenary level, in addition to relying on the level definition of completing tasks, as long as you can obtain a certain number of high-level mercenary badges, your strength will naturally be affirmed, and you can still be promoted. Gunlong's strength is still a bit low, so he naturally has to be careful, lest he die before his birth and become someone else's cannon fodder. Hey, you, just bring the cloak, register as a mercenary and go next door. You can't come here. Gunlong spotted the door of the mercenary hall and walked in directly, but he didn't take a few steps before he was called back. Seeing that Gunlong did not have a mercenary badge, the man pointed to the door and asked Gunlong to get out quickly. Knowing that he had gone to the wrong place, Gunlong was a little embarrassed. He responded, quickly stepped back, turned around and walked towards the registration place. The mercenary registration office in Nuoto was deserted at this time, with no one coming at all. Gunlong didn't know what the situation was. He was so happy that he didn't have to wait in line. So he walked in directly and came to the registration desk. Hello. I want to register as a mercenary. Gunlong looked at the two young men sleeping inside. He patted the table gently and shouted. I don't know if Gunlong's voice was too soft or if the two of them were sleeping too deeply. After Gunlong shouted, he waited for a long time and saw no response from the two of them. Gunlong was a little speechless. He took a deep breath, controlled his emotions to calm down, and knocked on the table again with a little more force. This time, the two sleeping people woke up. When they saw Gunlong standing in front of the stage, the two people immediately changed their faces, with flattering expressions on their faces, and rushed to the front to complete the registration formalities for Gunlong. The sharp contrast between before and after made Gunlong a little uncomfortable. He chuckled and asked while filling out the form. I said, isn't our place the largest mercenary base? Why is no one here to register? Hearing Gunlong's question, the two of them changed their expressions. After looking at each other, they saw that Gunlong didn't notice it, so they continued to serve Gunlong and said, hee. Aren't we all going out to do the mission? Brother, hurry up and fill out the form. We have an event today, and you don't even have to pay the membership fee. And we see that you are also a level 6 human being, so you can be treated specially. Let's directly upgrade you to level 5 mercenary. Gunlong was so confused by the two men's deception that he signed the words in a daze, took the mercenary badge handed over by the two men, and carried it with him, thinking that he was also a mercenary. Gunlong was very high-spirited. After asking the two of them where they received the mission, he said goodbye to them and walked towards the place where the mission was released. The latest mission has been released. The minimum is 5 stars. Grab it now. As soon as Gunlong entered the mission hall, he heard someone shouting over and over again, watching people coming and going in the hall. Many mercenaries, either alone or in teams, were looking for suitable tasks to take on. Gunlong couldn't help but feel a little confused. There were quite a few mercenaries. Why didn't he see anyone there when he just registered? Breaking news. Breaking news. The Fire Dragon mercenary group successfully completed the 8-star mission, and the team was promoted to 8-star. Gunlong looked at everyone in the hall. After hearing the news, some were envious and some had evil intentions. He couldn't help but be very interested in the Fire Dragon mercenary group, and followed the crowd to see the Fire Dragon mercenary group. Everyone, please take note. Our Fire Dragon mercenary group is already an 8-star team. In the future, the Legion will naturally have the right to receive priority tasks. I don't need to say more about other benefits. Now, anyone who is willing to join our Legion only needs to pay. It can be done with 50 gold coins. And our Legion will cover the transfer fee for individual mercenaries with 7 stars or above. Gunlong saw this and realized that there were many mercenary legions. He looked around and saw that different legions had different badges, and people could find the same badges on their bodies, which meant they were from the same team. But his own Black Dragon group was unique. Gunlong looked at it for a long time and couldn't find anyone who was the same as himself. Hack. Friend, how could you ever think of joining the Black Dragon regiment? That regiment is just a scam. There are no other members at all. Not to mention completing the team promotion task will definitely affect your development. Why don't you consider joining our Fire Dragon Legion? We have just been promoted to the 8-star Legion. And the benefits are huge. Gun Long knew the power of the 8-star Legion through his understanding of the people around him. The most important thing is that once the Legion is promoted to the 9-star Legion, the entire Legion will have a chance to enter the temple. With such a Legion, who wouldn't want to join it? Looking at his own Black Dragon team, the mark displayed was only a 3-star team level. Gun Long was very speechless, thinking that he had taken the wrong path and joined the wrong team. Well, I heard you guys talking about the package fee for transferring to a Legion. I don't know how much it costs to transfer to a Legion. After Gun Long understood this, he naturally wanted to switch legions. Seeing that the man hadn't left yet, Gun Long immediately approached him and started consulting. Chapter 151, Leader of the Black Dragon Regiment. When the waiter heard Gun Long's question, he stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of Gun Long. Oh, 20 gold coins. That's not a lot. Please sign me up and I'll go and process the paperwork. 20 gold coins? Just go ahead and dream. Look, 200 gold coins. When the waiter heard Gun Long's words, he rolled his eyes at Gun Long, shook his 2 fingers vigorously, yelled angrily, and ignored Gun Long. Your grandpa. This is robbery. It costs 200 gold coins to transfer to a mercenary group. Forget it. I'd better be self-reliant. Although when he broke up with Bigu, Gun Kong asked Bigu for some gold coins. But these 200 gold coins still made Gun Long feel a little painful. The most important thing is that after spending these 200 gold coins, he will only be qualified to join the group. According to the way they operate, he will be kicked out sooner or later. Gun Long doesn't want to do such a deal. He shook his head, thinking that he was unlucky, and left directly, walking towards the task release board. Mercenary missions are only divided into star levels, and have nothing to do with people's strength. The higher the star rating for completing the task, the higher the reward you will get. Because mercenary missions of 7 stars and above are basically missions to defeat cultivators of level 7 and above. Once completed, the corresponding reward is to increase the mercenary level. Gun Long was exposed to this mercenary mission for the first time, and he didn't want to take the plunge. Looking at the personal missions that he, a 5-star mercenary, could take on, they were basically missions to kill 5th level cultivators. Then Gun Long calculated that with his 6th level strength, his chances of winning were still not small. He then chose a mission and took down the reward order. 1 5-star mission. Kill the elder of the Western Bathing Frog Clan. The same star mission. If you report it with the head within 10 days, it will be considered completed, and you will be rewarded with 5 mercenary points. After confirming Gun Long's mission, the mission registrar on the side shouted and put a red stamp on the mission token. This process is finally completed. Gun Long watched as the registrar took the reward order and swiped it at the badge on his chest. The information about the mission he had accepted immediately appeared on the badge, and the coordinates of the object that needed to be killed were also displayed. Gun Long was secretly happy. This method was good, and it saved him the effort to find it. After confirming that the task process was completed, Gun Long immediately turned around and ran towards the place where he had just registered. Seeing that the 2 people were sleeping on the table again, Gun Long slapped the table and shouted, "Your grandfather! Get up! You 2 bastards! Why didn't you tell me about the situation of the mercenary army just now? You made me join such a bad army." The 2 people who were awakened saw Gun Long coming back, and they immediately laughed and said, "I'm talking about this Gung Dragon. We don't want to say that. Our Black Dragon Legion was famous back then, and its name was very loud. At its peak, there were only 3 9-star mercenaries. There are such the truth is. Where is our Black Dragon group in ruins? Don't mention the past to me. I've seen it all. I'm the only one in our Legion now. Damn. Our Legion star rating is still level 3. Even so, with no one to help us, it will take us forever to reach level 9 and get the chance to enter the temple. I don't care. You must compensate me for my losses, or I will stay here and fight you to the end." Gun Long originally wanted to teach the 2 of them a lesson, vent his anger, and see if he could get the 2 of them to give away his group transfer fee. The 2 people who heard it actually said that this legion had produced 9-star mercenaries. Naturally, Gun Long had some concerns and immediately changed his direction, preparing to blackmail them. "Gun Long, what you said is not right. Come on. Come on. Take a look at the sign at our door. Although the words Black Dragon Group are a little small, there is no doubt about it. You came in looking at your name and had no objection to the whole process of joining the group. It's not right for you to make trouble now." Although those 2 people knew that they were in the wrong. After all, This was the way they wanted to recruit people into the Legion. Otherwise, if no one joins their Legion for one consecutive year, they will be expelled from the mercenary union. But with the duck they had in front of them, they naturally wouldn't let him fly away, and tried every means to block Ginglong's mouth. Ginglong looked along the direction of the speaker. Under the mercenary registration words of Nanoda, there were indeed 3 words of Black Dragon Group, as big as fingernails. But those words were too big. Don't take it seriously. Go and see who can find it. Seeing the 2 of them looking at him triumphantly, Ginglong had a sudden thought. He simply cheated, pulled the 2 of them into the house, and shouted sternly, "You are deliberately cheating. I don't care. You must bring me something as compensation. Otherwise, I will go to the mercenary union to sue you and expose your little trick." When Ginglong said this, the 2 of them became anxious. One of them immediately hugged Ginglong's arm and said, "Brother, please tell me what you have to say. Now, the position of commander of the Legion is given to you. With this title, you can enter the Legion warehouse at will. Who knows? You may find some good things left behind by the former Legion commander. In addition, we will try our best to get some privileges for you. If there are any good tasks with high-level rewards, but low difficulty, we will try our best to get them for you so that you can upgrade as soon as possible. You think this will work?" Ginglong felt that this was more or less the same. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, and watched the 2 people looking at him in fear. After a while, he reluctantly nodded and agreed. When the 2 of them saw that Ginglong had finally been stabilized, they cheered. They were afraid that Ginglong would regret it again, so they immediately added a mark on Ginglong's badge. Ginglong looked down and saw the title of regimental leader on his badge information. "Come on. Take me to the Legion warehouse to have a look. If there isn't the good stuff you mentioned in it, I'll still expose you." Ginglong was put in front of him, so he naturally didn't want these 2 people to have an easy time. So he deliberately frightened them. Seeing that the 2 men's originally playful faces turned into a sad look again after hearing this, Ginglong felt very happy in his heart. "I secretly asked you 2 to fool me, and now it's time for you to experience this feeling." The teleportation array leading to the Legion warehouse was behind the registration hall, and Ginglong and the 3 of them walked in together. After waiting for them to exit the teleportation array, Ginglong watched them appear in a cave. A heavy door in front of the cave was tightly closed. In the center of the door, a hole just big enough to put the badge is particularly conspicuous. Ginglong knew that his captain's badge was the key to open the warehouse. He stepped forward and put the badge in. He heard several clanging sounds, and the thick stone door slowly opened. The scene inside the stone door was revealed to everyone. Before. Chapter 152 Civil Strife. Is this what you call the things left by the 9 Stars mercenaries? Ginglong looked at the empty space inside the stone gate, so clean that there was no dust. With a dark face, he looked at the usherers of the 2 legions beside him. "Regiment. Captain, we didn't expect this situation. Why are they so stingy? They didn't even leave anything for us. These people are really a thunderbolt." Seeing that everything is a foregone conclusion, he has finally become the leader of the group. Ginglong said nothing more. He snorted coldly and closed the door. "By the way, on the way here, I saw that there were all kinds of tigers and snakes in the mercenary team. Are there no restrictions on recruitment for our mercenary army?" Ginglong didn't like seeing the 2 receptionists at all at this time. He was just about to leave when he suddenly remembered the recruitment matter and expressed his doubts. "Well, that's right, Captain. If you have suitable friends, you can directly recruit them into our legion. It doesn't matter what race they are, as long as they have a number of people. These are legion badges, as long as their information is engraved in them. Those are the people from our legion," the usher said, taking out a box full of badges and handing it to Ginglong. Ginglong accepted the box, told the 2 of them to watch the door carefully, and left directly. After walking out of Shuanglong town, Ginglong looked around and saw that no one was following him out. He was relieved. You must know that along the way, he had already encountered several people who had ill intentions towards him. Now that he was sure there was no problem with safety, Ginglong followed the coordinates of the mission guide and went to find the Frog Clan elder. As for the box full of badges, Ginglong has already thought about it and will wait until his first mission is completed. If we go back and let the masters from the Giant Wolf Clan and the Lizard Clan join our legion, then wouldn't this personnel problem be solved? Coupled with the old monster Thanu, it shouldn't be a big problem if his legion reaches 9 stars. When he thought about the beautiful life he was about to usher in, leading the monster army to kill everyone from now on, Ginglong's footsteps quickened, and he wanted to jump in front of the Frog Clan elder and kill him immediately. Quack! Gunlong was only thinking about the future and didn't notice that he had already reached the territory of the Frog Clan. Looking at the guidance message, the Frog Clan elder was still 500 meters away from him. Ginglong did not dare to be careless. He summoned the evolutionary dagger and held it tightly in his hand. As Ginglong's strength increased, the length of the evolution dagger also increased. Ginglong looked at the dagger and saw many blood grooves around it. He couldn't help but look forward to what the evolution dagger would look like after he cultivated to the top level. As for the Frog Elder, he had been very cautious ever since he knew he was the target of the mercenary mission. And there were at least a dozen guards around him. When Ginglong accepted the mission to kill him, the guys in the mercenary union told him the truth. Originally, the elder of the Frog tribe was a little worried about his lack of manpower, and thought about looking for help from other tribes around. However, when he found out that Ginglong was only at the level of a 6th level human armor, and that he was the only one who joined the mercenary corps, the elder of the Frog tribe was no longer afraid, and directly deployed his troops and waited for Ginglong to come to the door. Gunlong naturally didn't know the secret, so he still lurked carefully and walked slowly towards the elder of the Frog clan. When I got closer, I saw a dozen Frog clan guards standing around in armor, while my mission target, the Frog clan elder, was sitting on the central high platform, snoring loudly, in order to avoid alerting them and being besieged. Ginglong was not in a hurry to attack. He just stood aside and waited for the opportunity to attack. Hoo-ho! Night is about to fall, and the wind is howling, making the weather that was still a bit sultry during the day instantly become colder. The Frog clan elder shuddered and woke up from his sleep, looking at the surroundings as calm as ever. There was no sign of Ginglong. The Frog clan elder was just about to call his men to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He just waved his hand and motioned for his men to relax and rest where they were. Ginglong didn't expect the Frog clan elder to be so cautious. He glanced at the guards. Although most of them were at the level of 5th level magic armor, they couldn't handle the large number of people on the other side. Ginglong regretted coming here directly at this time. He should have gone to the 2 major ethnic groups to collect people and come here with his brothers. Time passed little by little in the stalemate between the 2 sides. Just when Ginglong was about to give up today's action, he saw that the Frog guards were crumbling, almost fighting with their upper eyelids and almost unable to withstand it. Gunlong was overjoyed, secretly thinking that there was something going on. So he was not in a hurry and continued to squat there, waiting for the right opportunity to appear. Hey, what do you think is going on? Elder, you've been tormenting us for almost a month. It looks like today that we won't be able to withdraw before midnight. It's really exhausting. The Frog members who were in charge of guarding felt indignant when they saw the elder snoring again, and they began to discuss among themselves. Who said it wasn't that? They never thought of us when there was something good going on. Now that something's happened, they're using us as scapegoats. Brothers, let's retreat and let that mercenary take care of it. We won't have to live this hard life anymore. Gunlong listened carefully from a distance and saw that the guard's words resonated with everyone. Gunlong was overjoyed. Haha. God is helping me today. I didn't expect that these old guys would start fighting among themselves. If this continues, I'm afraid the Frog clan elder won't live long without having to do it himself. I said, what are you bastards thinking about? Do you really think I'm asleep? What's the matter? Are you planning to join forces to rebel against me? You, that is, you, get out of here. The Frog elder didn't expect that he had been pretending to sleep. He pointed at the guy who had just given the idea and waved his hand, asking him to come to his side. The Frog guard knew something was up to him. He hesitated and made no move. This completely angered the Frog clan elder. He heard the Frog clan elder croak, and suddenly he jumped up in the air, and finally landed in front of the guard. He took out the weapon in his hand and stabbed the guard in the heart. Fortunately, the Frog guard was smart enough to see that something was wrong and immediately hit aside. The Frog clan elder's fatal blow missed and hit the Frog clan guard's abdomen. Damn it. Brothers, have you all seen it? This bad elder is not a good person. If you don't resist, you will be killed by him sooner or later. We have been oppressed by it for too long. Brothers, I'm going to kill this old guy. The cry from the Frog guard completely lit the fuse. The guards who had been standing around at a loss looked at each other and made the same decision, shouting and attacking the Frog clan elders. Chapter 153. Joining the group. Ginglong saw that he had really gotten a good deal, so he stayed where he was and watched the frogs kill each other. Although the elders of the Frog clan are not bad, They can't stand against the large number of people on the other side. At the beginning, he could resist for a while. But as the fighting time increased, the Frog Clan elder became a little exhausted and gradually lost. Brothers, listen to my advice. The mercenary is about to arrive. If we continue to kill each other like this, that guy will only get the advantage. It was my fault before. Let's stop now. Kill that mercenary later. Let's discuss it in the long term. The elder of the Frog Clan didn't want to die like this, so he had no other choice but to compromise with the Frog Clan guards. Everyone, don't be bewitched by him. This old man can't stand it anymore. If we really follow his ideas and wait for the mercenaries to be driven away, he will definitely not let us go. Kill him now. We must not let this guy walk out alive today. The frog guard, who took the lead in rebelling, looked at his companions, who hesitated after hearing the elder's words. He shouted in a hurry. At this juncture, if he couldn't kill the Frog Clan elder directly, he would be the one who died. Gung Long saw that the battle had entered a stalemate, although the guards had the advantage. But after the Frog Clan elder's words, the guards naturally divided into two groups, and it was obvious that they were not fighting well. Knowing that it was time for him to appear, Gung Long laughed, stood up directly, walked over and said, "Hey, brothers, work harder. Our mercenary army only wants the heads of the Frog Clan elders, and the other members don't care. As long as you kill the Frog Clan elders, I have some good quality inner elixirs that I can give to you." Gung Long's sudden appearance really frightened everyone. However, after hearing Gung Long's words and looking at the golden elixir in Gung Long's hand, the Frog Clan guards fell into a state of madness. Each one of them was like a chicken blood, and they frantically moved toward the frogs. The clan elders attacked. Brothers, don't be fooled. What the Frog Clan elders said at this time. The Frog Clan guards, who attacked it, couldn't listen, seeing that he was instantly overwhelmed by people's attacks. The Frog Clan elder screamed miserably, unable to resist any longer. He lay on the ground and let the attacks from the guards hit him. "Hey, let me go! You guys are so cruel. Look at this Frog Clan elder. He's so beaten that you can't even recognize him. Come on. This is your reward." "Thank you." Gung Long waited for the battle to end, and stepped forward to look at the elder of the Frog Clan. Seeing the miserable death of that guy, Gung Long couldn't stand it anymore, and casually threw a few inner elixirs to the Frog Clan guards, while he himself stepped forward, cut off the head of the Frog Clan elder, and wrapped it in his pocket. "Hey, you? Yes, I'm talking about you. What's your name? You seem to be quite courageous. Are you interested in joining my mercenary army?" Gung Long liked the courage of the guard, who just took the lead, very much. For his own legion, he didn't care about your strength, but he had the courage to be the first in the world. Therefore, Gung Long did not lead directly. He pointed at the frog guard and asked for his opinion. "Well, my name is Nonghua. You didn't fool me, did you? I can join the mercenary army. You know, I went to the union to sign up, but they didn't even look at it and just told me to get out." Gung Long didn't expect that the farmer frog would be so stained at the critical moment. He was a little impatient and directly yelled, "Your grandpa. Watch it. I am the leader of the legion. Please give me a sweet word. If you are willing, come with me now. From now on, you can enjoy the hot and spicy food, all included. If you don't agree, then don't waste it. I waste my precious time there, just like a girl." Nonghua had been to the mercenary union, and after seeing the badge on Gung Long's chest and confirming that it was the leader's badge, Nonghua was a little excited. You know, the frog tribe they belonged to was not like the mainstream tribe, and they had the opportunity to be promoted to a higher level. If you want to make a breakthrough, you must join the mercenary corps. If you are lucky, if you are qualified to enter the temple, you will be superior to others. But Nonghua is just an ordinary cultivator with no connections. In addition, his cultivation level is only level 5, so the people in the mercenary union don't look down on him at all. Now that it was certain that a mercenary army wanted to take him in, Gnome Frog jumped up in the air, turned over and landed in front of Gung Long and said, "Brother, I will obey your orders from now on. If you ask me to go east, I will definitely do it, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." After Gung Long received Nonghua's affirmative reply, he originally wanted to hand over the Legion badge to Nonghua. However, I thought that if Gnome Frog knew that he was the only one in this legion, sold himself, and combined with the frog guards to do it for him, it would be a huge loss. After comprehensive consideration, Gung Long just pretended that he didn't know about this, and let Nonghua follow behind him. Calculating where he is now. He is not far from the lizard clan. Calculating that it was still early for the mission to be submitted, Gunlong changed his destination and prepared to draw the people of the lizard tribe into the legion first. The environment of the bathhouse, where the frog clan is located, is not very good. But since mercenary missions often occur here, the teleportation array is still equipped. Gunlong took Nonghua to the teleportation array and determined where the lizards were. After paying the price of 5 gold coins, Gunlong and Nonghua left the bath and went directly to a small town near the living area of the lizards. Superior. The lizard clan is naturally the mortal enemy of the frog clan. When Nonghua saw many people from the lizard clan nearby, he was a little frightened. He glanced at Gunlong from time to time, really afraid that Gunlong would sell him out. Your grandpa. Look at that look in your eyes. Don't worry. You are here just to meet a few of my friends. And they are also going to join the legion. Get to know them in advance. Hearing what Gunlong said, Nonghua felt a little embarrassed. He touched his head, smiled, said nothing more, and followed Gunlong obediently. Old lizard. Are you here? Gunlong had a blood oath connection with the old lizard, and he quickly found the place where the old lizard lived. Looking at the huge rocks surrounding this place, there is no way in or out. A natural defensive barrier. Gunlong couldn't help but secretly nod. After all, the old lizard was older and had more experience, so he could find such a good place to hide. Hearing Gunlong's cry, the old lizard immediately rushed out, followed by several young and strong guards. The more Gunlong looked at it, the more he liked it, and he informed the old lizard of his intention. Upon hearing that there was such a good thing, the old lizard nodded in agreement on the spot. After receiving the Legion badge handed over by Gunlong, he immediately cooperated with Gunlong to imprint his own information into it. The Legion has 2 deputy captains, and the deputy captains also have the right to recruit people. In order to facilitate the entry of other lizards, Gunlong directly gave the old lizard the title of deputy captain. Seeing that in just a moment, there were more than 10 members in his army, Gunlong was very happy. He casually took out a Legion badge and handed it to Nonghua, and registered Nonghua's information. Chapter 154 Bribery. Old lizard. Since you can join the mercenary legion, why don't you build your own legion? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to upgrade to the 9-star mercenary legion. Gunlong was very happy to see everyone entering the mercenary group. He was a little puzzled and asked the old lizard directly. To say that Gnome Frog's strength is too low is a problem. But this old lizard's cultivation level is not low. Even among humans, he can be regarded as the best. Hey, Gunlong, you don't know that humans and monsters have always had bad blood. For a long time, humans have believed that monsters are just pets and can only be enslaved by humans. This situation changed only after the emergence of Mahayana practitioners among the monsters. But the fixed thinking of human beings has never changed. If you haven't noticed, even those monsters who are lucky enough to join the Legion can't escape the end of being enslaved. This is why we don't want to have anything to do with the Legion. After listening to the old lizard's words, Gunlong could feel the old lizard's helplessness. This is just like the lower class people in your own world. Even if you get a chance and enter high-level society, you will always be plagued by tuberculosis because of your origin. For such things, there is no other way except working hard to change your destiny. Gunlong, your legion is only 3-star. We haven't had anything to do recently. Why don't we go to the mercenary union with you? And we can raise the level of the legion as quickly as possible. What the old lizard said struck a chord with Gunlong. These things were exactly what Gunlong wanted to do now. They coincided with each other and immediately rushed towards Shuanglong town. The 5-star mercenary mission is completed, and the mercenary points will be increased by 5. Young man, if you want to quickly improve your personal mercenary level, you'd better take on a higher star mission as soon as possible. The mercenary mission issuing officer confirmed that Gunlong's mission was completed. Seeing that Gunlong was not weak, he gave a kind reminder to Gunlong. Gunlong was only thinking about accepting the Team Star task at this time. He thanked the task release official and directly asked the task release official, "Well, what should I do if I want to take on a team mission? I've been watching for a long time, but no team mission appears." The mercenary task issuing officer was not angry because of Gunlong's abruptness. He looked at the micro seal on Gunlong's chest with a smile, pointed at a tall tower not far away and said, "Young man, team missions can only be found there. You can go there and have a look. But as far as I know, the minimum team missions now are 6-star or above. With the current strength of your legion, it may be a bit difficult to complete it." "Ah, The words of the mercenary mission dispatcher extinguished Gunlong's hopes. After all, Gunlong has learned that the difficulty of mercenary legion missions at the same level is still acceptable. But when it comes to cross-level promotion missions, in order to ensure the fairness of the legion's level improvement, the difficulty of the mission has also been doubled. Haha. Young man, don't be discouraged. Your Black Dragon Legion has some connections with me. As long as you are willing to pay a certain amount of compensation, I can still help you find a way. But I have to say it first. I am not asking you for money. I want to use it myself. But to help you manage the up and down links. Gunlong didn't expect that this mecha planet would also be prone to bribery. He watched Nonghua, who had gone to investigate the situation, come back and nodded, which meant that the mission officer was not lying. Gunlong looked around, and no one noticed him. He walked up to the task release officer and asked softly, "Thank you for always worrying about me. Please tell me how much I need, and we will find a way to get it together." Seeing that Gunlong was quite aware of current affairs, the task release officer nodded with satisfaction. He pointed to the badge on Gunlong's chest and said, "Listen carefully. To unlock the task of upgrading a team from 3 stars to 4 stars, you need 500 gold coins. To upgrade from 4 stars to 5 stars, you need 1,000 gold coins. And so on. No matter which star level you need, just pay the corresponding gold coins. We will naturally take care of the rest for you, and ensure that everything is worry-free." Gunlong didn't expect that he would need so many gold coins. He looked at his pocket, and saw that there were only more than 50 gold coins. He was in a bit of a dilemma. It would be better if it was just a little bit worse. In the current situation, there is a huge gap between heaven and earth. It is unrealistic to expect new people to join the Legion to contribute money. And Gunlong cannot open his mouth. Haha. Young man, don't look at how much money it costs. But if you think about it carefully, it is worth it to increase the level of the Legion. After all, it is still very difficult to increase the level of a personal mercenary, unless you can now raise your cultivation level to level 9. But there is still hope for improving the team star level. If you think about it, come here and see me. Gunlong nodded, stepped back, and asked the old lizard to leave together. After waiting for fewer people around, Gunlong hesitated for a while, but finally failed to hold on, and told him what he had just negotiated with the mission release officer. Ha! Don't you just need money? Gunlong, these are not things. For us cultivators, money is just a cloud. I think what the mission release officer said is very reasonable. What I want to consider now is hurry up and increase the level of your legion. As long as you can get the chance to enter the temple, everything you have to pay will be worth it. Gunlong did not expect what the old lizard would do. He watched the old lizard ask his men to take out a pile of gold coins from his pocket. After a rough calculation, he found that there were more than 2,000 gold coins. The old lizard chuckled, pulled Gunlong aside and said, "Gunlong, this is life. It doesn't mean that since everyone is cultivating, there are no other needs. There will always be some disgusting things happening in this world. When we can't change it, the only thing we can do is to adapt to it yourself. Until you have the ability to change everything, you can guide everyone to develop in a good direction. These words are what I want to tell you. You don't need to take that money to heart. This old boy has prepared it for you." Only then did Gunlong realize that all of this was arranged by Hiromu. In fact, from the beginning, Biggie guided himself to form a blood oath with the old lizard to prepare for his life as a mercenary. It's just that I didn't feel it at first, and simply thought that Baimu was introducing a friend to me, with a large amount of gold coins as a backing. Gunlong regained his vitality. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that he still couldn't completely trust the mission release officer. In the end, Gunlong just took out 500 gold coins and handed it to the task release officer. He decided to test it first to see if the task release officer had the ability to accept the 4-star upgrade task for himself. Chapter 155 Integrity. Ha! Young man, you are very good. Wait here for a moment. I will come as soon as I can. The mission release officer took the money, turned around and ran towards the place where the team mission was released. After a while, he came back with a smile, pulled Gunlong aside to a place where no one was around, took out the mission token and stuffed it into Gunlong's hand. Gunlong saw that no one was paying attention to him. He took a sneak peek and confirmed that it was the team's 4-star mission token. Gunlong felt at ease. He said goodbye to the mission release officer and called the old lizard and the others to come together. Go to the place where the mission guides. Within 5 days, collect the rebirth fairy grass and hand it in. The more you collect, the more generous the reward will be. When the group of people came to the area where the mission was directed, they looked at the mission prompt above and only gave themselves the appearance of the rebirth jelly grass, saying that it was in this nearby area. Gunlong and the others had no choice but to let everyone take a look at the appearance of the fairy grass. And then, they started looking for it separately. Gunlong, come here quickly. We have discovered something. The old lizard received the report from his men, and he went to the place where his men found it to find out. When he knew the reason, the old lizard immediately called Gunlong over through the communication function of the team badge. What's wrong? Why are there so many people gathered here? Gunlong and the old lizard met, and saw that there were several teams in this small valley, with a total of 50 or 60 people. Gunlong didn't know what was going on, so he directly asked the old lizard who had arrived here first. Hey, isn't this obvious? We were tricked by that brat. Did you see the stone platform in the center of the valley? That's where the fairy grass comes from. The mission is true, but that brat didn't sell it to our family. I just asked. The rebirth immortal grass can produce one in a day. If you want to complete the task, you have to grab it. More and more people gathered around Gunlong, and those waiting in the valley naturally discovered them. Seeing that Gunlong's legion is full of members of the monster race, those waiting looked at each other and could see what each other was thinking. Hey, you bullshit black dragon group. Get out of here and find another place. We don't welcome you here. A person in the valley acted as a representative. He took a few steps forward, stared at Gunlong and the others with disgust on his face, and waved his hands directly, trying to drive Gunlong and the others away. Old Lizard and the others were used to people's behavior, so it didn't matter. They subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. But Gunlong didn't want to do it anymore. He dragged the old lizard back and laughed loudly. You are an interesting person. This Fangtiandi does not belong to your family. Everyone is here to do tasks. Why should we be asked to leave? Listen carefully. We are not leaving today. Gunlong's words completely angered the person who spoke. The guy didn't expect that Gunlong would take the initiative to fight back. He glanced at Gunlong. Seeing that Gunlong was the 6th level of human armor, the man naturally didn't take it to heart. He snorted coldly, and the people from his legion immediately gathered around him, all with raised eyebrows, always ready to attack. Young man, it's not easy for everyone to practice, so why bother to harm the peace for a bunch of beasts? I'll give you another chance. If you leave now, you can forget about the past. Otherwise, after Gunlong heard the insulting words spoken by the other person, he went into a rage. Before the person could finish speaking, he rushed to the person and punched the person in the mouth. Who are you calling a beast? Those are my friends, members of my legion. Bastard. Do you know where you are standing? The monster tribe. This is the territory of their monsters. We are the ones who should get out. The man was a little confused by Gunlong's sudden blow. When he waited to react and felt something was wrong, the guy covered his swollen mouth and shouted, Damn it. Why are you still standing there? Hit me. Gunlong knew that at this time, only with a strong fist could he have the right to speak. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. However, a pair of hands did appear and stopped Gunlong. Hey, Gunlong. I think you are right. There is no place for these people to be arrogant in our territory. Today is an exception. You can rest next to us and let us have fun with them. You know we beasts are not easy to mess with, the old lizard said, and rushed towards the group of people with his men. The strength of the old lizard was a repressive existence in itself. But with a dozen or so people in that human legion, they simply couldn't resist it. Seeing that his side was about to be defeated and his life was in danger, the guy in the lead immediately shouted to the others standing behind him, Brothers, come here and help. If we are defeated by these beasts, monsters, how can they give us room to develop? The guy who took the lead originally wanted to say that he was a beast, but after seeing the strength of the old lizard, he felt guilty and immediately changed his mind. However, the other legions who were watching clearly had no intention of stepping forward to help. After a moment's hesitation, all the legion members of the leading guy were eliminated by the old lizard, leaving only the guy standing in the middle of the field. Now you tell me who should get out. Gunlong watched the battle end. He walked up to the man, held the evolved dagger in his hand, put it on the man's neck, and asked with a smile, Master, you are all masters. Grandson, I am blind and blind, so I bumped into you. Please, sir, please let me go. At this juncture, the man saw that the other legions were staying far away from him, and had no intention of stepping forward to help. The man then knelt on the ground with a thud and kept kowtowing to beg for mercy. Ginlong always looked down upon people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Originally, Ginlong didn't want to talk to this person anymore. But after seeing the people watching in the distance, Ginlong's heart moved. With a flip of his hand, he cut off the man's neck, picked up the man's head, and shouted, "Every injustice has its own owner. And you have all seen that he was the one who provoked our Black Dragon Legion in the first place. This is the fate he deserves. All things in the world are equal. Not to mention that they are still on our own territory of the monster tribe. Who will do it in the future? If you dare to look down on the monster clan, we, the Black Dragon Legion, will be the first to express dissatisfaction and are ready to fight at any time." Ginlong's speech really shocked everyone. The lizards and the farm frogs behind him all stood up straight after hearing this. They all felt that Ginlong was right. We are all equal when we come to this world. Why should we be looked down upon? The people who were still standing in the valley were speechless after hearing Ginlong's words. I don't know who took the lead, but they actually stood aside to make room for Ginlong and the others. Chapter 156 Rules. Look! The rebirth herb has come out. With an exclamation, everyone looked at the green grass on the stone platform, breaking through the barrier and growing rapidly. This, because of the strong performance of Ginlong and his Black Dragon Corps. No one from other corps dared to step forward. Everyone looked at Ginlong. And although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. Ginlong naturally noticed the situation on the field. He looked around and saw that there were many people gathered. However, after counting, there were only 4 legions here in total. Ginlong laughed, took a step forward and stood in front of everyone and said, Everyone is here for the mission. Everything is on a first come, first served basis. I don't think we should look at anyone else's face. Let's go get the rebirth fairy grass in batches according to the order we got here. Everyone in the audience did not expect that Ginlong would arrange this. They were all stunned there, feeling very uncomfortable. After a while, seeing that no one had made any move, Ginlong jumped onto the high platform, picked off the fairy grass, walked to everyone, shook the fairy grass and said, "Come on. Tell yourselves who got here first." "Ah! Our Haotian Legion got here first." Only then did everyone react. One of them walked up to Ginlong and pointed to the badge on his chest to indicate his situation. "Well, you can take it and hand in the task." When everyone saw that Ginlong confirmed that what the man said was not false, he handed the fairy grass to the man very simply. Everyone was speechless, thinking of his previous actions. They were all a little ashamed and lowered their heads. Headed, indeed, the members of the Black Dragon group. They finally experienced the power of their leader today. In the past, they only joined the Legion to get the chance to enter the temple. After today's encounter, they were all convinced and determined to follow Ginlong. Because Ginlong was there, they felt respected for the first time. Because of Ginlong's presence, they truly found the meaning of living. Watching Ginlong finish all this and sit aside to wait calmly, the members of the Black Dragon group actually stood in line in an orderly manner, expressing their respect for Ginlong in this way. The sun rose and set, and soon the second rebirth herb grew out. With the experience of the first time, no one scrambled for it, but continued to wait for Ginlong to come forward and be responsible for the distribution. Once you have a good start, the rest will be a matter of course. Ginlong saw that there were only 2 of their regiments left here. He smiled at the regiment leader and continued to rest aside. Time always passes a little slowly in peaceful days. By the time Ginlong and his group were the only legions left here, it was already the 4th day. Ginlong counted the time and waited for the fairy grass to grow. They immediately rushed back to Shuanglong town, and everything was still in time. Ginlong then asked Nonghua to stand by, while he himself sat cross-legged and practiced through inner vision. "Brothers, we are here. That fairy grass grows here. God is really helping us. There is only 1 legion here. Let us drive them away. Let's complete the task quickly." It was almost time for the rebirth fairy grass to grow, when a burst of noise came from the place. Ginlong and the others were alarmed. They looked up and saw a dark group, consisting of more than 40 people, striding towards them. When those guys saw Ginlong and his gang here, they all looked unhappy. They were obviously ready to fight, and they were bound to drive Ginlong and the others away. Nonghua was the first member to be accepted by Ginlong, and he admired Ginlong with all his heart. After asking Ginlong for instructions, the farmer frog stopped the group of people with a dark face and shouted, "If you want this rebirth herb, you must follow the rules. First come, first served. We have been waiting for a long time. The next herb will be yours. Please wait patiently." "Ha ha ha. Brothers, Have you seen it? A frog is talking to me, asking me to tell the rules. Damn you. This rebirth fairy grass is native to the country. Whoever has the ability gets it first. Don't give me ink marks here. Know your identity. Get out of here. Otherwise, I will destroy you. The other party obviously didn't want to lose face. The leader of them stepped forward and glared at Nonwa, pointed at Nonwa's nose and scolded him. As soon as the members of the Black Dragon group saw that the other party was trying to rob them, they immediately took out their weapons. Each one of them became angry and waited for Ginglong's order to start attacking. Ginglong was not afraid of trouble, but he thought it would be a waste of time to start a fight over such a trivial matter. The sword is ruthless, and if something goes wrong, it's not worth it. He stood up, walked to the man, cupped his fist at the man and said, "Brother, you are polite. I am the leader of the Black Dragon Regiment. Everyone is here for the mission. You just came here, and you don't know the situation. We have established rules before. In order to facilitate the completion of the mission, here is what you need to do to receive this rebirth fairy grass. First come first served. Brother, please give me some respect and be patient. Black Dragon Group? Never heard of it. Boy, you said there are rules here. But I want to ask you, who made these rules? Why don't I know?" The leader of the Legion was naturally not angry. He rolled his eyes at Ginglong and saw that there was no one else on the left and right. He waved to the brothers behind him. The group understood what they were saying and immediately dispersed, surrounding Ginglong and the others. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I set these rules. It's just for convenience. There is no other intention. Ginglong had seen through the man's thoughts and knew that a war was inevitable. He nodded at the old lizard and signaled everyone to get ready. When the people on the other side heard that the rules were set by Ginglong himself, they immediately laughed. The leading guy even patted Ginglong on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, I think you are not awake and dreaming. You dare to set rules. Who do you think you are? It seems like you are still young and ignorant. As long as you withdraw yourself, don't hinder us work, I can consider letting you go. How about it? Brother, I'm still good to you." The old lizard and the others were very hostile to the other party's rude actions. If they had not received the order from Ginglong to attack, they would have rushed forward and fought with those bastards. Ginglong was also extremely angry. He didn't expect how human nature could be so ugly. Do they have to be taught a bloody lesson to make them surrender? Just when Ginglong was about to give the order and call the members to start fighting, he heard the shouts of killing coming from the place, and a dark group of people came towards them to kill. This sudden change shocked everyone present. The group didn't know what was going on. They thought someone was coming to snatch the rebirth fairy grass again. However, they had no time to pay attention to Ginglong's group and directly deploy the defensive strategy was to change the direction and direct the attack at the subsequent legion. Chapter 157, Become Famous. Brother, it's not good. Our brothers outside have sent word that there are hundreds of people rushing over now. Why don't we retreat first? After hearing the report from his subordinates, the leader was a little panicked. He thought about it carefully and realized that he had not offended anyone. Turning his head and seeing Ginglong, who was calm and composed beside him, the leader trembled in his heart, secretly thinking that this kid couldn't be the one bringing reinforcements. But I had just dealt with that Ginglong, and the time was somewhat inconsistent. While he was talking, the crowd shouting for death arrived. Ginglong looked at those familiar faces, but they were just the first few legions who had obtained the immortal grass of rebirth. He had an idea in his mind and asked the old lizard and the others to put away their weapons. A group of people gathered together, waiting to watch the show. The leader looked around and saw that there were 4 legions of men and horses in front of him, all of them glaring at him. He patted his trembling legs, walked forward slowly, gave those people a fist, and said, "Well, brothers, our Black Evil Legion has just arrived in this precious land. I don't know if I have offended anything, so please forgive me." Looking at the leaders of those legions, they ignored him and walked straight behind Ginglong. This was obviously to support Ginglong. If the leader couldn't understand it at this time, he would not accompany him as the commander of the army. Just as he was about to speak again, one of the legion commanders spoke first. "I don't care what black and white cats you are. Just listen carefully. This first come, first served rule of the rebirth immortal grass is recognized by all of us. And we have united 15 legions. And everyone has reached a consensus on this rule. Keep it up. Why? Are you still trying to break the rules?" The sweat on the forehead of the leader of the Black Evil Legion flowed rapidly, and soon it stained the skirt of his clothes. "You know, after all this, There are a total of 19 legions of people. And judging by the words of the other party, the number of people will continue to increase. No matter how brave the leader of the Black Evil Corps was, he would not dare to be hostile to so many legions. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Let's go aside and complete the tasks in order. In the end, reason defeated desire, and the Black Evil army retreated. Seeing that the threat here was lifted, the group leaders bowed to Gumlungi and said, "Brother, thank you for teaching us the principles of life. Our mission has been completed. We were supposed to divide our things and continue the mission. But thinking that it would not be so smooth with only your legion here, we came here together. We spread your story on the way, and we didn't expect everyone to agree with it. Look, this is a signature of voluntarily maintaining a fair living environment. According to incomplete statistics, there are still 20 to 30 legions that want to join us." Such a chain reaction was something Ginglong didn't expect. He just had a sudden idea. Moreover, he thought that it was not easy for everyone to do the task. So he came up with the idea. Now it seems that it has resonated with everyone. Everyone has spontaneously united together, and new rules have emerged. Ginglong was also very happy, and wrote his name and title on it. "Brother Ginglong, the rebirth herb has appeared. You don't have much time left. Take it and complete the task." The time had just come for the rebirth of the fairy grass. When they saw that the fairy grass had grown, those who helped immediately picked it off and handed it to Ginglong. Since Ginglong did not have much time left, he did not hesitate to thank everyone one by one, then left with the old lizard and his group. Here is the task release officer in Shuanglong town. When the release officer saw that Gumlong had brought 1,000 gold coins this time, he laughed, kept half of the gold coins, and returned the rest to Gumlong. "Brother, you have become famous recently. I have heard all about you. For the sake of your justice, if you come to me again in the future, I will give you a big discount. Only 500 gold coins. Okay. It's still the same old rules. Just wait here." Seeing the mission release officer running quickly towards the team mission release office, Ginglong was stunned, looking at the bag of gold coins in his hand. And it took him a while to react. The old lizard on the side stepped forward to put away the gold coins, patted Ginglong on the shoulder and said, "Ginglong, our ancestors said that if you are kind to others, you will be a friend in the world. Until now, due to the characteristics of our race, we have never understood this sentence. I didn't expect that you would have such an awareness at such a young age. We have really learned a lesson. Bima did not deceive me. Just one word. It's worth following you." The mission release officer did not come back quickly this time, and the mission release officer looked a little unhappy. Ginglong thought it was because he was short of money, and the team task release office was unwilling. He was just about to take out the coins and hand them to the task release officer. I saw the mission issuing officer take out the mission token and hand it to Ginglong. "Brother, I'm sorry. I'm afraid this is the last time I'll help you. Those bastards said that your legion is now a potential legion. There are 40 or 56 level human armor cultivators who are sure to join your legion. Next, the difficulty of a team promotion mission must be increased this time. So they relented and gave me a normal mission. 40 or 50. Impossible. Are all the people in our legion here?" Gunlong felt that they had made a mistake. There must be someone with the same name as his legion. He pointed at the group of members behind him and said that there was no one else here. When the mission release officer saw this, he was about to go back to find the person who released the team mission when he suddenly remembered something. Turned around and looked at Gunlong and said, "By the way, you have been doing missions here. Have you not returned to your legion registration office? The application to join our legion must be personally handled by the leader. Go back to your registration office to check the situation. If it is really not the case, come to me immediately, and I will deal with those bastards. They are really a bunch of money-hungry guys." When Ginglong heard this, he expressed his gratitude to the task release officer. The remaining 500 gold coins on his body were forcibly left to the task release officer under Gunlong's instruction. Although the mission officer did do it for money at the beginning, based on his words just now, Ginglong felt that he could make this friend. Indeed, Ginglong and the others arrived at the Legion registration office in a panic. From a distance, they could see a long queue forming at the door. The people at the front were probably a little impatient, because they had been standing for a long time. They kept asking the registrar, "Little brother, it's been 3 days. When will your captain come back? We are really anxious to join the Legion." Chapter 158, Grand Army. "I'll go. Why is it so hot all of a sudden?" Gunlong couldn't figure out what was going on. He scratched his head, feeling really uncomfortable. TCH. You're here to join the Black Dragon League too. Go ahead. Queue up at the back. And don't jump in line. You don't know? It's spread outside. It's said that the leader of the Black Dragon League doesn't have any racial discrimination and treats everyone kindly. A member of the regiment. Moreover, he will fight for the lives of his members. Where can you find such a good regiment? A guy who was relatively close to Gun Long pulled Gun Long behind him. He didn't shy away from others and started speaking directly, which was regarded as answering Gun Long's doubts. You're not entirely right. That's just a little bit. We also heard that the leader of the Black Dragon Legion almost went bankrupt for the sake of his members. But even so, that guy still insisted on establishing the Legion. Follow the Black Dragon. The guys in the group are really blessed. If you look at the whole tribe, there is no army leader who has no heirs and shares the joys and sorrows with the members. We can't even afford the high membership fee. And the Black Dragon Army only charges 1 gold coin. What a conscientious army. Gun Long was very speechless about this exaggerated propaganda. He didn't know who spread these things. Just when Gun Long was thinking about going back to the registration office and asking the two boys what was going on, an orc girl wearing a cheongsam who exuded fragrance walked over slowly. Go. Go. You stinky men. I heard that the reason why the leader of the Black Dragon Regiment can tolerate the world is mainly because he has a special hobby and is very fond of us girls from the monster tribe. You'd better hurry up, make way for me. I'm going to serve the leader. The group of old lizards who were following Gun Long laughed heartily after hearing what the girl said. And they all looked at Gun Long in amusement. Gun Long was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and strode towards the registration office. Hey, what do you do? Why are you so unruly? Waiting in line. Do you know? That's right. The stronger you are, the better you are. Let me tell you, the leader of the Black Dragon Regiment doesn't recruit people based on their strength. So get back here quickly. As soon as Gun Long made a move, he was stopped by people. The old lizard looked at Gun Long's face turned red and didn't know how to deal with it. He chuckled and asked his men to take off all the cloaks that were covering his body. He stepped forward to protect Gun Long and said, "The leader of the Black Dragon Regiment has arrived. Please give way." Seeing that Gun Long did not retreat, the people who were preparing to resolve the situation by force heard these words and looked at the group of people surrounding Gun Long, who all had the Black Dragon Corps emblem on their bodies. They were stunned, fearing that their reckless behavior would give Gun Long a bad impression and affect their joining the Legion. The beast girl who just spoke found that she was talking to the leader of the Black Dragon group. She was very excited and jumped up and said, "Captain, my great commander, look at how great my figure is. Take me into the Legion quickly. I can cook, wash clothes and do anything." When the orc girl made such a fuss, people went crazy. Everyone ignored the queue and all rushed forward, shouting desperately, hoping to get Gun Long's attention and agree to join the Legion. Gun Long didn't want to stay here for a moment. Seeing that the brothers in front had already cleared the way, he lowered his head and entered the registration office without saying a word, calling on the brothers to maintain order outside. "Oh, my brave commander. You are back. Commander, you have led well. You see, these are the lists of people who want to join our Legion. In the past 2 days, we have roughly filtered it. Single level 6 human armor training, there are 60 people with level 5 armor. As for those with level 5 magic armor, there are so many that we can't even count them. It's up to you, leader, to make the decision." Gun Long was not professional at all in these matters. He flipped through the thick list in front of him, just when he was distressed and had no choice. At a glance, he saw the old lizard who was calling his brothers to guard the door. Gun Long's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran to the old lizard, threw the roster in his hand to the old lizard and said, "Old man, you should be more professional about this kind of thing. I'll leave the recruitment to you. I only have one request. People must have a good heart and be able to stay with us until the end. For those whose character is not good, yes. No matter how powerful it is, we don't care about it." "Well, I understand. Don't worry. I think after the news of your return spreads, I'm afraid there will still be a large wave of people coming. Then we will repair here for 2 days and wait until the personnel matters are resolved. Let's do the mission again. Anyway, the 4-star mission has no time limit." At this time, Gun Long heard the commotion outside the door, and his head felt heavy. Naturally, he obeyed the old lizard's words and waved his hand, signaling the old lizard to go and do it quickly. And he himself went to the side room, laid down on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. Due to the continuous tossing in the past few days, Ginglong was really tired. As soon as he touched the bed, he fell asleep immediately. Ginglong, Ginglong, wake up! When the old lizard called Ginglong up, it was already the evening of the next day. Looking at the originally thick roster, there were only a few pages at this time, and the others all had comments of approval or disapproval. Ginglong was very satisfied with the old lizard. He jumped down from the bed and motioned for the old lizard to go up and rest for a while. The old lizard was really a little tired. He was not polite and handed the unmarked roster of several pages to Ginglong. He laid down on the bed and said, "The people on these pictures are all people from other guilds who want to transfer. I asked my brothers to check it out, and there is no problem with their character. What we need to consider now is, once we accept these people, although everyone it's voluntary, but other guilds will definitely have objections to us. So I'll leave them here and wait for you to make your own decision." Ginglong looked back and forth, and he was also a little frightened. Although there are only 50 or 60 names on these pages, there are more than 20 legions designed. Some of them came in groups, with 3 or 4 coming out of each legion. The wind will destroy the beautiful trees and forests. Ginglong still understands this truth. He looked at his current legion information and saw that the total number of legion members had reached 120. Not to mention the 30 places he had specially reserved for the giant wolf clan. Ginglong also consulted the registrar. As for the current legion of the monster tribe, the overall number of any well-known legion is only 70 or 80. In order to ensure the rapid expansion of the legion, those large legions will recruit troops every time their star level increases. Even so, the current largest legion of the monster beast tribe only has about 100 people. Now that all the members of his guild are in place, a total of 150 people is easy to count. It has already become the largest guild in terms of numbers. But the speed of this rapid expansion is already eye-catching. If he pulls people from other guilds in, wouldn't that be courting death? Old man, I think we should let these people go first. Our current strength is not enough to be enemies of all the guilds. Ginglong thought about it for a long time. He picked up the brush that the old lizard put aside and with a big stroke, crossed out all those people's names. Chapter 159 Death Swamp. Well, this, just as Ginglong was about to put down the roster, he saw a name that had been blotted out. At first, Ginglong thought he had made a mistake. He picked up the roster and read it carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Ginglong felt a little unbelievable. He handed the roster to the old lizard. "Old man, what's going on with this Zhongxing? Why was it written on and then erased?" The old lizard was stunned for a moment when he heard this. After a while, he seemed to remember something. And then he said, "Oh, that guy. I was determined to join our legion at first, but I saw that the guy had an unkind face and felt unreliable in communicating with others. Just when I was thinking about rejecting him, I heard the registrar say your name. He left on his own. I was wondering what was going on. What's wrong? Do you know this guy?" When Ginglong heard this, he was somewhat certain that the boy must be Zhongxing. Otherwise, how could he leave after hearing his name? When the old lizard saw that Ginglong looked wrong, he knew something must be wrong. He stopped lying down, stood up immediately, asked Ginglong to sit down and said, "Ginglong, our beast tribe has a specialty. That is, we have a photographic memory. You said that I remember the appearance of that boy clearly. If he doesn't deal with you, I will arrange for someone to make a portrait and tell the brothers to go there. Get him back." Ginglong was worried about how to find the star. Hearing the old lizard's words, Ginglong was extremely happy. After all, there were too many evil spells in Zhongxing's body, so even if he survived, Ginglong wouldn't be surprised. But the most critical issue is that the last person Xiao Yingying and the others came into contact with was Zhongxing. Even if Zhongxing didn't know Xiao Yingying's specific location, he probably knew the approximate location of his business. Considering this, Ginglong felt that he still needed to capture that Zhongxing and find out what happened. In this case, I won't be like a headless fly with no direction at all. Old man, please find a few reliable brothers and give me careful instructions to catch Zhongxing. That kid is very cunning and a hermaphrodite. Be sure to tell the brothers to be careful. If you really can't take him down, just keep an eye on his tracks and notify us immediately." The old lizard is well informed and still knows about intersex people. When he heard that Ginglong actually had a problem with a hermaphrodite, his face darkened. He came close to Ginglong and whispered, "Ginglong, you want to say that kid is an intersex? Then we don't have to worry about it. The intersex people in our monster tribe only live in the death bath. In other places, as long as soon as you reveal your identity, you will be killed immediately. The way you let them survive is too cruel. Our 4-star mission is not far from the death bath. When the time comes, we will kill them directly after completing the mission. Gunlong didn't expect that he would find the rightful owner after all this misunderstanding. He and the old lizard put it together, and found that the method the old lizard said was quite reliable. It turned out that Gunlong didn't know that those hermaphrodites seemed to be powerful. But in order to maintain their vitality, they had to return to the death bath every night to absorb the breath of death in the bath. With this information, Gunlong really wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Zhang Xing. When the time comes, I will let Biga come forward. With Biga's face, those Yin Yang people shouldn't have trouble. When Zhang Xing was mentioned, Gunlong immediately thought of Killing Star. It has been a while since he came to this mecha planet. Killing Star told him at that time that he would come to find him when he had the right opportunity. But now, I have almost achieved a small success. And the news about Xiao Yingying will be revealed soon. The war is about to begin again, and we don't know when the Killing Star will arrive. Gunlong was in a daze, and the old lizard coughed a few times, bringing him back from his thoughts. Gunlong looked at the old lizard who was hesitant to speak. He chuckled and said to the old lizard, "Old man, if you have anything else, just tell me directly. There shouldn't be any need to hide it between us." After hearing Gunlong's words, the old lizard walked to the door. After making sure that no one was coming, he closed the door, leaned into Gunlong's ear and whispered, "Gunlong, actually when we met at the beginning, I wanted to say it. But seeing that Big Moo was speechless, I thought it would be okay. But we are going to the territory of the hermaphrodites next. So I had to say it. In fact, I had to say it. I have always noticed that you have the mark of the Beast King. Maybe because Big Eyes helped you hide it. No one else noticed it. But you don't know? I used to be considered an old subordinate of the Beast King. So I naturally have his aura. Very sensitive. Mark of the Beast King." When Gunlong heard this familiar name again, he remembered what Lao Luo had told him. Gunlong was very concerned about it. But when he didn't find anything unusual, he gradually forgot about it. Now that he heard what the old lizard said, it seemed that Big Eyes had noticed something strange about him and helped him hide the aura of the Beast King's mark. Thinking of the consequences after the Beast King's mark was exposed, Gunlong was a little frightened and didn't know what to do for a while. The old lizard saw Gunlong's reaction, and he gently patted Gunlong's shoulder, and a warm current entered Gunlong's body. With the help of the warm current, Gunlong's mood was somewhat calmed. "Gunlong, actually you don't have to worry too much. There are pros and cons in everything. You are mainly too weak now. When you reach the 7th level of cultivation, you can control the Beast King mark, and it will be given to you. The surprise is that the people in the death bath we are going to are all the remnants of the Beast King, and they are only loyal to the Beast King." After hearing this, Gunlong, even a fool, understood the purpose of the Beast King's mark. He touched the location of the Beast King's mark and looked at the old lizard, who nodded with certainty. Gunlong couldn't be said to be excited. An idea came to his mind, but he immediately shook his head to dismiss it. The old lizard has been in a high position for many years, and he is still very accurate about the look that just flashed in Gunlong's eyes. He thought for a while, and finally made a decision. He leaned into Gunlong's ear and said, "Gunlong, there is no absolute good or evil in this world. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. History is always written by the winner, with a double-edged sword in your hand. It is not the sword that determines the outcome, but the way you use it. People, although those Yin and Yang people are all cruel, if they are not forced to do so, no one will suffer this crime. Next, I believe that our legion will not just stay in the wild territory, but will spread throughout the entire monster tribe." Chapter 160 Beast King. Gunlong stood there, seemingly unchanged. But at this moment, his heart was indeed filled with excitement. In fact, ever since his parents passed away in front of him, a small flame appeared in Gunlong's heart. As time goes by, Gunlong comes into contact with more and more things, coupled with the improvement of his own strength. The flame in Gunlong's heart has grown vigorously, and has already had the potential to start a prairie fire. Gunlong had never thought about what the old lizard said. This is also the reason why after he became the Legion commander, he knew that the Legion was rubbish, and did not quit the Legion. In the past, Gunlong just thought about it, and did not put forward the plan. Now I see that I have 110 people under my command, and there are more people rushing to join my army. This further fueled the fire in Gunlong's heart, and he knew that the moment he had dreamed of had arrived. The old lizard has been looking at Gunlong. Actually, since Big Moo brought Ginglong to him, the old lizard understood by Moo's idea. And during this period, he also led Ginglong in this direction intentionally or unintentionally. But what the old lizard didn't expect was that Ginglong actually had a natural leadership ability. And there were people who were willing to follow him. This saves the old lizard a lot of unnecessary trouble. Now he just needs to determine whether Ginglong is a ruthless person and can achieve great things. The candles in the house suddenly lit up, and the fireworks swayed in the wind. Look outside. It's already night. Ginglong was still standing there at this time, with the dim candlelight shining on his face. And it was impossible to see any fluctuations in him at this time. Old man, I figured it out. Now that we have such an opportunity, let's fight it out and fight vigorously. Otherwise, our life will be in vain. Hearing that Ginglong finally made up his mind, the old lizard was also very happy. He knelt down directly in front of Ginglong, counted and said, "Monster lizard, kneel down and worship the Lord." Ginglong saw this, and just as he was about to step forward and help the old lizard up, the closed door opened. Several strong men from the lizard clan walked in together. They arranged for 2 people to guard the door. Once the others closed the door, they all knelt on the ground like the old lizard. This sudden change really made Ginglong a little uncomfortable. He looked around and didn't know what to do. "Lord, you don't need to be embarrassed. We, the monster clan, were born to fight. But before, we were just tools for people to fight. Now, we will follow you and fight for our own dignity." The lizard clan looked at Ginglong with firm eyes. Only then did Ginglong feel the great responsibility. You know, it is obvious that everyone has put their lives in their own hands. If they make a little mistake, the losses will be very heavy. Ginglong nodded and helped them up one by one. Looking at these high-spirited brothers, Ginglong secretly vowed in his heart that he would lead them to victory and unify the monster tribe. "Hey, who are you? I told you that the regiment leader has already taken a rest. Why are you still rushing in? Even if you want to join the Legion, you can't come back until tomorrow morning." Ginglong just wanted to cheer up his brothers. The registrar's angry shouts came from outside. Knowing that someone was coming to cause trouble, Ginglong and the others looked at each other, immediately picked up their weapons and rushed out. "Ginglong. I finally found you. Ah, great elder. Why are you here? What are you?" Ginglong saw that it was the elder of the giant wolf clan coming over, with a large group of Wu Yang behind him. But fortunately, they all changed into human forms. Otherwise, my small place will definitely be crowded. Hee. The Wolf King knows that your boy has established a legion, so he asked us to help you. Of course, the most important thing is that these children have reached the bottleneck of their growth. Let them follow you to experience and see the world. If there is a chance to enter the temple, wouldn't it be an opportunity for them? Ginglong was just thinking about taking the time to persuade people from the giant wolf clan to join the legion. But he didn't expect that they would come to him, just as he was about to open his mouth to welcome him. The old lizard behind him stepped forward and punched Elder Wolf on the chest. "Old immortal, you are still alive." Elder Wolf didn't react to this sudden attack. He squinted his eyes and looked at the old lizard. After seeing the old lizard's face clearly, Elder Wolf immediately rushed to the old lizard, gave it a big hug and said, "I'm going. You old immortal is here too. Ha. I really didn't expect that. I thought we would never see each other again in this life. God help me." When Ginglong saw that these 2 old guys knew each other, he was relieved. After all, the old lizard and the giant wolf both have bad tempers. If they can't get along well, it will be a big problem. Now it seems that everyone is an old acquaintance, so everything is no longer a problem. Well, no. Ginglong was just about to call the registrar to come over and handle the formalities for Elder Wolf and the others, when he suddenly remembered the incident in the Death Swamp. He looked at the 2 old men who were chatting, waved his hand, and asked the registrar to take everyone else out to register. Only the old lizard and the wolf elder were left in the room. "Ginglong, what's wrong?" Upon seeing this arrangement, the 2 old men naturally knew that Ginglong had something to arrange. They didn't wait for Ginglong to ask, and spoke directly. "Humph. You 2 are really hiding deep. Tell me, have you already planned to wait for my legion to be built before you come over to kill me? And there is the hermaphrodite from the Death Swamp. You should know the leader of the gang. I guess they will surrender as soon as we get there. Right?" Ginglong's straightforward words made the old lizard and the elder wolf feel a little embarrassed. Seeing that they couldn't hide it, they nodded and admitted, "I finally let you see it. Gunlong. This is also the result of our brothers' discussion. Although the great Master Himu is taking the lead. This is a major event for the clan, and cannot be careless. We naturally have to give ourselves a way out. Let's see if you can do it. Of course. We definitely know the answer now. Don't we all surrender? After receiving the affirmative reply from the old lizard and the others, Gunlong was speechless. What shocked Gunlong the most was that Baima could easily summon people of so many races. And he knew from the old lizard's original chat that almost all of them had fought with the Beast King. Could it be said that Bigu's former master was the Beast King of this monster tribe? Chapter 161 Old Man Yin Yang. Gunlong's idea just flashed in his mind. And he immediately shook his head and dispersed. I think the owner of that match shouldn't be the Beast King. Otherwise, why would they go around in such a big circle? They would have brought themselves to this mecha planet long ago. Captain, all the procedures for the brothers from the Wolf tribe to join the group have been completed. We just received a notice from the guild, saying that we are now the standard of the large army. Therefore, in the future, the time limit for all our army missions will be reduced by half. If we can't complete the Legion star raising task as required, we will have to lay off employees. The registrar did not dare to be careless. After receiving the notice, he rushed to Gunlong as soon as possible and told Gunlong what happened. This sudden change really made Gunlong a little depressed. He calculated that he didn't have much time left for him, so he didn't dare to waste it. So he immediately called his brothers to gather. Everyone, this mission is to obtain the heart of a black bear. I have learned that although the black bear is not a social animal, it has the ability to be violent and can double its original strength in a short period of time. So, we must be careful this time. If the black bear goes berserk, we will retreat immediately and wait until his berserk state is eliminated. In short, the mission is not important, but our lives are the most important. Go and come back as many as you want. After Gunlong finished his speech, he asked the old lizard and the wolf elder to check their own personnel and make sure that everyone was fine. Gunlong told the two registrars to keep an eye on the house and inform him in time if anything happened. Without any worries, Gunlong took the old lizard and the elder wolf and rushed towards the place marked with the mission. Since there is a teleportation array in the Death Swamp, it is not far from the mission location. Gunlong and the others decided to deal with the hermaphrodites first. The more strength you have, the more protection you will have in dealing with the black bear. Gunlong and the others came to the teleportation array, and the Death Swamp was not far from here. Even so, the transmission fee is 1 gold coin per person. Gunlong and the others were now very wealthy, and this little money was not a problem at all. They directly paid off the teleportation fee, and the group entered the Death Swamp. Your grandpa. Why is it so cold here? As soon as Gunlong came out of the teleportation formation, a biting cold wind blew by. Gunlong shivered coldly, and hurriedly used the mecha elements to protect his body's surface. And then he felt a little more comfortable. Gunlong. Hundreds of people die here every day. Their souls are dragged away, and cannot leave here. They are used as nourishment for the growth of Yin and Yang people. Naturally, they will not feel comfortable. By the way, we will see the Yin and Yang later. Old man, you should be more careful. There was some disagreement with the old man back then, so he definitely wouldn't go to him. The old man Yin Yang has a weird temper, so it's better to be careful. Gunlong kept these words in mind and followed the old lizard into the swamp. Along the way, Gunlong found many people who felt similar to Zhang Xing. After seeing Gunlong and his group, those guys all had unkind expressions. Probably because there were too many people around Gunlong and the others. No one dared to come forward and disturb them. Well, Zhang Xing. Gunlong was marching all the way, and when he was almost reaching the residence of the old man Yin Yang, he glanced and saw Zhang Xing leaning under a tree. His eyes blurred, and he didn't know what he was doing. Gunlong, don't go there. Let's go find the old man Yin Yang first. As long as that old boy speaks, Zhang Xing will be able to catch him. If we act rashly, I'm afraid those Yin Yang people will not agree. Seeing Gunlong trying to catch the star, the old lizard stopped Gunlong, pointed at the hermaphrodites who were watching eagerly, and warned Gunlong not to act rashly. Hee. Who do you think you are? You dare to rush into my territory. Are you two immortals gathering together? Are you planning to do something harmful to the world again? Gunlong and the others were just about to continue marching when a beautiful female voice appeared. Then he saw a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam, with a curvy figure and fair skin walking slowly over. This, old man Yin Yang? Gunlong did not expect such an appearance. And what Gunlong found a bit incredible was that a beautiful woman would be called an old man. Could it be that he was a hermaphrodite? What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? You are so young, and you look stupid. It must be that Ginglong. Okay. You have a conscience, and know how to take care of our monster clan. Otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. I'll come to kill you. The old man Yin Yang seemed to enjoy this title very much. She walked up to Gunlong, reached out and patted Gunlong's little face, teasing Gunlong playfully. The old lizard and the blind wolf on the side saw all this. They stayed away from Gunlong, with unnatural smiles on their faces. Gunlong was thinking that this old man Yin Yang was an old monster from the same period as Big Eyes. Although the man's graceful figure was particularly attractive, Gunlong always felt a little uncomfortable, as if there were piles of old bacon in front of him. He took a few steps back and distanced himself from the Yin Yang old man. Okay, old Yan too. We are here today just to ask you to join Gunlong's legion. The rest of us will continue to fight side by side and break out a new world. The old lizard knew it was time to step forward, so he didn't hesitate and shouted directly at the old man Yin Yang. Ha ha ha. What a joke. I think our master is so wise and powerful. After all, such a powerful person only regained 3 major territories, and dare not try to get involved in the entire monster tribe. With his little Ginglong. 6-level human armor cultivation? What a big wave! By the way, why didn't that bastard come back to see me? As soon as the old man Yin Yang mentioned by Mu, the old lizard and the blind wolf looked at each other and secretly thought something was wrong. They immediately stepped forward and pulled Gunlong and said, "Since you don't agree, we still have tasks to do. So we'll leave now. We'll come back to see you in a few days." Before Ginglong and the others could leave, old man Yin Yang suddenly raised his head and screamed miserably. The Yin Yang people who were hiding around all rushed out and surrounded Gunlong and the others. "Let me go! Old lizard. What's going on? This guy will change whatever he says. Could it be that she wants to keep us here?" Ginglong looked at the postures of the people around him and knew that a battle was inevitable. But thinking that old lizard and the others were old acquaintances with old man Yin Yang, he couldn't help but have a new understanding of old man Yin Yang. If this guy dares to get mad, he will not recognize his relatives. Also, the old man Yin Yang values Baimu so much. Is it possible that there is a story between the two of them? Chapter 162 Accidental Death. I'll go. Gunlong. You don't know. This damn old man likes your family Bimu. But Bimu just doesn't like him. It's okay. Don't worry. She will be fine for a while. She will be fine after a while. The old lizard and the blind wolf knew the old man Yin Yang relatively well. He was afraid that the old man Yin Yang would hear him. So he whispered into Ginglong's ear. "Humph. What are you waiting for? That old ghost is very smart. If he beats his friends to death, I don't believe he won't come out. Get them all and beat them to death." As the old man Yin Yang finished speaking, the Yin Yang people who had long been unable to hold on anymore roared and attacked Gunlong and the others. "Hey! Let me tell you! You bastard! Let's talk about it. You still want to be serious? Get your people back as soon as possible. Otherwise we won't be polite." The old lizard rushed up as soon as he saw the other party. But he was a little panicked, seeing the densely packed figures in the distance still coming here. The old lizard looked left and right, and finally fixed his gaze on Gunlong. "Gunlong. This damn old man is serious this time. She will only obey 2 people in her life. One is the Beast King, and the other is Big Moo. It is unrealistic to go to Big Moo now. The only way is to give your Beast King token to just inspire it." Gunlong had no idea at this time. After all, the opponent had too many people and could no longer be solved with fists. It's hard to say. If you're not careful, your team may be wiped out. Hearing the old lizard's solution, Gunlong nodded hurriedly and signaled the old lizard to take care of it quickly. With Gunlong's consent, the old lizard called the blind wolf over, and the 2 of them aimed at the location of the mark on Gunlong's arm and used all their strength. Gunlong felt a sudden heat on his arm, and when he looked down, the entire mark appeared on his shoulder, emitting a dazzling light. Well, the mark of the Beast King. Impossible. How could you, a little human, have this mark? The old man Yin Yang noticed something strange, and she shouted sharply, calling for her men to stop fighting. Ginglong saw that it worked. He raised his arm and took a few steps forward. He deliberately showed the mark to the old man Yin Yang and said, "How is this impossible? This mark is genuine. How dare anyone try to forge it?" The Yin Yang old man was wandering around, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a long while, the Yin Yang old man finally looked up, waved his hand, and asked his men to retreat. After waiting until only Ginglong and his party were left nearby, the old man Yin Yang sighed and said, "That damn ghost. Big Moo. Really can't bear to watch you die. And he doesn't even want to come out to see me. That's all. Let's stop here today. Old lizard. You are quite ruthless. Big Moo worked so hard to create the seal. But you are unlock it all at once. Once someone with a hard knows about the birth of the Beast King's mark, there will be another bloody storm." As the old man Yin Yang spoke, he came to Gunlong, grabbed Gunlong's arm, and stroked it gently a few times. Gunlong felt that old man Yin Yang's hands were not cold, but they felt very comfortable when they touched his body. The hot feeling disappeared immediately, and when he looked down again, he saw that the mark of the Beast King that was originally exposed was hidden inside his arm again, and there was no breath at all. "Okay, you can go. Baimei doesn't want to see me, and I'm too lazy to go out and hang out anymore. Don't come to me again in the future," the old man Yin Yang said and turned to leave. The old lizard and the blind wolf knew the temper of the old man Yin Yang, so they couldn't persuade him anymore. Gunlong, on the other hand, was thinking about Zhang Xing in his heart, but he couldn't help it, so he immediately said, "Well, I wonder if I can ask you for someone. That person is very important to me, and I need to know something from him." The old man Yin Yang, who was marching in front, heard Gunlong's words. She turned back and glanced at Gunlong with a very cold look in her eyes. The old lizard couldn't understand what the old man was thinking at this time, and thought that the old man was angry again. He just wanted to persuade Ginglong to withdraw and make a long-term plan. The old man Yin Yang suddenly smiled and said, "My disciples and grandchildren are all here. As long as you don't want me, feel free to do whatever else you want." After the old man Yin Yang finished speaking, he jumped up and disappeared. Gunlong knew that this meant tacit consent. He ran to the place where Zhang Xing was in his memory. When he got close, he saw that there was a big hole in Zhang Xing's chest, and blood was flowing out quickly. It seemed that it was not going to work. Gunlong hurriedly took a few steps forward and helped Zhang Xing up. Regardless of Zhang Xing's injuries, he asked directly, "Asshole, where is Xiao Yingying?" When Zhang Xing saw it was Gunlong, his desire to survive made him feel a little refreshed. He grabbed Gunlong's arm tightly and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help me! Help me! You bastard! Tell me where Xiao Yingying is first." Gunlong was focused on Xiao Yingying at this time. He was hoarse and didn't care about Zhang Xing's appeal at all. He just asked Zhang Xing to tell Xiao Yingying where she was. "Ah!" As Zhang Xing screamed, Zhang Xing's body became even weaker. He didn't know whether it was because of his conscience or other reasons, but when he was dying, he wrote the words "God's domain" on Gunlong's hand with bright red bloody hands. Holy area. Gunlong naturally knew the mysterious legend of this divine realm, but he did not expect that Xiao Yingying would be taken there, based on his current strength alone. Not to mention the God's domain. It is the 3 major territories. Any god-level figure who comes out is enough for him to drink a pot. Considering Zhang Xing's intersex characteristics, Gunlong dragged the old lizard over, hoping that the old lizard could save Zhang Xing. But when the old lizard saw Zhang Xing's physical condition, he shook his head, patted Gunlong's shoulder lightly and said, "Gunlong, this Yin Yang man has the ability to revive infinitely, but that all depends on the energy hidden in his body. I don't know who this kid offended, and he actually took away his energy. In this case, he is finished forever. There is no way he can be resurrected again." Hearing this, Gunlong stood up and looked around. Gunlong was a little strange about this matter. Why did I just know the news about Zhang Xing, and that Zhang Xing was killed? But based on Zhang Xing's strength, he is nothing in this mecha planet. It doesn't make sense that such a non-threatening person would be driven out and killed. Gunlong felt uncomfortable when he thought that there was an invisible master behind him, always watching his every move. He didn't like the feeling of being in danger all the time, so he asked his brothers to bury Zhang Xing. And then the group left to find the Black Bear. Chapter 163, Fighting the Black Bear. Why did you kill Zhang Xing? Do you know that the Beast King put a lot of effort into training him? How can I explain to the Beast King if you are like this? After Gunlong and the others left, the old man Yin Yang appeared next to Zhang Xing's body. He looked at the man standing not far away, wrapped in a cloak, with a troubled expression on his face, not knowing what to say. "Humph. I think you are the overlord of this country. Even when the Beast King comes, I will give you some sympathy. It's hard for a pawn like this to get you. If the Beast King really pursues him, you can tell him the truth. Just talk to people I killed him." The person wrapped in the cloak was obviously unhappy. She didn't look at the old man Yin Yang and shouted coldly. I'm angry. My nether messenger. We are all women. Why bother? By the way, I see you are so concerned about the person named Gun Long. Do you know each other? Could it be that you are the Xiao Ying he is looking for? Old man Yin Yang has always been very interested in this messenger who suddenly appeared. She kept trying to find out the true identity of the messenger. However, every time he returned without success. Gun Long happened to be present today. Seeing that the messenger looked a little nervous, he actually had murderous intentions and killed Zhang Xing. The old man Yin Yang couldn't help but focus his suspicion on the person Gun Long was looking for. The nether messenger arrived at the Mecha planet, followed by Ginglong. And when the envoy knew the whereabouts of Gun Long, he was obviously very concerned about Gun Long. The old man Yin Yang had never understood the thoughts of the nether messenger. Now that she really met Gun Long and knew that Gun Long was looking for someone, she couldn't help but think a little too much. You Yin Yang immortal, do you know that being too curious can kill someone? This is the last time. If you do it again next time, I will never let you off lightly. As the nether messenger spoke, a light blue light appeared around him, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The old man Yin Yang felt an inexplicable sharp pain in his body. His knees were out of control, and he wanted to kneel on the ground. Even though she tried her best and used the power of the mecha to the extreme, she still couldn't resist the power of the nether messenger. Messenger, I was wrong. Please let me go. The old man Yin Yang felt the breath of death appear, but she still cherished her life and quickly begged for mercy. Humph. You dared to challenge me with this little bit of courage. Remember this? I never bargain with others. You immediately arrange for someone to follow Ginglong and the others, and make sure to ensure their safety. This is the Beast King himself told me this. After the nether messenger finished speaking, she turned to look at the direction Gun Long left. After a while, she slowly left, without the restraint of the nether messenger. The old man Yin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that there were blood marks on his body. The old man Yin Yang snorted coldly, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally gave up and went back to his residence to recuperate. It is true that after Ginglong and his group left the Death Swamp, they had a smooth journey without any accidents. Seeing that they were about to reach the place where the black bear was, Ginglong asked everyone to stop and reiterated the importance of safety. After making sure that everyone kept it in mind, Ginglong let everyone continue to move forward. Humans, if you are wise, get out of here. Otherwise, we, the Black Bear clan, will never give up. A sudden sound came out, and 4 or 5 black bears, which were more than 10 meters tall, appeared. They bared their teeth and claws, blocking the path of Ginglong and his party. After seeing a group of lizards and giant wolves behind Ginglong, he determined that they were all members of the mercenary army. The black bears were extremely angry. They knocked down the big trees around them with their fists and roared. You scum of the beast tribe. Are you used to being slaves? You actually help humans bully the same kind. I am really ashamed of you. You are the shame of our monster tribe. The old lizard and the blind wolf had no feelings for the black bear's words. First of all, their race is used to fighting alone and has not formed alliances with other races. On the other hand, these people who have been on the battlefield for a long time will not talk about emotions with the enemy at all. Only life and death. Do it. As soon as the 2 men gave the order, the brothers behind them immediately took action, jumped in front of the black bear, and fought with the black bear. Since the strength of these black bears was not high, the black bears were eliminated by Ginglong and the others in just 3 to 5 minutes. You bastard. Kill my people. You all should die. Ginglong and the others were just about to clean up the battlefield when a big golden bear appeared, roaring in anger, and attacked Ginglong and the others. That's it. Everyone, be careful. Through the guidance of the mission, Ginglong knew that the golden guy in front of him was his target. He asked everyone to spread out, mainly harassing and attacking, and not directly conflicting with the golden bear. The big golden bear opened its bow from left to right and launched attacks continuously. Unfortunately, his body is still too clumsy compared to Ginglong and others. After several attacks had no effect, and he was indeed covered in scars, the big golden bear finally couldn't stand it any longer and let out a cry as purple flames erupted all over his body. It's mutated. Everyone retreat. It turns out that the big golden bear has used a special trick to improve his strength. Standing far away, Ginglong and the others could feel the great change in the momentum of the big golden bear, giving them a frightened feeling. Ginglong didn't dare to be careless and immediately told everyone to disperse. However, the strength of the big golden bear after the mutation was too strong. Gunlong and the others had just started to take action, and the big golden bear had already arrived. He grabbed one of the giant wolves that was lagging behind and used both hands to tear the giant wolf into two halves. "Your grandpa's is so powerful. Everyone, run away and don't stop. When that bastard's mutation time is up, we will attack again." Gunlong had fought against a giant wolf, so he naturally knew the strength of the giant wolf. Seeing that the big golden bear had become so terrifying, Gunlong didn't dare to stay and immediately accelerated his escape. Ah! There was another scream, and Gunlong turned his head to look. This time, it was a brother of the lizard clan who was in trouble. Seeing that the big golden bear was about to attack a lone giant wolf again, Gunlong bit his teeth and summoned the Shifangu directly. He didn't care about any taboos at this time, and was just afraid of playing the Shifangu, hoping to delay the big golden bear through the sound of the drum. Ouch! When the rapid drum beat sounded, the originally irritable golden bear hugged his head and curled up on the ground. His whole body hit the ground crazily, obviously feeling very uncomfortable. Seeing that the 10-direction drum was useful against the big golden bear, Gunlong was delighted. He kept moving his hands. He hurriedly called the old lizard and the blind wolf back, and led his brothers to attack. "Assholes! I will never let you go. Human, please stop!" The big golden bear roared angrily. It jumped high in the air and wanted to pounce on Gunlong. Just when it was about to succeed, it was knocked aside by the giant wolf that rushed towards it. Chapter 164 Temple. Gunlong did not dare to reduce the frequency of beating the Shifang drum. He beat hard, and the drumming sound came one after another, and spread out quickly, attacking the big golden bear. Although the big golden bear has the strength after mutation at this time, it is difficult for it to even stand at this time under the suppression of the continuous drums, let alone attack Gunlong. Seeing that the mutation time on the big golden bear must have come, the purple flames gradually extinguished, and the brothers who had been impatient for a long time immediately swarmed up and beat the big golden bear to death. Gunlong took the heart handed over by his brothers, although the task said that he wanted the heart of a black bear. Looking at his side, the task also showed that it was completed. Gunlong laughed and waved, inviting everyone back to Shuanglong town. Knowing that it would be useless to go to the mission release officer at this time, Gunlong and the others went directly to the team mission release office. Seeing that there were relatively few people here, the handover point for each star task was an independent window. So Gunlong rushed directly to the 5-star task handover point. It's actually the heart of a golden bear after it evolved. You guys are great. Congratulations on your successful upgrade to a 5-star Legion. Do you want to continue accepting Legion upgrade missions? Gunlong watched the mission release officer's voice fall, and his Legion's micro insignia flashed, and an extra star immediately appeared. That Gunlong couldn't put it down, stroking the Legion badge and nodding in agreement. Congratulations on receiving the 6-star Legion mission. Because the average strength of your current Legion is too high, the difficulty of the mission has been upgraded to the 7-star mission level. The goal of this mission is to go to the temple, kill the guardian at the entrance of the temple, and obtain the guard head. What? This is our mission. After Gunlong and his party heard the mission release officer's explanation, everyone couldn't accept it. After all, no matter how powerful they are now, the only ones with 7 levels of cultivation are the old lizard and the blind wolf. Now they are actually asked to kill the people in the temple, which is really unreliable. Seeing that the mission reward order has been made, it cannot be changed at all. Gunlong had no choice but to comfort himself by being able to enter the temple in advance. Fortunately, the mission official knew the difficulty of the mission, and did not set a time limit for completing the mission. Let Gunlong and the others have sufficient time to prepare. Gunlong, I'm afraid Bimu will go out in person this time. Among us, he is the only one who has ever entered the temple, and with his cultivation, we can feel more at ease with him. Gunlong thought the same way. He didn't want to explain things outside the temple without any explanation. Summon the frog farmer over. Tell the frog farmer the location of Big Moo, and ask the frog farmer to bring Big Moo over to gather. Gunlong did not dare to be idle while waiting for the arrival of Big Eyes. He seized every second and breathed carefully, feeling every expression in his body, thinking that he could practice for a while. Sharpening a gun in the face of battle will bring displeasure. Pimu arrived much faster than expected. Seeing that the people in Yang's army were all people, Baimara was still a little surprised since he had known about this for a long time. Since this mission was indeed difficult enough, Gunlong initiated a team notification within the Legion. When everyone knew they were going to the temple, even though they were just outside, everyone was very excited and signed up to go with them. Everyone who was waiting gathered together. Gunlong gave a brief explanation, telling everyone that they must follow their team closely and follow the captain's arrangements. When in danger, they must first ensure their own safety and not attack blindly. After making sure that everyone knew, Gunlong took out the token given to him by the mission issuing officer from his waist. Gunlong followed the operating instructions on the token, and after some operations on the token, Nuada's teleportation array appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that this teleportation array did not require gold coins, Gunlong felt somewhat comforted. After all, this time the whole army is dispatched. If one person spends a few more gold coins, Gunlong and the others will have to make ends meet. On this side of the teleportation array is the endless sea. Gunlong and the others looked at the center of the sea, where a palace as high as heaven and earth stood proudly. Monsters appear around the palace from time to time, wanting to enter the palace. However, as soon as they touched the palace, lightning and thunder appeared immediately, turning them into ashes and dissipating in the air. I'll go. It's so powerful. Baimu, do you think if we go through it like this, the result will be the same? When Gunlong saw how evil the palace was, he was really worried that he would be like those guys and died before he was born. Baimu shook his head when he heard this, pointed at the faint light wave on their bodies and said, "This mark is used to enter the temple. If there is no such mark, we must be like those guys. A person only has two opportunities to enter the temple in his life. Once is what we are doing now, going in to do the task. Once after reaching the 9-star Legion, there is no other way to enter the temple except to thank you. Those guys you just saw must not give up and still want to enter. So what awaits them is death." Hearing what Baimu said, Gunlong had an idea. He looked at his teammates behind him. Everyone was very excited. Their eyes were blazing, and they were staring at the temple, eager to rush in immediately. Gunlong was about to greet everyone to get on the ferry when he suddenly remembered something. He came closer to Baimu and said, "I said, there are so many of us. If the war starts later, a team of people will be separated to look for the remains left in the temple. Good thing. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Hey, you think the people in the temple are idiots? If this was really possible, those people wouldn't risk their lives to enter the temple. We have a mission this time, and the area where we can move after entering the temple is limited. And even if let you seize the loophole and enter the depths of the temple, with our current strength, the palace protection mechanism in the temple can guarantee that you will return to the west in less than 10 seconds. Gunlong did not expect this cruel law. But when he looked back, he thought, if everything was so simple, this place would not be called a temple. Under the guidance of Baimu, Gunlong and his party came to the ferry and got on the big boat that reached the entrance of the temple for free. Brother, you are going to the temple to do a mission, right? We specialize in missions. As long as you can take us into the temple, all expenses will be waived. Brother, don't listen to him. We have also assigned tasks, and will give you 10 gold coins." As soon as Gunlong and the others sat down, a group of people gathered around them and kept announcing their mission conditions. Gunlong watched as their words became more and more outrageous, and he had been told in advance that he must not pay attention to these guys. Otherwise, they would enter the temple and only want to break through the confinement and find the treasure. Not only could it not help Gunlong and the others complete their mission, but it would also trigger punishment from the temple and greatly increase the difficulty of the mission. Gunlong waved his hand, and several teammates came to stand in front of them. Naturally, they were frightened and pushed back. Chapter 165 Enemies arrived. Get off the boat. With a roar from the helmsman, the huge ferry docked at the shore. The people on the boat swarmed down, as if they were in a daze, and ran quickly towards the open temple. Gunlong and the others followed Baimu and deliberately distanced themselves from the crowd at Baimu's signal. After all the people who were waiting entered the temple, Baimu waved his hand and led everyone into the temple. This is the temple. Gunlong and the others stood in the temple, looking at it as if it was another world. Buildings made of steel and iron plates can be seen everywhere. And as for the characters inside, they are all robots composed of mechanical equipment. However, Gunlong and the others did not dare to underestimate these robots, because they could all feel the powerful pressure emanating from the robots. These are war machines, created by the ancient gods. Although they have no thoughts, they have been ordered to protect the temple. As long as you don't take away the things in the temple, They will not attack. Baimu has been here before, so he naturally understands everything inside. He told everyone one by one to let everyone understand the situation here so that they can prepare for their future trip to the temple. Baimu. In this case, it would be very easy for us to kill the guard. It seems that this mission is not difficult. Ginlong looked around and saw robots all around him. They walked past them and did not take the initiative to attack. Ginlong felt that if this was the case, the task should be completed well. This is just the outside of the temple. We are still a day away from the entrance. The temple guards are living creatures. Those guys are crazy and will not let anyone go as long as they are alive. The real war is still to come. You guys don't let your guard down. Big Moo has experienced the strength of the temple guards. Even though he has evolved into a dragon and his strength has increased, he does not dare to take it lightly. His face was solemn, and he was completely relieved, fearing that Ginlong and the others would despise him and relax. Ginlong didn't expect this trick. He stuck out his tongue and immediately adjusted his mentality to ensure that he could always respond to the challenge. Ginlong. The brothers on the outside have discovered that the first people they came in have started fighting among themselves. Some people have been arrested. What should we do? Should we wait before moving forward? The giant wolf clan moves quickly, and they are responsible for gathering information. When Baima heard the blind wolf's report, he snorted coldly and asked everyone to stop and rest. It seems that many of the people who came in this time have been here before. Tell brothers to be careful, and be sure not to be left alone. These guys are looking for a stepping stone. Didn't I just say that the guards will kill living creatures? But after each successful kill, the guards will be stagnant for a short time. They can take the opportunity to break into the temple. Your grandpa is so despicable. The conscience of these people is being eaten by dogs. While they were talking, the sound of fighting came from not far away from Gunlong and the others. But the war ended just as quickly as it started. Gunlong glanced over there and saw 3 or 4 people in uniforms with excited faces, tying up 2 dying guys covered in blood and moving quickly forward. An inexplicable feeling of anger appeared in Gunlong's heart, and he remembered the scene when he was bullied. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the old lizard and the others to catch up and rescue the person. When the old lizard heard Baimu's words, he naturally took it seriously. Tell your brothers to stay alive. In this case, they can naturally use it when they attack the guards. Just 3 or 4 people can't stand up to this well-trained lizard army. After just a few rounds of fighting, the lizard legion eliminated the group of people and brought the 5-flowered beast to Gunlong. Asshole. Do you know who I am? How dare you tie me up? If you have the sense, let me go quickly, or I guarantee that your whole family will die. After Gunlong experienced the death of his parents, this topic has always been a taboo. Hearing the other party's words, Gunlong immediately got angry, rushed to the man, raised his knife, and cut off the man's ear. Ah! Bastard! You will regret it. I am from the Mubation family. Just wait for me. My family members will definitely find you and make your life worse than death. The man attacked by Ginlong screamed at the top of his lungs. The severe pain made him struggle violently, but his body was tied up tightly, and he could not break free. Are you from the Mubation family? When Baima heard the boy shouting, he immediately rushed to the boy and helped him up. Humph. You are wise. I am the second son of the Shen family. Shen Sheng. Let me tell you. Let me go now. The boy who just beat me has lost one of his arms, and I can consider letting you go. Shen Sheng looked at Baimu's reaction, thinking that Baimu must know about the Shen family. He didn't care about the pain at this time, and arrogantly ordered Baimu and his group to get up. At this time, Shen Sheng's mind was full of the scene of Gunlong being attacked, and he laughed triumphantly. Ah, you? What was waiting for Shen Sheng was not his own release, but a harder blow than his own, which hit the joint of his shoulder directly. With a crisp sound, one of Shen Sheng's arms was wasted, and blood spurted out. Hee. Since he is a bastard of the Shen family, I must have heard the name of your grandfather. You brat. If you meet me today, I'll show you some disgrace. Stop having any illusions and just accept your death. When Shen Sheng heard Baimu's name, his face turned pale, his legs were trembling, and he couldn't stand it all. At this time, Shen Sheng only hated how he could be so miserable and meet the family's mortal enemy. I remember back then, a few elders in the family insisted on going their own way and join the army to conquer Bite. Who would have thought that Baimu would be lucky enough to be promoted to the Dragon Clan successfully? This time, the families who joined forces to attack suffered a lot, and they were always subjected to brutal revenge. Just a few years ago, Bigu disappeared suddenly, and there was no news. This made several families breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that there must be something wrong with Bigu's cultivation. So they hid. I never imagined that I would meet Bimu here, and he would be even more tyrannical than before. Shinsheng completely lost hope, wailing in pain, and no longer looked as arrogant as before. Gunlong, come here. This kid didn't threaten you just now. Now it's up to you to do the surgery and kill this bastard. It seems that I haven't been at home in the past few years, and those clowns have started to stir up trouble again. Let's do it today, teach them a lesson, and let them know who has the final say here. Gunlong had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and after getting permission from Bimu, Gunlong held the evolution dagger in his hand and came to Shinsheng with a smile. No matter what Shinsheng said, he just picked up the knife and stabbed Shinsheng in the body. Chapter 166, Fighting the Guards. Ah! Spare my life. Please spare me. I never dare to do it again. Shinsheng no longer looked arrogant at this time. He kept swinging his body and shouted for mercy. Gunlong showed no mercy at all to this person who violated his taboo. He acted as if he hadn't heard and danced his dagger back and forth. After a while, Shinsheng was lying on the ground, unable to move. The people who were arrested with Shinsheng saw that Shinsheng had died. They were all trembling when they thought of the crazy behavior of Shinsheng's family after they found out that Shinsheng had died. Before Gunlong could take action, those guys bit their tongues and committed suicide. Such an ending was something Gunlong never expected. But for those people who don't take other people's lives seriously, Gunlong felt that this was the best ending for them. After solving these troubles, Gunlong called on his brothers to let the injured man go. It was determined that Shinsheng had indeed died, and there was no chance of recovery. Gunlong then waved to the brothers to move on. Kill! Deafening shouts of killing came. Gunlong and the others arrived at the entrance of the temple, watching a group of people fighting with the temple guards. Some were lucky enough to use others as a shield to rush into the temple. Gunlong and the others were standing aside, waiting for the right opportunity to attack. Gunlong, the opportunity has come. Did you see the guard on the far left? I guess everyone found that his strength is relatively weak, and they all used him as a breakthrough. That guy is a little weak. Let's go. Let's operate on him. Under Bimu's instruction, Gunlong and his group marched towards the identified temple guards. The temple guards, who were working hard to defend, naturally saw Gunlong and the others. Knowing that these guys were here to take their lives, the temple guards were about to call other rescuers. When they looked around, they found that their brothers were restrained by people and could not rush over in a short time. The temple guard snorted coldly and dealt with the attacker in front of him. He took a few steps back and came to the entrance of the temple, obviously ready to retreat. Go! Solve the battle quickly. His weak spot is his legs. Attack his lower body with all your strength. Thomu didn't want such a good opportunity to go to waste, so he informed the temple guards of their weaknesses and ordered everyone to take action immediately. Although the temple guards were blessed with divine power and their bodies recovered very quickly, they could not withstand the continuous attacks of the 100 people. Seeing that he was unable to resist, the temple guard was about to retreat into the temple when Bimu turned over and came behind him, transformed directly into his dragon form, and blocked the temple door with his huge body. Well, Dragon Clan, you actually colluded with this lowly human. Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the gods? The temple guard couldn't hold on any longer. When he saw that his way back was blocked, and he was actually a member of the Dragon Clan, he couldn't help but feel a little angry and helpless, and opened his mouth to scold him. I prayed in my heart that it would be able to act as a deterrent and scare Nabumo away. Ha ha ha. What bullshit gods. Haven't they all been upgraded from humans? I have lived for so many years, and I really want to see how powerful the so-called great gods are. If you have the ability, you can use your so-called call the gods. The temple guards looked at Bigu's arrogant attitude and knew that they had not been able to scare Bigu and the others in the end. After all, these guards are the lowest level beings in the temple. Those high-ranking god-level figures will not care about their life and death at all. Assholes. You forced me to do this. The temple guard noticed the passage of his life. He was heartbroken. He took out a jar of potion from his arms and drank it. No. Retreat quickly. He could see clearly and knew that the temple guard was going to give a desperate blow. The medicine in his mouth is used to stimulate the body's potential. It can burn its vitality and increase its strength in a short time. But once the vitality is burned out, there will be no recovery. Ha ha ha. Now you're scared. It's too late. Asshole. Give me your life. The temple guards went berserk. and the pressure was emanating from their bodies. People with low strength, such as Gunlong, were under great pressure at this time, and could not move at all. Although Fumoku's impact was smaller, the opponent was a temple guard after all, and Fumoku was still barely able to fight with him. In the current situation, Baimu did not dare to resist. If he were not worried about the safety of Ginglong and the others, Baimu would have withdrawn to the side. The only major enemy of the temple guard was Nabama, so he used all his hard blows on Nabama. He thought to himself that as long as he killed Big Eyes, it would be worth it even if he died this time. After 2 consecutive collisions, the temple guard saw that it was still difficult for him to completely kill Femu, because Nabama mainly harassed him and did not fight him face to face. This is obviously a waste of time, waiting for his life force to burn out. Knowing Bimu's purpose, the temple guard roared angrily, stopped paying attention to Bimu, and turned around to attack Ginglong and the others. Asshole. Stop. Baimu looked at the temple guards and realized that they actually knew how to attack Gunlong and the others. Big Mu was so frightened that he didn't care about his own safety. He leaned over and rushed to the temple guard, directly entangled the temple guard, and exploded with all his strength, trying to prevent the temple guard from coming forward. Ha ha ha. You still want to stop me? I want you to watch those guys die in front of you. As the temple guard spoke, a ball of flame spurted out from his mouth, and he directly attacked Ginglong and the others on the ground. Although Baimu wanted to stop him, everything happened too quickly. Just hearing a bang, the flames exploded next to Ginglong and the others, blowing them away directly. Several brothers who were at the center of the explosion were directly vaporized and disappeared without a trace. It's your grandfather's. I will definitely kill you. Ginglong was blown to the side, and with the interference from Miragi, the pressure on Ginglong suddenly decreased. Seeing his brother being killed, Ginglong was furious. He stood up and summoned the Shifang drum. The drums were pounding, thinking that he could use the Shifang drum to suppress the temple guards. Well, Shifang drum, brat, you really surprised me. It's a pity that your strength is too weak. Otherwise I would be a little scared. You challenged the power of God, and you are destined to die here today. Come on. Don't resist in vain, the temple guard said, spitting out another fireball and attacking where Ginglong was standing. When Ginglong saw that the Shifang drum had no effect, he naturally did not dare to raise it. He turned over and jumped to the side, ran a few steps quickly, and finally escaped the attack range of the fireball. Chapter 167 Victory. How are you going to fight your grandpa? This kid is so perverted. We can't win at all. Seeing that his brothers were once again unable to escape and lost a few more people, Gunlong panicked a little. He got up and ran to the side, carefully watching every move of the temple guards. The pressure on Thomu's side is also quite high, and he can feel that the temple guards are getting stronger and stronger. Although Biga knows that this also means that the vitality of the temple guard is about to be burned out. But with the current strength of the temple guard, Bigu is somewhat powerless against him. Gunlong, you retreat first. This guy is about to go berserk. Let's wait for the rest. Come here again. Hearing the loud voice, Gunlong immediately called for his brothers to retreat. After waiting to make sure that all the brothers on his side were safe, Gunlong just wanted to leave. He could see cracks appearing all over his body and blood splattering out. Obviously, he was going to be defeated. Baimu. After all this time of contact, Gunlong and Baimu have already developed a deep affection for each other. Seeing that Baimu could not hold on any longer, Gunlong naturally could not leave. He did not care whether he could defeat the enemy or not, and summoned the evolved dagger, leaping high in the air, and attacked the temple guard. Clang! Continuous collision sounds appeared, and Gunlong saw that his dagger failed to cause any damage to the temple guards. On the other hand, he himself was shocked, and his jaws were broken. If he hadn't caught Hideta's body in time, he would have fallen directly to the ground. Gunlong. It's useless. His body has been strengthened now, and his strength has been forcibly raised to level 10. Our attacks are of no use to him. You leave quickly. I will hold on until his life force is exhausted. Ha ha ha. Can you hold on? Although you are very powerful and know our attack methods, but I regret to tell you that you missed one point. That is, as long as we have the holy light shining, our vitality will be continuously regenerated. After the temple guard finished speaking, his whole body expanded rapidly, and there was only a thud sound. However, Biga couldn't hold on any longer and directly let go of the restraints. The temple guard grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground. Gunlong, go quickly. Big Moo was trampled under the feet of the temple guards. No matter how much he resisted, he could not break free from the restraints. Knowing that there was no hope of his escape, Bima asked Ginglong to leave. He did not want Ginglong's sacrifice to be in vain. Let's go! Where else can he go? Our people have already pressed up. No one of you can leave alive today. The temple guard pointed at his companions who were rushing here. He laughed proudly and increased the strength on his feet, making a crunching sound of broken bones. The pain was so heartbreaking that he couldn't bear it anymore and let out bursts of wailing. Ginglong used the mark of the Beast King. Just when Ginglong was at a loss and had no other options, a voice reminded him suddenly in his ear. Ginglong didn't have time to find out who was helping him. The mecha elements all over his body condensed and converged towards the place where the Beast King's mark was. As the mecha elements increased, the mark of the Beast King burst out of the body, blooming with colorful light. That's the mark of the Beast King. When the temple guard saw the mark of the Beast King appearing, he was stunned. You know, even though many years have passed, the original battle is still imprinted in their hearts. The Beast King single-handedly, relying on the power of the Beast King's mark, directly entered the temple, and countless great gods died young. The horrific scene was vivid in his mind, and could not be forgotten for a long time. The temple guard felt uncomfortable for no reason. He shuddered and took a few steps back. The eagle took the opportunity to escape and turned into a human form again. His face was pale, and he no longer had the ability to continue fighting. The old lizard and the blind wolf saw that Ginglong did not follow, so they brought the men back to kill him. I happened to see this scene, and immediately called my brothers to retreat with their eyes. Kill! Accompanied by a cry of killing. Ginglong and the others watched as another large group of people rushed over and engaged in a melee with the temple guards. He knew that it was a new group of people coming by boat, and he was happy that there was no danger of being besieged. Naturally, Ginglong would not miss this good opportunity. He leaped high in the air, turned over and jumped behind the temple guard, using the power of the Beast King's mark to force the temple guard away from the entrance. Asshole! If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the entire temple. Don't you want to enter the temple? The temple guards naturally understood Ginglong's intention, and saw that after he was far away from the entrance, there was no longer the shining of the holy light. The vitality in his body was draining rapidly. Seeing that it was going to be impossible, he was a little scared. He couldn't think of any other way but to negotiate with Ginglong and the others. After Ginglong was injured by the temple guard, he had made it clear what he was thinking. This temple guard must be killed. This is not only necessary for his own mission, but the most important thing is that Ginglong will never tolerate anyone hurting his friends. Under the full force of Ginglong, the mark of the Beast King shone with dazzling light. The other attacking people around saw that Ginglong and the others actually had such a magic weapon and forced the temple guards back, although they were all very jealous. After seeing the large lizards and giant wolves gathered around Ginglong and the others, they all had no choice but to suppress their inner impulse to snatch and continue to attack the temple guards. Ah! Bastard! Wait! The temple will never let you go. With an unwilling roar, the temple guard finally couldn't hold on any longer. All his vitality was lost and he collapsed to the ground, no longer having any breath. After confirming that the task had been completed, Ginglong also breathed a sigh of relief. He retracted the mark of the Beast King into his body, sat down directly on the ground, and exhaled. You know, Ginglong has already reached the end of his strength. If the temple guard is still alive, Ginglong has no choice but to watch the temple guard counterattack. Ginglong, are you okay? After resting for a while, his body improved a bit. He walked up to Ginglong and looked him up and down, fearing that Ginglong would be hurt in some way. No, it's okay. It's just that my body is extremely exhausted, and I don't have any strength now. Just let me rest for a while. Ginglong found it difficult to even speak now. As soon as he finished speaking, he started coughing violently. When Bima saw Ginglong's appearance, he looked at the bodies of the temple guards on the side, asked the people next to you to lift Ginglong up and place him next to the temple guard. After confirming that everything was in place, Bigga let out a cry and transformed into his true form again, stretching out his huge claws to grab the temple guard's heart. The body of the temple guard, which was originally as hard as steel, was directly broken open by the dragon's claws, like chopping melons and vegetables. A golden inner elixir was revealed. Chapter 168, Entering the Temple. Ginglong, this is the inner elixir of a 7th level cultivator. You should absorb it quickly. This way, the mecha elements in your body will recover faster. Baima placed the inner elixir in front of Gunlong, returned to his human form, and signaled Gunlong to put the inner elixir away. Gunlong, whose body had dried up and had no mecha element at all, as soon as he came into contact with the inner elixir, his whole body was like a sudden burst of rain after a long drought, frantically absorbing the mecha elements in the inner elixir. After waiting for the mecha elements in the inner elixir to be absorbed by Gunlong, the golden light of the inner elixir dimmed, becoming like a stone in an instant. Without looking carefully, it is difficult to imagine its former glory. As if Gunlong was reborn, he stood up and moved his body. Seeing that Bigu was still lack of energy, Gunlong was a little worried about Bigu's physical condition. He stepped forward to support Bigu and said, "Bai Mu, why don't you go back and recuperate for a while? The mission here has been completed. The Legion is still damaged this time. Let's wait for a while before taking on the mission of upgrading to 7 stars. Big Mu looked up at the road they were on. Without the obstruction of the temple guards, the entrance to the temple was open. He shook his head, pointed at the temple and said, "Gunlong, this is a rare opportunity. We can't waste it in vain. Although with our current strength, we can only operate outside the temple. There will be good things appearing outside. Let's go. Let's enter the temple immediately. Otherwise, we will if you want to enter the temple. You have to wait until the Legion reaches 9 stars. It's not that Gunlong hasn't thought about this, but he gave up the idea when he saw that Bai Mu was not in good health. Now that he heard Bima's words, Gunlong naturally understood what to do. With a wave of his hand, he called on his brothers, who had been impatient to wait, and entered the temple together. Hoo-ho! The expected prosperity was not met. After Gunlong and the others entered the temple, they saw dilapidated buildings and thick bones. Bai Mu, is this the temple? Everyone was very surprised. This was very different from their imagination. They didn't expect that the temple they had been pursuing all their lives was like this. Gunlong was also a little surprised. He felt that this place should not be called a temple. It should be called a grave. No. More precisely, a cemetery. Well, this is the temple you have been dreaming of. The surrounding area is basically filled with the corpses of soldiers and shrimps. So it is difficult for anything good to appear. Of course, sometimes you are lucky, and you will still find some unexpected discoveries. The more you go inside, the more good things you will find. The core of the temple contains the corpses of practitioners from the Mahayana realm and even higher realms. Once you find something good, it can bring about a completely different life for you. Thumb will tell everyone everything here, because Thumb is not yet able to continue fighting, in order to ensure that no one will die in vain. After discussing with Gunlong, Baimu asked everyone to take a walk around the perimeter. No matter whether they found it or not, they must leave here in 3 days. After getting Gunlong's permission, the old lizard and the blind wolf divided all the brothers into groups of 10. Each group was only 20 or 30 meters apart to ensure that in case of danger, the surrounding brothers could come to the rescue in time. After the arrangements were made, everyone acted at the same time and began a carpet-like search. That is, after Gunlong and his party left here, the nether messenger wrapped in a cloak appeared, followed by more than 20 people dressed like her. One of the guys, who was obviously of a high level, couldn't help but step forward and said, "Messenger, the king wants to kill Gunlong and take back the mark of the Beast King. Why didn't you take action when you had such a good opportunity just now?" The nether messenger snorted coldly when she heard this. She turned around and slapped the guy who made the sound, and shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you take charge of me? I naturally have my own reasons for doing things. If you dare to say more, get the HL back to God's realm." Seeing that the nether messenger was angry, the person who spoke did not dare to speak anymore, and obediently stepped aside. A pair of eyes like poisonous scorpions stared at the nether messenger through the cloak. The nether messenger didn't take that person seriously. She waved her hand and motioned for one of her subordinates to come over. She took out a wooden stick from her arms and handed it to the subordinate. "Look for a chance. Don't let Gunlong find out. Give this gavel to Gunlong and the others." The man who was silent on the side and was being taught a lesson by the nether messenger saw the gavel, but he could no longer hold back and scolded directly. "Messenger, your status is noble, and we respect you. But if you hand over the drumsticks of the Shurfang drum to Gunlong, I will not agree to anything. Even that Baimu. I am afraid that I have not found the Shurfang drum until now. If you don't bring Fam Gu's real secret to you yourself, how can we get back the Beast King's mark after Gunlong becomes stronger? No. I'm going to go back and tell the Beast King that you are going to ruin our Beast King's century-old plan." After the man finished speaking, He turned around and left. The nether messenger snorted coldly, and his whole body floated in front of the man like a ghost. Before the man could react, his hands moved back and forth, and the man's whole body was torn apart, and he died. I told you, don't try to control me. If you don't listen, I will have to send you on your way. Otherwise, how can you convince the public? As he spoke, the nether messenger picked up the inner elixir left by the man and threw it to the guy holding the mallet beside him and said, "Here, this is your reward. By the way," before handing the gavel to Ginglong, "remember to urge the Shin family to let their people come quickly. Otherwise, after Billy Moo recovers a little, it's very difficult to kill that beast." The man was very happy to receive the reward from the nether messenger. He agreed and went down to do the work. The other people standing aside were very envious of the man's situation, and they all watched the man leave. "Haha. You are all so promising. There are a lot of 6th level people in the Ginglong Legion. As long as you are obedient and don't do anything, there are many opportunities to collect inner elixirs. Do you understand?" "Understood. We will do our best to serve the envoy." After getting the reply from her subordinates, the nether messenger nodded with satisfaction. She looked at the direction where Ginglong and his party left. She didn't know what she was thinking, but there was a tear in the corner of her eye. However, the messenger acted very quickly. With just a wave of his hand, the tears were wiped away without anyone noticing. "Ha ha ha. This guy's inner elixir is still there, and it's very complete. Captain, here you go." Ginglong and his team walked for a long time before they finally made a discovery. Seeing that the inner elixir was of good quality, Ginglong chuckled, waved his hand and said, "As I said just now, it's not easy for everyone to come in. Whoever finds the things in here belongs to whoever finds it. There is no need to hand it over to me. You absorb it quickly, and we will protect it for you." Originally, those guys thought that Ginglong just casually said that such a high-level inner elixir would not be willing to be given to everyone for their own use. Now seeing that Ginglong actually kept his word without even frowning, everyone was extremely happy and searched even harder. Chapter 169 7-Star Mission. The inner elixir was absorbed quickly. Ginglong and the others were in trouble, so they immediately regrouped and continued moving forward. "Ginglong, wait a moment. Several teams around this way have noticed it. But Ginglong and the others are the only ones who have no movement here." Just when Ginglong and the others were about to go deeper, Baima, who had been silent all this time, suddenly made a sound, signaling Ginglong and the others to stop. Ginglong knew that Bigu must have discovered something, so he stepped forward and followed Bigu slowly to a pile of skeletons. There is nothing wrong with the skeleton. The parts exposed above the ground are probably weathered over time. Ginglong was just about to ask questions when he saw Bigu squatting down and taking off a wooden mallet from the waist of the corpse. "Bai Moo, this is a mallet. What's wrong?" Thumma wiped away the floating dust on the surface of the gavel, revealing the entire appearance of the gavel. Seeing that the mallet had been with the corpse for many years, it had not decayed and was still as new as ever. No need to look at it to remind Ginglong that this was not a mortal thing. "Ginglong, I think the pattern on this mallet is similar to your Shifang drum. Take a look." Hearing what Baimu said, Ginglong took the mallet and looked it up and down carefully. Not to mention, it looked very similar to the decoration on the Shifang drum. Ginglong has been using the Shifang drum for some time. He really didn't expect that the Shifang drum actually had a special mallet. Ginglong tried to hit the Shifang drum with a mallet, and the heavy sound of the drum came out. To his ears, it was indeed more powerful than before. "Baima, this guy is really the mallet of Shifangu. Could it be that this dead man is the original owner of Shifangu?" Ginglong felt inexplicably sad when he thought that the guy on the ground, who was about to turn into ashes, was the owner of Shifang drum. If you think about people struggling all their lives, they will end up with nothing more than a pile of bones. What is the point of this? "Ginglong, let's go!" Billia's urging voice pulled the absent-minded Ginglong back. Seeing that everyone was waiting for him, Ginglong put away the Shifang drum. As for the wooden mallet, Ginglong had been playing with it, if thinking, "Captain, it is said that weapons belonging to practitioners in the Mahayana realm were found earlier, and those people have started fighting. What should we do? Should we snatch the weapons back?" After Ginglong and his team had walked for a while, the guys who were in charge of exploring the road ahead came back. They were so excited that they didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off their faces and told Ginglong the good news. "Well, how many are there in total?" Hearing that it was a weapon for practitioners in the Mahayana realm, Ginglong couldn't help it, no matter how good his attitude was, and immediately asked about the situation there. There are not many people. Only about 10. If we want to take action, we must do it early. We are afraid that those guys have companions nearby and will bring reinforcements in a while. If there are too many people, it will be difficult for us to handle. Gung Long nodded, agreeing very much with what this brother said. He paced back and forth, considering the pros and cons. But in the end, the weapon of the Mahayana realm had the upper hand. Gung Long waved his hand, signaling the brothers to speed up and run towards the place where the weapon was found. Brothers, kill me and kill these guys who are robbing things. As soon as Gung Long and the others arrived near the battlefield, they heard shouts of killing and cheers one after another. At first glance, the two groups of people had been fighting fiercely, with scars all over their bodies and no intact areas. What's more, at this time, they have entered the stage of hand-to-hand combat, entangled together, using their teeth, biting each other hard. Hey, everyone. I'm sorry. Who let you meet us? I will accept this weapon for you. Gung Long smiled a little unkindly, and regardless of whether the fighting guys heard his voice or not, he waved his hands and led his brothers to kill them. Ah! Sneak attack. What kind of skills do you have? When the people who were attacked by Gung Long and the others realized that they had been rounded up by Gung Long and the others, they all became very unhappy and directly condemned Gung Long and the others. Gung Long didn't care about these words. As a person who has walked on the line of life and death, nothing is more important than living. As for speaking other people's words, who cares what they say? The people who were already exhausted from the struggle were no match for Gung Long and his group of fresh troops. In just a moment, all the dozen or so people fighting here were eliminated by Gung Long and the others. It belongs to your grandfather. This weapon for practitioners in the Mahayana realm is very powerful. After all these years, it is still as good as new. It's just a pity. It's an axe, and I'm not used to it. Gung Long picked up the weapon and swung it around. It felt very uncomfortable. He was about to put the weapon on the ground when he glanced at the old lizard with a flushed face, as if he was very interested in the weapon. Gung Long remembered that he had seen the old lizard fight with an axe. So he handed the weapon to the old lizard and said, "Old man, I see that you like this weapon very much, so I'll give it to you." The old lizard was just thinking about how to ask for the weapon when he saw Gung Long actually gave the weapon away. He was grateful and thanked Gung Long repeatedly, watching the old lizard use the axe with ease, as if it was tailor-made. And with the assistance of this weapon, the old lizard's obvious strength has been further improved. And Gung Long is also very happy. He calculated carefully and found that it was almost 3 days since he came in this time. Remembering what Big Moo had told him at the time, Gung Long suppressed the desire to continue exploring and told everyone to go back home. After leaving the temple, Gung Long and the others appeared directly near Shuanglong town. Seeing that this saved a lot of transmission costs, Gung Long and the others went directly to the mission issuing officer and submitted the mission without any delay. Congratulations on your army's successful promotion to a 6-star army. I wonder if you want to take on the mission of a 7-star army. After hearing the words of the task release officer, Gung Long felt that it was better to be on the safe side. Firstly, his legion is improving a bit quickly now. And secondly, the difficulty of the subsequent tasks must be very high. And the only one he can rely on is still injured and has not recovered yet. Gung Long felt that he should be on the safe side and wait until Biga could go out to fight before taking on the mission. This period of time is just left for everyone to practice and strive for strength to move forward more diligently. Seeing that Gung Long had no intention of taking the mission, the mission release officer chuckled, pointed to the mission hanging on the wall and said, "Gung Long, I am mainly saying this for the sake of the benefit you have given me. You are also lucky today. It is rare for the 7-star team mission to get a mission that does not require the use of a knife. He only requires you to go to the temple alone and obtain the treasure gourd in the central area of the temple can be regarded as completing the mission. Although the temple is quite dangerous, I think as long as you are brave and careful, this mission is not difficult. How about you reconsider and take this mission?" Chapter 170 Phantom Pill. Gung Long walked to the wall where the mission was posted and looked at the mission the officer mentioned. It was indeed a single-player mission. Gung Long was a little excited. After all, if he could really succeed, then the Legion would really be among the big legions. Looking around, the number of 7-star legions in the entire monster tribe could be counted on one's fingers. The most critical thing is that after upgrading to the 7-star army, it is only 2 steps away from the 9-star army. At that time, I don't have to be like now, just wandering around the outside of the temple and there is no time limit inside the temple. I'll take this mission. After a fierce ideological struggle, Ginlong finally chose to take on the task. Looking for wealth and danger, Ginlong didn't think there would be such a good opportunity waiting for him later. He completed the formalities, and looked at what the task-issuing officer handed him. In addition to the task token, there was also a stone the size of the palm of his hand. Ginlong didn't know what the stone was for, so he looked at it over and over for a long time. With your current strength, if you enter the temple alone, you will be killed before you even get out of the perimeter. This stone is used for teleportation. As long as you crush it, you will be teleported to the temple immediately, in the central area. As for the treasure gourd, you need to find it yourself. Knowing the usefulness of the stone, Ginlong thanked the mission officer profusely. Since this matter was not a trivial matter, Ginlong immediately rushed back to the Legion registration office after coming out from the task release officer, and told Big Moo and the others the ins and outs of the matter. Ginlong, you are taking too much risk. You have also seen that there is a mixture of fish and dragons in the temple. What's more, you are going deep into the center of the temple this time, where powerful people can be seen everywhere, and you may also encounter people from the ancient battlefield. The people who survive by chance are very murderous. What will we do if something happens to you? Hey, with me accompanying my master, what do you have to be afraid of? Just when Ginlong was about to persuade Baimu, Xiaolong suddenly jumped out, showing no signs of injury at all, and was jumping around. Xiaolong, have your injuries recovered? Well, it's thanks to the 7th level inner elixir you absorbed. Under the influence of its pure mecha elements, I recovered very quickly. Originally, I could have come out directly. I'm not a little tired, but I'm tired. Take a nap. Xiaolong scratched his head in embarrassment and saw that Ginlong was not angry at all. The little dragon immediately became active again, jumping up and down in the room. Well, I guess this is life. With Xiaolong by your side, if nothing else, you can still escape with your life skills. In this case, Ginlong, you should leave immediately. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Baiman naturally knows everything about the Dragon Clan. As Ginlong's strength improved, Xiaolong's abilities also improved somewhat. Not to mention anything else. The ability to hide in the sky and escape from the earth is enough to allow Ginlong to teleport to a place hundreds of feet away in an instant. Based on this, there is no need to worry too much about Ginlong's safety. After all, no matter how powerful the people in the middle area of the temple are, they are only at the 8th or 9th level of cultivation. They do not have this ability to teleport instantly. When Ginlong heard that Big Moo agreed with his actions, he naturally stopped delaying and told the old lizard and the others to take good care of Big Moo. And he himself crushed the teleportation stone into pieces and directly entered the middle area of the temple. The central area of the temple is naturally not as desolate as the outer areas. Ginlong looked at the place where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were woods all over the place. And right in front of him, there was a small village. It was evening at this time. Smoke was rising in the village, and Ginlong could smell the delicious aroma of rice from far away. The little dragon had not been exposed to human fireworks for a long time, but it was deeply attracted and jumped out immediately, saliva flowing down the corner of its mouth. If Ginlong hadn't stopped him quickly with his quick hands and eyes, I'm afraid the little dragon would have run away directly. Arrived inside the village. Xiaolong, don't be impulsive. I've already said it before. It's very dangerous here. But look, a village appears for no reason. And it's so peaceful. Be careful that there's a trick here. Hearing what Ginlong said, Xiaolong immediately calmed down. He took a few steps forward, stretched out his head, sniffed a few times. His face changed, and he quickly walked back to Ginlong, pulling Ginlong aside with him. And then he said, Master, you are right. There is a fraud here. I didn't pay attention at first, but after smelling it carefully just now, I found that this space is filled with the smell of phantom flowers. And those villages are all illusions caused by phantom flowers. If you get inside, you will definitely be swallowed as food. After Xiaolong finished speaking, he ran to the side and soon came back with a few blades of grass. He crushed the blades of grass into pieces and applied them to Ginlong's eyes. Ginlong only felt his eyes go dark. When he regained his vision, he saw no trace of the village around him. There were only a dozen or so phantom flowers that were as tall as a person, with fangs on their petals, standing there, opening and closing constantly, waiting to swallow Ginlong and the others. Your grandpa almost got in their way. Xiaolong, how can you kill them? After Ginlong knew the truth, He broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't remembered Baimu's reminder, he would have become fertilizer for those phantom flowers. Master, this phantom flower only eats flesh and blood and is afraid of fire. Just rest aside. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. So leave them to me. As Xiaolong spoke, he took a few steps forward, opened his big mouth, and a ball of fire spewed out of his mouth, attacking the phantom flowers. The phantom flower is rooted in the ground and cannot move freely at all. Seeing the fire burning all over their bodies in an instant, they swayed from side to side and let out shrill wails. Little dragon. Otherwise forget it. They are quite pitiful. When Ginglong heard this, he felt a little bit unbearable. Seeing Xiaolong spit out another mouthful of flames, Ginglong immediately stopped him. Master, these guys brought it upon themselves. Did you see that those bones on the ground were left by them devouring other creatures? Those people are miserable. Let them eat them alive. Keeping them is definitely a disaster. Today we must kill them, get rid of them, so they don't harm others. Ginglong looked in the direction pointed by Xiaolong. When he saw the phantom flower burned by the fire falling to the ground, many bones were poured out immediately. Although Ginglong still couldn't bear it, he stopped trying to dissuade him, and allowed Xiaolong to destroy those phantom flowers. Ha! I didn't expect that we were so lucky. Those phantom flowers were smelted into phantom pills. Xiaolong quickly destroyed those phantom flowers. Ginglong watched Xiaolong happily pick up a ball from where the phantom flowers fell to the ground and ran to him, grinning from ear to ear with joy. Ginglong couldn't help but be very curious. What is this phantom pill used for? Chapter 171 Assassination. Hey, Master. As the name suggests, this phantom pill can create illusions. You have to keep it well when fighting with others in the future. As long as the other party is not as advanced as you, you can make them enter the illusion. Xiaolong told Ginglong about the purpose of phantom pill. He turned around and ran to the pile of corpses just now, wondering if there would be any other discoveries. But what made Xiaolong a little disappointed was that this time, the ground was clean, and there was nothing. After eliminating the threat here, Ginglong and Xiaolong got up and continued moving forward. After walking for a while, I saw that the trees and flowers nearby were all the same, and there was nothing special about them. Ginglong looked up and sighed secretly. If this continues, he doesn't know how long it will take him to find the treasure gourd. Master, look! There is a palace there. After Ginglong and his companions passed through a bunch of bushes, Xiaolong first saw the palace hidden by trees. Ginglong looked over and was worried that it was another illusion. So he held Xiaolong and prepared to wait and see what happened. Master, don't worry. I'm watching closely this time. There's nothing wrong with this palace. It just exists. Hearing Xiaolong's words, Ginglong nodded. He asked Xiaolong to follow him and walked cautiously towards the palace. Crunch! The heavy wooden door made a harsh sound, which sounded a little cautious to people's ears. Ginglong glanced inside and found no threat. Then Ginglong entered the palace, looking at the walls all around that were made of stones, and the entire ground that was clean without a trace of dust, as if someone cleaned it every day. Ginglong was very curious and wondered what was going on here. Xiaolong also walked around the palace. He sniffed left and right and found nothing wrong. Just when Xiaolong was about to tell Ginglong that this was just an ordinary palace, he felt his feet slip and fell to the ground with a thud. Xiaolong, what's wrong? Here. Why is this palace spitting water? This sticky thing is so disgusting. I just stepped on it and accidentally slipped. Xiaolong felt disgusting when he saw the sticky stuff all over his body. A ball of water appeared in his palm, and he quickly cleaned up the dirt. After confirming that there was nothing at all, Xiaolong lay down on the ground and carefully studied the things that suddenly appeared. Master, why does this thing look like something saliva to me? Xiaolong said as he raised his head and looked above the palace. Don't tell me. Although this palace is not big, its roof is quite high. It's so dark that you can't even see the top. Tick-tock. Just when Xiaolong found nothing else and was about to lower his head, a drop of saliva fell from the air and landed on Xiaolong's face. Damn. There's something up there. It was certain that there was an enemy situation, so Xiaolong didn't even bother to wipe the loot from his face. A mouthful of flame spit out and attacked towards the top of the palace. The originally dark and deep roof suddenly became brighter under the light of the fireball. Ginglong and the others took a closer look, and when they discovered that there were countless bat monsters standing upside down on the roof, all of them drooling, staring at themselves greedily, Ginglong's heart skipped a beat, and he summoned the evolutionary dagger directly. pulling Xiaolong with him. He quickly stepped back, trying to leave the palace. Crunch! Boom! Just as Genglong and the others were about to arrive at the palace gate, a heavy door slam sounded. The door was actually closed, and the surrounding area fell into darkness. Only Genglong and the others were illuminated by the fireball summoned by Xiaolong. When the bat monsters in the air saw the fire, it was like seeing a lighthouse pointing the way in the darkness. They all roared and attacked Genglong and his men. Your grandfathers. You're looking for death. Genglong pushed the door hard. After confirming that it could not be opened, Genglong felt very upset. He raised his evolutionary dagger high and pointed it at the attacking bat monsters. He raised the knife and killed one of them. The bat monsters are not very strong. They are probably at the level of 4th level cultivation, but they are better in numbers. Genglong thought that if he continued to fight like this, he and Xiaolong would be exhausted sooner or later. He suddenly remembered his Shifangu. Since getting the mallet, the Shifang drum has not been used yet. And now I just want to take it out to verify the effect. Dong dong dong. A tight and loud drum sound appeared. And the bat monsters around who were still attacking stopped one by one when they heard the drum sound. They fell directly to the ground and piled up together, becoming a mountain of bats, constantly chirping. Just stared at Genglong angrily, not daring to step forward at all. Genglong saw that the effect was so good that he didn't even use the mecha element to activate it, and the bat monsters fell to the ground. In order to avoid more trouble, Genglong didn't worry about anything, and summoned the mecha element, which flowed into the mallet along his arm. The heavy drum sounded again, and this time it was like a blade attack, and the bat monsters lying on the ground were torn into pieces, and their bodies exploded. Ouch! Outside the palace, when the bat monsters were killed, a man surrounded by more than a dozen people, and wearing a cloak screamed in pain and spit out blood. Great Elder, what's wrong with you? The Great Elder exercised his energy and adjusted his breath. After a while, his body improved a little, and then he stood up and said, that kid also has an endless supply of magic weapons. Originally, I wanted to kill them, but I never thought that he would actually sacrifice them. Shifangu. Otherwise, we can go in and collect the corpse at this time. What did you say? Shifangu. Seeing that the young man in front of him was shocked and shouting, the elder hurriedly stepped forward and waved his hand to signal the young man to keep quiet. After glancing around and seeing no one else nearby, the great elder leaned into the young man's ear and said, Second young master, we must avenge the eldest young master, but we all know the importance of these 10 square drums. How about you ask someone to send a message to the master and send some masters over? This time we will not only ask Gung, we also want to snatch Long's life and the Shifangu in his hand. The young man listened to the elder's words, but in fact, he didn't want to come this time. Xin Sheng and he had the same father and mother, so they had no feelings at all. In addition, Na Xin Sheng is always very proud and arrogant. Naturally, they don't want to pay attention to it even more. But who would let everyone have the word Xin in their names? Xin Hao, the second son of the Xin family, would not even come to avenge his eldest brother. Naturally, it will make everyone in the Xin family feel disappointed and affect his future position as the head of the family. Now he heard that his mortal enemy actually had a Shifang drum in his hand, and Xin Hao's little heart was beating hard. After all, this is a legendary artifact. With it, it is not a problem to control a tribe. What's even more critical is that there are rumors among the people that the Shifang drum contains the secret of the Beast King. As long as you get the Shifang drum, you will gain the world. Xin Hao has been devoted to scheming all his life. With such an opportunity in front of him, he will naturally not let it go to waste. Chapter 172, The Real Village. Elder, I don't know what you are thinking. We are all our own people. There is no need to hide it. Once Xin Sheng dies, the only successor of our Xin family will be me. You just need to help me give the Shifang Gu once I succeed in inheriting the position of the head of the family. You will naturally receive this benefit. Although Xin Hao is not very strong, he is not weak when it comes to scheming. Seeing that his words had reached the great elder's heart, he chuckled, patted the great elder's shoulder gently, and said no more about the rest, leaving the great elder to experience it himself. Well, Mukun, will take note of what the second young master said. I hope that when the second young master rises to great heights, he will not forget me. A little pawn. As soon as Mukun saw that there was something going on, he immediately expressed his loyalty to Xin Hao. Just when Mukun was thinking about how to kill Genglong completely, he heard the palace door banging. It was obvious that someone was banging on the door. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Then Ginglong is coming out. Let's retreat first. Boom. That is, when Shen Hao and his party left here. With a loud bang, Ginglong and Xiaolong finally broke through the gate and successfully broke out. Although there are many bat monsters, they are really afraid of the dazzling bright light outside. They all flapped their wings angrily and surrounded the dilapidated gate, glaring at Ginglong and Xiaolong angrily. Your grandfathers. What are you looking at? Come and bite me if you have the guts. Ginglong made up his mind that those bat monsters would not dare to come out. So he roared at the bat monsters. After waiting for the anger in his heart to be vented, Ginglong stopped. Master. No. The door was definitely not closed by oneself just now. There are other people nearby. As he spoke, Xiaolong ran around and searched around. After a while, Xiaolong ran back. With a serious look on his face, he pointed to the trampled grass not far away and said, Master, I have confirmed that there are others. There are probably more than 10 of them. In this case, we must be careful later. They did not kill us this time. And they will definitely recruit others. Ginglong stepped forward and took a look, confirming that someone had just been here. Ginglong was a little confused as to what these people wanted to do. With their manpower, no matter how weak their strength is, a group attack can still make them drink a pot. Could it be that they are also looking for the treasure gourd and are waiting for us to get it before taking action? Thousands of clues came to mind. But Ginglong had no clue at all. Seeing that it was already late, Ginglong didn't bother to think about those things anymore. The soldiers came to cover up the water and the earth. If the opponent was too strong, the worst he could do was run away with Xiaolong. Anyway, the task has no time limit. After confirming what he was thinking, Ginglong stopped worrying. He motioned to Xiaolong to lead the way, while he himself followed behind, scanning the surroundings with his eyes from time to time. Thinking that he would be lucky, he immediately discovered the treasure gourd. Master, there is a village ahead. The little dragon exploring the road in front stopped suddenly. Ginglong didn't pay attention and bumped directly into the little dragon. Looking ahead, the lights were indeed bright. A bonfire was lit in the center of the village, and people were laughing and laughing, not knowing what they were celebrating. Ginglong had the last experience. He pulled Xiaolong aside, pointed at the people and said, Hurry up. Keep bombarding them and kill them all. Master, what are you bombarding? This time it's a real village. Besides, it's very difficult for the phantom grass to grow. We just clicked our backs and happened to hit it. Otherwise, we will never encounter that phantom in our lives. Grass. Xiaolong pulled Ginglong's hand away, and he walked forward first. The people who were dancing discovered Xiaolong. They were startled for a moment, and then continued singing and dancing, shouting and calling Xiaolong and others to come and dance together. Ginglong was not interested in dancing. Under the guidance of people, he found a place to sit down. Seeing Xiaolong having fun there, Ginglong was still a little worried. He looked around and found that the people in the village were all ordinary people, with no mecha power at all. This is too strange. The temple is full of dangers. How can ordinary people live here? The more Ginglong thought about it, the stranger he became. Seeing that no one noticed him, he got up and walked around the village. There is nothing unique about this village. They are all thatched houses. Ginglong couldn't get rid of the doubts in his heart. He just couldn't figure out how these people survived. Hey, what are you hanging around here? Why don't you go celebrate? Just when Ginglong was stunned, a childish voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ginglong followed the sound and looked at the child in front of him, who was estimated to be about 8 or 9 years old. He was wearing clothes made of grass leaves, barely covering his important parts. The most classic thing is that the child has a gourd-shaped hat tied to his head. Looking at it with the big eyes, it really looks like the shape of the King Kong Calabash doll in the cartoon in Ginglong World. Oh, I don't like the excitement, so I'm just walking around. Where are your adults? It's so late and you, a little kid, are here alone. Aren't you afraid? The more Ginglong looked at the child, the more he liked it. He walked forward, touched the gourd on the child's head, and asked jokingly, "TCH, if you're not afraid of me, why should I be afraid? What's more, this is our territory. It's you who should be afraid." The child was not afraid of people at all. He rolled his eyes at Ginglong and felt that staying here was boring. So he waved his hands to Ginglong and jumped away from here. Hey, that's not right. That kid has the power of a mecha. Your grandfather. Could it be that the treasure gourd I'm looking for is that little kid? Ginglong watched the little boy leave. He found nothing else nearby. Just as he was about to leave, He suddenly remembered that when he first came into contact with the child, he actually discovered the power of the mecha in the child. Just now, I was only paying attention to the children's clothes, but I actually neglected this. In addition, the child is dressed in a gourd. If he is really transformed from a gourd, then he is really the person he is looking for. Thinking of this, Genlong secretly cursed himself as a fool, turned around, and chased the child in the direction he left. But unfortunately, after Genlong ran for a while, there was no trace of the child nearby. Ah, master. So you are here. Let's go. Let's go. The villagers are so enthusiastic, taking care of them with such good food and wine. It's great. Come with me quickly and fight with them for a while longer. You have to pour them down. Genlong was not in the mood to drink at this time. He looked around and saw that there was no sign of the child just now. Seeing that Xiaolong was still dizzy, Genlong took out his handbag, unscrewed the lid, and poured it directly on Xiaolong's head. Chapter 173, Little Broken Kid. Master, what are you doing? Xiaolong was awakened by the water. He broke away from Genlong's arm and jumped aside. Xiaolong, stop drinking. I found the treasure gourd. Genlong watched Xiaolong wake up, and he told Xiaolong the whole story. Xiaolong has never seen the treasure gourd, but after hearing what Genlong said, it really seemed like that. Xiaolong immediately cheered up, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let's go. Let's catch him first, no matter if he is what we are looking for or not." After the little dragon finished speaking, he turned over and jumped to the roof, looking around, except for the people still laughing around the campfire. He did not see the child Genlong described. Just when Xiaolong was about to change places and take another look, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. He turned around and saw that 2 houses away from him, a little broken boy was sneaking into the house and stealing something. A lot of food came out. Master! There! Xiaolong was worried that the little boy would be frightened and run away. He jumped out of the house, pointed in the general direction, and motioned for Genlong to follow him. The two of them carefully came to where the little brat was, and watched as the little brat, unable to carry too much food, simply sat on the ground and started eating. After a short while, his little belly swelled up and became round like a ball. Seeing the opportunity, Genlong gestured to Xiaolong, and the two of them separated and surrounded the little boy. The little boy, who was lying on the ground and rubbing his belly with satisfaction, naturally did not realize the danger was coming. He just wanted to get up and move around. But 2 figures suddenly appeared and threw him to the ground. What are you doing? Let me go! I'm telling you, if you don't let me go, you will regret it. The childish voice sounded, and although they knew that the little boy was very angry, Genlong and Xiaolong couldn't help laughing after seeing the little boy's face. Why are you laughing? You are just bullying the great immortal. I fell into someone else's trap and became like this. After I recover, it will be easy for you. Little Paboy didn't have the strength to break free from the restraints of Genlong and Xiaolong. He pouted angrily and shouted at Genlong and the others. Genlong and the others were worried that people in the village would discover them and cause trouble. He put the little kid on his shoulder and walked towards the nearby woods. When they arrived at a sparsely populated place, Genlong put the little kid down. Seeing that the little kid was still staring at him, Genlong stepped forward and pinched his chubby face, and said with a smile, "Let me ask you, are you a human form transformed from a treasure gourd?" When the little boy heard Genlong's question, he snorted coldly and did not reply. Genlong had been paying attention to Xiao Pohei's demeanor. Although Xiao Pohei only lost consciousness for a moment when he heard his question, Genlong was still aware of it. Genlong was very happy after knowing that this little guy was transformed from Bao Gourd. I didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly, and it was all accomplished without any waste of effort. The little dragon on the side also knew the answer at this time. Seeing that the little boy was still angry, the little dragon came to the little boy, grabbed the little boy's ears, turned it around a few times, and watched the little boy grinning. As long as he didn't cry out about pain, Xiaolong let go of his hand and said, "Oh, you are quite patient. Well, you can't run away anyway. I am tired today. I will deal with you tomorrow." The little boy remained silent, watching Genlong and Xiaolong go to the side to sleep, while he was tied to the tree by Wawada, feeling very uncomfortable. He couldn't help it and started crying. "Let me go." "You still cry? It's really annoying. If you cry again, I will get some mud and cover your mouth." Hearing Xiaolong's scolding, the little boy really didn't dare to cry anymore. He glanced at Genlong with an aggrieved look and kept sobbing. Dawn came quickly. When Ginglong woke up in a daze, he saw the little kid sleeping standing up like that. He couldn't bear it. So he stepped forward and put the little boy down. Ah! What are you going to do? Let me tell you. If you dare to kill me, someone will naturally come to deal with you. The little kid woke up with a start, his eyes widening in fear. Ginglong didn't pay attention to the little boy, but took his luggage and put it under the little boy. After pressing hard for a few times and seeing that it was still soft, Ginglong walked aside, took some food and put it to the little boy's mouth. After doing this, Ginglong didn't say a word, just went to the side, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and meditated. The little boy had been struggling all night and was already hungry and sleepy. Seeing that Ginglong ignored him, he hurriedly opened his mouth and swallowed the food into his stomach. When Ginglong heard the noise, he knew that the little kid couldn't bear it anymore. A smile appeared on his lips, but he didn't get up, and continued to close his eyes and meditate. Xiaolong, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up when he saw the remains of food around Xiaopahai's mouth. He was so angry that he ran directly to Xiaopahai, pinched Xiaopahai's mouth and said, "You bastard! You are so arrogant! Why are you eating our food? Hurry up and spit it out!" Xiaopahai was already very aggrieved, and being tormented like this by Xiaolong made him even more uncomfortable. Unable to control it any longer, I burst into tears. Moreover, the little kid became more and more sad the more he cried, and in the end, he ignored the dirt on the ground and rolled back and forth. Xiaolong didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing that the little boy was really sad this time, Xiaolong looked at Ginglong and he waved his hand, indicating that he had nothing to do. By the time the little boy stopped crying, the sun had already risen above his head. Seeing the little broken boy covered in bruises and with dust all over his aggrieved little face, Ginglong couldn't bear it. He came forward with a water bag and cleaned it carefully. "Well, please let me go. Although I am also a gourd, I am not the treasure gourd you are looking for. As long as you let me go, I can take you to find the treasure gourd." Ginglong was stunned when he heard Xiaopahai's words. He didn't know whether the little kid's words were true or false. If he was deceived by the little kid, he would really let him go. Once the little guy escapes, it is really impossible for him to catch the little brat again. Little boy saw Ginglong's hesitation. He rubbed back and forth a few times, came to Ginglong's side, winked at Ginglong and said, "The gourd on my head is my natal body. You grabbed the gourd and brought it to you. With it here, you don't have to worry about me running away." Seeing that Ginglong still didn't believe it, the little boy hit Ginglong hard, and the gourd ornament on his head fell to the ground immediately. Without the gourd pendant, the little boy's body immediately began to deform, and soon it took the shape of a gourd. "Well, I didn't lie to you. I can't turn into a human form without that gourd. In this way, you can finally trust me." Chapter 174 5 Poisonous Snakes. Ginglong saw that it was indeed what Xiaopahai said. He chuckled and returned the headdress to Xiaopahai. After waiting for the little boy to regain his human form, Ginglong finally spoke. "Let's go. Lead the way. I believe you won't run away." When the little boy heard what Ginglong said, his face turned red. After a while, he looked up at Ginglong, nodded, and asked Ginglong and the others to follow him. At the beginning, there were still trees and flowers gathering on both sides of the road. About half an hour later, Ginglong and the others looked around and saw a desolate place. Arriving in the heart of the desert, Xiaolong felt something was wrong. He leaned into Ginglong's ear and whispered, "Master, why do I feel something is wrong? Please see if we tie up that little bastard, and then ask again." Ginglong felt the same as Xiaolong at this time, but he had already spoken and could not go back on his words. After thinking for a while, Ginglong finally waved his hand, indicating that Xiaolong could continue to follow. "Well, we are here. The treasure gourd you are looking for is in that pond. I won't go there to avoid being talked about." They continued walking for 2 hours, and just when Ginglong was about to lose confidence, the little boy finally stopped. He pointed at the pool not far ahead and told Ginglong where their treasure gourd was. Ginglong nodded. He took a few steps forward and came to a high slope. Looking at the corner of the pool, it was covered with many vines, and under the vines, a gourd as tall as a person was rising and falling leisurely, just like taking a bath. "Well, I guess this is it. Xiaolong, let's go!" Ginglong determined his target, and he waved his hand towards the little boy, signaling him to leave. He himself held the evolved dagger in his hand, and followed Xiaolong. carefully walking towards the place where the treasure gourd was. Hey, everyone here is a guest. This desert is so desolate. And you are very conspicuous there. Come here quickly. Don't make unnecessary trouble. Gunlong and the others had not taken a few steps when a voice came from the other side of the pond. Knowing that Bao Hulu had discovered them, Gunlong and Xiaolong looked at each other. They both stood up at the same time and strode towards the pond. Ha! You are here to catch my mercenary. It has been decades. But I finally saw a human coming. Just wait a moment. I will take a bath, and I will be out soon. After Bao Hulu finished speaking, his whole body rotated rapidly, splashing a lot of water to the ground. Gunlong was a little confused at this time, secretly wondering why there are such people in this world. It seems that he is very happy to be captured. Could it be that this precious gourd has been left alone for a long time and his brain has gone bad? Ahem. You've lost your mind. Although I agreed to go with you, I have conditions. Gunlong didn't expect that the precious gourd could read minds, and he felt a little embarrassed, watching the precious gourd transform into a human form. It was like a larger King Kong gourd baby. It wandered to Gunlong's side, patted Gunlong's head and said, "Listen carefully to me. The 5 venomous snakes in the hinterland of the desert always come to harm my disciples. As long as you help me get rid of those 5 venomous snakes, without any worries, I can naturally go with you." For such conditions, Gunlong felt no need to refuse. Looking at Bao Hulu's confident look, Gunlong still believed that he must have many ways to escape. Instead of angering the treasure gourd and drawing water from the bamboo basket in vain, it would be better to follow his wishes and help him solve the scourge. Wouldn't it be more worry-free? Having made up his mind, Gunlong asked where the 5 poisonous snakes were. However, the treasure gourd obviously seemed to be willing to take the risk and directly led the way, following Gunlong and the others towards the habitat of the 5 poisonous snakes. I'm telling you, don't worry. I'm tired of living, old gourd, and I have no other ideas. I just want to use my remaining value before I die to create a good growth environment for our race. As long as you take out the 5 poisonous snakes if it's dealt with. Let's leave here immediately. Along the way, Bao Hulu kept talking non-stop. In just a short distance, Gunlong's ears almost became rheumated. Just when Gunlong couldn't bear it anymore and was about to seal the mouth of the treasure gourd, the treasure gourd suddenly stopped, pointed at the sand cave not far ahead and said, "We're here. The 5 poisonous snakes are right here. Let me tell you, the 5 poisonous snakes are very powerful. Even though your cultivation level is not high, once you are touched by the venom of the 5 poisonous snakes, it will be terrible. Okay, just stay here. If you keep talking, I'm afraid we'll be annoyed to death by you before the 5 poisonous snakes show up." Gunlong really couldn't stand Bao Hulu's nagging problem, so he pushed Bao Gourd aside, while he took out the evolution dagger, called Xiaolong to join him, and walked cautiously towards the cave. Hiss! There was a sound from Snake Shinzi, and Gunlong and the others could hear it even from a long distance away. Knowing that the 5 poisonous snakes were inside the cave, Gunlong nodded towards the little dragon and signaled the little dragon to summon a fireball to attack the cave. Boom, boom, boom! There were successive explosions, and the entire cave collapsed due to the explosions. Just when the cave entrance was about to be completely submerged, a colorful figure swooped out. Little bastard! After waiting to see the colorful figure clearly, Gunlong and Xiaolong roared angrily. It turned out that the 5 venomous snake caught the little boy out of nowhere and bit him tightly in the mouth. Half of the little boy's body was already in the mouth of the 5 venomous snake, soaked in the venom. That half of the body was highly decomposed, and white bones could be seen exposed. For such a guy who was just jumping around next to him, he is now like this. Although Gunlong only met that little boy for the first time, he still felt very heartbroken. Seeing that the little broken boy heard the shouting, he reluctantly opened his eyes. After confirming that it was Gunlong and his party, the originally gloomy expression became somewhat energetic. The will to survive made the little gourd make a weak cry for help. "Help me. I don't want to die. Ah! You bastard. You bastard. You won't even let a child go." The first person who couldn't bear it was the precious gourd, seeing his own kind suffer like this. And he was still a child. The treasure gourd didn't care whether it could fight the 5 venomous snake, and roared at the 5 venomous snake. But it's a pity that Baogulo doesn't have any powerful moves. Just hitting the 5 venomous snake with a fist is like scratching an itch, and there will be no reaction at all. Chapter 175 Food. Gunlong looked at Bao Gourd's attack and failed to save the little boy. Instead, it made the 5 poisonous snakes swallow faster. At this time, The little boy only had his head outside. The Gunlong gave a loud shout and jumped up high. In the air, the evolution dagger fell from the sky and struck the 5 poisonous snakes with all its strength. Ah! A scream came out. Although the 5 poisonous snake was not broken in half, Gunlong's blow also cut into the 5 poisonous snake's body, leaving a long scar on his body. The 5 venomous snake was in pain and opened and closed its mouth rapidly, trying to swallow the little boy whole. Seeing this, Xiaolong turned over and came to the 5 poisonous snake, grabbed the little boy's head, and tried to pull the little boy out. However, the suction force on the mouth of the 5 venomous snake was too strong. Xiaolong tried several times but failed, and under the action of the 5 poisonous snake's mouth, the little boy's body entered a little further. At this time, except for the neck and head, the entire body of the little boy was trapped. Gunlong could see clearly from the sidelines that under the influence of the venom, Xiaopa boy's face had turned blue, and he was completely unconscious. He was obviously dead. The Gunlong didn't know where the sad feeling came from, and the evolution dagger in his hand fired wildly, slashing at the head of the 5 venomous snake. Clang, clang, clang. There was a heavy metal collision sound, and the head of the 5 venomous snake was very hard, and there was no reaction at all when it was attacked. Gunlong glanced back at the place where he had just caused damage to the 5 poisonous snakes. He immediately turned around, pointed the evolution dagger at the wound, and continued to attack. Ah! There was another scream, and the 5 venomous snake opened its mouth, but it completely swallowed the little boy into its belly. Without the obstruction of the little boy, the 5 venomous snake turned around, pointed its head at Gunlong, spit out 2 mouthfuls of venom, and attacked Gunlong. Master, be careful. Xiaolong watched clearly from the side, and Gunlong didn't notice the venom attack. Xiaolong exclaimed, and a ball of fire spit out from his mouth and attacked the venom. The extremely high temperature of the fireball directly evaporates the venom. The attack of the 5 poisonous snakes happened to be in front of him. There was a loud bang, and the fireball exploded. Although it did not cause much damage to the 5 venomous snake, it still forced the 5 venomous snake to retreat continuously. Asshole. I want to avenge my people. Beogulu saw the 5 venomous snake retreating. He was worried that the 5 venomous snake had escaped, so he roared and rushed towards the 5 venomous snake. The 5 venomous snake, who was frowning, saw the treasure gourd coming to his door. He felt happy and opened his mouth to swallow the treasure gourd's head, thinking that with such food, he wouldn't have to go out to look for food for a while, and the 5 venomous snake would turn around and run away. It belongs to your grandfather. Keep my treasure gourd. Gunlong didn't expect that this would happen again. He turned over and jumped in front of the 5 poisonous snakes, transformed into a dagger and swung down. However, the 5 venomous snake was unable to attack, and its ability to escape was still very good. He evaded Gunlong's attack with a twist of his body, and quickly ran away in the distance. At first glance, this is a good time. I lost my wife and lost my troops, and got nothing. When Gunlong was worried and didn't know what to do, the 5 venomous snake that was running away suddenly stopped. As soon as Gunlong saw something was going on, he immediately ran over with Xiaolong. When he saw that the accessories on the head of the treasure gourd were melted by the venom, it turned back into the shape of a big gourd, and the 5 venomous snake was unable to move at all. Gunlong chuckled and thought to himself, God is helping me. He raised the knife and quickly slashed towards the injured place of the 5 venomous snake. Being attacked like this by Gunlong, the 5 venomous snake was in pain. He twisted his body desperately, trying to avoid Gunlong's attack. Unfortunately, there was that big gourd in front of him, which affected his body's flexibility, so he had to be beaten passively, making bursts of miserable screams. Balhulu was also extremely angry at this time, and the 5 poisonous snake was a little relieved in pain. He did not take the opportunity to withdraw, but used all his strength to drill into the body of the 5 poisonous snake, cursing as he drilled. You beast! Don't you like to eat? Come on! Eat it for me! Eat it hard! I have to fight you today. If you don't eat me, I won't be done with you. The 5 poisonous snakes had used up some of their venom to swallow the little brat, and some more during the battle just now. Now there was no time to recover, and the treasure gourd was so big that it tore his mouth a little, causing him to cry in pain. He had no choice but to speak. Wow! I was wrong. Please let me go! I promise never to eat gourds again. Your grandpa. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Why did you go there earlier? You listened to me. You ate the little bastard. We are not done with you today. We must kill you. Gun Long completely ignored the words of the 5 poisonous snakes. The voice and smile of the little boy appeared in his mind. When he thought of such a young child gone, Gun Long was furious. He increased the power of the evolved dagger and chopped at the wounds on the 5 poisonous snakes with all his strength. Bao Gord didn't rest here either. Knowing that the other party had no venom attack, he became even more courageous. He used all his strength, plus Xiaolong's strength from behind, and his whole body burrowed into the body of the 5 poisonous snake. He could hold out as long as he could. The 5 venomous snake was in trouble, and blood flowed out quickly from its broken mouth. Crack! Both Ginglong and Baogulu attacked with all their strength, and with a crisp sound, the body of the 5 venomous snake was cut into 2 pieces by Ginglong. Because the head was supported by a treasure gourd, it was impossible to move. But the body part of the 5 venomous snake quickly tried to burrow into the sand. Hey! 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 Catch it quickly! Otherwise, that bastard will be able to cultivate his head again. Upon hearing the words from the treasure gourd, the little dragon immediately pounced on the 5 poisonous snakes like a hungry wolf. When the 5 poisonous snakes completely hid under the sand, he bit the base of their tails tightly. The severe pain caused the 5 poisonous snake to quickly shrink into a ball. In this way, the part that had already entered the sand was exposed. After touching the body of the little dragon, it quickly wrapped around the little dragon and strangled the little dragon. Green and purple. You bastard. You still want to struggle. I haven't eaten snake meat in many years, so I'm going to operate on you today. At this time, Xiaolong also became stubborn. He grabbed the body of the 5 venomous snake, gritted his teeth, and tore it hard. Although the little dragon cannot transform back into a dragon body yet, its dragon teeth are not covered. After a few bites, it actually broke through the defense of the 5 poisonous snakes. As soon as he tasted the delicious snake meat, the little dragon couldn't control it, biting and devouring it with all his strength. After a while, the broken body of the 5 venomous snake was completely devoured by the little dragon, leaving only the boss whose head was supported by a treasure gourd, lying on the ground unable to move at all. Chapter 176 Choice. Ha ha ha. 5 poisonous snakes. I never thought you would end up like this. You beast. I will kill you today. Bao Gord's body grew rapidly as he spoke. The 5 venomous snake had only 1 head left and was very depressed. Now the sudden swelling has become bigger, so suffocating that it doesn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. There was only a bang sound, and the head of the 5 venomous snake was torn apart, completely burping. I'm going to be one of them. It's such a waste. The essence is all in the head. Xiaolong was still unfinished. He looked at the fragments on the ground with some reluctance and wanted to pick them up and eat them. But after seeing that the pieces were covered in dirt, Xiaolong licked his tongue and gave up. Okay. You've done what you promised me. Let's go! Bao Hulu was free and easy, after no longer being tied down. He didn't want to stay here anymore. He walked directly to Gun Long and motioned for Gun Long to lead the way. Gun Long wasn't being shy, but he didn't expect that he could pass such a difficult task so easily. When I think about myself returning to the mission release office and the mission official announcing that my legion has been upgraded to the 7-star legion, there must be many jealous guys staring at me, considering that the legion was not yet high enough to be praised by everyone. Gunlong looked at the treasure gourd, thought for a while, and then said, Well, you've lived here for a long time. Do you know what good things there are here? If you can help me get something useful, I can consider letting you go. Gunlong finally made a decision. Firstly, he didn't want his legion to be remembered too early. Secondly, this treasure gourd was a man of affection and righteousness. To be honest, he felt a little guilty about letting him take the treasure gourd with him to go on a mission. Well, there are a lot of good things, but with your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to get it. What if you regret it then and want to take me back? Bao Hulu looked at Gun Long with a wary expression. He had seen situations like this too many times. After all, Bao Hulu still understands the insatiable nature of human beings. Haha. Don't worry. I, Gun Long, dare not say anything else. But I still have this reputation. Since I said I won't arrest you anymore, you can rest assured, Gun Long said, taking out the mission reward token, summoning the evolution dagger, and directly chopped the reward token into pieces. Master, you? Although Xiaolong hasn't fought in a long time, he still understands the reward token of this mercenary group. If the task recipient feels that the task is difficult to complete, and in order to facilitate taking on another task, he only needs to destroy the token. Then the task will be cancelled directly. After all, The handover of this task depends on the completion of the task content. On the other hand, there needs to be a token to hand over. Bao Hulu. You can rest assured. Geng Long ignored Xiaolong. He stretched out his hand to Bao Hulu and asked Bao Hulu to look at the broken mission token. Bao Hulu didn't expect Geng Long to be so decisive. He sighed, gave Geng Long a thumbs up and said, "You're awesome. I'm really impressed by you. Let's go. There's something good in the 5 poisonous snakes' lair. Now let's see if you get that blessing." When Geng Long heard that there was such a good thing, he was so happy that he immediately followed Bao Hulu. But at this moment, the little dragon sitting on the side suddenly collapsed on the ground. Listless, his whole body was red, and he was steaming. "Xiaolong, what's wrong with you? Could it be that the meat of the 5 venomous snake is poisonous?" Geng Long wanted to pick up Xiaolong, but Xiaolong's body was as hot as a red-hot iron ball and could not be touched at all. Hee. Don't worry. He is about to break through in strength. Think about it. The 5 venomous snake has been practicing for so long and swallowed so many of our little gourds. The flesh has long been the best fertilizer. Your pet is also lucky. Okay. Otherwise, it will take more than 10 years for him to achieve a breakthrough based on his own cultivation. Xiaolong's consciousness returned slightly at this time, and he nodded towards Geng Long, indicating that what Bao Gord said was very correct. Then with a swish, it merged into Geng Long again. "Master, I think I'll need to rest for a while. You must be careful. If things really go wrong, retreat immediately. Once I become stronger, I'll come out to help you right away." Xiaolong's voice echoed in Geng Long's mind. Geng Long was naturally very happy about Xiaolong's promotion. He told Xiaolong to concentrate on his cultivation and not to worry about outside things. After seeing that Xiaolong was completely silent, Geng Long called Bao Hulu to clear the way, and the two of them walked towards the 5 poisonous snakes' lair together. "Swarthy, do you really know how to enjoy these 5 venomous snakes? They even built an underground villa." Geng Long and the others walked for a while, watching the cave become wider and wider. At the end, a large villa appeared in their sight. Geng Long was shocked and stunned. He really couldn't figure out where these 5 venomous snakes learned their bad habits and lived more comfortably than humans. Okay, no matter how comfortable it is, that guy can't enjoy it now. Look at the well in the center of the yard. The good thing I told you is in the well. You can go by yourself. I'll wait for you here. After Bao Hulu finished speaking, he sat down on the ground and waved his hand, signaling Geng Long to go quickly. Geng Long was a little puzzled. He glanced at the gourd, then looked back at the calm mouth of the well. He rolled his eyes and chuckled. "I say, do you know what that thing is used for? Otherwise, why don't you dare to go there with me?" Geng Long saw through Bao Hulu's thoughts, and his face turned red. After a long while, he said awkwardly, "Well, the one in the well is also a gourd. That guy's name is Ice Gourd. Although we are grown on the same vine, neither of us looks down on the other. If you let him know that I brought you here, I might as well freeze both of us in a fit of anger. If I don't go there, if something happens to you, I can find someone to save you." Geng Long kept staring at the treasure gourd. He was a little angry when he saw the treasure gourd being secretive and obviously not telling the truth. The evolution dagger was summoned directly, pointing at the treasure gourd and saying, "Your grandfather, not only did I help you eliminate the 5 poisonous snakes, but I also destroyed the reward token. In the end, you still hide your intentions from me. I tell you clearly, if you don't tell the truth today, I'll tie you up and throw them into the well to see if what you said is true or false." Bao Gord had just gone through a great battle and was eroded by the venom of the 5 poisonous snakes. He was currently weak, and he was no match for Geng Long. Seeing that Geng Long was really angry, Bao Hulu hurriedly waved his hands and said, Okay, don't be angry. I'll tell you the truth. Okay. Chapter 177 Little Dragon Upgrades. When Bao Hulu said this, Geng Long knew that he had made the right bet, and that Bao Hulu was hiding something from him. He put away the dagger, sat next to Bao Hulu, and signaled Bao Hulu to start talking. "Well, the main purpose of bringing you here is to rescue the Ice Gourd. In the past, Ice Gourd was very good, and he often helped others. But after being trapped in this well by the 5 poisonous snakes, Ice Gourd changed. He actually helped the 5 poisonous snakes are catching their own kind. I am as strong as that Ice Gourd, and I can't control him at all. Now that you are here, I naturally want to lend your hands to see if I can rescue the Ice Gourd and restore him to his original state." Geng Long looked at Bao Gord and said, with tears streaming down his eyes, He knew that Baohulu was definitely not lying this time. So he stood up and clapped his hands, telling Baohulu to wait here, while he strode towards the well. Your grandpa's is really cold. It seems that the ice gourd is not simple. At first, Ginlong was far away, so he naturally didn't notice any difference. When they reached the well, Ginlong realized that the ice gourd was not simple. Everything around the well is frozen, although there is no ice on the outside. The extreme cold can only be felt when you are inside. Ginlong summoned the mecha elements to protect his entire body. After feeling somewhat comfortable, Ginlong came to the well and lowered his head to look into the well. Well, this is being gored. No, there seems to be something in the body that is responding to him. As soon as Ginlong saw the ice gourd, he felt a sudden throbbing in his heart, as if something was about to jump out. And the ice gourd was also moving at this time, trying to rush out. But it's a pity that the entrance of the well is restricted, and the ice gourd dodges left and right, unable to come out at all. Master, let me out. Do you still remember the gourd that merged with me? I can feel that there is a resonance between them. Xiaolong's weak voice sounded, and Ginlong suddenly became enlightened when Xiaolong reminded him. If the ice gourd had not made such a big move, I would have thought that I would have something similar to him here. Ginlong used the power of the mecha and carefully summoned Xiaolong. Seeing Xiaolong's pale face, unable to stand at all, Ginlong immediately stepped forward and held Xiaolong in his arms. Go ahead. He's waiting for you there. Xiaolong reluctantly raised his hand. He gently touched the gourd pendant around his neck. He watched the gourd pendant shake a few times, and then fell directly to the ground. In an instant, it became as tall as a person and hit the wellhead heavily. Seal. Ginlong was looking forward to what the two gourds would look like after they were combined. Crack. Without the presence of the 5 poisonous snakes, the sealing power at the entrance of the well has been greatly reduced. After many consecutive collisions, the seal finally broke. Without any hindrance, the ice gourd rushed out and rushed towards the enlarged gourd. It's done! Ginlong watched the two gourds collide, and colorful rays of light immediately burst out. If you look carefully, you will find that the two gourds slowly began to merge, and a sense of oppression appeared that everyone present could feel. Neither Ginlong nor the others dared to move. They just watched quietly, waiting for the fusion to end. Xiaolong and the gourd were fused first, so he could naturally feel the changes in the gourd. Xiaolong also benefited a lot from this high-speed operation of energy. The energy gathered from the body of the 5 poisonous snakes was slowly absorbed into his body. At this time, it was like being roasted by a fire, boiling violently, and quickly integrated into every part of Xiaolong's body. Ah! It couldn't be said whether it was a painful or comfortable feeling. The four Xiaolong looked up to the sky and roared, as the two gourds were about to reach the end of their fusion. Golden light also emerged from Xiaolong's body. The dazzling light made Ginlong unable to look directly. When all the brilliance faded, Ginlong looked at the little dragon beside him with a solemn expression. The aura around him changed significantly, and a feeling of calmness and self-power appeared. It was obvious that he had a sense of superiority similar to that of the dragon clan. Ginlong knew that this was Xiaolong's promotion. Master, I have also reached the 6th level of cultivation. After Xiaolong was successfully promoted, due to the self-repair of his promotion power, there were not many problems at this time, and due to the power absorbed during the upgrade, Xiaolong is now alive and kicking. Not at all listless like before. Ice gourd. Baohulu was at the scene from beginning to end, so naturally he saw everything. Such an ending was something he didn't expect, although he already knew the result. Baohulu still couldn't believe it. He stared blankly at the successfully upgraded Xiaolong and couldn't help but ask. Ginlong could understand Baohulu's feelings. He shook his head and didn't know what to say. The little dragon, on the other hand, came directly to Baohulu, took off the newly appeared gourd pendant from his neck, and handed it to Baohulu's hand. At this time, the gourd pendant was no longer a single gourd shape. With the naked eye, some white patterns appeared on its surface. Baohulu looked carefully and found that they were actually composed of small ice gourds one after another. He could feel the breath of the ice gourd, but the ice gourd was now in a sleeping state and did not respond to him. Baohulu laughed and returned the pendant to Xiaolong and said, It seems everything is destined. I remember when I was very young, Bingula told me, one day, he will follow the right person and do something spectacular. I have always said he was so whimsical. He didn't expect that this day would finally come. That's all. Let me guard all the good things we had and wait for you to come back successfully. After Baohulu finished speaking, he took out a drawing and handed it to Ginlong. Without saying much, he wiped the tears from his eyes and left slowly. Gunlong opened the drawing and looked at the two big red marks on it. Gunlong didn't need to think about it to know that this should be where the real good things Balhulu promised himself. He spread the blueprint on the ground, recalling the route he had taken along the way, and quickly figured out the terrain on the blueprint. Xiaolong, let's go! Let's go treasure hunting. We won't run around blindly this time. Gunlong had a relaxed look on his face and dragged Xiaolong towards a place closer to him on the map. At this time, Gunlong was actually somewhat satisfied, and he no longer paid attention to the treasures on the drawings. After all, no matter what, Xiaolong has been successfully upgraded, and Gunlong could feel that with the help of Ice Gourd, Xiaolong's growth this time was not the slightest bit. From the outside, Xiaolong now looks a bit like a child of 16 or 17 years old. Chapter 178, Meeting the City Lord again. Gunlong and the others moved forward according to the drawings, and when they saw that they were back to the place where trees were densely packed, Gunlong was in a good mood and couldn't help but move faster. Master, have you felt it? There is someone following us all the time. Xiaolong stopped suddenly. He glanced behind him and saw that the place was empty except for flowers and plants swaying in the wind. The little dragon patted his head, thinking it was the sequelae of his continuous battles, and he was a little too nervous. Gunlong still believed in Xiaolong's intuition, and he didn't think it was groundless. He signaled Xiaolong to stand where he was, and he turned over and jumped far away. He evolved his dagger and attacked directly at the place where he suspected someone was. Strange. Could it be due to this space? I clearly felt like there was someone there. After several attempts in a row with no results, Gunlong was a little confused. He didn't want to waste too much time here. Looking at the drawings, it was not far from where the treasure was. Gunlong put away the evolutionary dagger and continued to move forward. I'll go. This is such a paradise. After Gunlong and the others passed through a hidden cave, they saw a waterfall falling from the sky and falling into the small pond in front of them. The cool breeze blows against my face with moisture, which is very refreshing. Behind the waterfall, a stone cave just big enough for a person to pass through stood there. Gunlong could feel an unusually strong aura coming from the cave, thinking that the treasure was inside the cave. Master, it's so strange here. I can feel that there is no one inside at all. But the power of the mecha here is so violent. Why don't we go in? Xiaolong stood at the entrance of the cave and inspected it carefully for a while. The cave was not big, and there was just a stone bench inside, just big enough for one person to sit down. Xiaolong was naturally much more alert to this strange place. Gunlong stood at the entrance of the cave and took a look inside. After confirming the situation in the cave, Gunlong immediately felt that this should be a place where a great master once practiced. Otherwise, how could there be such strong mecha elements here? Knowing the secret, Gunlong was not worried, especially when he thought that he might feel the regret left by the powerful. Gunlong took action immediately and went directly into the cave. Achoo! He didn't feel anything just now when he was outside, but now that he suddenly entered, he felt an unusually cold feeling. And the further Gunlong went inside, the colder he felt. Looking at this small stone cave, which is only 1 meter square, there are such drastic changes. Gunlong couldn't help but be very curious. Who was practicing here in the first place? And who could leave such a deep mark? While thinking about it, Gunlong came to sit in front of the stone platform. That is, when Gunlong's butt touched the stone platform, Gunlong's head suddenly became confused. When he opened his eyes again, the scene around him changed. A man covered in black robes appeared at the entrance of the cave. Senior, I'm sorry to bother you with your practice. I'll leave now. Gunlong thought that the stone platform should be a teleportation device, and he now entered someone else's territory. In order to avoid offending the person in front of me and causing more trouble, Gunlong immediately apologized and stood up, thinking about leaving here. Hey, no. Why can't my body move? When he found that his body had no reaction, Gunlong was a little frightened. Seeing the black robe striding towards him, Gunlong's heart was beating non-stop. He was really worried that he would die in such an unclear way. I'll go. Here. Just as Gunlong was thinking quickly in his mind, he was thinking about how to get out of here. I saw the black robe sitting on the stone platform, and his whole body actually overlapped with his. Only then did Gunlong realize that all of this was an illusion. However, seeing himself together with other people, Gunlong also felt a little strange, indescribably uncomfortable. The black robe sat cross-legged for a while, and took out something from his waist. Gunlong looked carefully. When he found that the black robe was holding the Shifang drum, Gunlong was stunned and didn't know what to say. To be honest, this is the first time Gunlong has seen this Shifang drum in the hands of others. Although it was just a phantom, Gunlong could feel the coercion emitted by the man after touching the Shifang drum. Especially when I saw that every time the man struck the 10-square drum, the surrounding stone cave extended inward, and water splashed outside the cave. Any place touched by the water splash disappeared in an instant. Gunlong admired him very much and secretly thought that this man must be a powerful person. He couldn't help but want to know the true face of the black robe. He put the Shifangu on the ground for no apparent reason. He raised his hands and slowly took off his robe, revealing his true face. Ah! City Lord. Gunlong could see it very clearly now, and he would never forget this face in his life. After all, this was the first person who gave him palpitations after he embarked on the path of cultivation. The City Lord turned his head for no reason, and his eyes met Gunlong's. Gunlong had a feeling that the City Lord must have discovered him. But this is obviously an illusion. How can it have such a real feeling? Fortunately, the current City Lord feels very kind to Gunlong. Unlike before, the whole body was filled with cold murderous aura. The City Lord looked at Gunlong for a long time, and Gunlong turned his head to see what the City Lord was looking at. But as soon as he made a move, the City Lord raised his hand, stretched it in front of Gunlong, and made a gesture to pull Gunlong's head back. Although the City Lord's hand did not touch him, Gunlong was still startled. Seeing that the City Lord was also very confused, he looked down at his hand, and then waved it towards Gunlong. After making sure that he could not touch Gunlong, the City Lord actually spread his hands towards Gunlong, expressing that he was very worried. Have no choice. Here. Is it haunted? How could he see inside me? Shouldn't this be an illusion left many years ago? Gunlong was very surprised as to what was going on. But the City Lord's next action really gave Gunlong no time to think. He was so surprised that his back felt cold. The City Lord pointed at the 10 directions drum on the ground and looked towards Gunlong, as if to let Gunlong know that he had to go get the 10 directions drum. Perhaps there was some kind of induction, or some other reason. When Gunlong looked at the 10 directions drum, the City Lord actually smiled and nodded. This was a somewhat cautious scene, but it made Gunlong feel a little excited. You know, I am actually talking to someone from my past. But the situation of this conversation is a bit weird. Before Gunlong could think about what the City Lord would do next, the City Lord suddenly saw golden light overflowing from his hand, and punched the 10-way drum. The Shifang drum that was originally on the ground was completely destroyed with a bang, and the remaining fragments were scattered messily on the ground. Chapter 179: The Secret of the Cave. What? The Shifang drum has been destroyed a long time ago. Then what is this in my hand? The City Lord seemed to know that Gunlong would react like this. He pointed at the wall, picked up a piece of debris, and started writing on the wall. Shifang. Just as the City Lord wrote 2 words, a person suddenly came in from outside the cave. The City Lord had no choice but to throw the fragments to the ground, shouted something at Gunlong, and started fighting with the man. Gunlong could feel the ground shaking around him, and watched the cave fall apart under the attack of the 2 men, and it was about to collapse. The City Lord didn't know what method he used, but a white light appeared and attacked Gunlong. When the white light entered his body, Gunlong felt like his head was blurred. When he regained consciousness, he saw that he was still in the cave, but the City Lord had long since disappeared, and Xiaolong was squatting aside. Master, what's wrong with you? Xiaolong saw that Gunlong was in a daze, and he immediately asked, Oh, no, it's okay. Gunlong was very surprised. He had been there for a long time just now, but when he returned here, it was as if nothing had happened and only a second had passed. Thinking of the scene where the City Lord was carving words just now, Gunlong raised his head and looked at the place in his memory. Your grandpa's is so damned. Gunlong's unreasonable shouting alarmed Xiaolong, who looked along where Gunlong was watching. When he found that there was an extra word Shifang on the stone wall for no reason, Xiaolong was a little frightened. He stepped forward and looked at the word and said, Master, what's going on? I can confirm that when we entered this cave, it was perfectly fine. There was nothing. Hearing what Xiaolong said, Gunlong felt even more incredible. If this is really the case, then it can be said that everything that happened just now was entirely due to his own appearance, which resulted in the overlapping of spaces. And the City Lord definitely just destroyed the Shifang drum. When he thought of the Shifang drum, Gunlong immediately took out the Shifang drum. Seeing that Shifangu was in good condition, There was nothing unusual about it. Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but wonder what message the city lord was sending to him. Could it be that there is any secret inside these 10 square drums? However, he saw with his own eyes that the Shifang drum was broken into pieces. But nothing appeared. In other words, the city lord wants to destroy the 10 direction drums himself? Gunlong turned the Shifangu over and over to look at it several times. Naturally, Gunlong was reluctant to destroy this rare artifact-like existence that he encountered. What's more, this Shifangu is now the only killing weapon around him. And it is even more impossible for him to abandon it. Dong dong dong. The sudden sound of the Shifang drum startled both Gunlong and Xiaolong. Gunlong saw that the mallet was still in his hand, and had not touched the Shifang drum. He looked at Xiaolong and made sure that Xiaolong also heard the sound. Gunlong was a little depressed, and secretly thought that this cave was too evil. Just when Gunlong was about to put away the Shifang drum, the sound of dong 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 sounded again. Moreover, the sound of the drum was getting faster and faster. To Gunlong's ears, it sounded like a war drum. With the sound of the drum, the surrounding stone walls continued to rattle, and countless cracks appeared. Gunlong saw that the cave was about to collapse. He didn't dare to stay here anymore, so he pulled Xiaolong and ran outside. When Gunlong and the others were waiting and ran outside the cave, the noisy drum suddenly stopped. Gunlong looked back, and this time, he saw it clearly. The figure of the city lord reappeared. But this time, the city lord's body was covered with scars, and one of his arms was broken. Gunlong looked at the city lord squatting on the ground and wrote the word protect with his blood-stained hand. Because it was dark inside the cave, Gunlong couldn't see clearly the words written on the back of the city lord. He was just about to enter the cave to take a look when he heard a roar, and the cave collapsed, burying everything. Xiaolong, did you see it just now? There are people in the cave. Gunlong originally wanted to clean up the stones, so that he could see what the city lord wrote. But just as he was about to make a move, the water in the pool flowed into the cave through the gaps in the rocks due to the low terrain of the cave. Now Gunlong had no choice but to ask Xiaolong for confirmation, to see if Xiaolong had seen what just happened in the cave like him. Master, are you scared? We just walked out of the cave, and the cave collapsed. Besides, there are only 2 of us here. How can there be anyone else? Gunlong knew that Xiaolong would not lie, so he recalled the whole story, thinking that only he could see all this. Gunlong couldn't help but wonder what all this was going on. Let's not talk about Shifangu, but also the city lord. When he first met, the city lord tried desperately to kill him, and he was extremely violent. But this time when they met, the city lord seemed to be a different person, and he felt very peaceful. And the most important thing is, who is the person who suddenly comes out? He can actually hurt the city lord. This strength is also extraordinary. Everything appears and disappears for no reason. Gunlong's head was dizzy at this time, and he didn't know what the connection was. There is also the word protect written by the city lord at the end. Who does he want to protect? Master, look! Why are some words appearing on the ground for no reason? Gunlong was thinking about what had just happened. When he heard Xiaolong's call, he immediately rushed to Xiaolong. Protect Shifangu. When Gunlong saw these words, he felt really dizzy for the first time. You know, just now, he saw the city lord destroying the Shifang drum with his own eyes. But now he asked himself to protect the Shifang drum. What on earth was this city lord up to? Fire Cloud Cave. Just when Gunlong was undecided, another line of words appeared. Gunlong looked at the 3 words Huiyun Cave, and his mind suddenly trembled. He seemed to have seen this Huiyun Cave somewhere before, but I didn't know what was going on for a while. I just couldn't remember. Master, take out that blueprint. If I remember correctly, the other address marked by the red dot is Fire Cloud Cave. Hearing Xiaolong's reminder, Gunlong also reacted. He hurriedly took out the drawings, and saw that the other address was indeed the Fire Cloud Cave. Gunlong was really shocked. He looked at the words on the ground, and then at the drawings. But he didn't know what to say. It belongs to your uncle. Master, this blueprint was given to us by that treasure gourd. There must be something wrong with that guy. Come on. Let's go find him, and ask him clearly. Xiaolong's words gave Gunlong a clue. If all this was a coincidence, Gunlong didn't believe it. After all, this is too evil. In order to be able to figure out the reason, Gunlong didn't waste any time. Put away the drawings, took Xiaolong with him, and went to find the treasure gourd. Chapter 180, Secret Chamber. Hey, what's going on? Why is the pond missing? It's really evil. Gunlong and the others came to the place where the treasure gourd was found. The original pond where it was deposited was indeed gone, and they were surrounded by thick desert. Xiaolong squatted on the ground and dug out the sand. After digging for 4 or 5 meters, he saw that there was still sand underneath. The Xiaolong was a little speechless. He jumped out of the sand pit, pointed down and said, "Master, what AHL? There's still sand underneath, and there's no sign of water at all." Gunlong looked up and saw that the desert on the ground was dazzling by the sun. He looked up at the sky, and he even doubted himself. Could everything just be a dream? It seems that if you continue to stay here, there will be no results. Gunlong suppressed the doubts in his heart, took out the drawings, determined where they were going, and signaled Xiaolong to set off. Fire Cloud Cave is located on a large mountain in the center of the temple. Because the cave entrance is located on the top of the mountain, it is surrounded by clouds. Only when the sunset appears in the evening, the entrance of the cave will appear. So it is called Huiyun Cave. Gunlong and Xiaolong didn't stop along the way and came directly to the Fire Cloud Cave. When the entrance of the cave appeared, Gunlong and Xiaolong looked at each other and jumped into the cave. The entrance to the cave is a tunnel with a drop of nearly 100 meters, and there is nothing to hold on to around it. Gunlong and Xiaolong alternated their efforts, and with the help of their feet pushing against the wall, they finally controlled the speed of their fall and stood firmly at the bottom of the pit. Oh my god! It really is the Fire Cloud Cave. Why is it so hot here? As soon as Gunlong and the others landed, a wave of heat hit them. Gunlong and Xiaolong only felt bored, and beads of sweat immediately fell to the ground like rain. Master, can this place be used by humans? Why do I feel like I'm about to be roasted? Xiaolong mobilized the mecha elements and wrapped himself tightly. Even so, he was sweating all over and his face was flushed. Let's go. If you continue to stay here, you are waiting to die. Let's look ahead. Maybe we can find a place to hide. Xiaolong followed Gunlong as he was told. The deeper they went inside, the more intense the heat became. In the end, Gunlong and the others couldn't even summon the mecha elements, because the mecha element was evaporated as soon as it left the body. Look at this red passage that is still endless, with no end in sight. Gunlong really wanted to go back the way he came and exit from the entrance. But as soon as Gunlong and the others turned around, the road they came from collapsed and was blocked by hot red stones. Your grandpa's. This is going to kill them all. Gunlong tried to push the stone blocking the road, and a clicking sound appeared immediately. Gunlong pulled his hand back and saw that there was a big burn on it. He used a healing spell and saw that the injury on his hand improved slightly. He immediately turned around and walked forward quickly, not daring to even think about going back. Master, look, there is a lake there. Gunlong, who was already running in despair, looked up when he heard Xiaolong's cry. There was indeed a lake not far ahead. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the sound of the lake flowing. Gunlong was so happy that he gathered enough energy and rushed towards the place where the lake was. Plop! Plop! There were continuous sounds of falling into the water, and Gunlong and Xiaolong jumped into the lake together. The cool feeling immediately spread all over the body. Gunlong let out a long breath and secretly thought it was so refreshing. I'm going. Master, get ashore quickly. This is not water at all. Gunlong was just about to take a few sips of water to moisten his throat when Xiaolong jumped onto the shore and called for Gunlong to come up quickly. Just when Gunlong wanted to laugh at Xiaolong because he was overly frightened and had hallucinations, he felt a fishy smell coming from the surroundings and quickly came to his heart. Gunlong felt his stomach churning and spit out a mouthful of filth. After Gunlong waited for him to land on the shore, he was shocked when he saw clearly what was in the lake. It turned out that the place they jumped into was not a lake at all, but a stagnant lake made of blood. At first, they didn't pay attention because of the dim light. Now if I look closely, I can see that the pool is full of blood that has turned black and deteriorated. Occasionally, some residual broken arms will appear, drifting down with a flow of blood. Your grandpa. You really got into trouble today. Xiaolong, give me your fireball technique and burn all these messy things. When Xiaolong thought about the blood he had just swam in, he felt extremely disgusted. After hearing Dinglong's order, Xiaolong immediately responded and attacked the blood frantically. Boom boom boom. The temperature of the fireball was extremely high, and with the unique aura of Xiaolong, the Dragon Clan, the blood and water that hit the fireball evaporated directly. The blood pool was not big. Under Xiaolong's continuous attack, the pool dropped rapidly. By the end, it was barely enough to drown the heels. Gunlong called Xiaolong to stop. and he suppressed his nausea and jumped into the pool again. Well, there is a door here? Since the pool is the last place of the pothole, there is no other way out. Ginlong thought there was something underneath the blood pool, so he made Xiaolong do what he did. He searched in the shallow pool for a long time, but did not see the expected magic weapon. Ginlong found a door handle instead. This handle is made of iron stone. It is estimated that it has been soaked in blood for a long time, and it is stained with rust. Ginlong stretched out his hand and pulled the handle, feeling that there was indeed a portal underground. Ginlong then called Xiaolong to come over and help. The two of them worked together, and with a roar, the stone door was pulled up. All the blood, which was not much in the first place, flowed down the hole. Ginlong didn't know what was under the hole, so he took out a tinder from his pocket, lit it, and threw it down. It didn't take long for the tinder to reach the bottom, and there was nothing around. Ginlong threw another tinder down, and after making sure that no monsters appeared, he jumped down with Xiaolong. Miscellaneous. That is, when Ginlong and the others touched the ground, all the oil lamps on the surrounding walls automatically lit up, illuminating the entire room instantly. There was also a clang above their heads, and the stone door they opened closed on its own. Ginlong looked around by the light of the fire, and found a man in black robes squatting there in a corner not far from them, making no sound. Ginlong thought of the city lord he had just seen, and his heart trembled. And he secretly thought that that person could be the city lord. With something in mind, Ginlong hoped to know the identity of the other party as soon as possible. Xiaolong was worried about being deceived, so he asked Ginlong to wait aside, while he walked slowly behind the black robe. Seeing that the black robe still didn't move, Xiaolong stepped forward and pulled the black robe off with force. Chapter 181 Hallucination. Oh my god! After watching the black robe take off, a skeleton was revealed under the light of the candle. It was very scary. Xiaolong jumped aside in shock, and it took him a while to calm down. Ginlong could see clearly from the sidelines. He did not expect such a result. He stepped forward to investigate carefully and found that there was nothing special about the bones, and there was nothing on them to prove his identity. This brought Ginlong's thoughts back to the original point, which meant that they panicked and got nothing. Looking around, in this huge space, the walls were all tightly sealed, and there were no handles on the ground. Ginlong didn't believe in evil. He knocked on each one by one. After making sure that no hollow sound came out, Ginlong turned his eyes to the bones sitting on the ground. Xiaolong knew what Ginlong was thinking, and he also came to the corpse. Looking at the bones, there was no dust at all. Even the cloak wrapping the bones was spotless. Xiaolong pointed at the corpse and said, "Master, do you think this guy died not long ago? But that's not right. Judging from the appearance of his bones, he must have been here for at least several years." Ginlong was also very curious. He looked the corpse up and down, and finally his eyes stopped on the ground where the corpse was sitting cross-legged. "Xiaolong, take that corpse away." After receiving Ginlong's instructions, Xiaolong immediately started taking action. After the corpse was removed, Ginlong lay down where the corpse had just been sitting, and wiped the dust on the ground with both hands. After the ground was cleared, several large blood-red characters were displayed in front of Ginlong and the others. "Master, let me get involved. If I hadn't been your battle pet and understood your life experience, I might have attacked you now. What do you think is going on?" When Ginlong saw those words, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He turned his head and looked at the bones beside him. If he was to say that he was not the city lord, Ginlong would not believe it even to death, because after what happened just now, only the city lord knew about his existence and had written words to him, and only the city lord knew that he had the Shifangu on his body. The most important thing is that the big blood-red characters on the ground clearly read, "Ginlong, protect the 10 directions drum on you. We will meet again if we are lucky enough." Judging from the literal meaning, the bones must not belong to the city lord. At this time, Ginlong also remembered that the city lord's arm was broken at that time. He stepped forward to check the bones, and made sure that the bones were very complete, and the arm was not mutilated. "I think this guy should be the one who fought against the city lord, but was killed by the city lord in the end." But when this happened, Ginlong was a little confused. It's impossible for the city lord to go through all the trouble just to let himself read these words. If this was really the purpose of such a huge formation, Ginlong would not believe anything he said. "Master, come and see. There are words on the bones." Ginlong, who was thinking about it, felt his head was heavy. When he heard that Xiaolong had discovered something, Ginlong immediately ran over, Look where Xiaolong leads. Don't tell me. You didn't pay attention just now. The bones were densely covered with characters. Gunlong looked down his head. But the more he looked, the more frightened he became. You know, the bones are filled with everything about you. From the first time you met Shiqiang, to your cultivation and improvement, as well as the entanglements between the Long family and the Xiao family. Everything is recorded. Gunlong was very surprised by this almost lifelong autobiography. I saw some things on it that I couldn't even remember, but they were still recorded. Gunlong had deeper doubts in his heart. He really couldn't imagine who had so much energy and was always paying attention to everything about him. Wrong. Gunlong gradually discovered something was wrong with it. You must know that all the things recorded on it were things that had already happened. Since he wanted to record his life, why didn't he describe his future? After thinking about this, Gunlong carefully read the things written on the bones again. This time, Gunlong discovered some clues. Perhaps because he wanted to be discovered, descriptions of his future began to appear on the bones. It's a pity that those descriptions are completely misleading and completely incomprehensible. By this time, Gunlong had already made a rough guess. He looked at the bones in front of him, and then at the black robe beside him. In just a moment, Gunlong summoned the evolutionary dagger, struck quickly, and cut the black robe into pieces. Xiaolong, use your flame ball to melt the bones for me. Gunlong gave an order, and Xiaolong obeyed absolutely. 2 flame balls were spit out from the mouth one after another, fused together, and became as tall as half a person, wrapping the bones on the ground. There was only a crackling sound, and the bones instantly turned into powder and disappeared completely. After doing all this, Gunlong remained silent. He held the evolutionary dagger in his hand and closed his eyes to carefully feel everything around him. Xiaolong didn't know what Gunlong was doing. He just stood guard and quietly waited for Gunlong's next plan. Humph. It's you? Gunlong shouted something for no reason. And then he saw the figure of Gunlong flashing, rushing to a corner of the wall, raising the knife in his hand and stabbing towards the thick wall. The expected impact did not happen. The evolutionary dagger sank directly into the wall, and a gray-brown liquid flowed out and flowed along the wall to the ground. At this point, Xiaolong couldn't use Gunlong to explain anything. He rushed to the wall and attacked the wall frantically with both hands. The viscous liquid flowed more and more, and in the end it was like a bank bursting, flowing quickly to the ground. Ah! Bastard! How did you find me? Along with a familiar sound, the surrounding scene changed drastically. Gunlong saw that they were not in a cave at all, but in the body of the gourd. As for the place where they had just attacked, a small opening had been opened, and the sunlight from outside shone in. Gunlong snorted coldly, beckoning Xiaolong to continue attacking, while he himself shouted sharply, "You precious gourd! You don't have to be so mysterious. If you know what's going on, let us out quickly. Otherwise, we will be killed without mercy. Ha ha ha. Don't think that you can escape death if you see through my illusion. I tell you, it's too late. You are in my gourd gallbladder now. You just stole a trick. With your if you want to break through, you won't have to wait for 3 to 5 days. Now, just wait for death." After Bao Hulu finished speaking, his body shook a little. The flowing liquid was thrown up and directly blocked the place where Gunlong had just broken. When Xiaolong saw that something was not going well, he immediately summoned the fireball and attacked that place. Unfortunately, everything is in vain and has no effect at all. Chapter 182 Victory. Xiaolong, don't bother. That guy must be on defense now. We want to break out from here, so we'll find another way with the others. Gunlong saw that Xiaolong was still attacking, and he called Xiaolong to stop. I wandered back and forth in the space alone, knocking on the wall from time to time, trying to find other breakthroughs. Master, how did you spot that bastard? To be honest, I'm really confused now. When did we get into this guy's belly? Xiaolong followed Gunlong's example and knocked on the wall from time to time. Although I don't know what this is doing, I feel somewhat comforted. Haha. Actually, this is not difficult. When we entered the Fire Cloud Cave, I was wondering how there could be such an entrance. Like a funnel. I was not sure at first, and I almost thought it was all real. The blame should be on the treasure gourd. It must have seen the illusion in the cave, and it added unnecessary details to create a corpse in a black robe in the cave. Gunlong said and knocked on a wall. He probably felt there was something wrong there. He motioned to Xiaolong to spit out a fireball. Seeing that the fireball hit and had no effect at all, Gunlong continued his search. I'll go. Master, You are so amazing. You can actually find the way to this with the corpse. Xiaolong finished his attack and continued with Ginglong's words. Hee hee. It's not that simple. The most important thing is that the treasure gourd probably didn't expect that I had met the city lord. And the city lord didn't even know my name. So when I saw the message with my name, I was even more certain that this was a trap. Also, in the space we are in, the treasure gourd should be able to hear what we are thinking. When I first started to suspect that there was no description of the future on the corpse, the corresponding words appeared. But it's a pity. Then Bao Hulu's abilities are so limited that he can't detect the emotions of us humans at all. So much so that the future he described is full of loopholes. And he actually confused Xiao Yingying with my deceased mother. How could I not see it at this point? In the question, after Xiaolong listened to Ginglong's words, he nodded. I guess he didn't notice these details. Watching Ginglong still searching for a way out, Xiaolong followed Ginglong obediently and helped Ginglong explore the walls. Oh, right. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. In fact, this is the worst thing about the treasure gourd. It was mainly because I discovered this that I was really sure that the treasure gourd trapped us. Ginglong remained silent until he suddenly said something for no reason. The little dragon was very curious. He touched his head, looked at Ginglong in confusion and said, Master, why are you half-talking? Tell me quickly. What exactly did Bao Hulu do wrong? Hey, come closer, and I'll tell you in a low voice. Otherwise, if the treasure gourd hears it, we'll have no choice but to improve that flaw. Hearing what Ginglong said, Xiaolong hurriedly came to Ginglong's side. Ginglong looked around to make sure there was nothing wrong. He pressed Xiaolong's shoulder, leaned into Xiaolong's ear, and said softly, Xiaolong, listen carefully. The worst thing Bao Hulu does is... Ah, Master, why are you attacking me? Xiaolong wanted to wait to hear Ginglong's answer, but what greeted him was the evolutionary dagger piercing his heart. He pushed Ginglong away and looked at his chest in disbelief. Blood flowing rapidly. Ha ha ha. Bao Hulu, you are smart all your life, but you are confused for a moment. No need to pretend anymore. You are dead today, Ginglong said, summoning the Shurfang drum, raising the mallet high, and started beating it. The heavy drum sound floated back and forth in the space, which was very uncomfortable for Bao Hulu's ears. Coupled with the fatal scars on his body, the treasure gourd finally couldn't withstand it, and a black smoke rose from his body, changing back to his original appearance. Ginglong, you are really powerful. You can see through this. Okay, I admit defeat today. But before I die, can you tell me how you discovered me? Bao Hulu's face looked very ugly at this time, and his vitality was draining so quickly that he could no longer maintain his human form. He immediately transformed back into his gourd form and collapsed on the ground. Haha. Bao Hulu. Actually, when you took me to find the Bing gourd, I already noticed something was wrong. But the situation was urgent at the time, so I didn't pay attention until you took care of the black-robed corpse in the fire cloud cave. After I was sure that everything was an illusion, I became more certain that the real problem lies with Xiaolong. That is, you? Don't you realize that you've overacted? Every time there's a new discovery, you're always the first to find it. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The most important thing is, you can't have a battle pet. You don't know that battle pets and their masters have the ability to communicate with each other. At first, I thought it was because Xiaolong's ability had improved that I couldn't feel it. It wasn't until all of this was connected that I was really sure that you were a fake, Ginglong said, watching the viscous solution around him quickly pile up towards him. Only then did he understand that Bao Gourd was still unrepentant and was deliberately delaying time, dragging him on his back before he died. He took a step forward, held the evolution dagger firmly in his hand, pressed the treasure gourd to the ground with one foot and said, Damn it, your grandpa. You still want to rebel when you are about to die. You stinky gourd. Go to H.L. With a roar from Ginglong, he pulled out the evolution dagger, aimed it at the body of the treasure gourd, and chopped it hard, directly cutting the treasure gourd into two halves. The treasure gourd has completely lost its breath of life, and the illusion he created is slowly disappearing. Ginglong saw that he was still standing in the desert, with the warm sunshine shining on the earth. Just as he was about to leave, something jingled in his pocket. Ginglong felt strange that he didn't bring anything with him. Could it be that the treasure gourd was not completely dead, and he was still in an illusion? Thinking of this, Ginglong immediately reached out and took out the contents of his pocket. When he saw the reward token, Ginglong laughed, believing that the one he destroyed in the illusion was also a fake. glancing at the treasure gourd corpse on the side. Gunlong did not hesitate and tied the treasure gourd corpse to his body, used the teleportation stone directly, and chose to return to Shuanglong town. After all, he is just a person now, and it is still very dangerous to stay here. Chapter 183 Letter from Earth. Yeah. Didn't you say that this treasure gourd is very powerful? It caused us to lose our battle pet 5 poisonous snake. That Gung dragon actually walked away like this. After Gunlong left, a group of people walked out not far from them. The leader was none other than Na Shenhao. When the Shen family elder heard Shenhao's scolding words, he wanted to find a place to get in. It's all because I was too cautious. I had several opportunities to take action, and was able to capture Gunlong alive. In the end, I still believed in the treasure gourd too much and wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Shenhao stared at the teleportation array that slowly disappeared after Gunlong left. His face was very ugly, thinking of the time limit for revenge within the family. Shenhao snorted coldly and said to the person behind him, "Start executing the second plan. No matter how many people are lost, Gunlong must die." It is said that Gunlong returned to Shuanglong town and went directly to the mission release officer. When the task release officer saw the treasure gourd that Gunlong was carrying, his eyes widened and he felt very incredible. To say that Gunlong completed it was really fast. Congratulations on completing the mission of the 7-star Legion. The Legion level has been raised to level 7. Gunlong watched as his Legion badge turned into gold, with 7 stars shining on it. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Well, Captain Gunlong, because your Legion doesn't have an 8th level practitioner yet, you are not yet qualified to accept an 8-star mission. You should go back and practice hard. By the way, let me remind you that it is useless to upgrade your battle pet to 8 stars. You must upgrade your personnel to 8 stars. Gunlong wrote down the words of the mission release officer. Just as Gunlong was about to leave, suddenly thinking of something, he turned around and approached the mission officer. Seeing that there was no one around him, he took out the few hundred gold coins left in his pocket and stuffed them into the mission officer's pocket. "Sir, it's just a small thing. Thank you for your help. Please accept it." After doing these things, Gunlong waved his hand at the task release officer, turned around and left here. When Gunlong was waiting and walked out of the mission release area, he saw that the old lizard and the blind wolf were already standing at the door with a group of brothers, waiting for him. Without waiting for Gunlong to speak, a group of people rushed directly to Gunlong at the old lizard's signal, set him up, and celebrated excitedly. The commotion here alerted the mercenaries around. But when they saw the 7-star Legion mark on Gunlong and his party, they all stepped aside and did not dare to come forward to disturb them. A few powerful people came over and negotiated with the old lizards to see if they could join the Legion. Gunlong didn't see Baimu. When he learned that Baimu was still recovering from his injuries at the registration office, Gunlong immediately ran towards the registration office. You know, Nabamu is both a teacher and a friend to me. Since he has accomplished such a big thing, he naturally wants to hear Bida's praise. Bimu stood waiting at the door of the registration office early. Seeing Gunlong running back in a hurry, he smiled, punched Gunlong in the chest and said, "You kid, you really surprise us at every turn." "That's right. Okay. I just have something to ask you. Let's take a moment to talk." Looking at Baimu's solemn expression, Gunlong knew that something big must have happened. He followed Bilyu obediently, and the two of them arrived at the small room inside the registration office. "Gunlong, what you are going to know next is not good. I hope you can calm down and let's work together to find a solution," Thuma said, taking out a disc and throwing it on the table. The mecha elements were brought out and attacked towards the disc. I only heard a clicking sound from the disc, and Lao Luo's image actually appeared. "Baimu, it's bad. You must inform Gunlong immediately." A group of people suddenly showed up today. They had a clear goal and directly attacked the Long family. Even Uncle Do was not spared. Fortunately, I have the defense barrier you gave me, so I escaped death. But something happened at the Long family. I heard that Long Fei was killed. I think they are very crazy, shouting outside that they want to kill everyone related to Gunlong. You must be careful there. The video content ended abruptly here, but just these contents made Gunlong very worried. He forgot about Baimu's words, stood up directly, took Baimu's arm and said, "Baimu, is there any way that I can return to Earth again? I'm going to clean up all those bastards." Big Mu pulled Gunlong to sit down and looked at Gunlong, who was now blinded by anger. The mecha elements gathered in Nabamu's hand and gently slapped Gunlong's head. After seeing Ginglong calm down somewhat, Bimu slowly spoke. It's very easy to go back, because you have the mark of the Beast King on your body. And it is very easy to open the teleportation array to the earth. But one thing is that if you want to come back, you must upgrade your cultivation level to level 8. Otherwise, with the thin mecha elements on the earth, it is impossible for you to open the teleportation array back. Taking a step back, you know the situation on the earth better than me. If you want to improve your cultivation level there, I am afraid that the possibility is very small. In this case, you may never want to return to the Mecha Star again in your life. I hope you can consider this before making a decision. The words of the purpose are very real. And this is also the problem that Ginglong needs to face now. When he was on Earth, it was indeed very difficult for him to upgrade each level. And the mecha elements used for training were simply not enough. But Long Rong and the others are in trouble now. And he can't just ignore them. Bai Mu, I've thought about it. I have to take it back this time. Otherwise, even here, my heart won't be able to calm down. Ginglong's answer seemed to have been expected for a long time. Nabamu took off a bag from his waist, handed it to Ginglong and said, I would be surprised if you don't plan to go back. Here are all the inner elixirs I saved before. I originally thought they would be of no use. But now, it seems that everything is doomed. Just give you prepared it. You must keep it well, and don't let anyone snatch it away. It's such a good thing. We can't go without our brothers. Ginglong had just put away the thing when the old lizard walked in with the blind wolf. They came to Ginglong, cupped their fists at Big Eyes and said, Bai Mu, it's okay if you take care of me here. We old guys have not had passion for a long time. Let's go to the earth with Ginglong this time. We had the opportunity to go before, but we were too lazy. I didn't make it. Now I have a chance to see the world. So I must take him out for a walk. Chapter 180 for the second young master. Bai Mu was speechless. He looked at Ginglong. Only then did Ginglong realize that this was all arranged by Bimu, and that everything was left to Ginglong to make his own decisions. And since I have communicated with the old lizard and the blind wolf, I think the strength of the people who come to the earth to cause trouble this time will not be low. Ginglong has always pursued a steady approach. And he also knows that he alone cannot protect so many people. So Ginglong nodded and agreed. After receiving Ginglong's promise, Old Lizard and Blind Wolf immediately went out and each selected 10 masters of their own clan to take action. A group of people were waiting in line outside, ready to go at any time. Baima knew that Ginglong was eager to go back, so he did not delay and led Ginglong and the others to their habitat through Teleport Town. He opened a side room of his residence and motioned Ginglong to stand in the center. As soon as Ginglong stood still, he immediately felt like something was biting his arm. Before he could react, the mark of the Beast King appeared on his arm. A ray of red light fell from the sky, covering the mark of the Beast King. At this moment, Ginglong heard a buzzing sound, and a teleportation array appeared in front of him. Seeing that the preparations were completed, Bima pulled Ginglong aside, leaned into Ginglong's ear and whispered, Ginglong, when you go back this time, don't use the Sherfang drum unless it's a moment of life or death. You don't need to know too much about the specific things, but be sure to remember my words. After you come back this time, I will tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Ginglong knew that Baima would never harm him, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing that the teleportation array was slowly shrinking due to the energy, Ginglong knew that they could not delay any longer, and immediately called for everyone to enter the teleportation array. Boom! After Ginglong and his party were waiting for them to leave, the wall on one side of the room was blown open. A group of people covered by cloaks rushed in. When the leader saw that only Bigu was left in the room, she became very angry and wanted to teach Bigu a lesson. But as soon as he raised his hand, he immediately pulled his hand back as if he thought of something. Ha! Messenger of the Netherworld. Right? You have been very popular recently. It's a pity that you are a step too late. Ginglong and the others have already returned to Earth. By the way, why did you smash my residence to pieces? If this spreads out, how can I, the king, hang out here? Humph. Bima, you don't need to be glib here. If it weren't for your master's face, I would kill you right now. But you dare to let go even what the Beast King wants. Let me see how you can explain to the Beast King. The Nether Messenger's body shook violently, obviously extremely angry. Ha ha ha. What a joke. I never need to explain anything to anyone. Nether Messenger, I think you are a little too exaggerated. Even if the Beast King came here in person, he would not dare to speak to me like this. It's up to you. An errand boy still dares to point fingers at me. I'm giving the Beast King some face. So let's forget it this time. If there's another time, just wait until the Beast King comes to collect your body. The words that were burning and threatening made the Nether Messenger unable to reply. Seeing that there was no point in staying here, the Nether Messenger turned around and wanted to leave. But Namimu didn't agree. He suddenly arrived in front of the Nether Messenger, pressed his hand firmly on the Nether Messenger's shoulder, and said with a smile, "The messenger probably forgot one thing. I told you. It's not good for you to tear down my wall." "What? You want to leave without repairing it?" The Nether Messenger shook her body vigorously. Seeing that she could not break free from Hiragi's restraints, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and said, "Leave a few of you here and repair this wall before you leave." Baimu saw someone immediately cleaning up the hole in his wall. And then he nodded with satisfaction and let go of the Nether Messenger. After watching the Nether Messenger leave angrily, Baimu laughed and left, going to his bedroom to rest. Puff! With no one else present, Big Eyes couldn't bear it any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sweat on his forehead fell like raindrops. You know, he has not yet recovered from his old injuries. He just forcibly mobilized the mecha elements in his body in order to control the Nether Messenger. Unfortunately, the Nether Messenger was bluffed by him and left early. Otherwise, he would have been exposed on the spot. Gunlong, I hope you won't disappoint me and come back soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Big Eye looked up at the sky and sighed secretly. His stomach churned, and he spit out another mouthful of blood. He didn't dare to act rashly anymore, so he sat cross-legged on the ground and recuperated. Indeed, as soon as Gunlong and the others arrived on Earth, they rushed towards the hospital where Long Rong was. When they found out that Long Rong and the others had moved away, no one knew where they had gone. Gunlong had no choice but to go to Uncle De. I am afraid that only Uncle De now knows where Long Rong and Long Ying are. As soon as Gunlong and the others arrived at Uncle De's residence, they saw black marks on the wall. It seemed that a battle had indeed taken place. Fortunately, it was not very powerful, and the house was still standing. Asshole! You still dare to come? I will fight you! The old lizard and the blind wolf transformed into humans to explore the way ahead. As soon as they entered the room, they heard a roar, and old Luo and Uncle De rushed out with wooden sticks. Lao Luo, look who we are. We haven't seen each other for just a few years. Have you forgotten us old friends? Both old lizard and blind wolf knew Lao Luo, and when they saw him, Lao Luo rushed over. They took the wooden sticks away and scolded Lao Luo. Oh, it's you two old guys. Gunlong, you're back too. Lao Luo, who was talking, saw Gunlong behind them. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Uncle De didn't know what these two did, but seeing Gunlong was enough for him. Uncle De, where are Long Rong and the others? The hospital said they moved away. Gunlong saw that Uncle De and Lao Luo were fine. He was worried about Long Rong's condition and immediately asked. Rong was lying in the inner room. We arrived just in time that day. We took the opportunity to snatch Rong away. As for Lun Jing, after he saw his father being killed, he immediately ran away, fought with those people, and was captured. Gunlong didn't expect such a result. He didn't know who they had offended, but they actually wanted to kill them all. Knowing that Lao Luo was well informed, Gunlong asked Lao Luo, Lao Luo, have you seen them? Do you know what they do? Well, these guys all have strange faces. I really don't know which faction they are from. Oh, by the way, when they failed to attack us, I heard someone calling their leader Second Young Master. Others, I really don't know. Chapter 185 Helping Shen Hao. Second Young Master? Gunlong. The Shen family is the only one who has had a grudge against us recently. The second eldest son in their family is called Shen Hao. I think it's probably the Shen family who is taking revenge on us. But the Shen family is always trying to figure it out. Planet A. How do they know you are involved in things on this earth? When Old Lizard heard Lao Luo's words, he immediately thought of the Shen family. With the power of the Shen family, opening a passage to and from the earth is not a problem at all. When Gunlong saw that he could roughly determine the enemy's target, he felt a little relaxed. After all, if he has no clue at all, he will just run around like a headless fly, and then the gain will really outweigh the loss. Old buddy, I think this is the way to go. You and your team stay here to protect Uncle De, and I'll go out with Blind Wolf and the others to take a look. This place is not like the Mecha planet. We can detect any energy fluctuations. After explaining everything, Genlong came to the back room alone, looked at the tubes on Long Rong's body, and lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his face pale. After being bedridden for a long time and unable to eat, Long Rong's muscles atrophied, and she looked like a woman in her prime. Long Rong heard the movement, and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw it was Genlong, Long Rong's eyes lit up. She opened her mouth to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she could only make a hissing sound. Rong, don't move. I'm back. Don't worry. I will definitely cure you. Hearing Genlong's words, tears flowed from the corners of Long Rong's eyes, staining the bed towel. Genlong didn't want Long Rong to be too excited and affect her body's recovery. Putting his hand on Long Rong's body, Long Rong fell asleep. Genlong, you have to be mentally prepared. I have seen that Rong is only in the past few months. If the matter is resolved this time, you should spend more time with her if you have time. Uncle Da didn't know when he came in. He patted Genlong's shoulder gently and sighed. With Genlong's current strength, the first time he saw Long Rong, he felt that Long Rong's vitality was draining away. Because of this, he chose to let Long Rong sleep to avoid excessive consumption. Hearing Uncle Da's words, Genlong nodded. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, told Uncle Da to take good care of Long Rong, and left directly. Genlong, we just investigated. The mecha elements in the southwest are particularly dense. Those guys should be there. When the blind wolf saw Genlong coming out, he immediately went forward to report to Genlong. This is also the reason why Genlong asked Blind Wolf and the others to explore. With the unique acumen of their wolf clan, it is not easy to find something. Okay, then let's set off. Let brothers be careful. We don't know the strength of the other party yet. After Genlong gave instructions, he followed the blind wolf and rushed towards the place where he sensed something was wrong. When we arrived at our destination, we saw that this place turned out to be a living area, with pedestrians coming and going on the street very densely. Genlong thought to himself that these bastards were cautious enough to find such a lively place. If a fight started and civilians were present, it would be really troublesome. Hey, Genlong. Right. I didn't expect you to come here very quickly. How about you? Are you satisfied with the place I chose? From what I know about you, you probably wouldn't choose to start a war with me here. After all, you have a good heart. Ha ha ha. Just when Genlong was about to call Blind Wolf and the others to disperse and search, a man about his age appeared in a suit, followed by several tall and thick-set people. Through their breath, Genlong could feel it. The strength of these guys is not low. At least, they are level 6 human armor strength. You are Shen Hao. If you want to deal with me, just come to me if it's worth it. Why do you want to touch my friends? Since you know me, you should know that my friends and family are all important to me. It's very important. As long as someone dares to touch them, I will fight him to the end even if I risk my life. The man opposite said that Genlong was really not going to take action here. He really didn't want innocent people to be implicated. In order to test the other party's identity, Genlong directly said Shen Hao's name. Ha ha ha. It seems you have done a lot of homework. I like to deal with smart people like you. Yes, I am Shen Hao. In fact, at the beginning, I really came here to kill you. But now I have changed. I came up with the idea. You have to thank the old men in our family, who made them blind, and want to adopt the position of the head of the family to a person with a foreign surname. As long as you help me get rid of that person, and let me sit firmly, as the head of the family. Location. I can consider letting things go, and let your friends go. Genlong didn't expect such a big reversal. He looked at Shen Hao, and hesitated for a while before speaking. I killed your brother. How can you let go of such hatred? Ha ha ha. What brother? In my eyes, there is only the position of the head of the family. Whoever dares to block my way must be killed. To be frank, even if you don't do it, I will find a chance to kill that rubbish myself. Okay, let's not waste time. As long as you nod in agreement, I can let your friend go first. After Shen Hao finished speaking, he waved and his men brought Long Ying out. Seeing that there were no injuries on Long Ying's body, Genlong breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Shen Hao and shouted coldly, Why let me, an outsider, take action in your family's own struggle? If I help you get rid of your opponent, and you sell me out, then who will I ask to reason with? Shen Hao knew that it was not easy to get Genlong to agree to help. He chuckled, took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, handed it to Genlong and said, Your little girlfriend's illness is very troublesome. I heard that she won't live long. My medicine has no other use. but it can make her live a few more days. There is no proof. You can go back and try it first. If you feel you can, come to me again. As long as you can help me get rid of my competitors, I can consider giving you the formula of this medicine. Genglong opened the bottle cap. Although he didn't know what it was, Genglong could still feel the rich vitality in the potion. Only then did Genglong realize that everything Shen Hao told him was true. It seems that the Shen family had internal differences after Shen Hao left. And that's why Shen Hao made this move. I don't understand. Now on Earth, it's easy to kill anyone you want. Why don't you do it yourself? Genglong already understood Shen Hao's motives. But Genglong still couldn't figure out the intention of making him take action. He didn't hide it, and asked Shen Hao directly. Chapter 186 Miracle Medicine. I'm not afraid to tell you. Our Shen family's training system originated from the ancestors of the Shen family. In order to prevent conflicts between clans, all the attack methods used by the Shen family's small training have the mark of the Shen family. Once it is discovered that people of the same clan are fighting each other, no matter who they are, they must be expelled from their homes. The people around me are all from the Shen family. Do you think I can do it? Shen Hao now made up his mind to let Genglong take action. So he escaped completely. What's more, since he has what Genglong needs, Shen Hao is not afraid of Genglong's betrayal. Okay, I'll go back and try to see if this medicine works. As long as it really works, I can help you get rid of your competitors. After Genglong finished speaking, he turned around and left. He remembered the appearance of Long Rong's body in his mind. It was rare that a potion that could extend Long Rong's life appeared, so that Long Rong could wait until the day when his strength improved and find a way to save her. Genglong naturally did not dare to delay, and trotted back all the way. Watching Genglong leave in a hurry, a strong man next to Shen Hao stepped forward and said, Master, are you really planning to let Genglong do this? Aren't you afraid that he will sell you out? And what about Long Ying? We killed his father. How can we give up this kind of hatred so easily? Hearing this, Shen Hao glanced at his battle pet. He chuckled and said, Leopard tiger, you don't understand humans. Don't worry. Genglong won't do it. By the way, it seems that people from the God's domain are also targeting Genglong. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Be sure to protect Long Rong. As long as Long Rong, if he is still alive, Genglong will definitely listen to us. Leopard, who couldn't figure out where his master's confidence came from, but he knew that his master would never fight an unprepared battle. So Leopard Tiger responded and followed Genglong and the others in the direction they left. As soon as Genglong arrived at Uncle Da's house, he ran straight to the back room without having time to say hello. Seeing that Long Rong had just woken up at this time, he immediately helped Long Rong up, opened the medicine bottle, and motioned for Long Rong to drink the medicine. Genglong, is this medicine reliable? Should we find someone to try it first? Long Ying, who followed him in, was halfway through his words. Seeing that Genglong had already given the medicine to Long Rong, he stopped talking and stared at Long Rong with his eyes, praying in his heart that Long Rong would get better soon. 1 minute, 2 minutes, half an hour passed, and Long Rong showed no reaction at all, her face still looking dull. No! That Shen Hao is playing tricks on us. Genglong, let's kill him back right away. I want that kid to pay for it with his life. Long Ying said this, and was about to rush out. Genglong grabbed him, pointed at Long Rong and said, Long Ying, look! After listening to Genglong's words, Long Ying lowered his head and looked at Long Rong. When he saw that Long Rong's body began to regain its color, the originally withered muscles became full again. Long Ying opened his mouth wide, feeling that all this was really unbelievable. Brother, Genglong. After the changes in Long Rong's body stopped, Long Rong sat up as if nothing happened. Uncle Da, who happened to come in, happened to see the scene. He was also very surprised. After checking up and down to make sure that there was nothing wrong with Long Rong, Uncle Da immediately removed the instrument and inserted it into Long Rong's body. Thank God. Romro, I didn't expect you to recover. Just wait. I will prepare some dishes. We must celebrate tonight. Uncle Da had always regarded Long Rong as his own daughter. Now that he saw Long Rong recovering from health, he was happier than anyone else. He burst into tears and walked quickly outside to prepare food. Genglong and Long Ying were both present, but they were not happy, because Shen Hao had said that this medicine could only extend Long Rong's life. So there was naturally a time limit. In this case, he must go to Shen Hao and get the formula of the medicine as soon as possible, so as to ensure that Long Rong lives healthily. Thinking of this, Gun Long winked at Long Ying and asked him to take good care of Long Rong. While he quietly retreated, he asked the old lizard and the blind wolf to protect Long Ying and the others. And he rushed to the place where Shen Hao was found during the day. Second young master. You guessed it right. That Gun Long is here. And he's the only one. Do you think we should take the opportunity to get rid of him? I've heard that he has the mark of the Beast King on his body. Shen Hao was drinking tea in the tea house. He expected that Gun Long would come to him after confirming that the potion was effective. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Shen Hao snorted coldly. You are short-sighted. That Beast King is not easy to mess with. Does that mean Gun Long is easy to mess with? Didn't you see the people around Gun Long? They were all the brave generals under that man back then. What's more, the Beast King has not evolved completely yet, and is not enough to convince others. Do you think it is necessary for us to offend a rising star for an uncertain future? Shen Hao said halfway, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Through the window, he saw that Gun Long had arrived on the street, and was looking for him. Shen Hao then continued, I hope you can remember what I said today, and never touch Gun Long's bottom line. If the information is correct, Gun Long has only been practicing for 2 or 3 years. And he has already reached the 6th level of human armor. Coupled with the help of those people, the only way for us to work together is to unite and cooperate with Gun Long. Don't offend him because of some petty gains. Go ahead and bring him here. In addition, we will arrange for you to find a scapegoat. 2. Bring them here together. The confidant listened to Shen Hao's words and nodded cautiously. For him who has been following Shen Hao, he knows very well that his master is not just an arrogant young master like the rumors outside. It can be said that Shen Hao's palace is extremely deep. In order to hide his true thoughts, he can deliberately pretend to be stupid and be scolded for being 205. Since the master has said it, Gun Long cannot be provoked. So he has his own reasons. The confidant saw Gun Long walking further and further away. So he quickly went downstairs and ran in the direction Gun Long left. Shen Hao watched his men meet with Gun Long. After the two had a brief conversation, Gun Long followed his men over. Shen Hao laughed, picked up the teacup, and poured a cup for Gun Long. While he was waiting for Gun Long to come over, he suddenly remembered something, looked at the water in the teacup, raised his hand to pour the water away, and called his subordinates to bring over a new set of cups. Ha ha ha, Brother Gun Long. You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on. Come on. Sit down and drink tea. Seeing Gun Long go up the stairs, Shen Hao immediately stood up and went to greet him without any airs of a noble master. Gun Long glanced at the unopened tea set on the table. He chuckled and followed Shen Hao's guidance and sat down next to the table. Chapter 187 An Unexpected Visitor. Brother Gun Long, I think you have also seen the effect of the pills. I won't hide it from you. That bottle of medicine can only last for a week at most. I have asked someone to pack up all my survival kits. A total of 10 bottles. You can take them away when you leave later. As for the formula, I will give it to you as soon as you bring my enemy's head over here. Shen Hao filled Gun Long's cup with tea. He waved and his men came over with a box and placed it on the table. Gun Long watched them open the box. Inside was indeed the potion he had received during the day. Gun Long nodded and said directly, What does your enemy look like, and where is he now? I'll go and kill him right away. Shen Hao expected Gun Long's performance. He chuckled, waved his hand and said, Brother, don't worry. In 3 days, that guy will naturally show up. By then, I will naturally send someone to notify you. As for now, I still have a gift to give you. Shen Hao said and clapped his hands. And a group of men escorted a tied-up man over and asked him to kneel in front of Gun Long. Shen Hao, what are you doing? Gun Long didn't know what Shen Hao was trying to do. He looked at the tied man, but he had never seen him before. This is the person who killed your friend's father. My order at that time was to let them kidnap the person back. But I didn't expect this kid to be so ruthless and kill the person. They say blood debts must be repaid with blood. To show my sincerity, I will leave this person to you and let you do whatever you want. Hearing Shen Hao's words, Gun Long understood in his heart that this was a bitter trick. But he had not yet received the prescription. He couldn't attack Shen Hao. So he stood up directly and vented all his anger on the man. He raised the knife and chopped off the man's head. Come here. Please wrap this head carefully for me. Brother Gun Long can take it back later to pay homage to the deceased. Now that things have happened, Gun Long doesn't want to wait too long. He accepted the potion, carried the packaged head, said H. Lo to Shen Hao, and left directly. Shen Hao had been standing in front of the display window, watching Gung Long's figure disappear, and then sat down again. At this time, there was no smile on his face, and he returned to a sinister look. He called one of his subordinates to come over and gave detailed instructions. After watching his subordinates go about their business, he got up and went to the bedroom to rest. Gung Long didn't rest all the way and went straight back to Uncle De's house. Seeing everyone sitting there, waiting for him to come back and start dinner, Gung Long laughed, picked up the wine glass on the table, drank it in one gulp, and signaled that everyone could start. And he himself patted Long Ying's shoulder and motioned for Long Ying to follow him to the back room. Long Rong originally wanted to come along, but after seeing that Gung Long disagreed, she sat down on the table and followed Uncle De to greet the old lizard and the others. Gung Long, why did you call me over? Long Ying didn't know what was going on, but when he saw the human head inside the package that Gung Long had opened, Long Ying was extremely angry. After all, he would never forget the enemy who killed his father. Long Ying, I brought you the guide who killed Uncle Long. Tomorrow we will go to pay homage to Uncle Long to comfort his soul in heaven. Also, on Shen Hao's side, I hope you can put down your hatred for the time being. Everything. Just wait until we get the formula for the potion. After this series of events, Long Ying has matured a lot, and he knows what is important. Seeing Gung Long looking at him, Long Ying nodded, agreeing. By the way, there are 10 bottles of medicine here. You have to put them away. Then Shen Hao said that 1 bottle of medicine can only last for 1 week. When the time is up, you must remember to let Long Rong take the medicine on time. Starting tomorrow, I will find a quiet place to practice and strive for an early breakthrough. Only with higher strength can I find a way to completely cure Long Rong. Long Ying took the potion and carefully put it away. After all, these are my sister's life-saving magic weapons. Once they are damaged, my sister will continue to suffer. Gung Long, are you okay? Come here quickly. Everyone is waiting to drink with you. Uncle De's voice sounded at the right time. Gung Long responded when he heard the words. He walked out quickly and sat down next to Uncle De. After a few glasses of wine, Uncle De was a little drunk. He stood up suddenly, pulled Gung Long and Long Rong up, hugged them and laughed. I said, Gung Long, this Rong Rong is fine too. You two are reunited. Shouldn't we work harder next and make us a little Gung Long quickly? Gung Long and Long Rong did not expect Uncle De's abrupt words. When Long Ying on the side heard these words, he immediately stood up and shouted, Yes, yes, you two are stupid enough to create a human being. I am anxiously waiting for my little nephew to come out and play games with me. When Long Ying and Uncle De started to act like this, Lao Luo and the others also started to boo. Gung Long was so provoked that he had no choice but to pick up the bottle and continue drinking with the others. After drinking this drink, Gung Long felt that everything was turned upside down. His head was dizzy, and he fell asleep directly on the ground without any consciousness. The next morning, when Gung Long woke up, he saw himself lying on the bed in the back room, and Long Rong lying on the bedside with a handkerchief in her hand. As for the wooden barrel next to Long Rong, it was the product of a night of hard work. Seeing Long Rong sleeping like this with dark bags under his eyes, Gung Long secretly cursed himself as a bastard. This Long Rong just happened to come out like this. If you get tired of tossing and the condition relapses, then you will really be a sinner. Thinking in his mind, Gung Long stood up immediately, called up the mecha elements, and carefully dragged Long Rong to the bed. Looking at Long Rong's skin that could be broken by a blow, Gung Long chuckled, kissed Long Rong's face gently, and then snuggled next to Long Rong, waiting for Long Rong to wake up. Gung Long, are you up? The old lizard knocked on the door gently. Hearing the sound, Gung Long got up quietly and walked out. Well, our brothers on patrol found someone hanging around here all the time, and that guy kept staring at us. So I asked the brothers to arrest him, because that kid is just an ordinary human being, and we are afraid of killing him. You're the wrong person. So I thought you'd go take a look. Gung Long knew that this was a critical moment, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. However, when he heard that the man was just an ordinary person, Gung Long was very curious about what the guy did. So he followed the old lizard and walked towards the place where the man was imprisoned. The old lizard worked carefully. He was worried about disturbing Uncle De and the others. So the place where the man was imprisoned was still some distance away from Uncle De's house. Gung Long and the others were waiting for them to arrive at the house. Before Gung Long could say anything, the arrested man stood up excitedly and said, Brother Long, I found you. Chapter 188 Saving Lin Bao. Who are you? Gun Long looked at the guy in front of him. He really couldn't figure out who he was. He had no impression that he had any contact with this person. Brother Long? It's me. I'm a great guy. When the man saw Gun Long's expression, he knew that Gun Long had forgotten him. So he hurriedly said his name. Daniel? Oh, you are following Lin Bao. Right. Only then did Gun Long remember that this big cow was Lin Bao's subordinate. When he first came home, he had some small stories with this big cow. Yes, Brother Long. I followed Brother Bao. Brother Bao got into trouble, and I had no choice but to come find you. But I came several times, and they said you were not there. I saw you on the street a few days ago, so I thought I would come over to try my luck again, Daniel said, tears streaming down his face. When Gun Long saw this, his heart skipped a beat. Regarding Lin Bao, Gun Long could only say that in his heart, he was as important a brother as Long Ying and the others. Lin Bao also paid a lot for his parents' affairs. What's going on? Don't be impatient and tell me slowly. Gun Long clenched his fists and forced himself to calm down. He signaled to Daniel to tell Lin Bao what happened. When Daniel found Gun Long, he felt relieved and told the whole story with tears in his eyes. Brother Long, don't we still have a Qian family in Han County? They are the local leader and have always been at odds with Brother Bao. Originally, we had the Long family taking care of us, so nothing happened. But if the Long family falls, what will happen to the Qian family? You know Brother Bao's temper. He just started fighting with others. However, there were too many Qian family members, and Brother Bao fell into their trap. And now his legs are broken, hiding in a suburban retreat. Your grandpa's. Is it powerful when there are more people? Where is Lao Bao now? Take me there. When Gun Long heard that his brother was in trouble, he couldn't sit still. He waved his hand and waved to Daniel to lead the way. And he, Old Lizard and his gang followed behind. Daniel led them all the way, and finally stopped at a demolished house in the suburbs. Looking at the dilapidated buildings everywhere, many homeless people are squatting here. Gun Long frowned and asked Daniel to continue walking forward. Hey, isn't this our Brother Bao? I said, Brother Bao, how can you live here with such a big status? Get out of here. Otherwise the brothers will continue to greet you. Humph. Your Qian family has gone too far. I am a useless person now. And you don't want me to feel better? I tell you, don't go too far. Ha ha ha. Lao Bao, please understand clearly. Who made you so blind that you offended the Qian family? The Qian family has made an announcement. No matter where you Lao Bao go in this life, we will come to deal with you. Unless you die. Otherwise, I won't let you live a life that's too nourishing. Gun Long heard this conversation from far away. And the big cow also heard it. Knowing that Lin Bao was being bullied, he immediately rushed in, picked up a stone, and threw it at those guys. It's a pity that this big bull is weak on his own. And he was pinned to the ground by the gang in just a few moves. Hey, I didn't expect to have such a loyal master. Old Bao, aren't you tough? Today we will kill this kid in front of you. Let's see if you can live with peace of mind in the future. As soon as Lin Bao saw those guys taking out knives and about to attack Daniel, his eyes turned red, and he struggled to crawl over, threw himself on Daniel, and shouted in tears. You bastards! Don't you just want me to die? Stop it! Do you want me to die now? After hearing Lin Bao's words, everyone stopped. They threw a knife on the ground and watched Lin Bao pick it up and prepare to stab his heart. The group of spectators were all whistling and laughing. I say, Lin Bao, you just want to die. Have you asked me? At this critical moment, Gun Long strode in. Gun Long, are you back? Lin Bao couldn't believe his eyes. He took a closer look and was sure it was the Gung Dragon Queen. Lin Bao was so happy that he threw the knife to the ground and shouted at the top of his lungs. Gun Long, avenge me. The group of people were very unhappy that Lin Bao's act of committing suicide was blocked. They turned their heads and looked at the 7 or 8 people on Gun Long's side, all of whom had unfamiliar faces. They didn't take it seriously. The leading guy took a few steps forward, pointed at Gun Long's nose and shouted, You brat! Where are you from? How dare you interfere in our Qian family's affairs? Gun Long didn't pay attention to that person. He turned to look at the old lizard beside him and said with a smile, Old man, I guess you haven't eaten human flesh since you followed me. Let the brothers eat meat today, and these guys will be given to you for dinner. Make sure to make their death more painful. Hearing Gun Long's words, Old Lizard and the others knew that Gun Long was really angry. Nodding, He took a few steps forward and walked towards the guys on the opposite side. I'll go. You're quite arrogant. Brothers, copy the guy for me. When the leading guy on the opposite side saw that Ginglong and the others were about to take action, he snorted coldly, picked up the knife on the ground, pointed at Ginglong and the others, and took the lead to charge. Hiss! The group of people hadn't run a few steps when they saw that the people on Ginglong's side had changed their bodies and turned into lizards. Everyone stared at them with blood-red eyes. Yeah! There's a monster! With a cry of terror. How dare those guys stay here? They fled in all directions, trying to get out of here. However, the old lizards would not let them go. They each aimed at their own targets and rushed over quickly, slowly eating those guys from head to toe. For a while, the area was filled with miserable cries for help. Ginglong strode up to Lin Bao and saw that the wound on Lin Bao's leg was severely rotten and the bones were looming. Ginglong endured the heartache, told Lin Bao to hold back, and threw a healing spell at Lin Bao. Woo! The severe pain of muscle growth made Lin Bao unbearable. He stuffed his clothes into his mouth and bit down hard. Even so, the sweat beads on Lin Bao's head fell to the ground like raindrops. In just half an hour, Old Lizard and the others had finished dealing with the group of people, and Lin Bao's wounds had also been fully recovered. Seeing that Lin Bao had no problem moving now, but was a little weak after all the hard work, Ginglong called Old Lizard and the others to lift Lin Bao up and go back to Uncle Da together. Chapter 189 Easy Solution. Due to the large number of them, Uncle Da couldn't accommodate them. Ginglong and the others rented several houses nearby. Considering Lin Bao's physical condition and the inconvenience, Ginglong and the others found a room for Lin Bao to settle down in the rented place. Seeing that Lin Bao looked a little better after resting along the way, Ginglong asked about the Qian family situation, thinking about taking revenge on Lin Bao. Oh, Ginglong, let's forget it. In fact, we still have a very good relationship with the old shopkeeper of the Qian family. It's just that his son suddenly got cancer a few years ago, and then disappeared for unknown reasons. The old shopkeeper Qian has no intention of taking care of the family, so he put his brother in charge of the Qian family's affairs. That old boy was a vicious master. After he came to power, he immediately put Mr. Qian under house arrest and acted recklessly outside. Cancer? Do you think the Qian family's son's name is Qian Duo? When Ginglong heard what Lin Bao said, he really felt a little incredible. All this is really a coincidence. In fact, as soon as he heard about the Qian family, Ginglong immediately thought of Qian Duo. However, Qian Duo was kind-hearted, so Ginglong would naturally not involve him with these bad guys. Yes, it's just a lot of money. What's wrong? Do you know each other? After confirming that Qian Duo was from the Qian family, Ginglong chuckled and said to himself, this bastard. He didn't expect that he would encounter his family affairs just after returning to Earth, thinking that the two of them have a good relationship. If his father is in trouble, he can still help. Well, that kid is a weirdo. Come on. I still have a little time. Let's go back to Hong County, and I will help you wipe out the Qian family. Ginglong saw that Lin Bao had no major health problems. He was worried that once the Shen family became busy, he would not have time to solve this problem. And as a person who lost his parents, Ginglong can understand the feeling. In order to prevent Qian Duo from making the same mistake as himself, Ginglong decided to rescue Qian Duo's father first. Lin Bao had been tortured by the Qian family during this period. He said that at the beginning because he was really on good terms with the old shopkeeper Qian. On the other hand, he knew what happened to the Long family and thought that Ginglong had a lot of things to do, so he didn't want to distract Ginglong. Now that he heard that Ginglong was taking the initiative to deal with the Qian family, he was naturally very happy. Without saying anything, he directly asked Dania to arrange a car. Ginglong knew that he didn't need too many people to deal with those mortals. He just brought the old lizard and 4 or 5 brothers. The others stayed with Uncle Da to look after the house. It was the first time for Old Lizard and the others to ride in a car, and they were very excited along the way. In any case, this is much more enjoyable than running back and forth. The group of people talked and laughed along the way, and time passed quickly. That is, in the early morning, they arrived at Hongxian County. Ginglong woke up the sleeping Lin Bao and signaled him to guide the way. Ginglong, that house in front belongs to the Qian family. Lin Bao asked the driver to turn left and right, and finally stopped in front of a house on the mountainside. It looked like the house was several hundred square meters, with bright lights inside, and bodyguards patrolling the outside from time to time. Gun Long chuckled, secretly thinking that these old guys are quite cautious. In order to avoid finding the wrong target, Lin Bao turned on his mobile phone and showed the photo of Qian Ming, the current head of the Qian family. Dinglong and the others wrote them down one by one. Just as they were preparing to take action, they suddenly thought of Qian Duoduo's father. Gun Long stopped Lin Bao, pointed to the mobile phone and said, "Well, what does Qian Duoduo's father look like? Let's rescue him." Lin Bao spread his hands and said that there was no photo of Qian Duoduo's father in his mobile phone. When Dinglong saw this, he told everyone to capture Qian Ming alive and find out where Qian Duoduo's father was. After clarifying the mission objectives, everyone started taking action. In order not to alarm Qian Ming, he let the old boy run away. Dinglong and the others jumped directly into the yard and searched along the doors one by one. "Help! Someone come! You beast! Let me go! Ha ha ha! Little girl, scream as hard as you can. On my territory. It's no use even if your throat is broken. Come on. Enjoy it." Dinglong and the others came to a house in the backyard and heard something going on inside. Gun Long frowned, secretly thinking that this old immortal is really a disaster. He's already so old, but he's still causing harm to other people's little girls. The furious Dinglong kicked the door open and saw Qian Ming lying naked on the bed. Under him was a little girl in her early 20s. At this time, her hands and feet were tied to the bed, and her clothes were already gone. Most of it faded. Dinglong snorted coldly, stepped forward and pulled Qian Ming down, and called Lin Bao to step forward and release the little girl. The little girl was frightened and dared not move. Dinglong saw that the little girl was already a little unconscious at this time, huddled blankly in the corner, not knowing what she was thinking. A young girl was ruined like this. Dinglong was so angry that he slapped Qian Ming's mouth several times. The slap made Qian Ming cough several times and spit out a mouthful of broken teeth. "Humph! Who do I think you are? Lin Bao. You think you can do whatever you want with a few helpers here? Let me tell you, you are destined to come in today and not to go out. If you are wise, please let me go. Otherwise, I will make your death ugly." Gun Long didn't expect that Qian Ming would dare to be so arrogant when he was about to die. When he heard this, the guards outside were alerted and came over to kill him. Gun Long laughed, grabbed Qian Ming's hair, pulled him to the door, moved a chair to sit down, and stepped on Qian Ming's feet. "Ha! You old fool. Do you think your guards can save you? Now, I will show you whether they are useful or not." The old lizard looked on, knowing that it was time for him to take action. He called his men to wait beside Gun Long, and he rushed forward alone. In just a few seconds, all the guards were knocked down. By this time, Qian Ming was really scared. You know, his guards were all hired at high prices. Most of them are famous figures in this industry. But now in their hands, they are as vulnerable as clay dolls. Qian Ming's arrogance was gone at this time. He struggled and shouted, "Brother, you're all here for money. As long as you let me go, I'll give you whatever you want." Seeing Qian Ming wet his pants in fear and begging for mercy, Lin Bao was very relieved. He came to Qian Ming, patted Qian Ming's face with his hand and said, "You're such an old man. You're still dreaming about your childhood dreams. I'm telling you clearly, I'm here today just to kill you." Chapter 190 News about Qian Duoduo. Gun Long did not stop him and watched as Lin Bao punched Qian Ming randomly. After a while, Qian Ming was out of breath and collapsed on the ground. He could only mechanically say begging for mercy. Seeing that the lesson was almost done, Gun Long stepped forward and motioned Lin Bao to step aside. He grabbed Qian Ming's collar, lifted him up and said, "Qian Ming, let me ask you, old shopkeeper of the Qian family, where have you been hiding?" As soon as he heard Gun Long's question, Qian Ming was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. His eyes regained their vitality. He grabbed Gun Long's arm and said hurriedly, I'll tell you where that old thing is. And you must promise me to let me live." Gun Long nodded, pulled Qian Ming's hand away, pushed Qian Ming hard to the ground, and replied with some disgust, "As long as we find Mr. Qian, you bitch, we can let you go." When Qian Ming saw Gun Long nodding, he knew that he had a chance of escaping today. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly remembered something. Qian Ming chuckled, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Well, we are all sensible people. You are so powerful. It is easy to kill me. In this way, you prepare a car for me. And after I am sure that I am safe, I will call you immediately and bring the car to you. I'll tell you where the old guy is. When Lin Bao heard that Qian Ming was still playing this trick, he became very angry and stepped forward to teach Qian Ming a lesson. Gan Long grabbed Lin Bao, walked up to Qian Ming with a smile, squatted on the ground, patted the dust on Qian Ming's body and said, "We only want the old shopkeeper, and everything else is easy to discuss. I'll give you the car. This is my phone number. You must remember to call me. Otherwise, even if you run away to the ends of the earth, I will find you." After saying that, Genlong asked the old lizard to arrange the car. As soon as Qian Ming saw the car parked at the door, he immediately jumped to the car. He smiled at Genlong and the others, stepped on the accelerator and left here. Genlong, just let that old guy go. What if Qian Ming plays tricks and doesn't tell us the location of the old shopkeeper? Wouldn't that give him an advantage? Lin Bao watched Qian Ming walk away, feeling somewhat indignant. But just as he finished speaking, Genlong suddenly tilted his body for no reason and almost fell to the ground. Genlong, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was wrong with Genlong, Lin Bao immediately supported Genlong. The old lizard who had been waiting aside immediately stepped forward, worried about something unexpected happening to Genlong. I'm fine. I haven't used my precognitive ability for a while, so I'm a little uncomfortable using it all of a sudden. I already know the location of the old shopkeeper. Old friend, that guy can go to HL now. Hearing Genlong's words, the old lizard nodded, took out a black box in his hand, pressed the button on it, and heard a loud boom in the distance. At this time, even without Genlong's explanation, everyone knew that he would drive away. Qian Ming died. Let me go! Genlong, what is going on? Why do you suddenly know the location of the old shopkeeper? Lin Bao didn't know how Genlong did it. He was very curious. Genlong waved his hand and asked everyone to get in the car. He told the driver a location. After watching the driver start the car, Genlong said, "Leopard, we cultivators all have the ability to predict and evolve the contents of a period of time in advance. I just agreed to give him the car just to make the old boy relax his vigilance. I have evolved it more than 10 times and used it. Different ways of dealing with it finally revealed the position of the old shopkeeper. As for the bomb on the car, I thought about letting the old boy die like this to avoid dirtying our hands. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative. If he makes a request, I can only give him a favor," Genlong said as he rubbed his head. After a while, after he recovered a little, Genlong said, "It seems that no matter what you use, you will become more proficient with it. If you don't use it, it will be wasted. On Mecha Star, everyone is a practitioner, and this ability to predict is useless. It has been idle for such a long time, and it is used again. It's indeed a bit difficult." Lin Bao knew something about Genlong, and he was not surprised that Genlong had such abilities. Watching Genlong sitting aside, wondering what he was thinking, Lin Bao's eyes flickered and he hesitated to speak. "Brother Long, we're here," as the driver shouted. Genlong lowered the window and looked around. There were abandoned factories all around. Genlong glanced around and finally stopped at a door with a small flower painted on it. "That's it. Go ahead and bring the old shopkeeper out. By the way, there are 2 guards inside. You should try to deal with them as gently as possible. Don't frighten the old man." The old lizard stepped out of the car and took the 2 brothers over. In just a moment, they carried an old man in his 60s out and got directly into Genlong's car. Just kill me. I don't know anything." Shopkeeper Qian thought that these people were sent by Qian Ming to ask about the location of his family heirloom. He lowered his head, sighed, and said no more. "Mr. Qian, look up. I am Lin Bao. We are here to save you." Lin Bao? When the old man heard this familiar name, he slowly raised his head, when he saw that the group of people in front of him were not Qian Ming's men, and that Lin Bao was looking at him with a smile. Qian Lao was so excited that he burst into tears and couldn't say a word. Mr. Qian, don't get excited. We are all friends, and it is natural to help. That guy Qian Ming has been executed by us, and now we will send you home." Genlong put his hand on Mr. Qian's shoulder and brought out the mecha elements to help calm Mr. Qian's mood. After watching Mr. Qian stabilize, Genlong continued, "Mr. Qian, you have to be mentally prepared for what I'm going to say next. It's about your son Qian Duoduo." When he heard Qian Duoduo's name, the old man's body was shaken, but he recovered immediately and said, "You are interested. Where is Duoduo's body? If it is convenient, take me to see it now. When Genlong saw that Qian always misunderstood, he immediately waved his hand and said, Mr. Qian, you misunderstood? Qian Duoduo is still alive now, and his illness has been cured. It's just that the place he is staying in is a little special, and he won't be able to come back for a while. So you must be healthy. He will be very sad if he doesn't see you grow old until Qian Duoduo comes back one day. What did you say? My Duoduo is still alive. Is this true? You are not lying to me. Mr. Qian felt a little unbelievable. His son had been missing for so many years, and he thought he died outside. Now that he knew he was still alive, the old man's energy immediately changed drastically. His original feeling of decadence disappeared, and he actually seemed to be a few years younger. Chapter 191 Treasure. Old shopkeeper. Don't worry. This is my brother, Genlong. He's very capable. What's more, my brother saw your son with his own eyes. If he says your son is alive, just let 100 of them go. Xian. With that much money, nothing will happen. Just stay at home and take good care of yourself. And wait for your son to come back. Lin Bao was familiar with the old shopkeeper Qian, but he still didn't believe it when he saw the old shopkeeper. He stepped forward and took the old shopkeeper's hand, patted his chest, and assured the old shopkeeper that they definitely did not deceive him. Mr. Qian has worked with Lin Bao for many years, and he still recognizes Lin Bao's character. Seeing Lin Bao say this, he naturally believed it, perhaps due to the influence of this good news. Shopkeeper Qian's originally rickety shoulders straightened up. Looking at it like this, he is actually much more energetic than before. With a smile on his face, he walked out with Lin Bao. Genlong saw that Qian Lao was very similar to Qian Duoduo. They were carved from the same mold. The scene of Qian Duoduo chewing powder came to mind, and he chuckled. He really couldn't imagine how Qian Lao, who had quite a literary temperament, could give birth to such a thing as Qian Duoduo. In a room deep in the habitat of Mecha Star Big Eye, Qian Duoduo was studying some strange objects. His nose felt itchy for no reason, and he sneezed one after another. Qian Duoduo scratched his head in frustration. Damn it today. Is some bastard scolding me? Indeed. Genlong and the others sent the old shopkeeper back to the Qian family compound. Those who had been suppressed by Qian Ning stood neatly at the door. When they saw the old shopkeeper coming down, they all burst into tears. The old shopkeeper is not confused. He clearly remembers what happened at home recently. He chuckled, walked up to the crowd, bowed and said, Old guys, you have suffered these days. I, Qianjia, am back again. From now on, we will continue to live together and strive to restore the glory of our Qian family as soon as possible. Seeing that the old shopkeeper was in a good state of mind and no longer as sad as before, everyone was very excited and applauded spontaneously without anyone directing him. Genlong looked at what was going on here. He was about to leave when Qianjia turned around and stopped him, signaling Genlong to follow him to the inner courtyard of Qian's house. Considering that there were secrets of the Qian family in the inner courtyard, Qianjia directly stated that he could only take Genlong there alone. Genlong was naturally not afraid that Qianjia would harm him, and the old lizards were outside and could come in at any time. So Genlong asked Old Lizard and the others to wait outside, while he followed Qianjia into the house. The layout of the inner courtyard is very simple, and there is nothing special about it. Moreover, Genlong had also been here when he had just dealt with Qian Ming. Seeing that the blood stains on the ground had been cleaned up, Genlong couldn't help but look at the Qian family with admiration. He didn't expect that their work efficiency was so high. Qian Ming is so smart that he really doesn't use his brain at all. Naturally, my Qian family's baby is in the Qian family, so he won't take it out anywhere. He only knows how to have fun and drink in this room. Even if he has another thought, I'm afraid I've also discovered the secret, Qianjia said. He walked to the corner of the house and moved away the wooden frame holding the vase. Genlong looked at the wall behind the wooden frame. One brick was obviously different from the others. Qianjia nodded and pressed the brick hard. With a bang, the wall opposite Genlong and the others actually parted, revealing a path of steps extending underground. Let's go, little brother, Qianjia said and led the way. Genlong followed behind him. Seeing that the tunnel was brightly lit and there were no lighting fixtures around, Genlong just wanted to ask what was going on. His feet sank, and he actually reached the bottom, looking at the pile of gold and jewelry that was as tall as a person in front of him. Genlong was stunned and thought to himself that Qianjia probably wanted to use this thing to thank himself. Well, this is all the family has accumulated over many lifetimes. And it makes you laugh. Come on. Let's go this way. This underground secret room is not big, but it is well organized. Gunlong walked over and counted a pile of gold and jewelry, as well as a pile of documents, calligraphy and paintings. Although Gunlong didn't understand this thing, he also knew that the things that wanted to come here would not be ordinary things. It can be seen that the Qian family really does not lose the word money. It is really a deep family. Little brother, forgive my presumption. Although your people were very careful when they rescued me, they accidentally let me encounter their abilities. I brought you here for no other purpose. Here or this treasure was acquired by chance by our ancestor of the Qian family. It is said to be the stuff of immortal cultivators. After thinking about it carefully, you may be able to use it anyway. It is useless for us to ask for it. It might as well be a favor to you. Express thankfulness. Gunlong was about to refuse. After all, Qianjie could be considered a family member of his friend. But when he saw what Qianjie took out, he was stunned and took it directly, not knowing what to say. Haha. Judging from my little brother's reaction, I think I got it right. This thing has a history of 100 years in our family. We have never found a way to use it. Now we can make the best use of it. Little one. Brother. Just accept it. When Qianjie saw that Gunlong was quite interested in this thing, he felt relieved. After all, Gunlong had helped so much this time. If he didn't have anything special to give as a gift, wouldn't it be a joke? Gunlong responded and carefully handled the things in his hands. Looking at this thing, it is surrounded by stones of indescribable materials. Simply put, this thing is indeed very ordinary. But the stone was actually carved into a spherical shape with complex lines. And through induction, Gunlong could feel that there was something hidden inside. The Gunlong put his hand on the stone, and the mecha element was summoned to wrap the spherical stone. Just when Gunlong was thinking about infiltrating the mecha elements into the stone, the thing inside the stone suddenly started to move. When Gunlong saw that the thing actually reacted to the mecha element, he was a little excited. And Gunlong had a vague feeling that the thing inside this stone was prepared for him. This feeling became stronger and stronger as the stone stayed in Gunlong's hands for longer. Originally, Gunlong wanted to open the stone directly, but after looking around, he realized that this was a forbidden area for the Qian family. If anything went wrong, he would not be able to explain it. So Gunlong put away the stone, thanked Qianjie, and left in a hurry, calling Old Lizard and the others to hurry back to Uncle Da's place to fight the blind wolf. Chapter 192, The Beast King's Pet. Gunlong and his group hurried back to their residence. After arranging Lin Bao's arrangements, Gunlong summoned the Old Lizard and the blind wolf. When everyone was waiting, Gunlong took out the strange-shaped stone. Hey, isn't this thing the battle pet of Master Bigot? No. I remember Bigot said that Xuqiang is fused with you. So what is this thing? The Old Lizard was obviously impressed by something. As soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly thought it was unreasonable, and then closed his mouth again. When Blind Wolf joined their team, it was already the late stage, and naturally had never seen this thing. He touched it, and felt that there was a living thing inside. He stepped back a few steps, and signaled Gunlong to open the stone. He and the Old Lizard stood by to guard it. The Old Lizard's words made Gunlong suddenly enlightened. Otherwise, I feel like this thing should follow me. Ganqing is the same existence as Xuqiang. Gunlong held the stone in his palm, and summoned the mecha element directly. This time he did not try again, but directly controlled the mecha element to enter the inside of the stone. Crack! There was a crisp sound and the stone cracked. Gunlong saw what was hidden in the stone. But he stayed there, because that thing is exactly the same as Xuqiang, but just one size smaller. Buzz! Just when Gunlong was stunned, the smaller cockroach actually opened his eyes, and a strong light appeared, shining towards Gunlong's eyes. Gunlong found that he was enveloped by the light, and his whole body was controlled, and he couldn't move at all. Countless strange images appeared in his brain, and Gunlong felt his head swell, and severe pain spread throughout his body. I'll go. It's so evil. Old man, hurry up and separate that thing from Gunlong. The blind wolf had never seen such a scene, so naturally he didn't know what to do. He could only place his hope on the Old Lizard. The Old Lizard was also very anxious at this time. To be honest, he had only seen this thing before, so he didn't know how to operate it. Now Gunlong is obviously bound to that broken machine. If he doesn't handle it properly and hurts Gunlong again, it will really be more of a loss than a gain. Just when the Old Lizard and the blind wolf were panicking, Gunlong, who had been restless, suddenly calmed down. The light shining on Gunlong's eyes also flickered on and off, as if it was conveying some message to Gunlong. Gunlong, are you okay? The old lizard tried to call Gunlong's name, trying to see if Gunlong would react. Well, it's okay. This guy is sharing memories with me. Please wait a moment. Once they heard that Gunlong was fine, the old lizard and the blind wolf breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them stood on both sides, sandwiching Gunlong in the middle, waiting for Gunlong to return from the end. Speaking of Gunlong's side, his brain was completely filled with memories at this time. But it is estimated that the smaller Xuqiang is also somewhat damaged, and all his memories are fragmented and not complete at all. Gunlong saw Baimu in that memory, and also saw two very powerful figures. Apart from these, other memories are in disarray. Just when Gunlong was about to stop this unnecessary memory transfer, he suddenly heard a voice ringing intermittently in his mind. Gunlong calmed down and carefully identified the sound. At the end, he finally heard clearly that the voice was calling the Beast King. All memories came to an abrupt end here. The smaller Xuqiang probably ran out of energy and fell directly to the ground. Gunlong suddenly woke up at this moment. Could it be that the smaller Xuqiang was the Beast King's pet? In this way, you can explain the characters in your own memory. Needless to say about Big Moo. Of course, one of the two people who appeared with Big Moo must be the Beast King. As for the other person, I guess he is the owner of the target, that magical being. When Gunlong thought of this, he immediately brought out the mecha elements in his body and combined them according to the faces of the two people in his memory. Gunlong, what are you doing? Hey, isn't this the Beast King and the Master of Bimu? The old lizard and the blind wolf noticed something strange, and they both turned around. When they saw the pattern composed of Gunlong, both of them were very surprised and shouted out, "That's right. It seems that this thing is the Beast King's war pet." According to the scene in the memory, the Beast King and the owner of the beast are very familiar. But how did they end up fighting in the end? And in the memory, both of them are tens of thousands of people. How could the echoing existences both perish? This is so weird. Gunlong was sure of what he was thinking, and he put away the mecha elements. Fragmented memories appeared in his mind, and it was difficult for Gunlong to put them back together. Everything is so senseless. There is no reason to fight. There is no reason to get back together. The more Gunlong thought about it, the more headache he got. So he simply ignored it. He put away the smaller Xuqiang and prepared to ask Big Moo what was going on when he returned to the Mecha Star. Because at the last moment of his memory, Gunlong clearly saw that in the last battle, Big Moo was also standing by. The old lizard and the blind wolf looked at Gunlong and didn't want to mention anything more about this battle pet. They didn't want to ask more questions, and they were sure that Gunlong had nothing else to do. Then he followed Gunlong back to Uncle Da's house. Long Rong knew Gunlong was coming back, so she had been waiting in the house. Seeing Gunlong enter the house, she immediately stood up and came to Gunlong's side. She looked up and down, after making sure that Gunlong was safe. Long Rong laughed and said, "Gunlong, I know it's impossible for you to stay with me all the time. In fact, I have learned a lot about you during these days. If you go out again for something in the future, you must tell me so that I can feel at ease. I'm waiting for you here. Don't worry. I'm not a child. We can handle everything together." Looking at Long Rong's well-behaved appearance, Gunlong felt heartbroken. To be honest, since Long Rong married him, he had not spent time with her properly, leaving her with only worry and fear. Thinking about it again, once he leaves here and goes to the Mecha Star, Long Rong and the others stay here. If something happens again, then he will be really powerless to save the day. At this moment, Gunlong's idea that he had long had reappeared. He took out the bag that Baima had given him, took out 3 inner elixirs, and called the old lizard and the others to call Lin Bao and Longing over. The blind wolf saw Gunlong's movements and knew what Gunlong was going to do. He stepped forward and took out an inner elixir from Gunlong's hand, shook it at Gunlong a few times and said, "Gunlong, that Lin Bao has a bad temper with me. Just leave him to me. The inner elixir prepared for you by that boy is of good quality. As long as that boy's talent is good, I estimate that when this inner elixir is used up, he will be able to let him be directly promoted to the 2nd level of cultivation." Hearing what the blind wolf said, Gunlong chuckled and gave the blind wolf a fist to express his gratitude. In fact, when he was on the Mecha Star, Dajinglong knew from the memory stone that ordinary people could gain the power of mechas in this way and embark on the path of cultivation. It's just that from now on, their cultivation speed will be slower than others, and it will take more time. Gun Long then had the idea of letting Long Ying and the others learn to practice. In this way, they would at least have the ability to protect themselves. Chapter 193 Yu Yang. The old lizard also knew what Gun Long was thinking. On the way here, he briefly talked to Long Ying and Lin Bao. When they heard that they could practice like Gun Long, Long Ying and Lin Bao were very excited. Their faces turned red, and they were as shy as meeting their first girlfriend. Okay, let's get started. Lunging. Just follow the old lizard. When Gun Long saw that everyone already knew, he was happy not to have to explain, and pulled Long Rong into the inner room. Since this was Gung Long's first operation, in order to ensure his success rate, Gung Long deliberately found a new inner elixir with better quality, and signaled Long Rong to close his eyes, and let nature take its course later, and follow the feeling. Seeing that Long Rong had entered the state, Gung Long used the mecha element to wrap the inner elixir. After making sure that the surroundings were tight, and there were no loopholes, Gung Long exerted force, and directly destroyed the inner elixir. The rich mecha elements spurted out directly, and merged with the mecha elements controlled by Gun Long. When Ging Long saw his success, he controlled the mecha element to come to Long Rong, aimed at Long Rong's head, and slapped it hard, and the mecha element penetrated into Long Rong's body. Long Rong frowned, obviously in pain. Gun Long knew that this was because the mecha elements were transforming Long Rong's body. He was on alert, paying close attention to Long Rong's physical condition, and was ready to rescue him at any time. It's done. King Long looked at it for just a moment, and Long Rong's expression improved. As for the mecha element, it was wandering back and forth in Long Rong's body. In order to prevent Long Rong from being distracted for a moment and making any mistakes, Gun Long immediately spoke. Rong, don't be distracted. Try to control those mecha elements flowing in your body. In the hazy state, Long Rong heard Ging Long's cry, and she responded. Then she gathered her thoughts and began to try to control the mecha elements. Let me go. This Rong is born with the material for cultivation. In such a short time, she actually found the secret. Gun Long had been paying attention to the situation in Long Rong's body. He saw that Long Rong could smoothly control the mecha elements to move back and forth. The abundant mecha elements were not wasted at all, and were all integrated into his body. Ging Long was very pleased, since Long Rong has entered a deep state of absorption, and everything has entered a normal pattern. Gun Long naturally does not need to stay here anymore. He got up and went outside, wanting to see the progress of Long Ying and Lin Bao. Gun Long, your two friends are not simple people. Although their qualifications are not top-notch, they can still be ranked among the best on our mecha star. I think, once they have absorbed all the mecha elements of their inner elixir, they will have a good chance of reaching level 3, let alone level 2. Gun Long inspected them one by one and saw that the physical conditions of Long Ying and Lin Bao were indeed, as the old lizard and the blind wolf said. He nodded with satisfaction, walked aside, took out a few inner elixirs, and began to practice them. Gun Long's current practice can be stopped at any time. When he was woken up by the old lizard, he saw that the inner elixir he took out had just been absorbed. He moved his body, stood up and looked at Long Rong and the others who were already sitting in the center of the room. Let me go. You are all really good. You have all reached the 3rd level of cultivation. Lin Bao, if you work harder, you will be promoted to the 4th level. Gun Long did not expect such a result. Originally, Gun Long wanted to come up with a few more inner elixirs to directly help Lin Bao advance. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided to give up. After all, it is not advisable to encourage others to grow. Only by cultivating steadily and laying a solid foundation can they go longer in the future. The 3 important people now have the power of mechas, and Ging Long feels much more at ease. In this way, if something happens, no matter how desperate they are, they can at least escape. Gun Long told them all the precautions for cultivation and the difficulties they might encounter. After confirming that Long Ying and the others understood it, Gun Long did not waste their time and signaled them to seize the golden time to absorb the mecha elements and completely consolidate the mecha elements in their bodies. Gun Long, there are people from Shenhao. They left this thing and left. As soon as Na Ginglong arranged for Long Rong and the others to practice, a brother came in, handed a file bag to the old lizard, whispered something and then walked out. When the old lizard saw that it was the message from Shenhao, he immediately conveyed it to Ginglong. Ginglong opened the file bag and looked at a photo and a map inside. There are several points circled in red pen on the map, and the notes have corresponding time information. Gun Long knew that this should be the road map for Shenhao's competitors' activities. He memorized the time points of each route, and finally chose to start on the suburban route. Blind Wolf. Your people come with me this time. The guy we are going to face now is a person at the peak of level 6 human A. He can be said to have already stepped into the superstar training level. In order to ensure that everything goes smoothly to complete the mission, we have to surprise him and give him a hard blow. Gunlong read all the contents about the target in the file bag. After understanding the characteristics of the competitor, Gunlong asked the old lizard to protect Uncle Da and the others at home, while he himself prepared the Blind Wolf and his gang rushed towards their destination. Gunlong, do you think Shen Hao will cheat and deliberately set a trap to let us in? The Blind Wolf and the others were lying in ambush at the place where the competitors would definitely pass by. Seeing that most of the time had passed and there was no sign of the competitors, the Blind Wolf felt uneasy. He walked to Gunlong and whispered, Don't worry. Even if he is a trap, he will wait for us to get rid of that competitor. That Shen Hao is too ambitious. He knows what is light and what is serious. While they were talking, the brother who was in charge of keeping track ran back and stopped in front of Gunlong and the others. Captain, Elder, the people we want to deal with are here. There are 5 of them in total. After hearing the report, everyone cheered up and took out their weapons. Staring at the only way to go, they waited for Gunlong to speak, and then they began to attack. As for the competitors, they searched carefully all the way, and after walking for a long time, they saw that there was not even a single figure nearby. One of them could not help but complain a little, and said to the leader, Yu Yang, do you think it was Shen Hao who deliberately made things difficult for you? Let's search the places he mentioned. This is the 3rd place. Where can we find the shadow of Gunlong? How about we just go back and rest? It's really uncomfortable to be stalked by the guy like a dog. Yu Yang had no expression on his face and didn't reply. He looked around with his eyes at the nearby terrain. After a while, he slowly said, Okay, you have worked hard recently. That's it for today. Let's go back. Chapter 194 Successful Kill. When they heard that they could go back, the people following Yu Yang cheered and were extremely happy. After all, it was their first time to come to Earth. They heard that there was a lot of fun here, so they naturally wanted to experience it while they had some rest. Well, who are you and why are you blocking our way? Yu Yang and the others just turned around and saw a group of people standing in the middle of the road, blocking their way. The guy in the lead looked young and had a piece of grass in his mouth. Hearing the question, he glanced sideways this way. He snorted coldly and said nothing. Gunlong. Yu Yang. Look, that kid is Gunlong. The people following Yu Yang looked familiar, so he took out the photos he had with him. When it was confirmed that it was Gunlong, the man was extremely excited and immediately brought the photo to Yu Yang for Yu Yang to confirm. Yu Yang saw that it was the person he was looking for. He drew out his sword and held it in his hand, sneering and saying, Boy, if you kill someone from my Shen family, you must be aware that you will die. Come on. Die obediently, so as not to suffer the physical pain. Gunlong didn't have a good impression of the arrogant guy in front of him at all. He spat out the grass blades in his mouth, stretched out his fingers, and hooked his hands at Yu Yang, signaling Yu Yang to come over. Yu Yang was very angry at this somewhat insulting move. He waved his hand and called on his brothers to start taking action. Gunlong met Yu Yang. Although Yu Yang was at the peak of level 6 human armor, the advantages of Gunlong's 2 battle pets were also very obvious. He turned around to avoid Yu Yang's attack and kicked Yu Yang on the butt. Yu Yang might as well be kicked to the ground directly. Ha ha ha. With this little strength, you still dare to talk big. If you want to kill me, Gunlong, you are still far behind. Being teased by Gunlong, Yu Yang's face turned red. He stood up, took out a handful of round stones from his pocket, and threw them towards Gunlong. Gunlong didn't know what kind of attack method this was, but he could feel the pressure brought by the stone on him. Jumped to the side to avoid the stone attack. Just when Gunlong thought about taking the opportunity to attack Yu Yang, the fallen stones actually rose into the air, chasing Gunlong and attacking again. Your grandpa's. These rocks are too difficult to deal with. Gunlong broke through to Yu Yang several times. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Yu Yang controlled the stone and drove him away. It seemed that there was no way to get close to Yu Yang without destroying these stones. Gunlong looked aside and saw that one of Yu Yang's followers was in a state of panic being attacked by a blind wolf. At this time, he had no will to resist at all. Gunlong felt happy and had an idea. Yu Yang didn't know what Gunlong was thinking, so he continued to control the stone to attack Gunlong. watching Ginglong dodge left and right. He just dodged tiredly, and there was nothing he could do. Yu Yang was very relieved, with a smile on his lips, looking at Ginglong. He was probably dodging continuously. His physical strength was a bit unable to keep up, and his movement speed slowed down a lot. Yu Yang was so excited that he pursued the victory. He had already imagined in his mind the scene of him going back to his family to reward him after killing Ginglong. Ah! With a scream, the stone finally attacked the person. There was a rapid explosion. All the stone shattered, and an equal number of black beetles appeared, biting the attacked person's skin and burrowing into the body. Ginglong watched carefully from the side. He was very disgusted with this brutal attack method, but he knew that now was not the time to think about this. Yu Yang hadn't reacted yet, so it was a good time for him to attack. As a result, with a strong movement of his feet, Ginglong rushed directly to Yu Yang, aimed at Yu Yang's heart and stabbed him. When Yu Yang saw clearly that Ginglong was attacking, he realized that he had not hurt Ginglong. He turned sideways to avoid Ginglong's fatal blow, put his palm into his pocket, and was about to take out another handful of stones. Hearing a squeal, the blind wolf rushed over and bit his arm with more force, biting his arm off directly. Ah! Bastards! I'm going to fight you! Yu Yang was frustrated and very angry. At this time, he had entered a state of madness. He shook all the stones out of his pocket and controlled the stones to attack the blind wolf. But probably because of the injuries, the rocks didn't fly very fast this time. They were just like crawling at a snail, and they could easily avoid them. Seeing that his side had no advantage, and everyone was being beaten, although Yu Yang still wanted to fight hard, he was at this time unable to do anything, and was unable to do anything. Retreat, brothers. Retreat quickly, in order to save his life. Yu Yang didn't care much at this time. He waved his hand, and waved to his brothers to retreat. Ha! Retreat? Where else do you want to retreat? If you don't want to suffer, just kneel down and die. Yu Yang, who lost an arm, is now very easy to deal with. Ginglong alone could suppress him and beat him, let alone the blind wolf helping him. That Ginglong would not give Yu Yang a chance. He kept attacking while talking. After a few rounds, Yu Yang had a few more wounds on his body. He was breathing heavily, and no longer dared to take the initiative to attack. Ginglong knew that the time had come to close the net. He glanced at the blind wolf, and the two of them attacked at the same time, attacking Yu Yang. Yu Yang's body was covered with injuries at this time, and his physical strength had long been exhausted. Although he has the blessing of healing skills, his healing skills are obviously very poor and have no effect at all. He could only watch helplessly as Ginglong attacked him, and with a pop, his head was chopped off by Ginglong. Seeing that Yu Yang died, the remaining people didn't want to continue fighting here. They rushed back and forth, trying to find a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, Blind Wolf and the others were extremely defensive and could not break through at all. Old Wolf, these guys are also good stuff. Brothers, stop playing with them. Don't let any of them go. Eat them all. Ginglong and the others knew from the information that Yu Yang's most powerful ability was to form a large stone formation with his men to attack others. So from the beginning, Ginglong and his team's decision was to separate them and not give them a chance to attack together. Now among these 5 people, the leader is dead, and another one is injured. The last 3 people are not worth mentioning at all. Who would be the opponent of Ginglong and his gang? Coupled with Ginglong's words of amnesty just now, the Wolf brothers were very excited at this time. Their eyes were red, and they attacked Yu Yang's men crazily, wanting to devour them immediately. Chapter 195 Illegitimate Child. Yu Yang watched as his men were devoured one by one. His face turned pale, and his legs kept shaking, especially after seeing those giant wolves finishing off his men, each of them with blood-red eyes, mincemeat hanging from the corners of their mouths, and ferocious faces walking towards him. Yu Yang's psychological defense completely collapsed, and he collapsed on the ground, not daring to move at all. Ginglong saw that Yu Yang was completely shocked. He chuckled and walked to Yu Yang. He took out the bottle of medicine Long Rong took, handed it to Yu Yang and said, "Hey, have you seen this thing before? If you can tell me what it is, and how it was prepared, I can consider sparing your life." Yu Yang raised his head, and when he saw the medicine bottle, his pale face instantly turned ruddy. He jumped up from the ground, took the medicine bottle, opened the bottle cap, took a deep sniff and said, "This is the Shen family's unique secret recipe. The living immortal. This thing is very effective. Even people who have just died can be resurrected after taking it. But once used, The human body is particularly dependent on monsters. It must be persisted continuously, take it until you die. Gunlong was relieved when he saw that Yu Yang knew this. But if he thought about it carefully, this outsider, who was chosen by the Shin family to be the head of the family, must be a powerful guy. So it is not surprising that he knew the top secrets of the Shin family. Living immortal? Do you know the formula of this thing? What I want is the formula. Since Na Yu Yang knew about this thing, Gunlong naturally thought that he might know the formula. He couldn't think too much at this time. So he directly approached Yu Yang and asked about the recipe for the living immortal. Formula? Haha. Unless you subdue all those old guys from the Shin family. Otherwise, there is no way you know the formula. What? Tell me clearly what's going on. Gunlong did not expect this result. He was glad that he had just made a last-minute decision and did not directly kill Yu Yang. Yu Yang saw Gunlong's reaction and thought about the information he knew about Gunlong's girlfriend. He immediately understood and laughed. Gunlong, you were deceived by that boy Shin Hao. Let me tell you this. The recipe for the living immortal is divided into 3 parts, which are in the hands of the head of the Shin family. The first elder, and the second elder. Every time you make this living immortal, only 3 recipes must be combined. One of them is indispensable. I think Shin Hao must have used this as a condition to get rid of me. Yu Yang's words echoed in Gunlong's ears. He looked at Yu Yang and couldn't tell from his face, since he didn't know who was telling lies, Yu Yang or Shin Hao. Gunlong couldn't help but feel a little confused and didn't know what to do. Gunlong, I guess that stupid guy Shin Hao should have given you all the inventory in his hand. Let me tell you, the Shin family will get 2 bottles of living immortals for free every year, and the rest can only be paid by the family, in exchange for his contribution. As for Shin Hao, apart from the ones he has used, there are only a dozen bottles left at most. These things have been recorded in the family. You should understand that I am not talking about it. It would be wrong. Seeing that Yu Yang knew Shin Hao very well, Gunlong couldn't help but believe in Yu Yang lie. He pulled Yu Yang to him, pressed his hand on the wound of Yu Yang's broken arm, and said with a little force, keep talking. If I find out you're lying to me, I'll kill you. Yu Yang endured the pain and did not cry out. He looked at Gunlong, chuckled, and continued, Gunlong, Shin Hao has been idle all his life, and the Shin family will not let him take care of it at all. You must know that I was chosen by the Shin family to be the head of the family. Although this is a helpless move, the fact is before us. As long as you agree to let me go, based on my contribution to the family, there is no problem in getting him 8 or 10 bottles. When I become the head of the family, I will definitely find an opportunity to get the complete formula and give it to you. Gunlong carefully considered Yu Yang's words. For Gunlong now, he didn't know who to believe. Seeing Gunlong hesitate, he has not made a decision yet. Yu Yang's expression turned cruel. He bit off his finger, pressed it on his forehead and said, Yu Yang, swear here that if I fail to deliver the formula of the living immortal to Gunlong, I will strike 5 thunderbolts from the sky above Yu Yang, and I will die miserably. As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, there was a click sound, and a mark of death was engraved on Yu Yang's forehead. After a while, it slowly dimmed and disappeared. Gunlong knew that this was the result of a blood oath. Gunlong had only heard of this wild method on the Mecha planet, but had not seen it with his own eyes. Gunlong is also very shocked by the immersive experience now. Okay, I believe you. Now it seems that as long as I help you get rid of Shin Hao, your position as the head of the family is within your grasp. Otherwise, let's set out now to kill Shin Hao. Ever since he learned about the incident, Gunlong suddenly felt that time was running out. In order to get the formula as soon as possible, Gunlong also risked his life and prepared to take direct action. Haha. Gunlong, I am different from that Shin Hao. Since it is a competition, then I also want to win the battle. Don't worry. Every time the Shin family goes on a mission, there is a mirror to record it. I just need if Shin Hao uses you to assassinate me, his life will be over. What the Shin family hates most is this kind of cheating. Seeing Gunlong in disbelief, Yu Yang took off a round accessory from his shoulder. Under the stimulation of the mecha element, the scene of Gunlong and the others fighting immediately appeared. But in the final scene where Gunlong and the others were talking, it was indeed not revealed at all. Gunlong thought with his toes, and knew that it had been deleted by Yu Yang. The Shin family should be able to find out if you have tampered with something. Aren't you afraid that the Shin family will deal with you? Gunlong looked at this surveillance equipment-like thing, and thought that after it was modified, there would definitely be records. He looked at Yu Yang, wanting to know his solution. Ha ha ha. Gung Long. You think too highly of Shen Hao. You know, the Shen family has always valued Shen Long. After Shen Long died, only Shen Hao and I were the younger generation. Although Shen Hao quite sinister and deliberately pretending to be stupid. But everyone in the Shen family belongs to me now. Do you think they will bother to check the things I handed over? And Shen Hao probably didn't tell you my true identity. Right? I am the illegitimate son of the previous head of the Shen family. To put it more seriously, I can be regarded as his brother Shen Hao. Except for the reason of hiding his identity. How can he, Shen Hao, compare with me? Chapter 196 Shen Hao's Secret. Yu Yang looked as angry as if Shen Hao was beside him. For so many years, as the heir of the Shen family, he was ignored and looked down upon by others because he was not a regular student. Fortunately, there are a group of old guys who feel sorry for their mother and son and support him in his promotion. Gunlong listened, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. After Yu Yang calmed down, Gunlong continued to speak. Boy, there's something you didn't tell me truthfully. As far as I know, in addition to being the candidate for the head of the Shen family, you also have another identity. That is, the second elder of the Shen family. You said it. I said it right? Yu Yang was stunned when he heard Gunlong's words. It took him a while to react. And he rummaged around, took out a roll of yellowish paper, and handed it to Gunlong. Gunlong opened the paper and read it up and down. What he saw was indeed the formula of the living immortal. He chuckled and put the paper away. Old wolf. Let's do it. This kit has a lot of good things. And the mecha elements are very pure. It's just a great supplement. Upon hearing Gunlong's order, the blind wolf, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately set off and walked towards Yu Yang. This made Yu Yang so anxious that he rolled around, took a few steps back, and shouted directly at Gunlong. Gunlong, what do you mean? I tell you, if I die, you will never get any other search formulas. Gunlong snorted disdainfully, looking at Yu Yang still unwilling to give up. He took out another drawing from his body and waved it in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang naturally knew what the drawing was about. He was a little unbelievable. He pointed at the drawing and was speechless for a long time. Ha ha ha. Yu Yang, you only want to overwhelm others and get to the top. But it's a pity that your greed has blinded you. Shen Hao is always one step ahead of you. What age is it now? Do you think you can rely on your empty promises? Then the Shen family will support you. It's so funny. Gunlong felt sorry for Yu Yang, a man who spent his entire life trying to get to the top, and who thought that everything he thought was perfect was actually planned by others. And the saddest thing was that he didn't understand where he went wrong until he died. Yu Yang, don't you understand now that Shen Hao didn't want your life in the first place? This position of second elder was given to you for the sake of sharing the same roots. How could you not have the heart of a snake to swallow an elephant? If you continue to climb up, it's no wonder they want your life. As for those people you say support you, I'm sorry. Shen Hao has secretly bribed them all. On the one hand, you really can't do it. I, on the other hand, want you to die here to avoid embarrassment to the Shen family. By this time, Yu Yang had completely given up. In fact, when Gunlong took out another formula, Yu Yang already understood everything. It's just that he doesn't believe that the great elder will betray him. Because the elder liked his mother. He secretly lived with his mother, who was ignored by the family leader. From this point of view, everything is just a dream. The eldest elder chose to compromise at the last moment. Shen Hao was the real son of the Shen family, while he was just a side sect with no identity. Ha ha ha. God, you're actually teasing me like this. It turns out that everything is just wishful thinking on my part. What the second elder? What the head of the Shen family? It's all bullshit. I don't accept it. I really don't accept it. After Yu Yang finished shouting, he took out the weapon in his hand. Blind Wolf thought that Yu Yang was about to fight back with his life, and he just wanted to protect Gunlong. I saw that Yu Yang raised the knife and wiped his own neck directly, and blood spurted out on the ground, as if to leave a mark for his unwillingness. Go on. He is such a ruthless master. He can even commit suicide. The Blind Wolf stepped forward to explore, and saw that Yu Yang had died. Just as he was about to take out Yu Yang's inner elixir, he stopped it with one hand. Seeing that Gunlong was coming, the Blind Wolf hurriedly took a few steps back. Old wolf, this kid is also a poor master. Just keep his body intact. This inner elixir is given to you as compensation. Gunlong took out an inner elixir from his pocket and threw it into the Blind Wolf's hand. The blind wolf laughed and swallowed the inner elixir directly into his stomach, waiting for the blind wolf to finish digesting the inner elixir and absorbing all the mecha elements inside. Gunlong had already asked several other brothers to dig a big hole and bury Na Yuyang. Gunlong. Then Shenhao wants us to take Yuyang's head back. You buried Yuyang. What can we use to prove it? The blind wolf watched all this, and he suddenly remembered Shenhao's explanation. He immediately ran to Gunlong and warned Gunlong. Don't worry about this problem. Shenhao is right here. We don't have to look for him at all. Are you right, Brother Shenhao? As Gunlong spoke, a big tree not far away suddenly shrank, and soon turned into a human form. Looking carefully, it was none other than Shenhao. Haha. Brother Ginglong is so awesome. You can actually see through my Shen family's unique hiding skills. Shenhao, really admire me. Shenhao walked over quickly, and walked around the place where Yuyang was buried. After confirming that Yuyang had no breath at all, Shenhao turned around, raised his hand towards Gunlong and said, Brother Ginglong, this Yuyang has died. Your promise has been fulfilled, and you will see how I perform in the next step. I will send someone to deliver the final formula in half a month at most. I know. I will tell you will definitely not agree to being friends. I only have one thing. From now on, no one from my Shen family will mess with your Ginglong people. I hope Brother Ginglong can pretend that my Shen family does not exist, and will not be with my Shen family. Be an enemy. Gunlong didn't understand Shenhao's words, and he was only at the 6th level of human armor. His Shen family still has some background, and there are also experts. But Shenhao didn't know why. But he kept getting close to him again and again. Could it be said that the people of his Shen family can predict what will happen in the future? Without waiting for Gunlong to inquire carefully, Shenhao couldn't wait any longer and left directly. Gunlong thought that it would be good if Shenhao became the head of the family earlier, and he would be able to get the formula earlier. In this case, Long Rong's life can be guaranteed. He didn't stop him either, hoping that Shenhao would send the formula back soon. Gunlong, do you think Shenhao is reliable? He has been pretending to be crazy and stupid for so many years in order to become the head of the family. We have to be on guard against such people. Blind Wolf didn't understand the meaning of this, but his personal feeling was that Shenhao was not reliable. Worried that Shenhao would make a mistake and delay Gunlong's affairs, Blind Wolf couldn't help but remind Gunlong. Haha. Don't worry about this. Then Shenhao will never play tricks with us in this life, because he has a secret that only I know. And I told him, don't try to find someone to kill me. Once you come, he can't succeed. Secondly, as long as something goes wrong with me and the people around me, if I know it's related to him, Shenhao, someone will make his secret known to the public. By then, I'm afraid the Shen family will be affected. We must use all our strength to fight him to the end. Chapter 197, Red-Haired Man. Gunlong did not continue talking, and he did not want to mention this matter more. After all, when he knew the reason, Gunlong himself was very shocked, and it took him a long time to react. In this case, Gunlong would rather let this secret rot in his stomach and never mention it. The matter here is over, and Gunlong feels that there is no need to stay here any longer. He led Blind Wolf and his gang back to his residence. Seeing Long Rong and the others still cultivating, Gunlong chuckled, thinking that he was also like this at the beginning. So he couldn't bear to disturb them and walked directly to the back room. Today, Gunlong didn't know why, but he was not in the slightest mood to practice. Perhaps because of Yu Yang's influence. Gunlong's last pictures of Yu Yang appeared in his mind from time to time. Gunlong felt a little owed. But in fact Yu Yang didn't have to die. As long as he reveals his secret, Yu Yang may have a different ending. It's a pity that everything in the world is so ruthless. And there are always things that don't go according to the established track. Gunlong saw the computer in the corner. He hadn't played with it for a long time. He opened the computer, and a barrage message popped up directly. When will the sleeping lion of the East wake up? There will be no more Chinese in the chicken-eating battlefield. Seeing this information, Gunlong felt warm in his heart. You know, I only came into contact with mecha training through this chicken game. Now that I think about it, it was really silly and cute back then, since he had nothing to do. Gunlong opened the message. What caught his eye was a video. Gunlong watched a blonde guy with a dagger in his hand, casually knocking down a group of people. The most irritating thing was that after the battle, the guy stepped directly on the corpses and gestured with his middle finger. Players of the Chinese Empire, your strength is too poor, and you are not worthy of playing this chicken game. Get off the server. Gunlong was a little angry about this provocative video. Because as a cultivator, he could feel that the foreigner used his prejudgment ability and must be a selected cultivator. In fact, ever since Gunlong realized that practicing in the game would not be of much help to him, he has never entered the game again. Firstly, it's really unnecessary. And secondly, Gunlong is still a decent person at heart. Gunlong was also a little disdainful of his method, which was tantamount to cheating. Gunlong continued to drive down, and the screen was full of the shouts and curses of the people of the Chinese Empire. Although many teams challenged the foreigner, after being frustrated one after another, no one went to find trouble. Everyone began to dig deep into the old game masters. When Gunlong saw that a player had created a post to support people in finding him, he allowed himself to teach the foreigner a lesson on behalf of the Chinese Empire. Gunlong chuckled. He didn't expect that anyone would remember him now. Just when Gunlong was thinking about replying to those players, he could take action to teach the foreigner a lesson. Gunlong was suddenly startled. He remembered that he was in the monster tribe, but he didn't see a foreigner. So where did these selected foreign practitioners go? Mecha training also has a history of many years, and various countries have institutions of this kind. Since we can find a way to the mecha star here, other countries can naturally do the same. But how could there be no one else in such a big mecha star? With doubts, Gunlong called the old lizard over. He pointed at the foreigner on the screen and asked the old lizard, "Old man, this guy is also a mecha cultivator. But why haven't we met anyone like him on Mecha Planet?" When the old lizard saw a computer for the first time, he was very curious. After glancing at the computer, the old lizard curled his lips and said, "Oh, these are the red-haired ones. They are concentrated in the human tribe. They are the other half of the Mecha Planet. The human tribe has always been at odds with our monster tribe. The war many years ago caused the personnel to wither. In order to ensure orderly development, the two tribes we agree not to invade each other. By the way, don't you know that God's realm? The main reason is that you haven't gone to the God's realm, which is very close to the human tribe. And you can see these red-haired people there? Human tribe?" This was the first time Gunlong knew about the Mecha Star and this tribe. He had never heard of it before. This sudden collision of information made Gunlong a little confused, and it took him a while to react. The old lizard knew that Gunlong must have been unable to react, so he looked away from the computer screen. Then he said, "Well, it's normal that you don't know about the human tribe. We have lived for most of our lives. If the battle between the two tribes hadn't happened, we wouldn't have known that there were these things on the other side of the Mecha Star. And you think it's strange or not? It was only after the discovery of your Earth that tribal wars broke out on our Mecha planet. I would say it must have been the red-haired cultivators who reported the secret. So why didn't the human tribe start exploring the Mecha planet before?" In action, Gunlong was very shocked when he heard it. It's all such a coincidence. You know, on your own planet, there was also a man named Columbus who first discovered the New World, and other developments followed. Unexpectedly, it was the foreigners who started exploring this Mecha planet first. Gunlong, this thing is quite fun. Please teach me how to play it for a while. The old lizard held it in for a long time before he couldn't help but speak. Gunlong looked at the old lizard, laughed loudly, gave up his seat, and told the old lizard how to operate. Just watching the old lizard having a great time playing there. The movement in the back room alerted Blind Wolf and the others, and everyone got in. When I saw the computer, everyone's faces were revealed because the old lizard turned on the camera. Blind Wolf and the others were stunned with shock. After they had time to react, they rushed forward to operate the computer. With the advent of computers, everyone has fun in their boring practice, especially the old lizard and the blind wolf, who rely entirely on devouring other people's inner elixirs to improve their strength. Naturally spend all their time on the computer, looking at these guys who are several hundred years old together. They are like children, holding the computer without losing it. Gunlong and Uncle Do were both speechless. They really didn't understand what was so fun about this computer. Gunlong, come and take a look. This computer has your portrait on it. That day, Gunlong was instructing Long Ron on problems in her cultivation. Hearing the old lizard's cry, Gunlong rushed over immediately. Looking at the video of my previous competition on the computer, I was fine in the past. It must have been edited later. At the end of the video, I was also killed by the foreigner. The words Duda also appeared on the screen. The stupid pig of the Xia Empire. Gunlong was completely angry. He directly asked the old lizard to get out of the way, and opened another post under the video. I, Gunlong, are back. Come and fight if you have the guts. Chapter 198 Live Competition. What Ginglong didn't expect was that as soon as his post was posted, the post bar started to boil. Countless players poured in, leaving messages that refreshed the screen crazily. It's real and fake. It can't be a lie. Brother Long, come quickly and beat those foreigners to death. The dragon is here again. I want to give birth to a monkey with you. There were more and more comments. And in just over 10 minutes, there were already close to 1 million comments. Ginglong laughed, opened the chicken game directly, entered his account number, and logged in. Oh my god. It's really Ginglong. Ginglong is online. Because Ginglong has won the award. His account has been notified of the server's launch. When all the players saw the system prompts and confirmed that Ginglong was online, everyone became excited again. It seems that the game is now very user-friendly, with domestic server login ports and international server login ports. Ginglong chose the international server login port without hesitation. He came here to save face for the Chinese people. The person who posted the provocative video was Ross from the American Empire. After learning that Ginglong was online, he immediately created a chat room and invited Ginglong into it. Pig of the Chinese Empire. Here you are? Hurry up and enter the game. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Ross was very arrogant and didn't give Ginglong any face, since this chat room was not open to the public. Ginglong laughed and replied directly. Be a human being, so we can meet again in the future. You are too arrogant. But I would like to ask, what level of mecha training have you reached? Ginglong's message passed, but there was no response on the screen for a long time. Just when Ginglong thought that Rose was offline, he was about to exit the chat room when the screen dinged and Rose's message was sent. Humph. My guess is right. You are also a cultivator. So what? Hurry up and enter the game. I will definitely let you know how to write the word death. Seeing that Ross was still so arrogant after being exposed, Ginglong was a little curious about what was supporting Ross to be so confident. Rose's game battle application was sent over, and Ginglong also became interested at this time. He immediately agreed and entered the game with Ross. When Ginglong saw himself in the familiar game again, although the mecha elements in the game were no longer enough for him to use, he still missed the place where he had fought before. The number of people around him kept increasing, and Ginglong realized that Ross had chosen a free confrontation of 100 people. Just as Ginglong was about to ask Ross what was going on, he felt the mecha element fluctuations nearby, and there was more than one. Ginglong stood there because he felt the fluctuations of those mechas coming towards him. After a while, he saw 5 mecha practitioners walking over behind Ross. Oh! No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have also reached the 6th level of human armor. When they got closer, Ginglong looked at their team, including Ross. There were 3 level 6 human armors, and the other 3 were also in peak level 5 condition. Ginglong was very surprised. He couldn't figure out why these foreigners could practice so fast. Seeing Ginglong's dull look, Ross thought Ginglong was scared. Looking at Ginglong, which is the 6th level of human armor, Ross clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Ginglong, you are nothing more than that. If you loudly say that you are a pig in front of all the players, I will consider letting you go for a while to prevent you from losing so ugly. Rose's words were like needles piercing Ginglong's heart. Ginglong didn't say anything. He knew that the only way to deal with a guy like Ross was to hit him hard with his fists. Only then can he completely destroy his arrogance. Seeing that Ginglong didn't even dare to say anything, Ross became even more arrogant. He turned on the public screen and roared loudly. Everyone, today's game is the main battlefield where I, Rose, will fight against the Gung Dragon Pig of the Chinese Empire. If you don't want to get in the way, stay away from me for a while. People in the game became excited after hearing Rose's name. You know, Rose has been very popular recently, and his superb skills are really admirable. Many people had made plans to follow Rose and the others as soon as they entered the game to watch the Master's duel at close range. Master Ross, don't kill us for a while. We won't take weapons. We will follow you to watch. I don't know who first uttered such words. The public screen was instantly flooded with this sentence. Ross enjoyed this feeling very much. He typed a good word on the public screen and sat quietly to the side, waiting for the game to start. The official chicken-eating platform realized in hindsight that when the two masters now faced off in private, they immediately announced the news on the official website. The major live broadcast platforms that had been silent were keenly aware of the news. All live broadcast platforms immediately switched hot videos to the game, hoping to get first-hand information. Unfortunately, the news came a little late, as the battlefield where Ginglong and his team were was already full. In order to obtain the first-person perspective, The major platforms desperately contacted the players who were already in the game, offering a price of 10,000 yuan each to invite those players to broadcast live. It turns out that this is still effective. The traffic in the platform increases crazily, and the platform is overwhelmed in an instant. Other live broadcast platforms also followed suit. In the end, the price of a game live broadcast players was actually raised to 1 million. And the players were all crazy about it. Naturally, Gunlong didn't know that the outside world was already going crazy because of their match. Watching the countdown at the start of the game on the screen gradually disappear, Gunlong's eyes flashed, and he appeared directly on the plane. Looking down at the familiar scenes below, Gunlong also felt a little nostalgic. He didn't choose and just jumped down, because Gunlong had already decided at the last moment to give Narrows a showdown and directly use his fists to deal with Narrows. After waiting for the landing, I saw many people landing nearby, because this was a personal battle. Just when Gunlong was about to step forward and deal with those guys, they actually spoke in the same voice and followed Gunlong and said, "Brother, don't kill us. If we don't pick up weapons or fight, we will broadcast live." Gunlong didn't expect such a thing to happen. Looking at the crowd behind him, there were about 20 or 30 people. Gunlong was a little speechless. He waved his hand to signal those guys to stay away from him, and then moved towards run wherever Rose might appear. "I'll go. 98K is right next to it. Why doesn't Gunlong pick it up?" "Yeah, I told you. Gunlong has not come out for so long. And now he comes out. He must be trying to make money and make hot news. You see? He is so stupid. He doesn't even pick up weapons. This is not a waste of time, since the public screen in the game is open." Gunlong naturally sees the messages said by many players. He didn't explain either, secretly saying that you will understand what I am going to do after a while. Chapter 199 Fist Fight. While Gunlong was thinking, he suddenly noticed someone not far ahead. Zhao Mao was there, pointing a weapon at him. Through the breath, Gunlong knew that it was the 5th level cultivator from Ross. Gunlong laughed and secretly thought that something good was coming. He suddenly accelerated, dodged left and right, and ran towards the place where the guy was hiding. Boom, boom, boom. Several gunshots were fired in succession. But the people following Gunlong were startled. There were a few guys who had their backs, but they were hit by bullets and almost ended up here. As soon as the battle started, the live broadcasters immediately dispersed to the side, at least ensuring their own safety first. Otherwise, how can I make any money from this live broadcast? It is true that Gunlong is getting closer and closer to the ambush guy. He sees that guy still pulling the trigger desperately. Gunlong felt happy and secretly thought that this kid is really persistent. If you haven't run away yet, then you can't blame me. I saw Gunlong leaping high in the air. Just when the boy was about to continue shooting, Gunlong had already landed in front of the boy. His fists came down like raindrops, and there was only a thumping sound. The super cultivator had no time to resist, so he died and left the game. "I'll go. This is too overbearing. Oh my god. Is this true? Fists versus rifles. The kung fu of the Chinese Empire cannot be sealed. Fight well, and show off the prestige of our empire." The chat room was boiling again. Gunlong looked at the corpse on the ground. He curled up his lips and said with a smile, "You are really playing a game like a fool. You know your fists are the most powerful, but in the end you still have to use a gun. Then you can't blame me." After dealing with this guy, Gunlong continued to move forward. Now that he knew that Ross and the others were operating separately, Gunlong naturally wanted to speed up his attack. After all, there was a message on the public screen reminding them that if Ross and the others changed their minds and gathered around them, their strategy of attacking with fists would not work. "Gunlong, the other guy's coordinates are 33 southwest, 300 meters away from you." While Gunlong was searching hard, the message reminder on the public screen caught Gunlong's attention. Knowing that the player was helping him, Gunlong thanked him and ran with all his strength towards the coordinates. After all, everyone can see the information on the public screen, so he has to race against time. First, he wants to prevent Ross and the others from coming to help. He doesn't have the confidence to fight so many people of similar strength alone. Second, he is worried that the guy at that coordinate will escape, and then it will be difficult for him to find him. "Hey, you are so confident. Just wait for me right where you are. This is great. It saves you running back and forth and wasting time." When Gunlong arrived, he saw the guy from afar, standing there with a dagger in his hand, smiling and waiting for him to come over. Gunlong liked this scene very much. Knowing that the other party was also a 6th level cultivator, Gung Long did not dare to be careless. He mobilized the mecha elements, gathered them all into his fist, and attacked the guy. Haha. You are nothing more than that. Come on. Don't waste time. Hit your strongest blow. Let me learn from you. The 6th level cultivator easily dodged Gung Long's attack. Seeing that Gung Long was no more than that, he chuckled and spoke provocatively. Gung Long was not affected by the opponent's words. After all, this was a competition between peers. It's normal to make mistakes. Masters compete to see who makes fewer mistakes. I saw the Gung Long turn over, twisted his body, and flew out with a side kick, attacking the leg of the 6th level cultivator. The 6th level cultivator could not avoid it, so he jumped high into the air. Just when the guy thought he had escaped another attack from Gung Long, he saw Gung Long smile as his trick was successful. That 6th level cultivator secretly said something was wrong. However, he was in the air now, and it was impossible to dodge. He could only mobilize all the mecha elements in his body to resist Gung Long's attack. When Gung Long saw that the guy was prepared, he was not afraid. He jumped into the air and kicked the guy on the butt, directly kicking the guy into the air like a ball. Before the guy could fall down, Gung Long stepped forward and kicked him hard again. But the kick caused pain all over the guy's body, and there was nothing he could do about it. Asshole. I'll beat you to death. That 6th level cultivator has a gun, and it looks like he can't fight Gung Long with his fists. He took out his pistol and aimed a few shots at Gung Long. Gung Long was well prepared. Seeing that something was wrong, he jumped aside and hid behind a big tree. Despicable. Shameless. Isn't this a hand-to-hand fight? Why did you pull out a gun? You idiot of the American Empire. If you can't afford it, go home and sell sweet potatoes. You're using your bare hands, so why don't you get a pistol? The chat room was abuzz again, and this time everyone unanimously supported Gung Long. Even the American Empire's own players condemned the guy. He said that it was a disgrace to their empire, and that he should just commit suicide. Gung Long had no time to pay attention to the quarrel on the public screen at this time. He took a deep breath to calm down and listened carefully to the sound of the man's pistol. You know, there were only 8 bullets in his pistol. When it went off, 5 rounds should have been fired. When 3 more shots came out, the boy would reinstall the bullets. This time is your best opportunity to attack. However, Gung Long's plan was very good. But the 6th level cultivator was indeed extremely calm. He actually stopped shooting and just aimed at where Gung Long was hiding. No, that guy is stalling for time. He should be calling Ross and the others over to help. Gung Long waited for a while, but the guy didn't attack. Looking at the public screen, some players reminded themselves to be careful. Ross and the others were rushing here with all their strength. Gung Long didn't dare to delay. He snorted coldly, jumped out from behind the tree, ran left and right, and attacked the 6th level cultivator. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bullets were used up, and only the last bullet hit Gung Long's body. However, this only caused Gung Long to lose a little blood. Gung Long struggled to withstand the damage from this shot, and successfully reached the 6th level cultivator. The fist was swung out, and directly attacked the face of the 6th level cultivator. Boom! With a muffled sound. The 6th level cultivator's nose was flattened and sunken deeply into his face. The pain caused the face of the 6th level cultivator to become deformed. Gung Long succeeded in his attack, so he naturally did not dare to relax. He twisted the arm of the 6th level practitioner and pressed him to the ground, then changed his fist to a palm and chopped towards the 6th level practitioner's neck. Chapter 200 Group Fight. Stop! A loud shout came from a distance, and Rose and his group ran over quickly. Gung Long calculated that with the distance between Ross and the others, even with a high-power rifle scope, they would still need to get closer to 50 meters to attack him. This time is enough to deal with the 6th level cultivator by yourself. Hey, kid, if you were outside, with your strength, it would really take me a while to kill you. It's a pity. This is a game. As long as your blood bar becomes empty, you will die. Sorry, bye-bye, Gung Long said, slashing down hard with his knife. There was just a click sound, and the 6th level cultivator's neck was cut off. The blood bar on his head instantly dropped to the bottom, and he left the game. Gung Long. You? Rose didn't expect that Gung Long would dare to kill someone in front of him, and Rose's face changed drastically with anger. He roared, and without caring about honor, he directly picked up a rifle on the ground and started to attack Gung Long. Gung Long had already prepared to escape. When he saw Ross taking out a gun, Gung Long immediately jumped and ran away. Seeing Ross and the others pursuing them, Gunlong kept running straight into the woods. You bastard. You actually let him escape. Ask me where Gunlong is on the public screen, and I will cut him into pieces. Ross was already a little crazy at this time, and he couldn't figure it out. With so many masters on his side, Gunlong could still succeed. The most important thing is that he has lost a general now. If this continues, not only will his morale be damaged, but if he collides with that Gunlong again, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. On the public screen, Rose's supporters have been broadcasting Gunlong's coordinates. Unexpectedly, Gunlong moved too fast. Every time Ross and the others came, Gunlong had already gone to another place. After all this hard work, Ross and the others were very tired. But under the current situation, Rose and the others have no better way. Especially after experiencing Gunlong's previous methods. They now dare not act alone anymore. There are also about a dozen players from the Chinese Empire in the game, and they don't see how this can continue. Sooner or later, Gunlong would run out of energy. So as soon as they gathered together, they huddled together, picked up a bunch of weapons, and attacked the foreigners. Players who are focusing on Ross, and the others might as well have such a change. By the time they reacted, more than a dozen players had already been sent out of the game. Now they were in the wilderness, with no weapons around. Seeing that the opposing team was fully armed, counterattack was impossible. So those foreign players immediately fled in all directions, trying to stay away from this group of people. Asshole! There is no place for you to be arrogant in our territory. Ross was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Seeing the players from the Chinese Empire slaughtering their own people, he jumped up and attacked the players from the Chinese Empire with a rifle. Those ordinary players were no match for Rose, who had the power of mechas. Coupled with the help of Rose's teammates, the players in the Chinese Empire were quickly rounded up, and all the players were sent out of the game. Gunlong, don't play with them anymore. Just kill them. Those bastards have killed us all. Down with the American Empire. These shameless guys broke the rules first. Master Gunlong, kill them all. The public screen became lively again. As the most populous empire, the Chinese Empire. If nothing else, the cohesion of the masses is still there. It is rare to see comments from foreign players on public screens now, because they are all blocked by players from the Chinese Empire, and the screen is filled with comments condemning them. On the live broadcast platform, only the game live broadcast perspective is left at this time. This is also a decision that the Chicken Game official had to make, because right now, many passionate young people are surrounding the company entrance, shouting in protest, not allowing the perspective to be made public anymore, and stopping this unfair battle. The person in charge of the Chicken Game was also very troubled. After all, they would be notified in advance of every competition, so they would have independent servers to prevent cheating. But this time, the big guys unexpectedly attacked and competed directly on the ordinary server. This was very difficult for them. They could only keep admitting their mistakes and quickly call the technical department to block the perspectives of other players. Without players reporting coordinates, Gunlong would be much more relaxed. After a continuous run just now, if he hadn't picked up a few energy drinks as supplements on the way, Gunlong would have been lying on the ground, waiting for Ross and the others to come and harvest his life. Considering that I am the only one on my side in the game now, there is indeed a chaos on the other side, and they all want to kill me. Along the way, Gunlong saw equipment and picked it up to arm himself. Now he doesn't dare to be too boastful. After all, many great heroes have been defeated in small ditches. Gunlong is there. Gunlong had just passed the abandoned factory when he heard a loud shout, followed by a hail of bullets. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was only focused on searching for equipment, but he forgot to check if there was anyone nearby. After turning over and hiding to the side, Gunlong was about to counterattack when he detected that Ross was also rushing towards him. Considering that the other side had more people, he could only defeat them one by one. Gunlong threw a grenade, and while those guys were dodging the grenade, Gunlong jumped out of the encirclement and ran away without looking back. Without Rose's help, no one would dare to pursue Gunlong. While waiting, Ross arrived and saw that there were 20 or 30 people on his side, fully armed, standing there, watching Gunlong escape. Ross was so angry that he turned blue and wanted to scold his mother. Gunlong ran for a while, but saw no one chasing him. He was so happy that he stopped to rest. I saw that those guys were also good at learning, and they all gathered together. Gunlong couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. If this continues, it will be really difficult for him to handle it. In his mind, Gunlong came to the airport. Looking at the airport. A plane is parked here. Gunlong was extremely happy. This was a timely blessing. If nothing else, at least he could hit people with this plane. Gunlong got on the plane. And with the system's built-in foolproof operation, the plane took off smoothly. For the sake of safety, Gunlong pulled the plane as high as possible. And the mecha elements were running at high speed, using their perception ability to explore the surrounding situation. I'm one of them. These bastards are still gathering together. I really regret that I didn't pick up the 98K at the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive now. Gunlong thought about it. And he controlled the plane to fly towards the place where the crowd gathered. After investigation, it was discovered that Ross and his gang were not nearby. Gunlong took advantage of this and lowered the speed, controlling the plane to descend slowly. Chapter 201 Disagreement. Gunlong is on the plane. Everyone, hurry up and attack him. The people who were marching heard the plane approaching, saw the head information on the plane, and knew it was Queen Gunlong. And they were all very excited. Raising the weapon in his hand, he pulled the trigger and attacked Gunlong, because they had no anti-aircraft weapons and were at a distance. The gang worked hard for a long time, but failed to take away any blood from Gunlong. Gunlong was calculating from above. Judging from the time these guys spent picking up weapons, they probably didn't have many bullets for the weapons in their hands. Just after firing randomly, I saw someone changing the magazine. If it happens again, I'm afraid not many of them will have bullets in their hands. By then, as long as Ross and his gang are away, it will be easy to deal with them by yourself. In order to make sure that no accident occurred, Gunlong explored the surrounding area and determined that there was no sign of Rose in the safe area that gave him time to escape. Gunlong felt relieved and repeated his old trick, lowering the altitude of the plane again. Gunlong didn't attack him in order to prevent those guys from finding out what was wrong. This time, he took a desperate risk and dropped the height even lower than the last time. When the guys on the ground saw that Gunlong wanted to land and jump out of the plane, they immediately became crazy again, and the weapons in their hands clacked again. Your grandfather's was really dangerous. I almost ended up confessing here. After a test, Gunlong immediately pulled the plane up again, seeing that most of the blood bar on his head had gone down. Gunlong was also a little frightened. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been told this by now. However, when Gunlong was sure that his plan had succeeded, more than half of the guys on the ground had no bullets left. Even those that had bullets were running low on ammunition. Gunlong laughed and immediately began to lower the altitude of the plane. This time, because he was going to take the initiative to attack, Gunlong directly increased the power and dived down. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Gunlong could already see bullets flying past him, and he finally reached a distance where he could safely escape from the plane. Seeing that the plane was about to hit the ground, Gunlong opened the door and jumped out. Boom! The high-speed impact, coupled with people's attacks, finally made the plane unable to withstand it and exploded directly. Those who had no time to dodge suffered a disaster and were directly knocked to the ground. Some who were close to him were so miserable that they were sent directly out of the game. Gunlong landed steadily amidst people's panic. He took out his dagger, turned over, and came to the player closest to him. Before the guy could react, he stabbed the dagger directly into the player's heart. Gunlong did not stop after killing the player. He saw 2 grenades in the box dropped by the player. He picked them up directly, turned on the safety, and threw them towards the people in the distance. Boom! Continuous explosions sounded, and 4 or 5 more unlucky guys were sent out of the game. Only then did those players realize that Gunlong had arrived in front of them. Screams, shouts, cries for help, one after another. Gunlong ignored him, clenched the dagger in his hand, and just attacked and killed. This group of players, without anyone to direct them, became a mess. When they realized that they had to unite, they looked around them. Apart from those who could not move but could still fight, there were only 7 or 8 people left. Demon! This was the first reaction of the remaining players after seeing Gunlong holding a dagger. In their eyes, Gunlong is a devil, waiting for opportunities to devour their lives. Everything that happened today was like a mark, deeply engraved in their hearts. The sleeping lion of the East. Everything is a joke. I bet they have been deceiving and teasing themselves all this time. The real sleeping lion should be themselves. No one else needs to wake up but them like clowns. Gunlong didn't know that his battle would shock people. What he wants now is to fight for his reputation and defeat all the foreign players in front of him. Seeing that those guys had some weapons in their hands, Ginlong took out his pistol with few bullets for safety's sake, pointed it at those guys and started to attack. Boom boom boom. Ginlong watched as he fired a few shots. But the guys didn't dodge and gave up resistance completely. He was so happy that he fired a few more shots and sent the remaining people out of the game. After confirming that there were no more living people around, Ginlong began to clean the battlefield. After some counting, Ginlong also gained a lot. Not only did he pick up the chicken weapon 98K, but he also got an AK. It's a pity that these two weapons don't have many bullets. Only 7 or 8 bullets each. Ginlong looked around and found nothing else. The boxes all over the place were very shocking. On a whim, he turned on the screenshot function of the game and stood in the box to take a photo as a souvenir. This funny scene was recorded in the game. A lot of players almost deified Ginlong because of his strength. They almost forgot that Ginlong is also a young man, and his achievements are also for showing off. After this operation, the players felt that Ginlong was not out of reach, and more people liked Ginlong. Ginlong was in the game, so naturally he didn't know what was happening outside. After he finished cleaning up, he immediately set off to find Ross and his gang. For those who dare to challenge the dignity of the Chinese Empire, Ginlong has just one word: kill. With 98K in hand and the help of the 8X mirror, Ginlong no longer needs to expend mecha elements to detect the surroundings. From time to time, he raises the multiplier to search for places where there may be people. After making sure it was safe, Ginlong continued to move forward. Your grandpa. Where did these grandsons go? Why haven't they been seen for a long time? Could it be that they are too ashamed to find a place to hide themselves and are embarrassed to see others? Ginlong searched most of the map and saw that the poisonous circle was getting smaller and smaller, but still could not find the whereabouts of Ross and his gang. Ginlong was a little depressed and opened his mouth to curse. It is true that Ross and his team are not hiding as Ginlong said. However, there were indeed differences within their team. It turned out that there was another 6th level cultivator in this group who was called by Ross to help. He didn't want to waste time here since his companion was sent out of the game. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him in the first place. It was all caused by the limelight-loving Ross himself. Now I see that after Ross knew that all the players in his country were killed by Ginlong, he started to curse without any moral integrity at all. The 6th level cultivator didn't want to stay in the game anymore and was ready to exit the game. Chapter 202 Duel. Pero, there is only the last time left. Can't you hold on for a while longer? Can you bear to watch the dignity of our country being trampled on? Ross was a little crazy at this time, and his eyes were full of fire when he looked at Pero. Ross, don't say it so seriously. This is just a game, and it has nothing to do with our country. As for you, I hope you can change your arrogance. There's an old saying in the Chinese Empire. There are people outside the country. There is a sky outside the sky. You can't cover the sky with just one hand. Let's say goodbye. After Pero finished speaking, he threw all the equipment in his hands to the ground and prepared to leave the game. Duh. There was a burst of machine gun fire. Pero looked at the bullet holes on his body in disbelief. He pointed at Ross and wanted to say something. Another gunshot was heard. The blood strip on his head bottomed out. Just left the game. Who else wants to leave? Stand up immediately. Ross roared angrily, reloaded the rifle in his hand, and pointed it at the remaining people one by one. Although those guys also want to leave, they don't have Pele's strength. Thinking that if Rose comes to take revenge after leaving the game, given their strength, they will definitely be the ones who provide nutrition to Rose. Everyone shook their heads and said they would not leave. Good. You have guts. You won't lose anything if you die in this crappy game. And you can even gain combat experience. Such a good thing. But Pero is an idiot and doesn't even appreciate it. Come on. Follow me to find Ginlong and tear him into pieces. After speaking, Rose took the lead and walked towards the center of the safe area. Now he had a numerical advantage. As long as they unite together and go to the safe zone and advance to guard, they won't have to worry about Ginlong not coming to take the bait. After all, the security center is constantly shrinking. It is impossible for Ginlong to be buried in the poisonous mist and not come out. In that case, he is simply asking for his own death. Ginlong had already arrived at the center of the predicted safe area ahead of schedule. He had already planned to wait and see. Who knows that the remaining people in Ross are all cultivators, and they are still in a group. Here it comes. When Ginlong passed through the magnifying glass, he saw that Ross was so aggressive and leading his group of followers. He just walked over without hiding. Gung Long cursed in his heart. It's not my fault that he's seeking death. The scope was pointed directly at a guy behind Ross. After confirming that the guy was within range, there was a bang, and the guy was directly shot in the head. Hey, everyone, get out of here. If you see that Gung Long, hit me hard, Ross said, as he took out his rifle and rushed towards the place where Gung Long shot. Gung Long did not retreat directly. He calculated the distance and found that it was still enough to kill one guy by himself. So Gung Long ignored Ross, readjusted the scope, focused on a guy hiding behind a tree, and shot the guy in the leg with a bang. Taking advantage of the moment when the guy fell, Gung Long shot him again, still hitting his head. After getting rid of that guy, Gung Long didn't dare to stay. He put away the gun directly, threw 4 or 5 smoke bombs towards the place where he was, and quickly hid in the distance, preparing to avoid Ross first. Of edge. Gung Long, you can't run away. Come out and die. You and I both understand that I will definitely be able to find your location. Ross saw that he was one step too late. He followed Gung Long's footsteps and yelled angrily. Gung Long made a big circle this time and ran towards the location of Rose's partner, sticking to the periphery of the poisonous mist. When he could see Rose's partner, Gung Long immediately set up his sniper rifle, aimed and shot in one go, and killed another guy. Seeing that there were only 3 of them left on the battlefield in the blink of an eye, Ross really couldn't stand it anymore. He told the remaining guy to be careful, and he himself followed the trace of Gung Long's escape. Gung Long, don't hide like a turtle. Come out and fight me to the death. Gung Long's body has been strengthened several times, and this chicken fighting battlefield is his main position. Therefore, when Gung Long becomes active, it is difficult for Ross to keep track of Gung Long's whereabouts. Ross failed to notice some shortcuts. As he came and went, he was getting further and further away from Gung Long. Brother, are you looking for me? The last remaining 5th level cultivator was holding up his rifle, aiming for Rose's shout, thinking that he could find Gung Long and kill him. When he heard a voice ringing in his ears, he turned around and saw an unfamiliar face. He was just about to ask the man to leave when he suddenly remembered that on this battlefield, he, Rose, and the devil Gung Long were the only 3 left. The guy in front of me has black hair and yellow skin. He must be Gung Long, he yelled, immediately pulled the trigger, and fired randomly, regardless of whether he was aiming at the target or not. Ha ha ha. Your shooting skills must have been learned from playing whack-a-mole. You've run out of bullets. It's my turn. Gung Long's voice sounded like a devil's call to that person's ears. The man saw Rose running over, and he just wanted to go over and have a round with Rose. I felt a chill on my neck. The blood bar on my head bottomed out, and I left the game. When Ross saw that in the blink of an eye, only Gung Long and himself were left in the game, he stopped panicking and threw all the weapons in his hands on the ground. He only held a dagger and walked slowly towards Gung Long. Gung Long, I have to say that you are indeed very powerful, but I'm sorry. Today is the moment of your downfall. I will use the dagger in my hand to attack you one by one until you beg me for mercy. Gung Long ignored Rose's words because he never liked to compete with others verbally. After confirming that Rose was within his attack range, Gung Long tiptoed, leaped high in the air, unsheathed his shining dagger, and stabbed Rose in the heart. Humph. Looking for death, Ross turned sideways to dodge Gung Long's attack. Just as he was about to grab Gung Long's wrist, the Gung Long suddenly turned around and stepped aside. A black thing hit him head on. Ah! I'll go! Ross subconsciously wanted to kick the black thing, but when he saw clearly that it was a grenade, it was too late to dodge. Ross had no choice but to bite the bullet and punch the grenade, praying that he was lucky and the grenade would not explode on the spot. Boom! At the moment when the grenade was knocked away, explosions followed. Rose was still some distance away from the grenade and did not blow it up. However, the aftermath of the explosion did bring down most of the blood bar above his head. Seeing Gung Long laughing proudly on the side, Ross was so angry that he looked up to the sky and roared, and rushed towards Gung Long again. Chapter 203 Xuqiang's Resurrection. When Gung Long saw Ross charging towards him, he repeated his old trick and threw another grenade towards Ross. Humph. Gung Long, do you think I'm a fool? I've been taught a lesson. Can I still make mistakes? Ross said as he stepped aside and dodged the grenade thrown by Gung Long. Just when he was about to attack Gung Long, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The blood bar above his head dropped rapidly, and when he turned around, he saw that he was standing in the poisonous mist. The poisonous fog of this game has reached the finals. and it is very powerful. If you don't jump out if you make a mistake, you will definitely die. Rose was only focused on attacking Ginglong, and actually forgot about the poisonous mist. He took a step forward, trying to jump out of the poisonous mist. Boom! A gunshot hit the ground in front of Ross, and Ross subconsciously took a step back. This time, he was completely finished. His small health bar was completely consumed by the poisonous mist, and he left the game. Good luck and congratulations on eating chicken. When the system prompt sounded, Ginglong knew that the game was finally over. Ginglong, who did not exit the game, saw that the public screen had returned to normal. The congratulatory sounds of the players popped up one after another, and the screen instantly refreshed. Ginglong chuckled, seeing that he had caused another sensation. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I quit the game? Ginglong thought it was nothing to see, and Long Rong and the others didn't know whether they had solved the problem of cultivation. But when Ginglong left the game, the images around him were still, and the entire space was so silent that he could even hear the sound of blood flowing in his body. No, it couldn't be that Ross was cheating, taking control of this space, and preparing to trap me here to death. Ginglong thought about it for a long time, and had only this result. He summoned the evolutionary dagger and attacked the ground, thinking of finding the weakness of the space and blowing it open. But what disappointed Ginglong was that after trying for a long time, he found that everything was in vain. There was no reaction at all in the entire space, and there was no way out. Buzz! A machine buzzed suddenly. Ginglong listened carefully, and found out that it was coming from his own body. Ginglong looked along the place where the sound came from, and when he saw that it was Xiqiang, the smaller one, started on his own and got out. Ginglong was a little surprised. He stared blankly at the smaller Xiqiang, not knowing what it was going to do. Well, in the game world, humans are really smart. They can be trained in this way. Master, I finally found a way to realize your wish to build a strong army. Ginglong looked at the smaller Xiqiang. After he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly decomposed and plunged directly into the ground. After a while, the entire ground was sparkling. At first, the light was very dazzling, but as time passed, the light gradually dimmed, and the land disappeared, leaving only a hollow there. Ginglong couldn't accept this weird scene. He was just about to ask the smaller Xiqiang what he was going to do. There was only a click sound, and a virtual spherical object appeared in front of the little one. Xiaochang. Ginglong could see that there were many densely packed little people on the spherical object. Those little people gradually grew up as the ball grew larger. Ginglong, stop him quickly! Ginglong was watching here with rapt attention, and Xiqiang's long-lost voice actually appeared. Hearing that Xiqiang was very nervous, Ginglong knew that this thing must not be simple. He didn't ask any questions, just raised his evolutionary dagger and attacked the smaller Xiqiang. Court death. Xiaoqiang, the smaller one, snorted coldly, and fire suddenly erupted from his body, covering his entire body. Even though the fire was not very bright, the temperature was indeed very hot, and Ginglong could not get close at all. Seeing that Ginglong had no way to deal with the robot battle pet, Xiqiang's figure appeared directly. However, it was probably because he had not fully recovered yet. Xiqiang's body was swaying back and forth, and he simply could not successfully levitate. Well, is it you? The smaller robot battle pet obviously knew about Xiqiang's existence. When it saw Xiqiang, it immediately stopped moving and put away the ball. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect that after the melee. I didn't die, and I found a new place to rely on. It's a pity that you are of no use at all, so you can only wait to die. Xiqiang faced off against the battle pet, rarely showing a look of hatred. Xiqiang stepped aside and distanced himself from his battle pet, obviously not wanting to face him face to face. So what if you're alive? You're just as erratic as me. Oh, no. After I fulfill my master's wish, our master still has the final say in this world. There's no chance for you to survive. Xiqiang turned a deaf ear to the battle pet's words. He turned to look at Ginglong and said, Master, hurry up and share some of your mecha power with me. Otherwise, we will definitely be killed by that kid. Ginglong had complete trust in Xiqiang. He directly summoned the power of the mecha and used it toward Xiqiang. With the power of the mecha, Xiaochang was obviously much better. Seeing that the battle pet was still floating in the air and had not left, Xiaochang did not care about that and rushed directly towards the battle pet hanging in the air. Xiaoqiang? You? Ginglong watched Xiqiang merge with his battle pet. The two of them were clearly fighting for control of their bodies. Gunlong was worried and couldn't help. However, after thinking that his mecha power could help Xiqiang, Gunlong activated the mecha elements with all his strength. Sensing Xiqiang's general position, the mecha elements attacked with all their strength and shot into Xiqiang's body. With the help of mecha elements, Xiqiang's strength greatly increased, and he gradually took the lead. The battle pet was a little scared and said directly, "Xiaoqiang, you and I are of the same kind. Why should we fight to the death for a foreigner? Go back quickly, and I can help you treat your injuries." Xiqiang rarely has such a good opportunity to devour his own kind. Firstly, you can heal your physical injuries. And secondly, your strength can be improved a bit. Naturally, Xiqiang would not let go of this once-in-a-century opportunity. He ignored the battle pet's words and sent a message to Gunlong, hoping that Gunlong could hold on a little longer so that he could absorb some more mecha elements, so that he could quickly subdue the battle pet. Gunlong could feel that after Xiqiang took the dominant position, the energy in his body was rising rapidly, and his vitality was also constantly increasing. He knew that his mecha elements were working, so he continued to send mecha elements toward Xiqiang, hoping that Xiaoqiang would succeed soon. Chapter 204 Return. Asshole. Stop now. Otherwise, I will die with you. The war pet finally felt scared at this time, and he threatened Xiaoqiang with a trembling voice. Gunlong saw that Xiaoqiang had completely occupied the body of the battle pet at this time. The figure of the battle pet began to loom, and even the voice of his words was intermittent and not coherent at all. Gunlong knew that Xiaoqiang was about to succeed. Boom! A wave of light exploded, and Gunlong was almost knocked over to the ground. After waiting for the light wave to disappear, Gunlong looked at Xiqiang floating there fine, and he could clearly feel the surging vitality in Xiqiang's body. Gunlong was very happy. Xiqiang finally returned. "Master, I'm back. I didn't expect you to practice so fast. And you have actually reached the 6th level of human armor." Xiqiang's mechanical sound came out again, and Gunlong could feel that Xiqiang was also very excited. He stepped forward and patted Xiqiang's head. But he was so happy. "Come on. Let's get out quickly. Otherwise, your old friends will be very anxious." Gunlong knew that the old lizard and the blind wolf were still outside. To prevent the two old guys from worrying and doing something irrational, Gunlong asked Xiaoqiang to quit the game together. "Gunlong, why did it take you so long to come back? We thought something had happened to you." Gunlong had just regained consciousness. Seeing Long Rong and the others gathered around him, Gunlong couldn't help but be stunned. It took him a while to react. Haha. There was a small episode in the middle. But it's okay now. By the way, look who this is. As he spoke, Gunlong summoned Xiaoqiang. When they saw Xiaoqiang, the old lizard and the blind wolf were overjoyed. They all came close to Xiaoqiang. Ha ha ha. Now we old guys are completely together. When I think of the time when we were all powerful, my little heart is very excited. The old lizard was very happy and burst into laughter. "You old lizard. Don't get too excited. We will continue fighting soon." Xiaoqiang took over the conversation and directly stated the next action. After all, after he merged with his battle pet and gained the memory of that battle pet, and knowing that someone was threatening Gunlong's lives, Xiaoqiang naturally took the initiative to attack. Seeing everyone standing there stunned, a colorful light appeared on Xiaoqiang's body, and his image appeared directly in front of everyone. This is the remaining image of the Beast King's war pet. They want to resurrect the previous Beast King and establish a huge Beast King army. Until now, they have no specific method, mainly because they suffered too many casualties during the training process. But by coincidence, Lieutenant General the Battle Pet was brought into the game. After he discovered that he could still train in this way, he had already collected the game data and transmitted it to Beast King's old subordinates. Now, we must return to the Mecha Star as soon as possible before those guys fail. Destroy them completely. Otherwise, when the Beast King returns, everything will be in ruins. The Beast King is back? Will their current Beast King be willing to give up his position? Gunlong felt that people were selfish. The current Beast King finally sat on the throne. So would he be willing to give up his position? If the Beast King knew that all this was to make the old Beast King return, I'm afraid the current Beast King would not agree. Haha. Master, Beast King is just a nickname. Even the current Beast King still has the residual consciousness of the old Beast King. As long as the Beast King's awakening is completed and the Beast King's memory returns, everything will be logical. This is the secret of the Beast King's inheritance. After hearing Xiqiang's explanation, Gunlong finally understood. But with so many of them here, They must take Long Rong and his gang with them when they go back this time. They can't be left here any longer. As a result, he does not have the ability to build a teleportation array that can last for such a long time. As for the Shin family's formula, as long as you can return to Mecha Star, you can just go to the Shin family and ask for it. The only problem now is how to find a teleportation array that is enough to support the teleportation of all of them. Xuqiang and Genglong figured it out. And he knew the reason why Genglong was worried. A brilliant light spread all over his body, rising directly into the air. Countless small robots the size of mosquitoes flew out of him, and quickly probed in all directions. About 10 minutes later, Xuqiang suddenly made some movement, and all the little robots that had been exploring returned and reintegrated into Genglong's body. Master, I found a place where there is a hidden teleportation array that can help us return to the Mecha planet. However, the teleportation array has not been maintained for too long, so we don't know the exact location of the teleportation. Genglong was naturally very happy when he heard that he could return to the Mecha Star. As for where to send it, that really doesn't matter. After all, Genglong and the others have the badges of the Legion. All they need to do is notify the people in the Legion to send some money, and they can walk through the teleportation formation. Since time was running out, Genglong and the others naturally did not stay any longer. Considering that dangerous things had happened, Genglong took everyone with him when he set out this time. Even Uncle Nade was no exception. Originally, Uncle De was not willing to go with them. He couldn't bear to bear all this on Earth. However, under the continuous bombardment of Genglong and Long Rong, Uncle De finally relented and agreed. But what makes Genglong a little depressed is that no matter what Long Ying says, he can't open his heart. He always ignores Uncle De. In order to avoid Long Ying's brain suddenly getting knotted and causing trouble to Uncle De, Genglong told Lin Bao to take a good look at Long Ying and not let him conflict with Uncle De. Genglong and his group, who were waiting, came to the place directed by Xuqiang, and saw that it turned out to be the old house of the Long family. At this time, because there had been no habitation for a long time, the Long family's courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and some buildings collapsed directly to the ground. Thinking of the prosperity and happy days here, Long Rong and Long Ying looked at the place where they once lived with tears in their eyes. Once I go this time, I'm afraid I will never come back. This place that once had such wonderful memories may never be seen again. Genglong didn't want Long Rong to be too sad, so he directly put his arm around Long Rong's shoulders and helped Long Rong walk forward. Everyone finally stopped at the place where Genglong discovered the flaming red flower formation. Xuqiang pointed to the underground and said, "The teleportation array is down there. We have to hurry up. Probably due to the lack of support from the power of the mecha, the teleportation array is disappearing." Hearing Xuqiang's words, Genglong immediately became nervous. He called on everyone to follow Xuqiang and move forward quickly along the downward path. After all, if they miss this opportunity, Genglong really doesn't know when they can go back to the Mecha Star. Chapter 205 Yunya's Trouble. Xuqiang took Genglong and the others past the ruins of that place. Seeing this, Genglong couldn't help but think of the time when he first met Long Ying. He also didn't expect that he would bring a disaster to the Long family as soon as he arrived. Go this way. Xuqiang did not go any further. He turned on his laser beam and opened up a new path on the wall. After walking for about 10 minutes, Genglong felt that they should have extended several hundred meters underground. With a thud, Xuqiang opened the wall, revealing a teleportation array composed of mecha elements. "Let me go! Why are there so many corpses here? Could it be that this is also an ancient battlefield?" Genglong and the others entered the cave where the teleportation array was located, and saw that the ground was densely covered with corpses and bones. Even though they were old lizards, they had fought countless battles. At this time, their faces turned blue, and they simply couldn't accept it. "Let's go quickly. There is no time for us to explore the reason here," Xuqiang reminded Genglong and the others in time. Looking at the teleportation array they had just entered, it was indeed a little dim at this time. Genglong and the others did not dare to delay. He called everyone to walk to the teleportation array. Following Genglong's order, everyone all entered the teleportation array. After Genglong and the others left, two men covered by cloaks came out from the depths of the ground. The one who stood first was the Nether Messenger. "Messenger, why should we help Genglong and the others return to the Mecha Star? Wouldn't it be better to trap them here forever? Moreover, Genglong's battle pet is actually the fusion of the Beast King's battle pet. Once the Beast King knows about it, he will wait until he awakens. After that, I still don't know how to punish us." The Nether Messenger looked at the gradually dimming teleportation array. She chuckled, took out a transparent ball from her arms, and threw it into the teleportation array. Seeing that the teleportation array was much brighter, the Nether Messenger then spoke. It's not so easy to merge the Beast King's battle pet. Don't worry. The fun is yet to come. You should go back too. Keep a close eye on Gunlong and the others, and report to the Beast King immediately if there is any disturbance. I still have some things to deal with here, so I'll be back a few days later. After hearing the Nether Messenger's arrangement, the man immediately nodded and walked directly into the teleportation array. After the person who was waiting for the teleportation was successful, the Nether Messenger shouted loudly, and the teleportation array immediately collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, he looked at the Nether Messenger again, feeling sad, looking at the road Dinglong and the others had walked. He didn't know what he was thinking. I went, and it turned out to be teleported to my hometown. After Blind Wolf and the others walked out of the teleportation array, they saw that they were in the frozen territory. A group of brothers from the wolf tribe were extremely happy. However, this was a disaster for Gunlong and his group, who were all wearing thin clothes at this time. The biting cold wind was blowing, mixed with the roaring blizzard. Even Gunlong and his group were shivering from the cold, even though they were protected by organic armor elements. Let's go. We have a cave not far ahead. We can get some shelter from the wind there. The blind wolf looked at everyone and felt very uncomfortable. He took the lead and walked towards the direction of the cave. Who is there? Gunlong and his group had been walking for more than 10 minutes, and they were almost near the cave. A group of heavily armed soldiers wearing white armor and riding white horses appeared and surrounded them. Well, the Yun family's cavalry? Seeing this familiar attire, Gunlong was naturally impressed. You know, if it weren't for Yun Yao, it would be impossible for him to get married to the brothers of the Wolf clan. Brothers? Don't get me wrong. We are all our own people, and I am friends with you, Miss Yun Yao. Gunlong looked at the Yun family's cavalry with a bad look on his face, hoping to avoid causing more trouble and damaging the harmony. Gunlong immediately stepped forward and explained to the group of cavalry. Humph. They all say they know our eldest lady. Some of them are true. Stop talking nonsense and follow us honestly. Otherwise, you will definitely die here. The Yun family cavalry didn't buy it. They snorted coldly and surrounded Gunlong and his group. Seeing that Gunlong and his group were quite large, the leader called his men to seek support. Gunlong, these bastards look down on others. Should we teach them a lesson? Blind Wolf doesn't like the Yun family, and based on rough calculations, the number of people on the other side is not that large. He then thought of just getting rid of those guys. Gunlong didn't want to waste time here, and he had only met Na Yunyao once. Who knew whether the other party would still remember him or not? If there is another one who refuses to recognize each other, and they are controlled by the Yun family, it will be really difficult for them to come out again. Just when Gunlong made his decision and was about to let the blind wolf take action, he heard the rapid sound of horse hooves in the distance. Turning his head to look, he saw a huge force, with as many as 100 cavalrymen coming to kill them. At this point, Gunlong still dared to act rashly. He had to look at the blind wolf and let them wait and see what would happen. Be honest and follow us. If anyone dares to play tricks, our Yun family's iron guns are not just for fun. Seeing that everyone was ready, the guy who had just taken the lead immediately called Gunlong and the others to line up and move forward in order. The group of people walked towards the Yun family's territory in a mighty manner. Gunlong looked at the soldiers escorting them along the way, all with serious expressions and ready for battle. From time to time, small troops would branch out to explore the surrounding area, as if facing a formidable enemy. Gunlong couldn't help but be very curious. What happened to the Yun family to be so cautious? After all, the big families in this monster tribe are different from those on Earth, because everyone has a foundation and inheritance. Unless you go too far and insist on fighting for hegemony over the entire tribe, no one will provoke you. The current situation of the Yun family is obviously that they are on war alert. Could it be that someone wants to harm the Yun family? Hey, what do you think our eldest lady thinks? Since she is gone with the Li family and is about to get married, she actually deposed the Li family's young master and sneaked out. This is great. It's done. We can't live in peace either. It's hard to predict whether the Li family will invade the territory this time, and a war will be inevitable. Who said it wasn't that? I heard that the head of the Li family has made it known. No matter who comes to persuade us to fight this time, everything will be cancelled. Miss Yunyao must be killed. This time, the matter has really gotten out of hand. Well, This is fate. We are dependent on others for a living. We can only pray for good luck and hope to survive once the war starts. Gung Long was thinking about what was going on when he suddenly heard the two soldiers beside him discussing in low voices. Knowing that Yun Yao was responsible for the incident, Gung Long suddenly remembered Yun Yao's expression of disgust when she heard the name of the young master of the Li family when they were separated. Chapter 206, Meeting Yun Yao. The Yun family in the frozen territory is also a large family, and the area in charge accounts for almost 1/3 of the frozen territory. Gung Long and the others came to the door of Yun's house and saw that the door was made of 1,000-year-old ice, with many mech element cannonballs embedded inside. As long as they are attacked by external forces, those mecha elements will automatically fight back. This almost modern design made Gung Long wonder whether the Yun family was also from Earth. Otherwise, how could they have such a modern thinking architecture? Just as the group escorting Gung Long was about to enter the city, a group of iron cavalry came out and killed them. Looking at the man on the iron horse, his armor was different from others. Although it was also white, it did have a slight silver edge. There was a steel gun in his hand, which was obviously not ordinary. It only shook slightly and made a trembling sound. When everyone saw the man, they immediately knelt down and said, "Welcome, General Iron." Gung Long still had an impression of General Tai. If Yun Yao hadn't stopped him, he might have died in the hands of General Tai. General Tai. It's me, Gung Long. Do you still remember it? Your people arrested the wrong person. We are friends with Yun Yao. Gung Long would not miss any chance to survive. Who knows what the Yun family would do to him? Most importantly, Long Rong was also by his side, and he did not want to see Long Rong suffer. General Tai glanced towards Gung Long upon hearing this. He seemed to recognize Gung Long. However, General Tai did not pay attention to Gung Long. He only asked the person who captured Gung Long and left directly. Your grandpa. Since you have recognized me, why didn't you let those people let us go? This Iron General really makes people speechless. The only person he knew left. Gung Long had no hope. They were driven into the backyard by the soldiers, dispersed and locked in rooms. The room was sealed tightly, and it was impossible to hear what was happening outside. But what made Gung Long feel relieved was that he and Long Rong were locked in the same room. So he felt more at ease. He asked Long Rong to sit down and rest, while he walked around, wondering if he could find any loopholes. Your grandpa's. It really pisses me off. Xiaoqiang. Didn't you notice it too? Gung Long carefully searched the house and found no secret passage. He could only place his hope on Xiaoqiang. But when he saw that Xiaoqiang shook his head and had no choice, Gung Long was discouraged. He sat back directly next to Long Rong and let Long Rong rest on him. A closed room cannot know the time changes outside. Gung Long tried everything on his body that could communicate with the outside world. After finding that nothing was of use, Gung Long had nothing to do. So he beat the wall with his fists. Boom, boom, boom. Just after Gung Long hit him a few times, the wall suddenly collapsed, and the biting cold wind blew in, making Gung Long tremble with the cold. Oh my god! This wall can't be so fragile. Just when Gung Long felt unbelievable and stared blankly at his fist, General Tai walked in directly. Gung Long, if you want to survive, come with me. Seeing General Tai, Gung Long didn't understand what was going on. But since he could escape from the trap, why should he think about it so much? He immediately asked the brothers to get up and follow the Iron General out. General, everyone has been rescued. Let's get out of here quickly. Gung Long turned his head and looked around. And when he found that all his people had been rescued, he knew that this was not the place to ask questions. So he waved his hand and asked everyone to follow General Tai and ran quickly into the distance. We can't go on like this. We're too slow. We'll definitely be caught up. General Tai watched for half an hour, but they still hadn't run out of the attack range of the Yun family. General Tai was a little anxious and looked around, trying to find something that could take their place. Ahem. General, please tell me if you need to speed up. Looking at this frozen territory, I'm afraid no one can run as fast as our wolf clan. The blind wolf said and whistled directly. The whistle was sharp and powerful, and it was still clearly audible in the blizzard. In just half a quarter of an hour, I heard a roar in the distance, and when I looked up, I saw dozens of giant wolves charging towards me. Haha. I'm so sorry that I forgot about you. Everyone, hurry up and ride up. Follow me. Don't get lost. General Tai did not dare to delay. He jumped on a giant wolf first and directed the giant wolf to run deep into the blizzard. With the help of the giant wolf clan, Gunlong and the others evacuated very quickly. But Gunlong really didn't know where General Tai was going to take them, seeing that if he walked further ahead, he would probably enter the Fire Realm territory. Gunlong couldn't help but be very curious about what the Iron General was going to do. "We're here. Right here." General Tai finally stopped in a small town at the junction of the Frozen Territory and the Fire Territory. Gunlong looked at this small town, which was not small at all. They were all houses built against the mountains. Looking over, it stretched for hundreds of miles. Gunlong was a little curious and asked General Tai directly, "General, where is this place? Did you bring us here?" General Tai invited everyone to enter the town. After making sure that nothing was missing, he took out a ball from his pocket. They saw him throwing the ball high into the air. There was a crisp sound, and the ball exploded. Then Gunlong and the others saw countless ice cubes appearing in the surrounding space and falling to the ground, forming a thick ice cube. The iceberg blocked their way. As a result, the town was completely isolated. After finishing all this, General Tai chuckled and said, "I discovered this place by chance during an inspection. It should be a small town left over from ancient times. You are safe here, and you don't have to worry about anyone disturbing you. As long as the houses in the town are empty, you can live in them. Let's take a rest. Gunlong, come with me. The eldest lady wants to see you." Once he heard that Yunyao was also here, Gunlong understood. At this time, General Tai didn't need to explain anything. He could make a rough guess. Gunlong asked everyone to rest peacefully, while he followed General Tai towards the town. Finally, they stopped in front of a remote thatched house. General Tai stepped forward, knocked on the door, and said softly, "Miss, I brought Gunlong here for you. Thank you for your hard work. General, go down and rest, and let Gunlong come in." General Tai responded, immediately took a few steps back, turned around and left. Gunlong stood at the door and saw that there was no one on the left and right, thinking that Yunyao was alone in the room at this time, and that a man and a woman alone, were in the same room. Gunlong felt inexplicably fanciful. Chapter 207 Li Family. "Why? Do you still want me to greet you in person? The famous leader of the Black Dragon?" Gunlong did not move for a long time. Yunyao in the room was a little angry and shouted coldly. Gunlong felt a little embarrassed when Yunyao said this. It can be said that Yunyao and I have only met each other once. But now that we have difficulties, maybe she just wants her to help. Or I am too dirty and always have random thoughts in my mind. Crunch. Gunlong pushed the door open and walked in. A faint fragrance greeted him in the dim room. Before Gunlong could react, he felt a pair of soft hands pull his arm and lead him into the house. Bang! The door was closed immediately. Gunlong hadn't figured out what was going on. I felt a warmth in my arms, and someone was hugging me. When I lowered my head, I saw that it was Yunyao. "Gunlong, my father betrayed me for power. You are the only one who can help me now. The eldest son of the Li family wanted to bully me, but I destroyed him. The Li family will definitely take me back and torture me. As long as you are willing to help me, I can give myself to you. Whatever you want," Yunyao said, and her hands began to roam around Gunlong's body. Just when Gunlong couldn't control himself, Long Long's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Gunlong bit his tongue with the tip of his teeth, and the severe pain made him wake up. Seeing that Yunyao still had no intention of stopping, Gunlong pushed hard and pushed Yunyao to the ground. "That's enough. How can you, the eldest lady of a large and dignified family, be so despicable? You think I am willing? What can I do otherwise? The Li family is so powerful that no one dares to offend me. I am still young and I don't want to die. But it is impossible for me to go to the Li family and be abused by them. If not, which of you men would offend the Li family for me?" Yunyao collapsed at this time. She hugged her head and cried, roaring at the top of her lungs. Looking at Yunyao, who was crying into tears, Gunlong felt that what he had just done was a little too much. Everyone is afraid of death, not to mention Yunyao's current tragic experience. If she is captured by the Li family, it will probably be more uncomfortable than death. "Okay, stop crying. Tell me about the Li family's situation." Gunlong pulled Yunyao up and helped her sit down beside the bed. He thought about it, walked to the door, opened it, moved a chair and sat at the door, waiting for Yunyao to tell his story. Such a Gunlong was something Yunyao never expected. In fact, when General Tai told her that he had captured Gunlong and entered the mansion, and that Gunlong was already the leader of the famous Black Dragon group of the monster tribe, Yunyao found out from her memory that time here comes Gunlong who catches the wolf cub with him. At that time, Gunlong was very ordinary. And he also looked at himself with some evil intentions. But since he had no one else to help him, Yunyao could only think of the method just now to make Gunlong compromise. But the reality is very cruel. The beauty that I am so proud of could not defeat Gunlong. Moreover, the other party may be thinking of helping him because of the one-sided relationship at that time. Yunyao looked at Gunlong, who was covered by the setting sun at the door, and was a little stunned. Ahem. Let me tell you. Can we talk about business first? Gunlong noticed something unusual when he found Yunyao looking at him like a nymphomaniac. Gunlong's face suddenly turned red. He deliberately coughed twice to bring Yunyao back from her thoughts, and signaled Yunyao to tell her about the situation of the Li family. Yunyao realized what she had just done. She covered her face. After a while, she calmed down, and then she said, "The Li family was not famous in our frozen territory before. But since the battle after the death of the Beast King, the Li family has suddenly developed rapidly for some reason. The area under its control has directly reached half of the frozen territory. I know that the Li family will never stopping here. I didn't expect them to want to annex our Yun family through marriage. It's a pity that my father was deceived and directly agreed to the Li family's marriage proposal, and asked me to marry that romantic young man from the Li family." When Yunyao said this, she probably thought of something disdainful. Her face turned red, and she continued to say angrily, "You don't know? The young master of the Li family is already in his 30s, and has more than a dozen wives. He didn't want to marry me at all. He just wanted me to join him in his back garden. I was forced to get married by my father that day. But I couldn't bear the shameless behavior of young Master Li. Just when he was not paying attention, I killed him. You know the rest. He is wanted by the entire city. I just want to take me back and deal with it." Gunlong was very angry when he heard this. To be honest, Gunlong really didn't understand the people here. Are the rich and powerful so scary? In order to survive, they can even sell out their own daughters. I don't know what such people are doing in this world. Wait a moment. I'll ask some of my friends to come over and discuss it. Seeing that Yunyao agreed, Gunlong stood up and called the old lizard and the blind wolf over. "Gunlong, what's wrong? Are we going to return to the Yun family for revenge?" The old lizard had never met Yunyao and didn't know Yunyao's identity. So he asked directly, "Old man, kill me. Do you know who this girl is?" "She is Yunyao, the eldest lady of the Yun family." Hearing what the blind wolf said, and thinking of what he had just said, the old lizard was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, not knowing what to say. We are all our own. It's okay. I called you here just to ask how much you know about the Li family. If we start a war with him, what are the chances of winning?" Gunlong didn't want the atmosphere to be too awkward, so he went directly to the topic and stated his intentions. "Oh, you're talking about the Li family. Hee. Our giant wolf clan has been fighting with him a lot anyway. Those grandsons like to come to our wolf den to catch babies when they have nothing to do. I've wanted to deal with them for a long time." As the blind wolf spoke, he suddenly remembered that Yunyao and Gunlong had captured their wolf babies before. He chuckled and continued, "It was your first time to steal the wolf treasure. We are all our own people, so that doesn't count. But having said that, there must be someone behind the Li family's unwarranted expansion of power. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. And once, when they came to snatch the wolf treasure, I seemed to hear someone shouting the name of the messenger." Messenger? Gunlong had never heard of any messenger. But since the other party had such a name, the power behind him must be extraordinary. In this way, it was natural for the Li family to expand wildly and act arrogantly in recent years. If he had such a powerful force behind him, he would be more arrogant than the Li family. Chapter 208, Coming Forward. The old lizard didn't live in this frozen territory, and he only heard about the Li family, but didn't know much about it. However, after hearing the story of Blind Wolf and the others, the old lizard thought deeply about what he wanted to say, but in the end, he closed his mouth and said nothing. Gunlong noticed the old lizard's movements. He walked up to the old lizard, patted the old lizard on the shoulder and said, "Old buddy, we are discussing countermeasures. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. We brothers don't need to be formal." Seeing everyone looking at him, the old lizard finally said, "Gunlong, what I said is not pleasant to hear, so please don't mind. Let's put it this way. Although our Black Dragon Regiment is quite famous now, except for me and the subordinates of the old lizard, everyone else who joined the Legion knows them very well. What is it for? Once the war starts, no one can guarantee how many people will actually join us in the war. The old lizard said this, looking at everyone agreeing with his idea. Lowering his head and thinking, he frowned and continued. As for the Li family, let's not mention the forces behind him for the moment. It is the Li family itself. After so many years of accumulation, there are many loyal guards in the family. In this way, on the one hand, we are learning from Wuming, and on the other hand it's because of the lack of manpower. In the end, it's just a matter of losing soldiers and generals. I'm afraid someone will add insult to injury, and it will be difficult for us to stand up in the future. After listening to the old lizard's analysis, Genlong felt that what he said made sense, seeing that no one had a better idea. Even Yuniao was a little confused at this time. She had been thinking about destroying the Li family for safety, but she had never experienced such a deep matter, so naturally she didn't think about it so thoroughly. Old man, stop talking bit by bit. Hurry up and tell me your solution. Genlong knew that since the old lizard had taken everything into consideration, he had naturally arranged a way out for Yuniao. He chuckled and signaled the old lizard to stop hiding it and speak out quickly. Well, for today's plan, to protect Miss Yun's integrity, then I'll force Miss Yun to come with us and join Bai Mu's door. With Bai Mu watching over me, I guess the Li family won't dare to cause trouble. When the old lizard said this, Genlong slapped his thigh and secretly cursed himself for being so confused. Why have you forgotten Bai Mu? Just Bai Mu's identity and strength in this monster tribe, let alone the Li family. I'm afraid even the current Beast King will give in to Bai Mu when he meets him. Ha ha ha. Old man, it's better to be old. If you hadn't reminded us, we would have been helpless. Let's just do it. Without further ado, let's set off immediately. Genlong and the others are now at the intersection of the frozen territory and the fire territory. If Genlong remembers correctly, there is a teleportation array on the border of the fire territory. As long as they get there, they can naturally teleport directly to the vicinity of Big Moo's habitat. By that time, people were already looking at the plate, and they were still afraid of a bird. Miss, it's not good. People from the Li family are chasing us here. Just as Genlong was about to call everyone to set off, General Tai came running over with a panicked look on his face. Boom! As soon as General Tai finished speaking, he heard a loud boom in the distance. It was obvious that the people of the Li family were attacking the protective barrier. Miss, you go quickly. That barrier can't stop you for too long. I'm here to help you delay. General Tai had received Yunyao's favor. If it weren't for Yunyao's support, he wouldn't be in his current position. Yunyao was in trouble now, so he would naturally rush to the front to repay Yunyao's kindness. Ha ha ha. None of you can leave today. Before Genlong and the others could move, the iceberg used for defense actually broke open, and the Li family's army came in. Seeing the town instantly filled with Li family's large army, Genlong's face became serious. He really didn't know what to do. Well, who do I think that you dare to protect Yunyao? It turns out to be the leader of the Black Dragon Legion. Well, let me remind you that your Black Dragon Legion is now the 7-star Legion, and it is only one step away from the final success. If running all your efforts for this Yunyao is really not worth the loss, tell me, am I right? The leader of the Li family was Li Tianba, the head of the Li family. His son was crippled and almost died, so he naturally wanted to deal with the culprit with his own hands. Genlong knew the identity of the other party through Yunyao. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Master Li, Yunao is my friend, although she handled this matter a little inappropriately. As far as I know, what your Li family did was also inappropriate. How about we each make concessions and resolve this matter? I Genlong will definitely remember your kindness. Master Li, from now on, the master of the family can send me Genlong as he pleases. Humph. Genlong, what you said is very light. My son has been crippled, and this life is over. No matter how hard you try, you can't make up for the damage that girl caused to my son. I put my words aside today. Here, hand Yunyao over and everyone else can leave. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you taste the power of my Li family general. When Li Tianba saw Yunyao, his eyes were filled with sparks, and he wished he could take Yunyao down immediately, twitch and peel off her skin, so that she would never be able to stand up again. Naturally, Genlong would not agree to Genlong's request. With a wave of his hand, all the soldiers took out their weapons and waited for Li Tianba's order to launch an attack. Yunyao knew that she could not escape, and she did not want to implicate Genlong. She bowed to Genlong and thanked him repeatedly. Genlong, thank you for standing up for me. With what you just said, Yunyao is already very satisfied. Everyone has seen today's situation. Don't worry. I won't blame you. You go. I will bear the responsibility for the mistakes I made. General Tai looked at Yun Yao and finished speaking. Tears welled up in his eyes. He looked ahead firmly, with a smile on his face, and strode towards Li Tianba. He was in great pain and roared, "Miss, come back quickly." Looking at Yun Yao, he remained unmoved and continued to move forward. General Tai waved his spear and rushed towards Li Tianba. However, someone moved faster than him. But that person did not attack Li Tianba, but stepped forward and pulled Yun Yao back. "Gunlong, what do you mean? Are you really planning to become an enemy of my Li family?" Li Tianba didn't expect that Gunlong would dare to resist openly. He shouted loudly, pointed at Gunlong's nose and cursed. Patriarchally. Since you know my Black Dragon Core, you must also understand its rules. As long as he is my friend, no matter who he offends, no matter how big the problem is, I, Gunlong, will bear the responsibility for him. I already understand what you mean. And now I will say it here. I, Gunlong, will protect you now. If anyone wants to take you now away, they must kill me first. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Chapter 209 Death Fight. Li Tianba didn't expect that with so many people surrounding him, Gunlong would be so stubborn. But at this time, his brain was filled with hatred, and he couldn't care about other things. Seeing that Gunlong was confronting him, Li Tianba waved his hand and shouted, "Kill me! Whoever captures Yun Yao alive will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins." When the soldiers surrounding the area heard that there was a reward of 10,000 gold, they all became excited. A pair of blazing eyes, staring at Yun Yao crazily, marching in neat steps. "Xiaoqiang, are you ready? When will the teleportation array be ready?" Gunlong saw that the war was about to break out. For the safety of Long Rong and the others, Gunlong communicated with Xiaoqiang in advance, hoping that Xiaoqiang would build a teleportation array. Originally, this kind of thing was somewhat impossible. After all, Xiaoqiang's current strength and mecha power were simply not sufficient. However, as God would have it, Gunlong possesses many high-quality inner elixirs. With the help of those inner elixirs, Xiaoqiang became much more relaxed and quickly built the teleportation array. It will be ready soon. As soon as Xiaoqiang finished speaking, the space behind Gunlong shook, and a teleportation array suddenly appeared. "Long Rong, you go quickly. I'll take care of you." At this critical moment, there was no room for humility. Moreover, Long Rong knew that with their strength, they would only cause trouble for Gunlong. So she nodded and entered the teleportation array directly. "Leopard, you go too. Help me take care of Long Rong." Seeing Lin Bao standing next to him, Gunlong kicked Lin Bao into the room without waiting for him to speak. "Master, we can still send one more person. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer." Hearing Xiaoqiang shout, Gunlong glanced around. When he saw that the only ones left were the old lizard and the blind wolf group of brothers, Yun Yao was also standing aside, with no intention of leaving. Gunlong sighed and shouted to the old lizard and the blind wolf, "Old guys, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have to bury you with me today. Yun Yao, get out of here quickly." Yun Yao was not moved. She stood with her sword in hand, looked back at Gunlong, and said with a smile, "Don't try to persuade me. I have made up my mind. I will fight to the bitter end today." "Oh no. Stop being so pretentious here. Don't even think about leaving." Li Tianba reacted at this time and felt relieved when he saw that Yun Yao was still there. But he did not dare to delay any longer and signaled his men to take action. Clang, clang, clang. The space was filled with the sound of weapons clashing, as well as people's crazy shouts of killing. Gunlong saw that with the opponent's absolute numerical superiority, his side suffered heavy losses, and half of the people fell quickly. His heart was bleeding. But Gunlong knew that he must calm down at this time. In this situation, if you can't think of a better way to break through, everything will be in vain. "Gunlong, the teleportation array is about to disappear. You hurry up and leave. As long as you are still alive, we brothers don't have to worry about no one to avenge us." "That's right. You should leave quickly. Don't feel any debt. Following you these days, we have received the respect we deserve. And that's enough." The blind wolf and the old lizard knew that sooner or later they would be defeated by the army. They began to persuade Gunlong to retreat. However, when he saw that Gunlong ignored him and continued to rush into the crowd, the blind wolf and the old lizard looked at each other. The old friends understood each other's meaning with one look. The two of them rushed to Ginglong together, grabbed Ginglong directly, dragged him to the teleportation array, and threw him into the teleportation array. No! Realizing that he was leaving, Ginglong roared unwillingly. He watched the old lizard and the blind wolf wave their hands towards him, then turn around and rush towards the enemy. It didn't take long for it to be overwhelmed by the crowd, and I couldn't even see what was going on. Ginglong's eyes were about to burst, but there was really nothing he could do. Boom! Just when Ginglong was about to be teleported, there was an explosion, and the teleportation array was destroyed directly. Ginglong stopped halfway through the teleportation and fell to the ground. When he saw that he had successfully stayed, Ginglong said nothing and jumped high in the air. He spotted the place where Blind Wolf and the others were surrounded and jumped in directly. Hey, if you want to abandon me, God won't allow it. Let's fight to the end today. The old lizard and the blind wolf heard Ginglong's words. They had also seen the scene of the teleportation array breaking apart just now. They knew it was too late to say anything at this time. They all laughed and stood together with Ginglong to fight against those who were rushing towards them. Soldiers, Ginglong, that's enough. If you continue like this, you will die. Hand me over. This matter has nothing to do with you at all. Yunyao watched Ginglong's brothers fall one by one, and she couldn't bear it. In fact, from the time Ginglong started talking about protecting her, Yunyao has seen the current situation. Today, she had a new understanding of Ginglong. Regardless of the outcome, Yunyao was very lucky that when she was hunting, she had a soft heart and befriended Ginglong. Otherwise, how would she know that Ginglong was such a person who kept his promises and valued love and justice? Just go and cool off for a while. What's the business of you girls when the old men are fighting? Xiaoqiang, are you ready? I want to sing a jingdong drum with these thieves. Ginglong made full preparations from the beginning. Firstly for the teleportation array, and secondly, for Xiaoqiang to add a sound-like thing to the shifang drum. After all, if there are so many people on the other side, the power of the shifang drum cannot be increased. Shifang waited and exhausted all the mecha power in his body. The other party still had sufficient combat power, so his work was in vain. Master, it's ready. Upon hearing Ginglong's call, Xiaoqiang hurriedly responded. Ginglong laughed when he heard this and immediately summoned the Shifangu. Shifangu. Ha ha ha. God is helping me. Listen, Li family soldiers. Whoever takes back Shifangu will get a reward of 100,000. Li Tianba's words were transmitted to the entire battlefield. Hearing that there was a reward of 100,000 gold, the soldiers who were originally, as if they had been given chicken blood, were even more passionate at this time. Regardless of the scars on their bodies, they gathered together, rushed towards Ginglong and the others. Ha ha ha. Looking for death. Ginglong was worried that he could not gather the enemies. Seeing them rushing up in a swarm, Ginglong was so happy that he secretly cursed these idiots. The mallet in his hand kept hitting the drum head quickly. Dong dong dong. The power of the shifang drum that had been strengthened by Xiaoqiang had indeed increased a lot. Seeing that as he continued to drum, the people who were closer to them would break apart and die. Ginglong got more energy, alternated his hands quickly, and hammered crazily. 10 square drums. Yeah. Get out quickly. Although Li Tianba wanted to win Shifangdu and Yunyao, he was also a man who cherished his life. What's more, when he came out this time, he brought all his elites with him. If everything is revealed here, the Li family's foundation will fall apart. Seeing that he was defeated, Li Tianba hurriedly called for his men to retreat. Chapter 210, God-Killing Genealogy. Ginglong watched Li Tianba and the others retreat into the distance, and he also stopped. After all, after the shifang drum is blessed, the power of the mecha is also increased. Those few blows just now were indeed quite powerful, but they also exhausted the mecha elements in Ginglong's body. He immediately took out an inner elixir and began to replenish the mecha elements in his body. Ginglong, the brothers have been contacted, and everyone is rushing here. I guess reinforcements will arrive in another hour. Hearing what the old lizard said, Ginglong looked down at the corpses on the ground. There were less than 10 people on their side who were still standing. The Li family on the opposite side was still completely dark, as if there was no loss at all. Ginglong shook his head, thought of something, and then said, Himawara. No contact. Well, not yet. It's not easy to get around where he lives. The brothers we sent out haven't replied to the letter yet. Is that so? If Bima hadn't come, I'm afraid we would still be in bad luck, and all the brothers' sacrifices would have been in vain. It was only at this time that Ginglong truly felt the power of his family. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. What's more, the Li family is now at its peak, with many talented people and strong fighting capabilities. Your grandpa. If I can survive this time, I will definitely form an army of my own. Ah, Ginglong. Look what happened to the Shifang drum. Ginglong, who was thinking, heard the old lizard's cry and looked down. When he discovered that the Shifang drum in his hand was flashing red suddenly. The mallet on the drum was also hanging out of thin air, pointing at a stone house in front of him. Ginglong stood up immediately and saw that the Li family did not attack again. He was probably thinking of some strategy. He picked up the Shifang gu and walked towards the stone house. Buzz! As Ginglong got closer and closer to the stone house, the colors on the Shifang drum became even more intense, and he actually made a trembling sound. Ginglong was worried about what was inside the stone house, so he asked everyone to stay away. He held the Shifang drum and slowly entered the stone house. Everything in the empty stone house is clear at a glance, and there is nothing special about it. Ginglong looked at the Shifang drum in his hand and started to play it himself. He didn't believe that this stone house had no secrets. So Ginglong walked around the house holding the Shifang drum, and finally stopped at a blind corner of the wall. This is it. After testing, Ginglong found that the reaction was the greatest when the Shifang drum was in this position. He squatted down and looked at the wall up and down. After finding that there was nothing wrong with the wall, Ginglong tried to knock on the wall. Ding ding ding. Ginglong felt happy when he heard the sound coming from the wall. It seemed like there was something hidden in the wall. He punched the wall through and looked at the hole in the wall, where a groove was dug very deep. And inside the groove, there was actually a booklet. Ginglong took out the booklet and looked at the 3 words written on the booklet, the Book of Killing Gods. Ginglong chuckled. I'll go. That's really a big deal. Could it be that if you learn the things in this book, you can kill gods? Old Lizard and the others watched clearly from outside. After confirming that Ginglong had noticed and there was no threat in the house, they also followed in. God-killing genealogy. When the old lizard and the blind wolf saw what Ginglong was holding, they both became excited together. Ginglong saw that something was wrong, although he also guessed that it was related to the Shifang drum. This big drum could also be regarded as a musical instrument. If the Shifang drum responded, it would naturally be usable. However, the brochure said that it could kill gods, which Ginglong felt was a bit exaggerated. Now seeing the reaction of the 2 old guys like this, Ginglong looked at the pamphlet in his hand and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that after learning this thing, it can really kill god-level figures? Ginglong, you don't know. After the 10 Directions drum was born, what followed was the god-killing Book of Gods in your hand. Those who had both in those days were all capable of calling on the wind and rain, and commanding the wind and clouds. But in the end, no one could tell. Why? Shifangu is always found in the world occasionally, but there is no trace of this god-killing genealogy, and people can't find it. I didn't expect that he was hidden here. It seems that God is wise. It's such good luck that even God doesn't want us to die. Ginglong was so impressed that it was really that amazing. He immediately opened the booklet. Looking at the densely packed words in the booklet, Ginglong couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. If he read it one by one, he didn't know when he would be able to finish it. Master, those words are meant to confuse people. Don't read the words. Just close your eyes and use your mecha power to communicate with the book. You will definitely find something. Xuqiang is well informed and naturally discovered the problem. Hearing this, Ginglong summoned the mecha elements and handed the booklet to the entire package. Ginglong really didn't find anything different at first, but after he explored around, he suddenly felt a suction force appearing in the booklet. Then he became dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, he actually appeared in a place. In the dark space, there were densely packed drums at his feet. An old man stood with his hands behind his back facing him. Haha, little friend. You and I are destined to discover this god-killing genealogy. In this case, I won't hide my secrets, and I will teach you everything. I hope that after completing the study, my little friend, I can kill demons and return the world. Peace. After the old man finished speaking, his whole body actually turned into stars, forming different shapes in the dark space and flashing in front of Ginglong. After all the graphic demonstrations were completed, the old man's figure reappeared. He still had his back to Ginglong and said with a smile, "There are specialties in the arts, and success depends on one's ability. I have already drawn out all the wonderful functions of the god-killing species, As for how far you can understand it, it is your own destiny. I would like to remind you that nothing can be forced. Just keep your skills close to you. If you are too greedy, you will be ruined. But one trick can be used everywhere. Ha ha ha. After the old man finished speaking, he disappeared directly. Gunlung was in a trance. But when he regained consciousness, he reappeared in the stone house. As for the god-killing manual in his hand, it turned into star points and disappeared. Gunlung, what's going on? Why did the god-killing book disappear? Everyone was very concerned about the god-killing book. Seeing the god-killing book disappear, they were very surprised and immediately asked Gunlong. Gunlong was still immersed in what the old man had just said. The content of the god-killing genealogy was actually very simple. There are two aspects in total. The first is to shake the world. As the name suggests, after the cultivation is completed, as long as you hammer down, everything in the world will obey the order. Secondly, there are visitors from all directions. This means that when the drum sounds, countless ghost warriors can be summoned to fight for him. Gunlong now had two key points hanging in his mind. Depending on what the old man meant, he wanted to choose one to learn. Moreover, Gunlong could feel that with his ability, he could only learn the god-killing manual. So Gunlong was immersed in his own mind, thinking about which one to choose. Chapter 211 Ghost Warrior. Captain, it's bad. They're coming. Just when Gunlong was hesitant, the brother in charge of the guard rushed in and informed him of the situation outside. That's it. Just choose him. The top priority now is help. What I need is help. Gunlong made a decision and directly chose the key to summon the Ghost Warrior. A bunch of magic formulas instantly poured into Gunlong's mind. Gunlong could feel that each formula contained infinite energy. The formulas were spitting rapidly in Gunlong's mind, and they were deeply imprinted in Gunlong's mind. In the end, they all merged together and became one word. Elder, we can't wait any longer. We can still fight to break out now. Otherwise, we will be surrounded. A brother from the wolf tribe saw that the situation was urgent. He was worried that the elders would also report it here. So he immediately came in to report it. The blind wolf and the old lizard looked at Gunlong still standing there without any reaction. They had no choice but to go out with the others and set up defenses outside. I pray that Gunlong can come out of the mountain soon. Humph. The Shifanga consumes the power of the mecha. That Gunlong is only a level 6 human armor. Even if he is assisted by something that supplements the power of the mecha, he can't last too long. He was really beaten just now. Stop it. Jinglongli, why don't you come out? You must have used too much force just now. You can't do it now. Why don't you hide? Li Tianba stood first and saw that Gunlong did not come out. He knew that his guess was good, although there were some losses in the battle just now. If you calculate carefully, if you fight hard, you can still fight Gunlong. As long as you get the Shifangu, all the sacrifices will be worth it. The old lizard and the blind wolf asked everyone to form a team to avoid being attacked from both sides. Seeing that the Li family soldiers had begun to advance, they were pressing towards them. The old lizard and the blind wolf looked at each other and both chuckled. Old man, see you in the next life. A tragic atmosphere filled the air. Yunyao looked at the group of people beside her. After saying goodbye to each other, they all held their heads high and their eyes firm, waiting for the battle to begin. It seems that death is just like playing house to them, and they are not afraid of it at all. Yunyao looked back at the stone house and saw that Gunlong still didn't move. The two sides were about to collide. Yunyao thought that if it weren't for him, Gunlong and the others would probably be on their way to the Legion star-raising mission at this time. Or they might be searching for ancient treasures in the temple. She knew it was time for her to make a choice, and she didn't want anyone to sacrifice for her. Stop right there. Li Tianba. Don't you just want me? I will take responsibility for my own mistakes. Now I will go with you. Let them go. Yunyao said this as he put away his weapon, strode into the middle of the crowd, and signaled Old Lizard and the others to step back. Ha ha ha. Yunyao. It would be great if you had this awareness earlier. We don't have to spend so much time. But I also want to thank you. It is because of you that I have the opportunity to get the coveted Shifang drum. Now I am no longer interested in your life and death. As long as you hand over the 10-square drum, I can let you go and even forget your mistakes. Li Tianba didn't shy away from anything and directly spoke out his inner thoughts. I want the Shifang drum. Okay. I'll give it to you right now. Gunlong stood up at the right time, holding the 10-square drum in his hand, and walked out of the stone house. As soon as Li Tianba saw the Shifangu, his eyes gleamed and he jumped off the horse. He quickly ran to Ginglong and stretched out his hand to get the Shifang drum. Hey, don't be impatient. Does what you just said count? What if I give you the Shifangu, and you kill us all later? I think so. Let my people leave here first. Wait. After making sure they are safe, I will hand over the Shifang drum to you. Ginglong stuffed the Shifangu into his arms, pointed at the group of people behind him, and directly discussed the terms with Li Tianbo. Okay. Get out of my way. Let them go. At this time, Li Tianbo couldn't take his eyes off the Shifangu. He waved his hand and asked his men to make way. Ginglong, this won't work. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone. If you want to leave, let's all go together. How could the old lizard and the blind wolf leave Ginglong alone here? They protected Ginglong in the center, unwilling to be separated from him at all. Ginglong, you can see that they didn't leave on their own, so I can't blame them. Give me the Shifang drum quickly. Don't worry. I only want the drum and nothing else. Li Tianbo was completely stunned at this time. He stared blankly at the Shifangu in Ginglong's hand, wishing he could snatch it away and hold it in his arms. Okay, I'll give it to you right now, Ginglong said, and threw the Shifangu into the air. As soon as Li Tianbo saw the Shifangu, he seemed to have lost his soul. Without caring about anything, he jumped up in the air and rushed towards the Shifangu. It's now! Seeing Li Tianbo holding the Shifang drum in his arms, Ginglong jumped directly into the air and hit the Shifang drum hard. Boom! The dull drum beat sounded, long and distant, and everyone around was startled. But when they found out that they were fine, everyone was very curious as to what Ginglong was doing. Boom! There was another drum beat. This time it was very rapid, and it was particularly harsh in human ears. Ginglong, what are you doing? Li Tianbo thought that Ginglong was going to destroy Shifangu, so he hugged the big drum tightly in his arms and stared at Ginglong, for fear that Ginglong would rush over again. It's okay. I'll give you a ride. Ginglong chuckled and made a beheading gesture in an understatement. What? Li Tianbo found it very funny. With so many people here, how could he make Ginglong and the others rebel? Just when Li Tianbo was about to call his men to tie up Ginglong, he suddenly felt his hands tighten. When he looked down, 2 hands exuding black mist appeared and held his arms firmly. Catch. Ah! What is this? Just when Li Tianbo was at a loss, the black mist expanded rapidly, and 2 dead bodies more than 2 meters tall and covered with rotting flesh appeared. They tore off Li Tianbo's head and rushed to devour Li Tianbo. Tianbo's body. Master! This sudden change shocked everyone, especially the soldiers of the Li family. They wanted to step forward and snatch Li Tianbo's body back, but they had never seen this monster before them. The bloody scene was shocking. Everyone was stunned, and no one dared to step forward, watching helplessly as Li Tianbo was devoured. Ah! I remembered. Those were ghost warriors. They appeared once before when we were attacking the Beast King. Everyone, run away. Those guys are very cruel and won't stop until they eat all the people. An older veteran in the Li family's army finally remembered what it was. The terrifying scene came to his mind. He yelled and ran away without caring about others. Chapter 212 means. The old man's departure stirred up the morale of the army. People looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, they became a little scared and turned around and ran out. However, there are also loyal people in the Li family. I saw 2 men who looked like generals. They drew their big swords and chopped down those who wanted to escape. They shouted harshly. Assholes! You eat and live with the Li family. Now that the head of the house has passed away, you don't care whether you have any conscience or not. Those few people across the way, come to me and kill them to avenge the head of the house. Ginglong looked at some people who were leaving, but was scolded back by the 2 generals. He turned his head and looked behind him. He saw the 2 ghost warriors standing proudly. He pointed at the soldiers of the Li family in front of him and said, What are you still doing? Come on! Kill them all! The ghost warriors received the order to attack. They responded, nodded, and rushed directly towards the crowd in front of them. In an instant, wherever the ghost warrior passed by, there were stumps of limbs and broken arms, and blood flowed everywhere. Seeing this horrific scene, the Li family soldiers no longer had the courage to stay here. They said nothing to offend Ginglong, and watched the 2 generals forcing them to attack. No one knew who started it, but swords and knives were waving wildly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 generals who tried to stop the retreat were dead on the spot. Without a leader, the army retreated quickly like loose sand. Ginglong was worried that they would come back. So he followed the ghost soldiers and chased them for a long time. After making sure that the people of the Lee family were scared and dared not turn back, Gunlong returned to the town and told the old lizard to leave quickly. Not to stay here for long. Great Elder. We are here. That is, when Gunlong and his party came out of the town, reinforcements finally arrived. Before the blind wolf and the old lizard could greet everyone, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a huge figure roared towards them. Gunlong could feel the aura of Big Moo. He was very happy and just wanted to say hello to Big Moo. When Nabamu discovered the ghost who was devouring corpses in the town, his face tightened and he directly attacked the ghost. By Moo. Stop it! Those two guys were summoned by me. Seeing that something was wrong, Gunlong hurriedly ran back to the town and shouted loudly to stop Bigu from attacking Ghost. Well, you said you made this thing? How is this possible? How can you learn such a crooked way? Seeing that Baimu didn't believe it, Gunlong pulled Baimu aside and told him everything that had just happened. When Baimu knew the reason for this, he saw that Gunlong could really control the Queen of Death. Baimu breathed a sigh of relief. You must know that during the war, he had suffered the loss of these dead soldiers, and was almost swallowed by these dead soldiers. Humph. After so many years of not leaving the mountain, all these cats and dogs have become rampant. Fortunately, you have this 10-square drum in your hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you now. Let's go. Let them know that I am better than my eyes. Being silent doesn't mean that I don't want to move. Those who dare to touch me must be punished as they deserve. After he finished speaking, he transformed back into his dragon form and asked everyone to ride on his back. Ha ha ha. Lord Hiram, I have already said that one day I will ride on you. But I didn't expect that it finally came true today. The old lizard was very shy. And as he spoke, he was about to crawl on Big Moo's body. Big Moo was very unhappy. He snorted coldly, twitched his tail, and knocked down the old lizard. You old stubborn. Don't you have wings? You can fly by yourself. Being choked by Big Eyes, the old lizard's face turned red. Seeing that Big Moo ignored him at all, he ran to Gunlong and motioned for Gunlong to say something nice to him. Gunlong was very curious about what the old lizard's wings looked like. Under the instigation of the blind wolf, Gunlong just laughed and said nothing. The old lizard saw that there was nothing he could do, so he had to sneak aside. After holding it in for a while, two wings the size of a baby's hand appeared on both sides of his body, which looked very pleasant. Ha ha ha! Gunlong and the others were amused by the old lizard's appearance. They saw the old lizard looking embarrassed and following them obediently, turning his face to the side and ignoring them. Gunlong couldn't bear it, so he argued with Bigu. And then Bigu agreed to let the old lizard climb on his back. The Lee family's base camp was uniquely built at the bottom of the ice lake. When Gunlong and the others arrived, the collapsed army had not yet returned. Watching people in the city running to the streets, curiously looking at the flying birds in the sky. There were many children and old people among them. Gunlong couldn't bear it. He just wanted to talk to dissuade Bimu and stop pursuing it. Baima felt the changes in Gunlong, and he said, Gunlong, this is war. The winner takes all. If you lose today, your friends and family will be trampled by them. This is life. If you want to protect your family and friends from threats, you have to be ruthless enough to make others afraid of you. That's the way people are. You have to slowly adapt to it. Baima knew that Gunlong needed time to digest all this. As a person who had experienced thousands of years of struggle, Baima knew what he should do to ensure the stable development of his race. Baimu opened his mouth and roared. Listen, people of the Lee family, your head dares to challenge me. The barbarian Bimu. Today I am here to take the lives of your Lee family. Those of you who are lucky enough to survive must remember that I, the barbarian Bimu, are no one can move. After finishing speaking, Bayuma fell directly onto the ice and stepped hard with his giant claws, breaking the ice layer directly. Without the protection of the ice, the river water quickly poured into the Lee family's yard, submerging the Lee family's mansion in an instant. Gunlong and the others were on Baima's back, listening to the cries for help, wailing, and cursing from below. That Gunlong couldn't bear it, and just when he was about to turn his head away, he shouted sharply, Gunlong, keep your eyes open. Remember, what happened to the Lee family today may happen to you in the future. You have grown up now, and more people will follow you in the future. Please remember that kindness to the enemy is irresponsibility to one's own people. Today, when you fight with the Lee family, 30 people from the giant wolf family will die, and 15 people from the lizard family will die. Stand right here. Bai Mu's words were imprinted in Ginglong's heart. And Ginglong looked back at the corpses of the brothers, who had been restrained and carried behind him. At this moment, Ginglong felt that he had a heavy responsibility. Thinking of his battle with Li Tianba, Ginglong sighed secretly. He still had too much to learn. Chapter 213. It's all done. As a native mecha star, Yunao has lived in the monster tribe for many years, so she naturally knows the name of the savage beast. Yunyao was shocked when she saw that someone in her family, who could not overthrow her in her entire life, was just stamping her feet here. She didn't know what to say. Assholes. I'm going to kill you! With a roar, the fleeing soldiers of the Li family finally returned. When they saw their homes destroyed, their relatives all left. The soldiers all had tears in their eyes, roared, and ran towards Thumu and the others. Hey, humans, since you all know remorse, why do you show no mercy at all when you kill others? Well, I'd better give you a ride. So I have a companion on the road to H.L. Famoku sighed, and then roared upwards. Ginglong and the others were better off behind Famoku. But those soldiers who attacked were indeed in trouble. Each one of them held his head, fell to the ground, bleeded from his orifices, and died directly. I'll go. It's so awesome. The old lizard watched clearly from the side, and was able to deal with this vast army with just a roar. The old lizard was a little envious. He didn't expect that after leaping into a dragon, Baimu would be much more powerful than before. You old guy. If you work harder, you might be stronger than me. Well, I'm a little tired too, so I'll go back and rest first. There aren't many soldiers left, so I'll leave it to you. After Bima finished speaking, he put Ginglong and his group on the ground, waved their wings slightly, and disappeared in an instant. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other, and their companions just died in another big movie. The remaining members of the Li family, who were still alive, were all stunned. When they saw Bima leaving, they all had red eyes and rushed towards Ginglong and the others. Rise! Ginglong shouted loudly, and beat the Shifang drum with his palms. The two ghost warriors from before immediately appeared again. Seeing the dense crowd in front of them, they rushed towards the soldiers without Ginglong's command. When the old lizard and the blind wolf saw that the battle had begun, they were about to call their men to attack together, when they heard shouts of death in the distance. When they looked up, they saw a group of cavalry carrying cloud flags rushing over. General Tai saw that his troops were coming, and the leader was Yun Tian, the head of the Yun family. He was very happy, pointing to the main flag and saying, "Miss, look, the master of the house is coming with reinforcements." The cavalry was very fast. As he spoke, he rushed into the crowd of the Li family, and waved his sword at the already exhausted Li family army. At this time, there was really no resistance at all, and he was allowed to be slaughtered by the Yun family. At the end, it looked like there would be no breakthrough, and the remaining Li family soldiers had no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy in order to survive. Yun Yao, my father is here to save you. You have worked hard these days, and the Li family is finally dead. Yun Tian came directly to Yun Yao and looked at Yun Yao, who didn't want to pay attention to him. Yun Tian's expression was a little connotative, but when he saw Ginglong beside him, Yun Tian immediately returned to his smile and said, "This should be Captain Gung. You are really young and promising. On behalf of the entire Yun family, I would like to thank you for helping our Yun family get rid of our great enemy." If he hadn't known about Yun Tian's virtue from Yun Yao in advance, Ginglong would have been deceived by Yun Tian's polite appearance. He was too lazy to talk to Yun Tian, and saw that the Li family had been dealt with almost completely. Even if there were occasional fish that slipped through the net, they could not escape the search of Yun Tian's men. Ginglong was so happy that he waved his hand to everyone to leave. "Yao Yao, where are you going? The threat to our Yun family has been eliminated. Your future life will not be disturbed. Let's go home." "Humph. Go home. Do you still have a place for me in your home? When you sold me out for your own meager profits, did you consider my feelings?" Yun Tian, listen carefully. From now on, starting today, I, Yun Yao, will sever the father-daughter relationship with you, and your Yun family has nothing to do with me. Yun Yao's heart had already died. Seeing that Yun Tian was still hypocritical, she wanted to take her back. Yun Yao had already decided to leave, so she directly declared her relationship with Yun Tian. Yun Tian didn't know what to say at this time. He was about to step forward and grab Yun Yao, but two ghost soldiers suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Ginglong didn't want to waste too much time here. After making sure there were no threats around him, He controlled two ghost soldiers to take charge of the rear. And he himself was the first to lead the way, leading everyone towards the gathering place where Big Eyes lived. Seeing Dinglong and his group drifting away, Yun Tian's honest expression immediately changed. Pointing to the lake full of corpses floating next to him, he told his men to start quickly and look for gold and silver jewelry that could still be used. Dinglong's perception is particularly strong, and he can feel what Yu Tian and the others are doing. After knowing the true purpose of Yu Tian coming here, Dinglong looked at Yun Yao, who was walking in front of him. He felt very unworthy for Yun Yao, who turned out to be such a father. Yun Yao was seen in a bad mood. The corners of his eyes were red, and he was obviously very sad. Gunlong walked a few steps quickly to catch up with Yun Yao, signaling Yun Yao not to be too sad. Gunlong, are you okay? When Gunlong and the others returned to Bulima's habitat, Long Rong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed over and looked at Gunlong's body. After confirming that Gunlong was not harmed, Long Rong felt relieved. As a woman, Yun Yao could naturally feel Long Rong's identity. Looking at Gunlong with Long Rong by his side, he always has a smile on his face, which is very warm. Yun Yao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, sighing secretly that he already had a sweetheart. Captain, someone is looking for you. The only person Gunlong knew in this wild territory was Big Moo. Gunlong scratched his head in confusion after hearing the report from the people below. To be honest, he really couldn't think of who it was that would bother him. Gunlong did not hesitate. He followed his men and came to the man who was waiting for him. Seeing that it was Gunlong, the man immediately took out a booklet from his arms and handed it to Gunlong, and told Gunlong, Captain Gung, the day after tomorrow is the day when my master will be honored as a great treasure. The master asked me to hand this thing over to you, saying that I would fulfill my promise. At the same time, I also invite you to come to our place to witness this beautiful moment. After Gunlong saw that he was from the Shin family, he thought of what was in the book. Now that it was confirmed that Shin Hao had obtained the position of the head of the family, Gunlong determined that the book must contain the last recipe for the living immortal. Ha! It's all here. Romro, you are saved. Gunlong opened the book, and when he saw that it indeed contained the formula for living immortals, he was so happy that he directly called everyone over, took out the formula, and asked everyone to help find the ingredients. Chapter 214. It's all there. Oh my god. Gunlong, this stuff is really expensive. Not to mention other things. Just the two herbs in front. Each one costs 800 gold coins on the market. As for the dragon snake gall, turtle king SHL, and starfish sand that you need at the end, they are not ordinary things and are very rare. Hearing what the old lizard said, Gunlong was stunned, and it took him a while to react. If not for the fact that Shin Hao had saved up only a dozen bottles for so long, this kind of thing would have a price but no market. Long Rong saw Gunlong and the others, and naturally understood how difficult it was to gather all these medicines. She didn't want Gunlong to be embarrassed, so she pulled him aside and whispered, Gunlong, I am very satisfied with your company during this period of time. Since those potions are difficult to collect, you should not waste any more time and concentrate on your cultivation. Romro, listen to me. I don't want to hear you say this again. Since you followed me, you're mine. I, Gunlong, will cure your illness even if I have to spend all my money. Gunlong took Long Rong into his arms and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of Long Rong's eyes. Yun Yao on the side was filled with inexplicable jealousy. Just when she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered that they were a couple. So what right did she have to bother her? Old man, let's go. Let's redeem the medicines we can buy first. Hearing Gunlong's words, the old lizard and the blind wolf laughed and called the other brothers to rest. The two of them took Gunlong and Long Rong with them and headed out of the city. Gunlong saw that the crowds became less and less as they left, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He scratched his head and said, I said, if we hadn't known each other, I would have thought you were going to rob someone's house. Why did you go to this remote place? Ha ha ha. You don't know something. Gunlong, the place we are going to take you to is the famous underground market in the monster tribe. There are all kinds of weird things in there. It can be said that as long as you have, there's nothing you can't get with money. Gunlong naturally became interested when he heard that there was such a good place. He quickened his pace, expecting to get there soon. When the four characters Gudao Market appeared in front of Gunlong, he looked at a road that went straight into the ground. On one side of the road was an abyss, and it was impossible to see the bottom. On the other side, there were many vendors sitting there with hawking products in front of them. As things Ginglong looked at this place, as it was much bigger than the place where he first met Qian Duoduo. Just when he saw a few people selling medicinal materials, and wanted to ask if there was anything he needed. The old lizard stepped forward and patted Ginglong on the shoulder, beckoning Ginglong to continue walking forward. Your grandpa's. It's so shocking. Ginglong and his companions went around a hill, and saw that the mountain opposite had been hollowed out and made into grids. Countless stalls were set up there, and pedestrians were wandering back and forth, picking out their own things. It was the first time that Ginglong had seen such a magnificent scene, and he was actually a little stunned. Haha. This is just the beginning. The ancient road market is divided into two parts. What we see now is only the upper level. The real good things are all in the lower space. The real ingenuity is there. You will understand when you see it later. The old lizard warned Ginglong not to stay here any longer, and they continued to move forward, following the road underground. After Ginglong and his companions passed a pillar similar to a dividing line, Ginglong looked at the road that began to go straight down, and the abyss he had just seen became clearer. He saw that on both sides of the abyss, there was a large hole at a distance, and each hole had a sign hanging on it. At first glance, it was really more powerful than the one above, and the scale was larger. The old lizard took Ginglong and the others to a medicinal shop. Seeing the sign on the shop saying that they had everything, Ginglong felt very interesting. Just when he was about to go forward and ask, the old lizard grabbed him and said, Ginglong, there is no need to go there. Someone will be there to receive you later. You have to know that the main service of this ancient road market is the mercenary army, and our current level is the 7-star army. Any shop will take good care of us. As soon as the old lizard finished speaking, a waiter came over. He was about to ask Ginglong what they needed when he saw the Legion badge on Ginglong. The guy was stunned and immediately ran towards the back. In just a moment, the waiter came out followed by a man who looked like a shopkeeper. The shopkeeper came to Ginglong, clasped his hands and said, Haha. It turns out that the commander of the Black Dragon Legion has arrived. My little shop is really flourishing. Commander Gung, please go inside. I have asked someone to brew the backyard. Excellent tea. The shopkeeper said the lunch box and led the way first, calling Ginglong and the others to come in. Oh, so beautiful. After entering the backyard, I saw that the walls here were all inlaid with crystals, forming different patterns, which instantly illuminated the dim cave. Whenever someone passes by and the crystal is disturbed, it immediately becomes colorful, giving it a completely dreamlike feeling. Mom Rong couldn't help but sigh directly. Haha. It's just a simple decoration that makes you laugh. Everyone, please come over here. The shopkeeper led Ginglong and the others into a room, where they looked at the dazzling array of fruits and melons on the table, and the fragrance of tea. Ginglong couldn't help but sigh to himself. It seemed that no matter where he went, the lives of rich people were very nourishing, considering that he was busy with business. Ginglong did not delay. He called to the old lizard and brought out the list of medicinal materials that he had copied in advance. In order to avoid being found out, Ginglong and the others deliberately changed a few medicinal materials that were commonly available in the market. Is Captain Gung sure he wants so many medicinal materials? The shopkeeper read the list of medicinal ingredients, looked at Ginglong, and asked tentatively, What's wrong? Don't you have any here? Haha. Captain Gung is joking. Since I can brand myself as having them all, it certainly makes sense. We have all the medicinal materials you listed above. But what about the price? After rough calculation, at least I also want to bring 100,000 gold coins. It's not my old shopkeeper's fault. Business is about payment and delivery. I wonder if Captain Gung has brought any money. Ginglong originally thought that he didn't have any, but when he heard that it was actually the case, he chuckled, took out 10 inner pills from his pocket, and put them on the table. Shopkeeper, everything is here. Do you think you have enough? I heard that you have a way to get rid of it quickly, so I will wait here. If it is not enough, you can come to me again and get as much as you want. When the shopkeeper saw the extraordinary quality of those inner elixirs, he was also an expert, and he didn't dare to neglect them. After carefully selecting 4 inner elixirs of excellent quality, he returned the other inner elixirs to Ginglong Dao. Haha. I am really blind. Commander Gung, these few inner elixirs are enough. You guys wait here for a while. I will make arrangements right away. Chapter 215 All. Old man, do you think they can give away the inner elixir? We just passed the auction house you mentioned. I saw that people brought medicinal materials and some treasures. There are very few inner elixirs. The old lizard and Gun Long came up with the idea to let him give the inner elixir to the shopkeeper and exchange the inner elixir for money. Otherwise, those medicinal materials are not cheap, and they really can't afford that much money. The clueless Gun Long couldn't help but feel worried when he saw that the shopkeeper didn't come back for a long time. Gun Long, don't worry. The inner elixir is a must for people to practice, and it is a hot commodity. Now that everyone sees the inner elixir coming out, they all want to swallow it themselves. And how can they be willing to sell it? When the old lizard said this, he took a sip of tea and glanced at Gun Long. Although the words were not finished, Gun Long had already understood the meaning. Long Rong is not a fool, and naturally understands the truth. She looked at Gun Long aside, but she felt even more distressed. She held Gun Long's hand and didn't know what to say. Ah, I'm sorry, Captain Gung. There was a small accident just now, which delayed some time. Seeing the shopkeeper return empty-handed, Gun Long couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Could it be that the money he sold for his inner elixir was not enough to buy the medicine? Just when Gun Long was about to continue taking out the inner elixir, the shopkeeper knew that Gun Long had misunderstood. So he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Captain Gung misunderstood. The inner elixir you just gave me actually contains dragon souls, because I registered them all. They were all taken out. The total amount is 800,000 gold coins. It is far more than the waiters are preparing medicinal materials. There are too many gold coins to carry. So I will help you change to a Blackstone card. With this card, you can buy anything in the ancient road market. You only need to swipe the card. Gun Long took the Blackstone card from the shopkeeper, and it took him a long time to react. 800,000 gold coins. Then wouldn't he become a rich man? You're a waste of money. You can sell the inner elixir with Dragon Soul. Gun Long was still immersed in the excitement of becoming a rich man, when suddenly a voice appeared in his mind. I'm going. You're awake. Why didn't you wake up when I was besieged? What's wrong with the Dragon Soul? It's my own thing. I'm willing to do it. When Gun Long heard the sound coming from the Dragon Soul, he was furious. Ever since the Dragon Soul was upgraded, it has been dormant. A whole kind of guy. Not to mention anything else. When he was besieged by the Li family, Gun Long tried to summon him many times, but the bullshit Dragon Soul had no reaction at all. It's good now. As soon as I heard that the Dragon Soul inner elixir appeared, that guy actually had a voice and complained about himself. Gun Long couldn't get angry anymore, so he started to yell and curse. The shopkeeper on the side was startled by Gun Long's sudden action. He thought Gun Long was a little angry with him, and sold all the Dragon Soul inner elixirs. He was about to explain. Gun Long indeed greeted him with a smile again. Shopkeeper, I'm not talking about you. Hurry up and ask them to prepare the medicinal materials and bring them over. We still have something to do. Hearing Gun Long's words, the shopkeeper felt relieved. He immediately went out and asked the waiters to prepare the medicine quickly. Gun Long, what happened to you just now? Who are you talking to? Long Long rarely saw Ding Long lose his temper. She was a little worried that Ding Long might be irritated. So she asked directly, It's okay. Let's get angry with a worm. That guy is just an old man. He doesn't do anything except eat and sleep every day. As soon as Gun Long finished speaking, he felt an unbearable pain in his arm. Before he could shout out, the Dragon Soul hidden in his arm appeared directly and punched Gun Long's head twice and said, You little kid. Who are you talking about, Chong Chongli? The Li family's trash you mentioned. You still need me, my dragon, to take action. Besides, I have already said that only by merging with that little dragon of yours can I use your own strength. What can I do if you don't want to? It's better to blame me now. The old lizard and the blind wolf had been following Ding Long for a long time, so they naturally knew about the existence of the Dragon Soul. But this was Long Rong's first time seeing it, and she was so adorable that she showed her maternal instinct and went straight forward to hold the little dragon in her arms. Ah, you? Let me go! Do you know who I am? Dragon Soul. The Supreme Dragon Soul. Long Rong didn't pay attention to Dragon Soul's words. She caressed Dragon Soul's head. This time, Dragon Soul was shocked and dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. It's a pity that he is only a soul now, and coupled with his lack of strength, he has no effective attacks at all, so he could only roll his eyes and let Long Rong slaughter him. It was rare for Gun Long to see someone able to control the Dragon Soul who pretended to be dead every day, and he was very happy. Hearing the footsteps of the shopkeeper approaching from outside, Gun Long signaled Long Rong to release the Dragon Soul and put it back into his arm. Captain Gung. Here are the medicinal materials you want. Considering that you are a big customer and have a few medicinal materials on hand, we gave you some more. We hope that Commander Gung will come back to us if you need it again. Shop. Ginglong opened the treasure bag handed to him by the shopkeeper. He didn't recognize the herbs there. He took a quick glance and saw that there were a lot of them in a mess. He nodded and asked the old lizard and the others to leave. Just when Ginglong and the others were about to go out, the shopkeeper seemed to remember something. He stopped Ginglong and said, "Captain Gung, can you lend me a moment to speak?" Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Ginglong was stunned. He didn't know what the shopkeeper wanted from him. Seeing the old lizard nodding at him, he agreed and followed the shopkeeper into the next room. "Captain Gung, you know that we are in the medicine business, and we are very good at pharmaceuticals and so on. We can guess what the medicine orders given by the customers are about. Originally, I can't say anything about the rules of this industry, but if I don't concentrate on cultivating the ineffective things at home, I can only use inner elixirs to maintain them every day. Otherwise, I won't bother to take care of this shop." Seeing the shopkeeper hemming and hawing, never getting to the point, Gunlong chuckled and said directly, "Shopkeeper, I really have something to do. If you need anything, you might as well speak up." Hearing Gunlong's words, the shopkeeper sighed. He looked at Gunlong. After a while, he seemed to have gathered enough courage. And then he said, "Captain Gung, you are looking for those medicines to become a living immortal." Gunlong didn't expect that the shopkeeper would be able to tell if he just changed a few medicinal ingredients. Thinking of what Shin Hao once said, only a few of the Shin family knew the secret recipe. Then who is the shopkeeper in front of me? Could it be that he is also from the Shin family? As for the Shin family, Gunlong really didn't want to have more contact with them if it wasn't for the secret party matter. Now that he has got what he wants, he doesn't want to get involved with the Shin family anymore. What's more, for the Shin family, he is now the sworn enemy who killed the Shin family. If the shopkeeper was also from the Shin family, Gunlong was a little worried that the shopkeeper would tamper with the medicinal materials. He looked at the shopkeeper with a sharp look. Chapter 216 Auction House. Captain Gung is overly worried. I also learned about this living immortal by chance back then. Although I can roughly guess the formula, but without the order and time of making the medicine, it will definitely not be brewed. The shopkeeper saw that Gunlong had murderous intentions. He hurriedly waved his hands and told the truth. "In that case, what do you want from me?" Gunlong didn't know why. If this guy's mother-in-law and mother-in-law hadn't gotten the medicinal materials they needed from him, I really want to kill him directly no matter what his purpose is. Well, that's it. Didn't I just say it? My useless thing needs inner elixir. Captain Gung, you must need medicinal materials for a long time to cook the living immortal. As long as you can help me get the Dragon Soul inner elixir, Dan, I can provide you with this medicinal material for a long time, free of charge. Gunlong is not a fool. He only needs 100,000 gold coins to get this medicinal material. The Dragon Soul inner elixir can fetch a high price. If you really think about it, it's still not a good deal for you. The shopkeeper naturally understood what Gunlong meant. He chuckled and continued, "Don't worry, Captain Gung. I will never let you suffer. Moreover, the Dragon Soul inner elixir is rare. You usually bring other inner elixirs, and I will exchange them with you at the same market price. As for the Dragon Soul inner elixir, well, I will keep the extra money for you and use it as money for medicinal materials. How about this deal?" Ginlong saw that it was quite a bargain for him. At worst, just go find Hideo yourself. There isn't much there. Just Nadando. Seeing Ginlong nodding in agreement, the shopkeeper was extremely happy. He has always had children in his life, but he is still an incompetent guy. If you don't talk about it all day long, you are just causing trouble for yourself. Seeing myself getting older day by day, if I can't let that kid achieve some success in cultivation, it will be really difficult in the future. Now with Gunlong's cooperation and the elixir he obtained, the shopkeeper is somewhat relieved. At the very least, let that kid have some ability to protect himself. By the way, Captain Gung, I heard when I just came back that the auction house will have a dragon and snake gull auction this afternoon. If you have time, go and take a look. That thing is a bit unpopular, and generally no one wants it. I can't tell. You can get it at a very cheap price. Gunlong was worried about how to get the remaining ingredients. When he heard the news that there was dragon and snake gallbladder, Gunlong was overjoyed. He expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper and took out an inner elixir as a gift to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper knows how valuable the inner elixir is, and how dare he accept it easily. After a dispute, the shopkeeper had no choice but to take out a pen and paper and write a letter of guarantee to Gung Long. If it is an ordinary inner elixir, that's it. If there is a dragon soul, he will definitely give it to Gung Long at a discount. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Gung Long told the old lizard the news he had just received. As soon as he heard that there was such a good thing, the old lizard immediately led Gung Long towards the auction. It was Gung Long's first time to come to the auction house. The entrance of the auction house was not big, but entering inside was a magical place. There are actually many teleportation arrays inside my bank, traveling to different areas. The old lizard brought Gung Long to a teleportation array and looked at the medicinal materials display area. Gung Long and the others had nothing to do, so they went in directly to see what was there. Boom! A gust of wind blew towards his face, and Gung Long watched them appear in a canyon. The canyon was filled with medicinal materials protected by light shields. As Gung Long and the others looked along, they saw that some of the medicinal materials had turned into human shapes and could talk. It really opened his eyes to the fact that there were such strange things in the world. Gung Long, look there. Dragon Snake Gull. Gung Long, who was playing with Long Rong with a medicinal child, heard the old lizard's voice and immediately pulled Long Rong over. When I saw something the size of a head, stained with blood, placed on an ice stone, it would beat a few times from time to time. Gung Long looked at the price on the sign. The starting price was 30,000 gold coins. Gung Long knew something in his mind and asked the old lizard and the others to continue walking around to see if they found anything else. Dear audience, please take note. The afternoon auction is about to begin. Please return to the auction hall as soon as possible. Gung Long was watching enthusiastically. After hearing the shouts from the auctioneers, they immediately followed the old lizard and walked towards the teleportation array leading to the hall. Wow! When Gung Long and the others entered the hall, what they saw was a mass of black heads. The noise of words reached my ears, but it felt like I was rushing to a New Year's party. Gung Long, follow me. There will be a special office after we register. Hearing the old lizard's words, Gung Long breathed a sigh of relief. You know, this place is still some distance from the auction stage. With this dark crowd, he is worried that he will not be able to see the auction items. When the auction house staff saw the Legion badge handed over by the old lizard, they immediately put on smiles. He led Gung Long and the others up to the second floor, stopped near the middle, and motioned for Gung Long and the others to come in. In the huge room, comfortable seats were placed in the front row. Directly in front of the room, a screen composed of mecha elements hung out of thin air. Gung Long and the others had never encountered such good treatment. Even the old lizard only knew that he had privileges and did not expect to be so comfortable. Everyone, please take a seat. The auction is about to begin. As VIPs, you have the right to make a priority bid. If there is anything you like, please let me know, and I will arrange it for you. The auction house staff informed Gung Long and the others about the process. Just as he was about to arrange for someone to deliver some tea, the door was pushed open, and a strong man walked in. Well, who asked you to sit here? Get out of here. The auction house staff were about to get angry when they heard the shouting. But after seeing the people coming in with the strong man, they immediately laughed and said, Master Yuan, why didn't you let us know beforehand when you came today? We thought you wouldn't come, so we arranged for this friend to stay here. Otherwise, please yield and I will arrange another room for you. The young man named Master Yuan ignored the staff at all. He strode into the room and came to Long Rong. Without raising his eyes, he snorted coldly, Get out of here. Gung Long was very dissatisfied with young Master Yuan's behavior, not to mention that he was scolding his woman. He stood up and glared at young Master Yuan and said, Please be respectful. Everything is done on a first-come, first-served basis. Since you are late, please move elsewhere. When the sturdy man saw that Gung Long dared to yell at his young master, he ran up to Gung Long and punched him in the face. Court death. The old lizard and the blind wolf had long seen that those people were unhappy, and seeing that they dared to take action, they rushed to Gung Long, grabbed the strong man's arm, and threw the strong man to the ground. Chapter 217, Making Trouble. Bastard. Do you know who I am? How dare you touch my people? The man called young Master Yuan had a grim expression on his face. He stared at Gung Long, wishing he could kill him immediately. I don't care who you are. As long as anyone dares to bully me, I will just say, do it. Gung Long didn't care about Mr. Yuan. He walked to the door, opened it, and shouted coldly, If you know what's going on, get out of here. Young Master Yuan didn't want Gung Long to refuse to give him face. He snorted coldly, went straight to Gung Long's seat, sat down, pointed to his Wei Zhang and said, "Boy, be careful. I am the son of the leader of the Tiger Head Army. Yuan Jie, you still want me to leave? I think you are tired of living." Tiger Head Army? To be honest, Gung Long really didn't know this name. And even if he knew, so what? If he, Yuan Jie, was so rude, Gung Long would naturally not give him a good look. Naturally, the auction house didn't want anyone to make trouble here. Seeing the tension between the two sides, the staff member was a little embarrassed. He walked to Gung Long and said softly, "Captain Gung, if you don't feel sorry for yourself, I will arrange a room for you. Maybe you don't know something, but this Tiger Head Legion is one of the best among the mercenary legions. If you offend them, you will really have a hard time in the future." Old Lizard and Blind Wolf heard clearly that they were naturally dissatisfied with the auction house's one-sided solution. They came directly to Yuan Jie, lifted him up, threw him outside the door, and shouted angrily, "Get out of here. This room belongs to our Black Dragon Legion today, and it won't be easy for anyone to use it." Yuan Jie had never experienced such an insult. He stood up, his face turning red with anger. He glared at Gung Long and the others and said, "Humph. Just wait for me. I will make you regret it." After saying this, Yuan Jie ignored his men, flicked his sleeves, and left here directly. "Let me tell you. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Don't mess with the Tiger Head Legion. Even though they are only the 7-star Legion, Yuan Jie's father Yuan Li is an 8th level cultivator. Looking at the entire, no one in the mercenary union will touch him. Listen to my advice and get out of here." Hearing what the staff said, Gung Long became interested. An 8th level cultivator is indeed powerful. But can a high level of cultivation mean that one can be unreasonable? Gung Long waved his hand, indicating to the staff that there was no need to say anything more, and sat down, waiting for the auction to begin. Humph! What kind of blind boy dares to provoke members of my Tiger Head Army? While Gung Long and the others were sipping tea and waiting quietly for the auction to begin, Yuan Jie led a group of people to fight in and directly surrounded Gung Long and the others. Gung Long didn't expect them to come so fast, but after seeing that they were all at the level of 6th level human armor, Gung Long was a little unafraid. He signaled Long Ron to step back and stay with the Blind Wolf and the Old Lizard. He himself stood up, walked towards Yuan Jie and said, "Why? You were unreasonable first, and now you are looking for trouble. Isn't there no royal law here? Ha ha ha. You are an outsider. It seems that you really don't know the situation here. Looking at the entire wilderness territory, our Tiger Head Army's Yuan family is the king of law here. With my Yuan family here, who dares to be so presumptuous?" The people brought by Yuan Jie felt very ridiculous about Gung Long's ignorance. He put his hands on his hips and explained to Gung Long in an arrogant voice. Gung Long originally wanted to teach Yuan Jie and the others a lesson, but thought of Long Rong being present to prevent Long Rong from being harmed. In addition, due to the affairs of the Li family, there have been some slight changes in my mentality. Gung Long did not take action directly, but he laughed and said, "This barbaric territory is not all under the care of the great god Big Eyes. When did the Yuan family appear? I don't know who is more powerful than the great god Big Eyes or your Yuan family." As soon as Gung Long said these words, he saw Yuan Jie trembling, obviously out of fear. Gung Long had a plan in his mind. In this way, he would be able to fight without any blood today. "Don't be so messy and compare us to Lord Hiram. Brat, if you're still a man, go out with us and let's find a place to spar. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." A man came out from behind Yuan Jie and scolded Gung Long directly. Just when Gung Long was thinking about how he could use Baima's reputation to scare these people away, Yuan Jie waved his hand and said a little irritably, "What are you still doing with him? Give them to me and beat them to death. If something happens, I'll take care of it for you." When the boss spoke, those people naturally did not dare not listen. They no longer argued with Gung Long and directly attacked Gung Long and the others. When Gung Long saw the other party taking action, his temper also increased. Just when he was about to use the Shifang drum to summon the ghost warrior, suddenly I remembered the words that Baima told me before leaving. Never use the Shifang drum again unless absolutely necessary. Gung Long had no other choice but to place his hope in the dragon soul on his arm. He talked hard, and while attacking Yuan Jie's people, he begged the dragon soul to show his power and get rid of these guys. "I'll go." Gong Long. You can trust me. Although I want to help you. You also know that I have started practicing again, and I don't have the strength to fight against those guys. You see? How about we do this? Just apologize to that guy and just pretend it never happened. Gong Long had never counted on the Dragon Soul. But now that he heard the Dragon Soul's answer, he completely gave up. He danced the evolved dagger in his hand back and forth, not daring to stop, defending against the attacks of the Yuan family. Gong Long, we can't stop it anymore. Think of other ways. Not long after, Gong Long and the others were suppressed and unable to form an effective attack. As for the blind wolf and the old lizard, they were too busy taking care of themselves at the moment and were simply unable to protect Long Rong. Several scars appeared on Long Rong's body in an instant. Asshole. You are looking for death. As soon as Gong Long saw Long Rong injured, his eyes turned red. He didn't care about the protective attack. He just rushed forward and rushed to Long Rong. He protected Long Rong behind him and attacked crazily. He didn't care about any moves. He just had only one thought in his heart. A thought. That is to kill all the guys who bully Long Rong. That's enough. What kind of place do you think this auction house is? How dare you make trouble here? Gong Long's movement here alerted the auction house. And the owner of the auction house rushed over with his men. Seeing that Guang's scolding was useless, the two groups of people in the room were still attacking each other. The owner of the auction house snorted coldly, turned over and jumped in front of Gong Long and the others. A barrier appeared to separate Gong Long and the others. Chapter 218 Interference. The owner of the auction house has a high level of cultivation and is as if he is a level 8 expert. The arrogant Yuan Jia actually became more honest after seeing the owner of the auction house and did not dare to act rashly again. What's going on? Why are we fighting? Upon hearing the boss's question, the man who had just served Gong Long and his friends immediately ran to the boss and recounted what had just happened. Knowing that Yuan Jia was at fault, the owner of the auction house snorted coldly, walked up to Yuan Jia, stepped up and slapped him. You're a shameful thing. He's always looking for trouble every day. Why don't you get out of here? Uncle, why are you helping outsiders bully me? Yuan Jia was slapped. He felt a little aggrieved, covered his face, and looked at the auction house owner. However, after seeing the murderous look in his uncle's eyes, Yuan Jia did not dare to say any more, and left the place directly with others, found an empty private room, and sat down. Captain Gong. This is Su Jun, the owner of this auction house. I apologize to you for the unhappiness caused by my ignorant nephew just now. The auction will start soon. I hope it will not affect your mood. After Su Jun finished speaking, he led the people out of the room and went straight to the room where Yuan Jia was. Uncle, why are you helping outsiders bully me? I don't care. I must get back this situation today. Seeing that Yuan Jia was still cynical, Su Jun was a little angry. He stepped forward and patted Yuan Jia on the head and said, You silly boy. If I hadn't been so clever just now, you would have died by now. Hearing his uncle's words, Yuan Jia was a little angry. He snorted and muttered, Uncle, why are you so timid now? He is just the leader of a 7-star army. What is there to be afraid of? With the current strength of our Yuan family, can't we deal with him? Su Jun was completely speechless towards his nephew. Even though he was talking about this, the brat didn't react at all. Su Jun simply scolded Yuan Jia without waiting for him to understand. You brat! Don't you also know about the demise of the Li family in the frozen territory? Do you know why the Li family died? People outside say that they made Bai Mu angry. But Bai Mu is 180 feet away from them. In addition, since he came back this time, he has always been in trouble. And there is no chance to provoke the Li family. But I found out that Gong Long is inextricably related to Bai Mu. And the Li family is mainly responsible for provoking the Gong family. Long. This is what Pimu took action. Yuan Jia said nothing, and didn't believe that Gong Long was actually related to Big Mu. He stood up and walked to Su Jun, grabbed Su Jun's arm and said, Oh, Uncle, you can't trust the rumors spread by outsiders. Don't scare yourself. We can agree in advance that after the auction is over, your people will be lent to me first. I must let Gong Long know. Yuan Jia, and not someone to be trifled with. Su Jun understands his nephew's temper. Once he decides on something, he will do it no matter how difficult it is. But this person today is different from the past. For the Yuan family, which has a large family and a large business, stable development is a top priority. Okay. Remember my words and don't provoke the Gong Long again. Otherwise, You will be responsible for all the consequences. Seeing Yuan Jie's indifferent expression, Su Jun sighed and was about to give a few more instructions when his men came in and said that the auction was about to start and they were waiting for Su Jun to preside over it. Su Jun told Yuan Jie to stay here and followed his men to the auction table. Ganglong and his group were in the room. After the unpleasantness just now, everyone's original excitement was gone. When he saw the auction start, Ganglong asked everyone to sit down, preparing to take pictures of the dragon and snake gulls before leaving. Maybe it was the auction house's deliberate move. The several starting items were all insignificant, and there was nothing surprising about them. Ganglong looked at the auction introduction and saw that the next round was dragon and snake gallbladder. He asked the old lizard and the others to keep an eye on it and make a bid immediately once it was taken out. Everyone, what we are going to auction next is the dragon and snake gallbladder, which is known as the mythical beast in medicine. The starting price is 30,000 gold coins. The price will increase by 2,000 gold coins at a time. After Su Jun finished speaking, he saw that the entire hall was silent and no one was quoting. He couldn't help but shake his head. He thought that after so many years, the medicine industry was lonely. People couldn't use these good medicinal materials, so naturally no one would buy them. 32,000. Just as Su Jun was waiting for the time to expire, he heard the waiters call from the room upstairs. Su Jun looked over and found that it was Ganglong's room. He laughed and was about to bid when another bid came out. 34,000. Seeing the bidding room, Su Jun's face darkened. But in this public place, Su Jun really couldn't say anything. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout out the price. 34,000 a time. Is there anyone who can earn more than that? 36,000. After Ganglong and the others quoted again, they saw that the other party quoted another 2,000 for the room. When he found out that it was Su Jie who had caused trouble just now, Ganglong snorted and asked the waiter to quote 100,000 yuan. 102. When Yuan Jie's voice continued to increase the price, Ganglong was completely angry this time. He knew that it was Yuan Jie who was having trouble with him. Long Rong on the side knew that although the dragon and snake gallbladder was rare, its value was not that high. So she persuaded Ganglong to give up and wait until he had the opportunity to look for it again. 150,000. Damn it. I don't believe it. He still dares to follow. When everyone in the auction hall heard the bid of 150,000, everyone took a breath. Everyone could see that these two were at loggerheads. This thing that cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan has now been sold for hundreds of thousands. The auction house has made a profit from this transaction. Su Jun was not happy at all at this time. Regarding his useless nephew, he wished he could beat him up right now. He didn't know how that kid's head grew, but he still wanted to cause trouble despite repeated reminders. Su Jun had a dark look on his face at this time, praying that the bastard would stop messing around. 1,500 and 2,000. When he heard another shout from Yuan Jie's room, Su Jun said to himself that it was over. When he saw Ganglong and the others, they left the room immediately. Ganglong, who was walking first, had a pale face and glanced at the room where Yuan Jie was with his eyes like a wild animal. In the end, he left directly without looking for Yuan Jie. Su Jun's heart skipped a beat, remembering the news he had received about the tragic demise of the Li family. Su Jun was a little worried, so he asked his men to continue presiding over the auction, while he stepped down to the back, wrote a letter, and asked his men to deliver it to the Yuan family immediately. Hey, my eyelids have been twitching lately. It seems that the good days of the Yuan family are coming to an end. Barbarian Baimu. That is an absolute killing machine. Now I can only pray that all the rumors are false. Otherwise, Barbarian Bimu's reputation will spread throughout the entire monster tribe again. Chapter 219 Alchemist. Ganglong, have you noticed? There is someone who has been following us since we left the auction house. Hearing the words of the blind wolf, Ganglong turned his head and found that someone was indeed following them furtively. Ganglong winked and told everyone to just pretend they didn't know and deliberately walked towards a place with few people. Hey, why are they missing? The people who followed Ganglong and the others did not see Ganglong and the others after turning a corner. He felt very surprised. Just when he was about to go forward to search, he heard a sound above his head. When he looked up, Ganglong and the others actually fell from the sky and surrounded him. You brat. Tell me, did Yuan Jie send you here? The man looked at Ganglong and the others with serious expressions on their faces, with weapons in their hands ready to attack him. He waved his hands in a hurry and said, Everyone, You have misunderstood. Just now at the auction house, I saw that you wanted to buy the dragon snake gall. I happen to have it here, so I thought of selling it to you. Gung Long didn't believe what the man said. He snorted coldly. That's nice to say. Isn't that an auction house? It would be terrible if you put it up for auction. What would you do to us? When the man saw Gung Long's reaction, he knew that Gung Long still doubted him. So he hurriedly said, You don't know something. Now that medicine is in decline, good medicinal materials are rarely collected anymore, because they are of no use even if they are taken. You just bid for the dragon snake gall, but it has been rejected 3 times. If it wasn't yours, the opponent deliberately raised the price, and that thing is destined to fail today. Moreover, if it is handed over to the auction house, even if it is sold, I will give nearly half of the money to the auction house. I am in urgent need of gold coins, so naturally I will not do it. Go do that deal. Hearing this, Gung Long looked at the man. Speaking of which, this boy was dressed simply, and he really didn't look like someone like Yuan Jia. If he really had dragon and snake gallbladder in his hand, wouldn't it save him the trouble of searching for it? Okay, I believe you. Tell me how much you are prepared to sell it for. When Gung Long agreed, the man was very happy. He stretched out his hand and said cheerfully, 50,000 gold coins. Not a single penny less. Gung Long now has a lot of gold coins in his hands, so a mere 50,000 is not a problem. He nodded and said, No problem. Take me to see the goods first. After receiving Gung Long's affirmative reply, the boy was so excited. He didn't expect Gung Long to be so direct. He took the lead and led Gung Long and the others towards the residential area. After crossing the bustling residential area, Gung Long and the others finally stopped at their residence inside the canyon. Seeing that this place was just a random cave with a wooden door to cover it, it could be regarded as a house. Gung Long couldn't help but think of the slums he felt on Earth. Looking at the people living here, most of them were dressed in rags and in low spirits. It was obvious that they had not eaten for many days. Seeing Gung Long and his gang coming, they immediately gathered around and begged Gung Long and his gang for food. Long Rong couldn't bear it and took out the snacks she was carrying. The hungry people did not rush forward as Gung Long imagined, but ordered the old man to come first. After watching, Long Rong clapped her hands and signaled that it was no longer necessary. Everyone immediately thanked and left. Gung Long was a little strange. What did these guys do? And why were they treated so politely? Haha. This is your first time here. Most of the people who stay here are like me, former young masters and ladies of some small families. After the war, the small families were annexed, and we, unwilling to be enslaved, had no choice but to come here. We are just trying to survive. Normally we would find some errands to fill our stomachs, but there are too many people living here. Some of them are old and sick, so naturally they can only eat and wait to die. Gung Long heard the man's explanation. He looked up and looked around. He saw that along the walls, there were densely packed rooms like this. Many poor bodies were lying there, looking helplessly at the sky, waiting for death to come. Gung Kong felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to help them, but there were too many people here. A rough calculation showed that there were at least tens of thousands of people. With his own strength, it was simply impossible. Here we are. This is my home. It's a little messy inside. Please wait outside for a moment. Gung Long and the others stood outside the house, listening to the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets, and occasionally a woman's cough. They ignored it and just waited patiently. After a short time, the man came out holding an exquisitely crafted box. Gung Long took the box over and opened it. He was sure that the dragon and snake gallbladders were good, and looking closely at the quality, it was indeed much better than the ones from the auction house. Gung Long then asked the old lizard to accept the dragon and snake gallbladder, took out the black stone card and said, There's nothing wrong with the stuff. How can I give you the money? When the man saw it was Haishika, he chuckled, pointed to the magnificent residential area not far ahead and said, There is a place to exchange gold coins there. I will take you there. Just when Gung Long and the others were about to take action, they heard a thud in the house. Upon hearing this movement, the man's expression changed, and he immediately rushed into the house. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? Old Moo, I'm so sick that I can't do it anymore. It's a waste of money for you to spend on me. The dragon and snake gallbladder was left by your father for you to use in refining medicine in the future. You must not sell it. It's all wasted. Gung Long passed through the wide open door and saw the appearance of the woman in the room. It seems that he is only in his 30s. But now his hair has fallen out and his body is shriveled. But he looks like a cancer from his own planet. Hearing what the woman said again, the person he was trading with actually knew how to refine medicinal materials. Gunlong's heart moved and he walked in directly and said, "Brother, I heard from your wife that you can make medicinal materials. Is this true?" How could that man be in the mood to discuss this at this time? Seeing another mouthful of blood coming out of the corner of his wife's mouth, he hurriedly put her on the bed and said with tears in his eyes, "Wife, wait a minute. I'll exchange the money for medicine for you. Don't worry. I will definitely find a way to cure your illness." Gunlong was not discouraged. What he learned during this period made him know the importance of an alchemist. On the one hand, he was looking for medicinal materials, and on the other hand, he entrusted Big Moo to help him find a reliable alchemist. Unexpectedly, Bai Mu and the others have different paths of cultivation, and rarely come into contact with this type of people. In addition, there are very few alchemists in this monster tribe, so the matter was left there. And now it was heard that there was an alchemist in front of him, and Gunlong would certainly not let it go. "Brother, this matter is very important to me. Let me tell you, I have a way to cure your wife's illness, but I need a pharmacist now. So tell me honestly whether you can make medicine." Chapter 220 Medicinal Powder. As soon as Gunlong said that it could cure his wife's illness, Lao Mu fell to his knees on the ground and said with tears in his eyes, "Brother, please do your best. As long as you can save my wife, I will give you the dragon and snake gallbladder." Gunlong looked at Lao Mu and probably had suppressed it for too long. At this time, he was not in the mood to answer other questions. He just begged Gunlong to help save his wife. Gunlong dug around on his body for a while, and found some powder that Qian Duo had forced on him. Seeing that there was still a small amount of powder left, Gunlong couldn't help but secretly sigh that he was lucky that he didn't throw it away. Otherwise, today's efforts would have been wasted. Give your wife to take these medicinal powders. Although the dosage is a little smaller, it is still better than nothing. It is said that when one is desperate, one will try any possible means. After taking the medicine powder, Old Moo ran directly to his wife's bedside and fed the powder to her without even looking at it. Don't mention it. Just after taking this medicinal powder, the symptoms of Old Moo's daughter-in-law vomiting blood disappeared immediately. Although his body is still very weak, he is obviously much better than before, and his eyes have become a little clearer. Although Lao Mu said he was not good at cultivation, he was still good at medicine. He could see the changes in his wife's body. After confirming that it was effective, Lao Mu was so excited that he burst into tears. He knelt down on the ground and kowed out to Gunlong. "Brother, thank you. Lao Mu, do everything I can to repay you." Gunlong helped Lao Mu up, who had just taken the plunge. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. As a result, Gunlong was very happy. He knew that he had a price to negotiate with Lao Mu. "Old Mu, right? This medicine needs to be taken for a long time to be completely cured. This is all I have now. But I still have many more at home. It's so bad. I need the help of an alchemist now. Just tell me honestly, if you know how to make medicine, let's go to my place together. As long as you help me get what I want, I can give you the medicine powder for free." After hearing this, Lao Mu thought for a while, then turned to look at his wife on the bed. Seeing that his wife's face was starting to turn a little rosy at this time, it was obvious that the medicinal powder had fully taken effect. The Old Mu nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you. Don't worry. Our Mu family is a family of refining medicine. We dare not say anything else. There is no problem with refining medicine at all. But I have a condition. If you don't agree, I'll exchange medicine with you." Gunlong didn't know what Lao Mu wanted to say, so he spread his hands and motioned for Lao Mu to speak out. "My condition is that when I get to you, I will not be your vassal. You find a place for me, and I will rebuild the Mu family compound. Of course, I can exchange the money for medicinal materials of equal value." After Lao Mu finished speaking, Gunlong laughed. To be honest, Gunlong thought it was something serious. He patted Lao Mu on the shoulder and said, "Lao Mu, don't worry. I agree to all your conditions, and I won't charge you a penny. I just need you to refine the medicinal materials for me when I need you. How about it? We can do it now, let's go." With Lao Mu's consent, Gunlong made a stand with everyone, put Lao Mu's wife on it, and everyone carried it away together. Considering Yuan Jia's factors, Gunlong did not take the high road. They rushed directly to the teleportation array and chose to teleport near Big Moo's habitat. Because of the old lizard's advance arrangements, Gunlong and the others were greeted by someone as soon as they came out of the teleportation array. After returning to his residence, Gunlong said hello to Baimu. And with Baimu's instructions, Gunlong chose a place for Lao Mu next to their residence. After settling everything, Gunlong took Lao Mu to find the Qian Duo. When Gunlong learned from Baimu that Qian Duo was still concentrating on eating eggs, he usually went to nearby potholes to eat eggs when he had nothing to do. That Gunlong had a dark look on his face. He really didn't know how to explain it to Lao Mu once they met. He couldn't say, "Lao Mu, what your wife ate was the poop of Big God, mixed with the saliva of that kid Qian Duo." Gunlong felt sick just thinking about it. Crack. Bang. When I arrived at the location where Big Eyes told me, I could hear the sound of Qian Duo munching from a distance. Gunlong smiled helplessly and asked Lao Mu to enter the cave with him. Lao Mu saw Qian Duo holding an inner alchemy in each hand and chewing the dirt on the outer layer of the inner alchemy with his teeth. On the other side were the cleaned inner elixirs and some powdery things, which were the medicinal materials he had just fed to his wife. The expression on old Mu's face was wonderful, and he didn't know what to say for a while. When Qian Duo heard the sound, he looked back and saw Gunlong coming. Qian Duo immediately greeted. "Gunlong, you're back. I heard that you saved my old man. Come on. Come on. That pile of inner elixirs and this pile of medicinal powder are all prepared for you. They are my gifts of thanks. You don't know? This pile of things. I have redeemed it for almost a month. Hey, what does the brother next to you do? Is he looking for help because he dislikes me staying here for a long time?" I'm really speechless for him. After listening to what Qian Duo said, Lao Mu was sure that this was how the medicinal powder was produced. He glanced at Gunlong, but he was really speechless. Lao Mu, this is the situation. If you are worried, then come and deal with it yourself. Did you see that guy? He had the same disease as your wife, and he was cured by this thing. When Qian Duo heard Gunlong's words, he immediately became interested. He threw the unfinished egg aside, stood up and said, "How about it, Gunlong? I told you that this is a big deal, but you are still not willing to invest in it. Don't worry. I have personally tested this, and it is absolutely effective. By the way, the sample I left for you it's not that it's used up. Come on. Put another bag in it. If you run around often, if this happens again, it's a good thing for you to publicize it. It will save people's lives." Old Mu didn't have time to mess around with Gunlong and the others. He went forward and touched the inner pill that had not been cleaned yet. He sniffed it and guessed what it was. However, after thinking that this thing could really cure diseases, Old Mu suppressed his nausea and started to eat it directly. "Well, Lao Mu, you can collect the powder here. I'm still short of a few medicinal materials, so I'll take them to look for them. I'll come back to you after I've gathered the medicinal materials." Hearing Gunlong's words, Lao Mu nodded without saying a word, just concentrating on eating the inner elixir. When Qian Duo saw that his business had been robbed, he was about to mutter something when Gunlong pulled him aside and told him about Lao Mu's situation. After knowing that Lao Mu was invited by Gunlong for help and that the situation at home was so miserable, Qian Duo stopped talking and came to Lao Mu to teach Lao Mu how to clean up quickly.